in the provincial capital. He is known as Tong Gongzi and is the dream lover of countless young girls. In order to expand the influence of the Liu family, my father tried his best to get me to be with him. Tong Guxiu also expressed his desire to marry me, but the condition is that I quit the entertainment industry and marry into the Tong family and just be my husband and raise my children. My refusal to marry him led to a falling out with my family. Now the entertainment industry has banned me, and my family won't give me any help, just to force me to marry Tong Guxiu. Yi Tiance took a sip of red wine. Judging from your description, this Tong Guxiu is not bad at all. Why don't you want to marry him? Is it because he doesn't support you in the entertainment industry? Anyway, in my opinion, the entertainment industry is full of filth and a bunch of rotten people, so it's okay not to join in. Liu Ruyan shook his head and said, "Actually, sister, I have long been tired of being in the entertainment industry. It doesn't matter whether I am in the entertainment industry or not. The main thing is that Tong Guxiu seems to be good at everything, so good that it makes people feel that he has no shortcomings and is unreal. But the more this happens, the more my sister and I feel a strong sense of uneasiness. I always feel that he is too hypocritical, so I don't want to be with him." But aren't the objects you women fantasize about and look forward to all men who are perfect and excellent in all aspects? Liu Ruyan curled her lips. Ha! Those are just the daydreams of little fairies on the internet. Where are there perfect men in the world? Anyway, my requirements for relationships are to be genuine and interesting. As long as he makes me happy and is attractive enough to my sister, that's enough. I don't care about other sisters. All right. Yi Tiance nodded. This was the first time he knew that Liu Ruyan had this view on love. Liu Ruyan continued to drink red wine, her beautiful eyes slightly blurred. Hey! Tell me the truth, sister. You keep saying you are my fiancé and you even took out a marriage certificate. Are these true? Yi Tiance nodded and said, "It's absolutely true. I don't have the time to joke with you." Liu Ruyan stared at Yi Tiance for more than 10 seconds. There was no hint of lying in his eyes. "It's actually true." Ugh. She sighed and said with confusion on her face, "Since I have a marriage contract with you, why didn't anyone in the family tell me? Why do you still want to marry me to Tong Guxiu?" Yi Tiance also felt a little strange. But then he thought about it. This engagement was made by his master 5 years ago. Time flies, things change and people change. Now it is reasonable for the Liu family to change their mind. Liu Ruyan shook the red wineglass and murmured, "If this marriage is true, God must let me, sister, choose one between you and Tong Guxiu, and I would rather choose you. Although you are a bit lecherous, a bit sinister, and a bit philandering, on the whole you are still very real." Yi Tiance. Are you really complimenting me? Or are you mocking me? Liu Ruyan seemed to have thought of something again. She twisted her eyes and asked tentatively, "Hey. Are you sure you will divorce Qingcheng this time and will not remarry again in the future?" Yi Tiance nodded and said, "A good horse never eats grass that turns back. What's more, it's not a delicious grass should I get married again." "Oh." Liu Ruyan responded meaningfully. "That being the case." She hesitated and asked, "Sister, what if after you and Qingcheng are officially divorced, can you consider getting married with my sister and me?" Yi Tiance, who was eating opposite him, almost spit it out. Ahem. What are you talking about? Getting a marriage certificate? He wouldn't be surprised if this sentence came from Han Ruoyun's mouth. But coming from Liu Ruyan's mouth, it was so fucking unexpected. Liu Ruyan quickly explained. "Hey. Don't get me wrong, people say this just because they don't want to marry Tong Guxiu. I don't believe it. After we get married, can he still come to rob us? Of course, just because we get married doesn't mean you can do anything random. It's just a formality." Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. "What do you think of me? A shield? Get married if you want to? Hey. What you said hurts people's self-esteem, sister. I am a big star. How can I not match your appearance and figure? Besides, my sister is your fiancé. With our relationship like this, there is nothing wrong with getting married." "What's wrong with my fiancé? I don't care about her." Liu Ruyan curled her lips and said, "Haha. You're just being tough. I see you're having a good time with Miss Han, but she didn't agree to be your fiancé." Yi Tiance said lightly, because she was originally one of my fiancés, just like you. Lu Ruyan suddenly had a question mark on his head. What? Han Ruoyun is also your fiancé? Yi Tiance took a sip of red wine and continued, not only her, Rong Meiyan is also one of my fiancés. Boom. Lu Ruyan felt a thunder in her mind and started to feel confused. Yi Tiance added, I wonder if you know Lin Yuyan from the provincial capital? She should also be one of my fiancés, but it's a pity that I haven't met her yet. What? Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. Lin Yuyan was known as the most beautiful woman in the provincial capital. She had been lucky enough to meet her once. Even though she was very confident in her appearance, she had to admit that no one could match Lin Yuyan's appearance. It was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. She is actually Yi Tiance's fiancé? This is absolutely impossible. With a straight face, she said seriously, Yi Tiance, sister, I am telling you something very serious and I am not joking with you. Yi Tiance leaned back and said calmly, I'm not kidding. And I have a total of 9 fiancés, and you are just one of them. I'm really sorry I have too many fiancés, so the decision of whether to marry or to whom to marry will only rest with me, not you. Do you understand? Cut. Lu Ruyan felt like she was stabbed hard in the chest. It was at this moment that she really discovered it. This man named Yi Tiance, he's so damn good at showing off. She thought that after so many years of being admired by the stars, it was the first time that she was so disliked by a man. She curled her lips in displeasure and said, Humph. I won't drink anymore. Sister, I won't listen to your nonsense. I'll go upstairs to wash up and go to bed. After saying that, he got up and wandered upstairs. TCH. You broke your defense. There are so many things about your breasts. Yi Tiance curled his lips indifferently. Jingle bell. At this time, his cell phone rang, and it was Zhao Hailong calling. Answer the phone. Zhao Hailong said respectfully, Mr. Yi, you previously ordered your subordinates to inquire about some information about the Lu family and Lu Yenji, and you already have some clues. Is it convenient for you to let your subordinates report in person? Okay, come to Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Yes. Hang up the phone. Yi Tiance drank red wine, with a heart-stopping cold light shining in his eyes. Chapter 254 Qinqingdi and Lu Yenji. Half an hour later. Zhao Hailong came to Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. When he walked into the living room and saw the women's sandals placed at the door, he was stunned for a moment. Okay? Is there a woman living with Mr. Yi? But it's normal to think about it after all, with Yi Tiance's status, what's wrong with living with a woman? Don't say 1, count it 10. That is only natural. Yi Tiance sat on the sofa. Zhao Hailong stood in front of him respectfully. First, he flattered and said, Hey, Mr. Yi, your arrogance in punishing Rong Zidong and others at the tendering chamber last night was really revealing. Although my subordinates didn't see it with their own eyes, it still makes people fascinated. Yi Tiance raised his hand and interrupted, Stop talking nonsense and talk about business. Yes. Zhao Hailong was so frightened that he shivered. Mr. Yi, according to your request, my subordinates investigated the various movements of the Lu family in Jiangnan before and after the fire of the Yi family 15 years ago, and indeed found 2 strange pieces of information. First, 7 days before the fire in the Yi family, your grandfather Yi Xuanying had a private meeting with Lu Jiani, the head of the Lu family, but no one knew what they talked about. However, after the meeting between the two, Lu Jiani immediately left Jiangnan City for the provincial capital, and did not return until 7 days later. On the day he came back, the Yi family suddenly suffered a fire. Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes. This thing sounds a little weird. Zhao Hailong continued, the second point is that the day after the Yi family suffered a fire, the entire Lu family immediately closed their doors and had no contact with the outside world for more than a month. Of course, many people know this, and what is meant within the family? Convene for confidential information. But rumors said that Lu Jiani was actually seriously injured and had to go through hell before he was lucky enough to save his life. But externally, Lu Jiani never mentioned this injury to anyone, and seemed to deliberately conceal it. But one thing is certain, that is, the Lu family has been cheating since then, its status and power have soared, and it has become the most powerful and mysterious family in Jiangnan City. Yi Tiance asked, "What is Lu Jianyi's current situation?" Zhao Hailong replied, "He died 5 years ago, and now the head of the Lu family is his son Lu Hongzhen." Yi Tiance frowned, "Dead? What's the reason?" Zhao Hailong replied, "This matter will involve Lu Yanji. When she came out of the blue, she led the already prosperous Lu family to be even more unstoppable, and she had a tendency to unify the business community in Jiangnan City. She herself is known as the business empress of Jiangnan City, and she is a popular strong woman in the entire Tiannan province. But just over 5 years ago, no one expected that Lu Yanji, who was gaining momentum, would actually be with a man, and suddenly announced that she would quit the business world and live in seclusion abroad with him." Yi Tiance asked, "Oh? Who is that man?" Although he and Lu Yanji have not known each other for a long time, he can feel that the other person is arrogant and arrogant. It's hard to imagine that she would give up so much for a man. Zhao Hailong took a deep breath and seemed a little nervous as he said, "This man is the famous Chen Qingdi, but very few people know about his relationship with Lu Yanji." "Chen Qingdi? I have never heard of him. He is very powerful?" Zhao Hailong couldn't help being stunned. "But considering Mr. Ye's character, he doesn't seem to take anyone seriously. It's normal that he hasn't heard his name before." He explained, "Amazing. Of course it is amazing. This Chen Qingdi's real name is Chen Qingji, and he is a legendary figure in Tiannan province. It is said that this man joined the Grey Forces from the bottom of society more than 20 years ago and worked hard. Due to his outstanding talent and strong personality, he became the strongest underground force in Tiannan province 10 years ago. He leads the Qinglong society and has tens of thousands of brothers under his command. He can be called an underground emperor, so he is called Emperor Chen Qing. This person is not only huge in power, but his personal combat prowess is unparalleled. He also broke through to the legendary God of War realm 10 years ago and has the qualifications to participate in the Dragon Kingdom God ranking, but for some reasons he never participates God list ranking. But there are rumors that when Jiangnan war god Lin Feng was rising, he challenged Chen Qingji in private, but was defeated in less than 5 moves. Therefore, it can be seen that Chen Qingji is known as Chen Qingdi, and he is worthy of his name." Yi Tiance showed no signs of fluctuation. "Good guy. It takes 5 moves to defeat Lin Feng? This strength is not that good. How dare you claim to be emperor? I'm convinced too. After all, Lin Feng just slapped him in front of him." Zhao Hailong continued, "About 5 years ago, Chen Qingji and Lu Yanji met unexpectedly. Although Chen Qingji was more than 10 years older than Lu Yanji, he was so dazzling that even Lu Yanji had to lower her arrogant head and finally chose to be with him. Soon after, the two announced that they would go abroad to live in seclusion and live a life of 2 people. It would be okay if everything develops in this direction, but less than 3 months after the 2 of them went abroad, something happened to the Lu family. The head of the family, Lu Jianyi, was suddenly and unexpectedly kidnapped. Although the Lu family tried their best to rescue him, by the time they arrived at the scene, Lu Jianyi had died unexpectedly. The gang that kidnapped him could not be traced, and it remains an unsolved case to this day. Not only the Lu family, but almost at the same time, half of the senior officials of the Qinglong Club under Chen Qingji also suffered accidental deaths one after another, causing the Qinglong Club's strength to drop sharply and become worse than before." Yi Tiance frowned slightly. "After such a big thing happened, didn't Lu Yanji and Chen Qingji return to China for a visit?" Zhao Hailong shook his head and said, "No. The strangest thing is here, Chen Qingji and Lu Yanji said they were going to live in seclusion abroad, but in today's information age, where can there be real seclusion? But after these 2 people left, they seem to have disappeared from the world. There was no news at all and no one could contact them, including the Lu family and Qinglong society. They tried their best to find their traces, but found nothing. Therefore, at that time, the senior officials within the Lu family and the Qinglong Association speculated that the 2 of them would most likely encounter an accident and die in a foreign land, but due to various reasons, they suppressed the disclosure to the public." "Is there such a thing? That's quite interesting." Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes. If there is a place in this world that is truly isolated from the rest of the world, it cannot be contacted by any means from the outside world. Fallen City definitely counts as one. But these two people have never been to the fallen city, so where did they go? Zhao Hailong continued, but more than a month ago, Lu Yanji, who had disappeared for 5 years, suddenly returned to Jiangnan City after coming back. He seemed to be a changed person, seizing power within the Lu family in a very domineering and powerful way. Nowadays, Lu Yanji's father Lu Hongjin appears to be the head of the Lu family, but in fact the real person responsible is Lu Yanji. Not only that, although the Qinglong Club is not as powerful as before, it is now secretly following Lu Yanji's lead. Yi Tiance asked, what about Chen Qingji? Zhao Hailong shook his head. He has not returned to China. There is no information related to him. Lu Yanji himself has never mentioned him. Maybe something unexpected happened? Yi Tiance did not respond to his words, but lowered his eyes and thought. At this moment, he seemed to have vaguely grasped a clue. 5 years ago, 5 years ago. And many more. Last night I was discussing the mysterious transaction with Zhang Xiuhu in the hospital, which happened 5 years ago. Lu Yanji and Chen Qingji also suddenly lost contact 5 years ago. All 5 years ago. Could it be that? Chapter 255. My sister wants to watch a striptease. This moment. Yi Tiance couldn't help but have a very bold speculation in his mind. That was the transaction that took place on a small island in the Pacific 5 years ago. Could it be related to the disappearance of Chen Qingji and Lu Yanji? Although on the surface, these two things seem almost incompatible. But after the mysterious organization stole the trading items, it disappeared, as if it had evaporated in this world. Lu Yanji and Chen Qingji also suddenly disappeared 5 years ago. I have to say that there is indeed a certain similarity between the two. Of course, regardless of whether there is a relationship between the two. But what is certain at the moment is that Lu Yanji suddenly returned to Jiangnan City a month ago, seized power internally to integrate the Lu family, and recently started to take the initiative to attack. It is definitely not a child's fooling around. What is the purpose of this woman? What secrets did she know about the fire 15 years ago that I didn't know? Yi Tiance couldn't help but have various doubts in his heart. To be honest, this is definitely the first time in so many years that he is a bit unpredictable about a woman. It seems that in the next period of time, there will be no shortage of interactions with Lu Yanji. Yi Tiance said, do you have any other information to report about the Lu family and Lu Yanji? Zhao Hailong shook his head and said, that's all my subordinates can investigate. Yi Tiance nodded, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work, this is what I should do after all. Without your wisdom and guidance back then, how could I be where I am today? Zhao Hailong looked humble. He continued, last time, your battery car was hit by Kai Kuan downstairs of our company. My subordinates think it is inconvenient for you to always ride a battery-powered car, so they have arranged for someone to deliver the luxury car to your garage before tomorrow morning. By the way, there's also this, if your subordinates can handle it through the relationship, you won't need to go to a driving school to take a special test. With that said, he took out a driver's license from his wallet and handed it to Yi Tiance respectfully. Oh? This surprised Yi Tiance. Since he came back from the fallen city 3 years ago, he has been living in seclusion in the Xiao family and has never taken a driver's license test. He has been busy with various things recently and has no time. But it was done by Zhao Hailong. Yi Tiance took the driver's license and nodded, good job. Zhao Hailong chuckled and asked, Mr. Yi, now that Ji Jiaji Wuli is dead, what about the 100 billion order? Yi Tiance said, Ji Wuli's death does not mean that the supporters behind the Ji family are dead. These 100 billion orders will be carried out according to the original plan. After all, this game has just begun. If you want to play, you must play it to the end. My subordinate understands. Zhao Hailong cupped his hands to Yi Tiance and said, it's getting late. I will go back and continue making arrangements. I won't disturb your rest. After Zhao Hailong left, Yi Tiance stood up, stretched himself and went upstairs. When he walked to Lu Ruyan's bedroom, he found that her room door was closed. She must have drunk too much and fell asleep. Yi Tiance murmured, turned around and went to the bathroom to take a bath. Put on your pajamas, go back to your bedroom, lie down and play with your phone. Ding. At this time, the WeChat message alert sounded, and it was Han Ruoyun who sent a message. Han Ruoyun, handsome man, what are you doing alone at night? Yi Tians, I just took a shower and went to bed. Han Ruoyun, you wouldn't secretly clean the pipes behind my back, right? Bad smile expression. Yi Tians, damn it, who do you think I am? I am an upright and healthy young man. Serious expression. Han Ruoyun, I don't believe it. Han Ruoyun, just wait. More than 2 minutes later. Han Ruoyun sent a selfie. In the selfie, she is wearing a JK uniform, with 2 long, white legs stretching out from under the skirt. Under her feet are a pair of knee-high white stockings, and her cute toes can be seen through the reinforcements of the stockings. She sat on the bed like a duck and made a charming gesture of biting her lips. Especially the small clothes on the upper body can hardly block the firmness of the chest, and it is almost about to burst. Yi Tian's eyes widened instantly. My day. Is this woman trying to break my Taoist heart again at night? This is not finished. Ding. 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 Han Ruoyun sent many selfies one after another. The style of all the photos is looming, posing in various poses, and making people's blood pump. It's much better than those private photos of young models on the internet. What's more, Han Ruoyun is an acquaintance, so this kind of photo is even more exciting. Yi Tians felt hot all over. Ding. She sent another text message. Han Ruoyun, Xiao Sisi, with so many welfare photos of me, do I make you stand at attention? Bad smile expression. Yi Tians, no, don't talk nonsense, I'm suing you for slander. Serious expression. Han Ruoyun, haha. He must have stood at attention. When you stand upright, go wipe the pipe, otherwise you will be so panicked. Isn't this lady very considerate? Sundara expression. Yi Tians, you are the most considerate, right? Perfunctory expression. Han Ruoyun, since I am so considerate, can you give me a small benefit? Yi Tians, what benefits? Han Ruoyun, I want to see photos of you cleaning your pipes. Shy expression. Holy shit. Is this girl really crazy? Playing on such a grand scale? Yi Tians couldn't help shouting in surprise. He finally discovered that since getting closer to Han Ruoyun, this woman always drove when she chatted with him. Is this the legendary flirting? Although it's not healthy, it's still quite exciting. Yi Tians sighed secretly in his heart. Just when he was struggling with how to reply to Han Ruoyun's message. Sudden. Duong. There was a loud noise and his bedroom door was kicked open. Who? Yi Tians was startled and quickly put down his phone and put the quilt over his pants. Look up. It turned out that Lu Ruyan walked in from the door. At this time, her face was red, she still smelled of alcohol, and her eyes were blurred. Of course this is nothing. The most important thing is that this woman has taken off all her outer clothes and pants, and is only wearing a set of black lace tights. Just walked in swaggeringly. Yi Tians was almost shocked. Are they going to put on a Victoria's Secret show this evening? Or are you going to molest me? Yi Tians was confused. Hey! What are you doing? Lu Ruyan complained a little drunkenly and aggrievedly, ha! You bastard! You said that my fiancé doesn't care about my sister, what's wrong with my sister? Look at these breasts, aren't they big? Not round? Aren't these legs long? Not straight? Yi Tians was helpless for a while. Good guy, it turns out this is what happened. He had no choice but to respond, your breasts are big and round, and your legs are long and straight, right? Go back to your room and sleep, don't worry. After all, he still wants to continue talking about relationships with Han Ruoyun. Yi Tian's perfunctory attitude. Let Lu Ruyan pat him hard directly beside the bed. My surname is Yi, what do you mean? Sister, I don't want to take a second look when I stand in front of you, right? Believe it or not, sister, I took off all my clothes for you to see? Ha! Yi Tian said helplessly, you are drunk, stop making trouble and go back to your room to rest. He didn't expect Lu Ruyan to have such a crazy side when he was drunk. It was an eye-opener. No. Not sister. Hiccup. Lu Ruyan burped, scratched her neck and said. Yi Tian sighed and said, then what do you want to do to be obedient? Hey. Lu Ruyan looked Yi Tian up and down and smiled slightly. My sister wants to see you do a striptease. Hee, how about you give me a plastic surgery? Chapter 256 I love the vast world. Yi Tian said seriously, Lu Ruyan, I advise you to respect yourself, don't be all showy, and go back to rest when you're drunk. Lu Ruyan had a drunken expression on his face. He curled his lips and said stubbornly, Oomph. Who do you think you are? Why should my sister listen to you? Hiccup. Listen to your sister quickly and do a striptease, the kind of subject 3. While talking, she also took out her mobile phone and turned on the video recording function in a daze. Urged, Hiccup. Hurry up. Sister, I like to admire men's strong bodies the most. Before, I could only hide in bed secretly and watch videos. Today, sister is in a bad mood. You have to watch the real thing to make yourself happy. Just do it, sister. Yi Tian's twitched the corners of his eyes and felt that letting Lu Ruyan move in today was simply inviting a wolf into the house. What's even more unexpected is that the other party actually has this kind of hobby in private, and shows it vividly and nakedly after being drunk. Lu Ruyan became a little anxious when she saw Yi Tian still sitting on the bed and not getting off the bed. She actually rolled onto the bed, holding up her cell phone with one hand to record the video, and with the other hand she pulled off the quilt covering Yi Tian's lower body. Swish. When the quilt is pulled off. Lu Ruyan, whose eyes were originally blurry, fell in the middle of Yi Tian's, and was stunned for a moment, and his mouth opened slightly in an O shape. OMG. He actually stood at attention. But not only did she not feel shy, she didn't look away. Instead, he said excitedly, Hiccup. Are you showing off your arms to your sister? People just want to see this, take it off quickly. As she said that, she grabbed Yi Tian's pajamas and pants and pulled them down. What the hell? At this time, Yi Tian's had 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past in his heart. I think that the young master of the fallen city is a top-notch existence in terms of power, status, wealth, and martial arts skills. Today, a woman forced her to take off her pants on the bed? Striptease? Subject 3. If this spreads out, he can't afford to lose this person. He threatened seriously, Lu Ruyan, please loosen my pants immediately and go back to your room to sleep. If you don't obey me again, don't blame me for being rude. It's just that Lu Ruyan was very excited after being drunk. Facing the threat, she frowned and said, don't be obedient. Disobedient. Ah, do you have the ability to be rude to your sister? Hiccup. I'm afraid you don't have the guts. That's what you said. Yi Tian snorted coldly, turned over and pinned Lu Ruyan under him. His whole body was sitting on top of her. Snapped. Just hit the butt and give it a slap, it's so elastic. Do you want to listen or not? Boom. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Although it hurt a little, she was still not stimulated to wake up. Instead, he kicked his legs and struggled, shouting, I won't listen. I won't listen. Yeah. I rub? Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat. Raise your hand and slap me again. Snapped. Do you want to listen or not? I won't listen. Snapped. Do you want to listen to me or not? I won't listen. No. Snapped. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to obey me? I don't to. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan, who was holding her neck, finally couldn't help the pain and opened her mouth to cry. Duda's tears flowed down one by one, he was so aggrieved. Wow. Oh, you hit me. Hiccup. You actually hit me. I want to tell my mother. Hiccup. Lu Ruyan was crying bitterly with grievances and burping from wine. How could she still have any trace of the national goddess attitude? Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment and looked down. I saw that Lu Ruyan was only wearing black pants, and there were several clear slap marks on both sides of her smooth white buttocks, which were bright red. It seems that the attack was a little heavy. But I have to say that this kind of picture is very impactful and exciting. It seems that in Japanese love and war movies, the male protagonist always likes to leave such marks on the heroine. Hiss. Coupled with the posture he and Lu Ruyan maintained at this time, it was really ambiguous. Do. At this moment, Yi Tiance's WeChat voice rang. It was Han Ruoyan calling. Yi Tiance panicked a little and quickly reminded Lu Ruyan, "Shoo. Stop howling. I'll answer the phone." Oh. Woohoo. I don't know if she was shocked by the spanking, but Lu Ruyan snorted twice, stopped crying, and shook her shoulders. Yi Tiance answered the phone with a sigh of relief. On the opposite side, Han Ruoyan complained, "Hey. Why didn't you reply to my message? Didn't I just ask you to send me some photos of cleaning pipes? How stingy." Yi Tiance coughed dryly and said, "Well, I was busy just now and forgot to read the news." Han Ruoyan asked with some confusion, "Something happened temporarily? Are you messing around with other women behind my back?" Yi Tiance subconsciously replied, "What are you thinking about?" But he was only halfway through his words. Lu Ruyan, who was under her, suddenly shook her head and opened her mouth to sing, "The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains." Yi Tiance's heart skipped a beat. Damn, that's not good. Han Ruoyan on the opposite side asked, "Huh? Is there someone singing?" Yi Tiance said, "There is someone singing outside." Han Ruoyan complained, "Well, it's hard to sing with such an ugly voice." Call. Fortunately it was not discovered. Yi Tiance was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, "Ah! You are hurting my sister, get off me quickly." Yi Tiance. Han Ruoyan suddenly asked cautiously, "Which woman is talking? Who are you pressing on?" Without waiting for Yi Tiance to explain, Lu Ruyan's voice sounded again, "Ah! Your gun is pressed against my sister's but, hiccup. Take it away quickly. I love the vast world." She sang again. Yi Tiance. Finished. Barbie is Ching. Now even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to clean myself. As predicted. Han Ruoyan's chest heaved with anger and said, "Yi Tiance. You bastard. You have sex with other women behind my back, and you even sing. You are not clean anymore, and I will never pay attention to you again." After saying that, hang up the phone. Yi Tiance almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Lu Ruyan, I've had enough of you. What the hell? He was about to teach Lu Ruyan a lesson. Only to find that the other person closed his eyes and fell asleep. Hey! Stop pretending to be asleep, get up and explain. Yi Tiance pushed her, but Lu Ruyan didn't move at all, completely immersed in a drunken dream. Yi Tiance shook his head helplessly. What evil did I do in my previous life? I'm so damn drunk that I could let Master and his old man leave such a fiancé. He suppressed his displeasure and got off Lu Ruyan. Forget it, blame my mistake anyway, she will never be allowed to drink again in the future. Yi Tiance adjusted the position of the gun and let Lu Ruyan sleep in his room, while he left to lie down in the next bedroom. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Han Ruoyan. Are you asleep? There was some misunderstanding about what happened just now. I didn't expect the message to pop up immediately. Your message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. See the big red exclamation mark. Only then did Yi Tiance realize that he had been blocked by Han Ruoyan. He was so angry that he almost dropped his phone. Damn it! Lu Ruyan, your uncle, you are so bad and good, I will take revenge sooner or later. Chapter 257, Has anyone eaten shit? The entrance to the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Action Group office. Squeak. The huge iron door opened. Two people shrank their necks and walked out tremblingly. They are Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan. A staff member snorted and scolded, "Be a good person from now on, and you are not allowed to give false testimony again. If you do it next time, you will go to jail." Yes. I understand. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan nodded respectfully. Even though they were only detained for an extra 24 hours, in such a short period of time, they did not sleep well for a minute, endured great psychological pressure, and almost suffered a mental breakdown. Fortunately, there was an element of coercion and perjury this time, otherwise I would have been put in jail. "Mom, brother, are you okay?" At this time, Xiao Qingcheng, who had been waiting not far away, walked over quickly and asked with concern. Her eyes were still a little red, and it was obvious that she had cried. Zhang Huilan curled her lips and complained, "Look at me, do I look good? In the end, it's all Yi Tian's fault. If he hadn't implicated us, would your brother and I have been imprisoned?" Xiaonan nodded and said, "That's right. Mom and I have suffered a lot in there. We can't eat well and can't sleep well. We all rely on Yi Tian's." Xiao Qingcheng frowned. "If you two didn't help perjury, you wouldn't have been detained for one more day. Thank God for being released." Zhang Huilan said displeased, "Qingcheng, why are you still turning your elbows outward to speak for that bastard Yi Tian's? Don't forget your relationship with him. We are only one certificate away from officially getting divorced." Xiaonan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, this guy named Ji has been against our Xiao family many times since he became a bit capable. Forgetting the great kindness he has shown him in the past 3 years, I will never let him go. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hushi. Don't bully young people into poverty." Hearing Yi Tian's name, Xiao Qingcheng sighed with a lonely expression. I recall that not long ago, she was still so high-spirited and the most popular female CEO in Jiangnan City. She was confident, calm, and neat no matter what she did. But now, everything changed after filing for divorce. Squeak. The huge iron door opened again, and another person walked out dejectedly with his neck scrunched up. It's Morong Fan. He had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, his face was a little pale, and his eyes were shining with fear. Yesterday, he was bragging that he knew Vice Captain Juniper, so he was arrested by Bloody Rose. After being interrogated for 24 hours, he was finally released after it was confirmed that he and Juniper had only had normal business dealings and had no other interactions. I was exhausted both physically and mentally at this moment. The cool night breeze blew by, and he gasped, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. "Senior Morong? Are you okay?" Seeing him, Xiao Qingcheng took the initiative to say hello and asked. Hear the words. Morong Fan naturally pretended to be calm and smiled. "It's great they treated me well when I was there. After all, just because of my father's relationship, they didn't dare to do anything to me." Xiao Qingcheng apologized, "I'm really sorry. If it wasn't to save me last night, I wouldn't have involved you in it." Morong Fan's heart warmed and he said, "Hey. It's just a trivial matter. As long as I can help you, I won't hesitate to let the senior go up the mountain of swords and the sea of fire." Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan, who heard the conversation on the sidelines, looked at each other and then thought of something. Zhang Huilan asked expectantly, "Daughter, is this the senior Morong Fan you mentioned? His father is the vice president of our Jiangnan City Sihai Chamber of Commerce?" Xiao Qingcheng nodded. Zhang Huilan's face was filled with joy, and she quickly reached out her hand and said with a smile, "So it's nephew Morong Xian. Auntie, I see that you are very talented and majestic. If only I could have a son-in-law like you." Xiaonan also boasted, "If I could have a brother-in-law like Mr. Morong, I would be happy even if I was asked to live in a mansion every day and drive a sports car." Listening to the two singing and harmonizing, Morong Fan immediately became ecstatic. The fatigue all over my body dissipated immediately. He pretended to be humble and said, "Auntie, you're welcome. Qingcheng is the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City. She is beautiful and has outstanding abilities. The younger generation also admires her very much, huh? Just laugh heartily with him." Zhang Huilan, who was standing opposite, suddenly wrinkled her nose. Some people said with nausea, "Oh, let me go." Where did the smell come from? Who ate shit? Xiaonan also fanned with his hand and said, "You. It smells so bad." Hear the words. Morong Fan suddenly blushed, feeling a little embarrassed as he dug his toes into the ground. Originally, he suffered from excessive kidney deficiency and had super bad breath. In addition, he was detained for 24 hours without cleaning his mouth naturally. He smelled extremely bad now. Even if you are standing outside in an open space, when you speak, people standing opposite can smell it. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan also realized that the smell came from Morong Fan's mouth. All a little embarrassed. Zhang Huilan coughed slightly and changed the subject. "Nephew Morong Xian, if it's convenient, let's go have a meal together? Just think of it as thanking you for helping our family many times recently. Auntie appreciates an outstanding young man like you." Morong Fan would naturally not miss this opportunity. Then he nodded and said, "Junior, it's better to be respectful than to obey." Immediately, Morong Fan seemed to have thought of something and asked Xiao Qingcheng, "Senior Qingcheng, Yan Yan didn't come with you?" Xiao Qingcheng shook his head and said, "She sent a message saying that something has happened these days and she wants to move out. I don't know the specific reason." All right. Morong Fan didn't think much about it, and then left with Xiao Qingcheng's family of 3. Night, 12 o'clock. In the east of Jiangnan City, Lu Family Manor. The manor is lined with various buildings, surrounded by rockeries and surging fountains, which is very impressive. At this time, in the living room of a single-family villa. Wearing a black suspender pajamas, Lu Yenji is sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. Her 2 long legs are straight and long. She is also wearing slender black silk gloves on her hands. She sat there with a cold expression and a condescending attitude. In front of her, half kneeling, a man wearing black night clothes and a gray mask was respectfully reporting. Rong Jiarong Tianli has sent his staff Luo Yuanliang and Feng Tengbai to Jiangnan City to support Jibwood 1. The 100 billion order project will be officially launched tomorrow. Diayele, the deputy general manager of Fingrong Group, fell to his death from a building. Rong Jiarong Meiyan was transferred back to the provincial capital for questioning. According to reliable information, Diayele was controlled by Mandala water and jumped to his death. Lu Yinji said calmly, "Where is the news about Yi Tiance?" The man in black said, "Zhao Hailong went to his residence tonight. It is unknown what he discussed with his subordinates. His subordinates did not dare to approach his residence for fear of being targeted and discovered by the other party." Any more? The man in black thought for a while and then added, "The eldest lady of the Lu family in the provincial capital, Lu Ruyan, slept at Yi Tiance's residence tonight and didn't see what the 2 of them did. I heard her singing the most dazzling national style. Well, it was really unpleasant. My subordinates couldn't withstand the sonic attack, so they retreated to monitor and came back to report." Lu Yenji nodded, "I understand, let's get down." Yes. The figure of the man in black flashed and disappeared from the place. Lu Yenji stood up and walked barefoot to the wine cabinet and bar in the living room. Hua hua hua. She poured half a glass of red wine and shook it slightly. "Lower your head." I saw a photo on the bar. It was Yi Tiance. She took a sip of red wine and murmured softly, "There are still 6 days left. If we don't cooperate with Yenji after the expiration date, things will probably get ugly. But before that, Yenji has some expectations. Can you overcome the difficulties in front of you?" He. Chapter 258. My sister realizes her mistake. The next day, early in the morning. Villa number 1 in Zijin Tiangong. What? A sharp and loud shout directly woke up Yi Tiance from his sleep. Just opened my eyes. Duong. The bedroom door was kicked open. Lu Ruyan rushed in. She was wearing black lace underwear. Her whole face was full of grievance and anger. Her eyes were red and she almost cried. "Yi, you big pervert, what did you do to my sister last night?" Yi Tiance scratched the back of his head and said in confusion, "Why are you so crazy so early in the morning? I didn't do anything to you." "You're a pervert and you're still making excuses? You dare to do it but don't admit it, right? Willow's 7 orifices are as smoky as smoke. You didn't do anything. Why did I sleep on your bed, sister? How come I was stripped down to my underwear? My whole body is still sore? Especially this person. Why is there a slap mark on her little butt? It must be you, is it right to hit? This series of questioning made me feel more and more aggrieved, and tears started to flow down my face. I think she is the eldest lady of the Liu family in the provincial capital, with fair skin, beautiful appearance, slender waist and long legs. She is regarded as the national goddess and she has always been clean and self-sufficient. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen on the first night I stayed at Yi Tian's house. How can I behave if word spreads about it? And even while she was drunk. It would have been better not to say this. After saying this, Yi Tian's almost broke his guard. Good guy, you have the nerve to ask this? You were the one who broke into my room last night and made a big fuss. Now you're asking me, are you ashamed? You're talking nonsense. My sister is clean, gentle, and dignified. How could I do such a thing? Lu Ruyan wiped away her tears and choked up. Although I want to believe that you are my fiancé now, I didn't say I promised to be with you. What's more, even if you agree, you shouldn't take advantage of others' danger and use such perverted methods. Woo-woo, they don't want to live anymore. Yi Tian's almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Last night, this girl caused him to be misunderstood and blacklisted by Han Ruoyun. The debt has not yet been settled with her. Now, the other side hits him first. Isn't this really bullying an honest person? Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, Yi, if you are still a man, you must either be responsible to my sister to the end, or I will accuse you of rape and make you sit in jail and eat corn every day. Yi Tian's immediately refused. Have your spring and autumn dream. He got off the bed, grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm, and walked towards the bedroom that belonged to him. Hey! What are you going to do? Lu Ruyan turned pale with fright and stepped back with her but stuck out. You already bullied my sister once last night. Do you still want to be a beast? Even if I die, I won't obey you, beast. Pervert. Bastard. You just know how to bully me, woo-woo. Yi Tian's turned a deaf ear to her cries, forcibly took her to the bedroom and lifted the quilt, revealing clean white sheets. Open your eyes and look, there's no blood on it. Does that mean I bullied you last night? Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes. I saw that the surface of the sheets was indeed clean. Yi Tian said calmly, unless you want to say that you are not a virgin, no matter how I stabbed you last night, you won't bleed? Ah. This. Lu Ruyan curled her lips and said, Humph. Then it can't be that after you finished bullying others, you threw away the sheets and replaced them with a clean set? Okay. Talk back. Yi Tian's glanced at him, picked up Lu Ruyan's mobile phone from the bedside, and ordered, unlock the phone immediately. Lu Ruyan was a little scared. What are you going to do? Yi Tian said coldly, just do what you are told. If you don't obey, I will press you on the bed and force you 800 times now. Lu Ruyan shrank her neck in fright. Don't be cruel. It's not enough for my sister to unlock it. She unlocked her phone. Yi Tian's took the phone, clicked on the photo album to find the stored video, and played it for Lu Ruyan to watch. The content of the video was that she was filming Yi Tian's as he climbed onto the bed, followed by various excited and drunken sounds. Hiccup. Are you showing off your weapons to your sister? Hee, this is what people want to see, so take it off quickly. Are you showing off weapons to your sister? Do you have the guts to be rude to your sister? I love the vast world. Boom. Lu Ruyan froze on the spot, her mouth slightly opened, her cheeks were red almost to her ears, her toes dug into the ground in embarrassment, wanting to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. How could this happen? Although she knew that sometimes she would be a little crazy when drunk, but she didn't expect that she would be so crazy last night. Taishi is dead. Yi Tian snorted coldly, you were so loud just now, what do you say now? Fortunately, Lu Ruyan recorded the video by herself last night before leaving the room. He conveniently pressed the save button on the video recorded on her mobile phone. Otherwise, it would be like yellow mud fell into my crotch today, and it would be shit if not shit. Ifas, I am sorry. Lu Ruyan lowered his head and puffed out his mouth, just like a kindergarten kid who had done something wrong. If she had known the truth earlier, no matter how willful her character was, she would not have wronged Yi Tian's. Yi Tian said calmly, if an apology is useful, what else should the police do? Then what do you want? Yi Tian said calmly, you can move out, I can't keep you here. What? Lu Ruyan's expression changed. I saw her sitting on the ground and hugging Yi Tian's thigh. Yi Tian's, handsome boy Yi, benefactor Yi, don't be angry. Sister, I understand my mistake and promise not to drink more in the future. I beg you, my lord, if you have a lot of money, you can take me in for a few more days. Are you going to bear with me living on the street? Don't worry, my sister will definitely make up for her fault and never make you angry again, okay? Is it okay? She shook Yi Tian's thigh and blinked her big watery eyes. This look is so pitiful. You must know that her upper body is only wearing underwear, which is still half a cup of lace. At this time, the pair of C-cups were just on Yi Tian's thighs. Looking down from a high position, most of the scenery falls into your eyes. The dual benefits of touch and sight made most of Yi Tian's unhappy mood dissipate. Ugh! There is really nothing we can do against this woman. Yi Tian's operated Lu Ruyan's mobile phone twice and said calmly, I won't do this next time. Yeah. You're so kind, he. Lu Ruyan pecked at the rice and nodded, as happy as a 95-pound child. Yi Tian's threw the phone to Lu Ruyan. I still have some things to do. You go home and clean up the mess I made last night. When I come back in the evening, I will check if you are not satisfied at all, just pack up and go out to live. Lu Ruyan stood up like a carp and saluted, yes sir. Yi Tian's rolled his eyes. I went next door to change my clothes, then went downstairs to the underground garage. The originally empty underground garage was now filled with luxury cars of various styles. Ferrari and Lamborghini sports cars, as well as luxury cars like Bentley and Rolls-Royce. Ha! Zhao Hailong is really attentive. Yi Tian's finally chose the most low-key Volkswagen Touareg and left the garage. As soon as he drove out of Villa number 1, Yi Tian's suddenly stopped the car and lowered the window. He glanced at a big willow tree by the road. There was a slightly deformed thick branch with shoe prints on the surface. From here, you can just see the window of Villa number 1. Ha ha. It's getting more and more interesting. Yi Tian smiled meaningfully, started the car and left. Chapter 259. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. After being blocked by Han Ruoyan last night, Yi Tian's chatted with Rong Meiyin for a while. The main thing was to ask her how things were going after she returned to the Rong family in the provincial capital. Rong Meiyin replied to the message saying that the situation was more troublesome than expected, but she could still handle it. He also said that the company would be given full responsibility to Yi Tian's, who had the highest decision-making power in the company, and could do whatever he wanted. She could hold off the Rong family in the provincial capital. Finally, he sent a piece of information to Yi Tian's, saying that he would use it in the future management of the company. That's why Yi Tian's drove to Fingrong Group. As soon as I entered the office area, I heard the employees chattering and making a lot of noise. When they saw Yi Tian's, many people whispered, "Let me go, does this guy still have the guts to come here?" He was the one who killed Vice President Diao, and after being taken away by the law enforcement team, he was released again? I heard that Director Rong was called back to the provincial capital. Now the man surnamed Yi is the dominant one who knows if there will be other troubles. Yi Tian's glanced at the employees, and everyone immediately lowered their heads and closed their mouths. At this time, the HR manager walked over quickly and said in a panic, "Mr. Yi, you are finally here." Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows and asked, "During work, why are everyone so noisy and not working? Someone jumped off the building again?" The HR manager smiled bitterly and lowered his voice, "No one jumped off the building, but the death of Vice President Diao yesterday caused a lot of public opinion. Now many employees are emotionally resistant and ask you to voluntarily resign as general manager, otherwise they will prepare to resign as a group. You look? Hear the words." Yi Tian sneered lightly, then raised his voice and said, "Okay, whoever wants to form a group to resign should stand up immediately and I will sign and agree." Wow. Everyone in the office area heard this sentence clearly. Everyone had different expressions. Good guy, are you so cruel? Without even discussing it, he should expel everyone who opposes him? The HR manager embarrassedly reminded, "Mr. Yi, these people account for almost half of the company's employees. If they all leave, many businesses will be paralyzed. Should we be gentler? Yi Tian said indifferently, my personality is that those who obey me will prosper and those who disobey me will perish. Do you want to be gentle? Let them go home to find their mothers. In my place, those who disobey will have to be fired and gone. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people stood up from their workstations. At a glance, these people are all familiar faces, the middle and senior management of the company who support DOYLA. The marketing manager said coldly, oh. What a loud tone! I have devoted my youth, blood, and sweat to the company. Why do you fire us? The manager of the advertising department said angrily, as a murderer suspected of killing Vice President Diao, what qualifications do you have to continue to serve as general manager? The manager of the public relations department also said, that is, if you are responsible for the failure of a 100 billion order project, which puts the company's future in jeopardy, and you still have the nerve to stay in the position of general manager, why should everyone listen to your orders? With these people taking the lead in stirring up trouble, many employees present immediately waved their flags and cheered for support. Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction with Yi Tian's, and the office area instantly became a mess. It seems that the situation in the entire office area is about to be out of control. Yi Tian suddenly shouted loudly, shut up! Boom! Just 2 words, like Hong Zhong de Lu, instantly drowned out all the noisy sounds. So much so that the surrounding air and even the water in the water glass vibrated and sparkled. Everyone covered their ears at the same time, for fear of having their eardrums burst. After Yi Tian's shouting disappeared, the office area immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Yi Tian's with shock and fear. How did this guy do it? Is it possible to master the lion's roar skill? Yi Tian's glanced at the middle and high-level people. He said coldly, you ask me what qualifications do I have to continue to be the general manager? Then I will tell you now. Rong Meiyan has asked me to be responsible for all matters of the company. I have the power to act first and then act. I can do whatever I want. If you are not convinced, you can come out and hit me. Ha, you bastards who have nothing to do but have you wiped your own butts before blaming others? He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the marketing manager. You, Huang Qianlong, have been with the company for 2 years and have used your position to make profits of more than 2 million renminbi. In addition, you have repeatedly blackmailed partners, issued false invoices and other behaviors that have touched the red line. How dare you say that you have shed blood and sweat for the company? Huang Qianlong's body trembled. You, how did you know? Yi Tian's did not answer. Then he pointed at the manager of the advertising department and said coldly, you, Zheng Tianshan, deliberately disclosed the company's core secrets to a competing company last year, causing the company to lose 3,500 million yuan and make a profit of 1,000 million yuan in the end. You framed your subordinates and convicted them, and you are still talking nonsense? You don't know whether to live or die? What? Thesis over. Zheng Tianshan was trembling all over and his mind went blank. Why does Yi Tian's know this? Yi Tian's pointed at the public relations manager again. And you, Zhao Chongqing, have molested female subordinates many times in the 3 years since you joined the company. At the beginning of the year, you raped an intern and made her pregnant. You refused to compensate her and even threatened her to abort the child and not report it to the police. With such a rubbish character, you still have the nerve to continue stay here? Prison is where you belong. Boom. Zhao Chongqing's legs instantly became weak and he knelt on the ground on the spot. Yi Tian's artillery attack continues. He casually pointed at a middle-level and senior-level person who stood up, and immediately exposed all the other parties' shameful activities. What corruption, abuse of power, and personal violations! One after another, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that these leaders, who are usually so glamorous, are actually such bastards who are worse than beasts behind their backs? And these people are all loyal supporters of DOYLA. But, how did Yi Tian's know this? You know, it's only been a few days since he joined the company. They didn't know that these explosive messages were information sent to him by Rong Meiyan last night. This part of the information had been collected by Rong Meiyan a long time ago and was originally intended to be used against DOYLA and other gangs. Unexpectedly, Dio Yele died suddenly. So this information had to be handed over to Yi Tiance for him to watch and use. Now that he has these handles, Yi Tiance certainly won't spoil them. At this moment, the middle and high-level people who supported Dio Yele were all ashen-faced and trembling all over. After all, so much criminal evidence has been exposed, and being expelled is already a trivial matter, and he might even go to jail. But Yi Tiance didn't have any trouble in his heart. After all, back in the fallen city, he was able to control even the most vicious criminals and manage them in an orderly manner, not to mention this bunch of drunkards. He said calmly to the HR manager, "I will send you the information on these guys' violations of discipline and law. Those who violate company discipline should be held accountable if they are involved in illegal crimes. Call the police immediately, don't let anyone go. In addition, we mobilize surveillance. Anyone who stood up and denounced the opposition to me just now will be fired without leaving a single one. I only give you 1 day, if you can't do it, get out of here." The HR manager nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, yes. My subordinates must have made arrangements properly." Immediately, Yi Tiance turned around and left, regardless of how the middle-level managers and employees who were being dealt with apologized and begged for mercy. But when he just came downstairs, I saw a familiar face walking towards me. Wu Muhan, the criminal investigation captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau. When the other party saw Yi Tiance, he was stunned for a moment. Then his face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. It's you? What a coincidence. Yesterday you were." Yi Tiance interrupted directly and asked, "Stop talking nonsense, is there any news about Qian Rong who drugged Dio Yele?" Wu Muhan was confused for a moment when he was asked, and immediately replied subconsciously, "Qian Rong is dead." Chapter 260. You don't want your colleagues to know about the video, right? Died? Yi Tiance's pupils shrank slightly. Although this news is quite unexpected, it is also reasonable. After all, Qian Rong was used as a tool to drug Dio Yele from the beginning. Now that Dio Yele is dead and she has lost her value, she will naturally not end well. To avoid exposing more information. How did she die? Where was she? She is. Wu Muhan was about to answer when he suddenly came back to his senses. Wait a minute. You are neither my leader nor a colleague of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Why should I, the captain, answer your questions? It's you. I didn't settle the account with you yesterday. I remember being humiliated by Yi Tiance in the autopsy room yesterday, and even kicked hard in the butt. When I went home at night and took off my pants and looked in the mirror, I saw a large area of redness and swelling. It hasn't subsided yet and I can't even sit still. It's all Yi Tiance's fault. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Wu Muhan pinched his waist with both hands. No. Do you still want to attack this law enforcement officer in broad daylight? Ha! I have plenty of ways to deal with you, no need to take action. Yi Tiance took out his mobile phone and clicked on the video. The scene in the picture is the scene where Wu Muhan and Yi Tiance made a bet to drink the mandala water in the autopsy room yesterday, and were finally controlled by Yi Tiance. Name? Wu Muhan. Cup size? 34D. What color? Purple. I'm a puppy. I'm a puppy. I'm a puppy. As the video played, Wu Muhan's face turned blue and white. What a mess. Only then did she remember that her embarrassing scene was recorded by Yi Tiance yesterday. Asshole. Give me your phone. She quickly reached out to grab the phone, but Yi Tiance easily dodged it. Wu Muhan shouted angrily, I order you to delete the video immediately. Immediately. Yi Tiance imitated her previous appearance and pinched her waist with both hands. No. Do you want to attack legal citizens in broad daylight? Wu Muhan was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, You are invading my right to privacy. Believe it or not, this captain will arrest you. Yi Tiance clicked his tongue and said, I'm so scared. It's a pity that although you are the criminal investigation captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, you don't have the authority to supervise martial arts masters. You won't forget this, right? Wu Muhan blinked his big eyes. Indeed it is. She was unwilling to accept it and said, what will it take for you to delete the video? Yi Tian smiled and said, I told you a long time ago, tell me how and where Qian Rong died, don't be clever. Ha ha. Seeing Yi Tian's proud expression, Wu Muhan almost had the urge to punch him. Damn it. She couldn't figure out why Deputy Director Wang respected Yi Tian so much. This guy was obviously a despicable person. Take a deep breath and hold back your discomfort. Phew. Since you discovered the cause of Dio Yele's death, I will tell you this. She looked around to make sure no one else was paying attention. He lowered his voice and said, since yesterday afternoon, our law enforcement bureau has used various means to search for Qian Rong's traces, but found that she seemed to have disappeared from the world, with no clues. But the strange thing is that this morning the law enforcement bureau received a call from the police. The caller said that Qian Rong was dead and informed him of the place of death, and then hung up the phone. I immediately took people there and found Qian Rong's body in a dry well behind Shangshan Mountain in the western suburbs of the city. There were very few people walking around there. If someone hadn't called the police, it would have been impossible to find it in a short time. Yi Tian asked, has the cause of death been investigated? Wu Muhan nodded and said, she died from a broken neck and severe injuries. She was thrown into a dry well after her death. Judging from the strength of the broken neck, the murderer must be a martial arts master, clean and neat. And what? Wu Muhan said coldly, moreover, Qian Rong should have been assaulted after her death and was thrown into the dry well. It's a pity that the murderer took measures and could not extract DNA from the body fluids. There is such a thing? Yi Tian's frowned. He killed someone and then violated him. Isn't this a perversion? Thinking about it carefully, this woman Qian Rong is quite sad. In order to gain a higher position in the workplace, he sold his body to hang out with Dio Yele, and was later bewitched and killed Dio Yele, but he ended up with such a miserable end. This is the price of greed. Has the person who called the police been found? Wu Muhan frowned and said, I was about to say this, the caller called the police from a public telephone booth. Afterwards, we called the surveillance cameras around the phone booth and found that the person was wearing black clothes and his face was tightly wrapped, indicating that he was deliberately hiding his identity. As for the reasons, we have analyzed that they are either worried about being retaliated by the murderer, or they have other ulterior motives. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly in thought. The deaths of Dio Yele and Qian Rong have involved mandala water, martial arts masters, and even third-party forces. The whole thing is getting more and more confusing. Take me to the crime scene. Wu Muhan said unhappily, hey. Why should I, the captain, listen to you? Yi Tian's lips curved into a harmless smile. He shook his phone and said, Captain Wu, you don't want your colleagues to know about the video on your phone, right? What the hell? Wu Muhan almost spit out blood. If my colleagues find out about this, I'm afraid they will be laughed at for 2.5 years and never be able to hold their heads up again. Also, why does this sentence sound so popular? It seems to appear often in some small movies. Cough. Did this captain expose something? After a slight embarrassment flashed across her face, she curled her lips and said, I can take you there. But when you get there, you must delete the video, otherwise I will end up with you. Know it? Yi Tian responded casually. After that, Yi Tian drove Wu Muhan to Xiangshan in the western suburbs. At the foot of Xiangshan Mountain in the western suburbs, a red Maserati stopped. The car door opened, and a stunning beauty came out wearing a denim skirt, a white t-shirt, a tall figure, and a pair of e-cups. She is Han Ruoyun. But today, she had dark circles under her eyes, and her eyes were still a little red. The reason was that she happily sent Yi Tian's photos for welfare last night. Unexpectedly, a woman's voice came from Yi Tian's side. After analysis, it was most likely that the voice came from Lu Ruyan. She was so angry that she cried and blocked Yi Tian on the spot. Almost stayed up all night. Thinking that he was completely confused about the future of himself and Yi Tian. This pervert is messing around with that seek-up tablet behind my back. I'm so angry. She raised her head and glanced at Xiangshan. The reason why I came here today is to burn incense and worship God at the Wuxiang Temple on the top of Xiangshan Mountain. Although Wuxiang Temple is not the most famous Taoist temple in Jiangnan City, there are rumors that the owner of Wuxiang Temple is a capable person, and his fortune-telling and divination are very effective. Especially his attainments in calculating marriages are at their peak. So Han Ruoyun made a special trip here just to figure out what his fate with Yi Tiance would be like in the future? If it's not suitable, then continue to pull Hey Yi Tiance and stop talking to him. If it's appropriate, just be patient and wait for him to apologize. If Yi Tiance behaves well, forgive him and let him have fun. Not long after Han Ruoyun climbed the mountain, a Volkswagen Touareg stopped. Yi Tiance and Wu Muhan got out of the car. Chapter 261-5 Fragrance Views. After getting off the car, Yi Tiance saw a red Maserati at a glance. This car doesn't belong to Han Ruoyun? Why is she here? Thinking of the misunderstanding last night, Yi Tiance was ready to find an opportunity to explain it to Han Ruoyun. After all, if you continue to be blocked like this, how will you be able to see welfare photos of various outfits in the future? At this time, Wu Muhan interrupted Yi Tiance's thoughts. Hey! Why are you in a daze? Why don't you follow me, Captain? Oh, I see. Yi Tiance followed Wu Muhan up the mountain. The height of Xiangshan is only 300 to 400 meters, which is not too steep and towering for martial arts masters like Yi Tiance and Wu Muhan. It is almost like walking on flat ground. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at the scene where Qian Rong's body was found. This place is located in the back mountain of Xiangshan Mountain, halfway up the mountain. The surrounding area is surrounded by barren shrubs and weeds, and the only way to get here is a bumpy mountain road, not a stone road to climb Wuxiang Temple, so it is inaccessible. Next to a crooked neck tree sits a dry well, about 1 meter in diameter. There are piles of stone slabs all around, covered with moss. Wu Muhan introduced, Qian Rong's body was found in this well. The well is only more than 5 meters deep. We dragged the body up with a rope. Where are your team members? The people below me left after surveying the scene in the past month or so. There have been many cases of young women disappearing in Jiangnan City. Each team has allocated manpower to search for them. Everyone is busy. Is there still this matter? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. In today's information age, with cameras all over the city, it is not easy for a missing person case to occur, let alone an adult woman. Could it be that? Wu Muhan interrupted his thoughts and said, let's not talk about it for now, but you asked my captain to bring you here. Did you find any problems? What's the hurry? You don't have to let me see this for a while. Yi Tiance looked around the crime scene. Judging from the scene, there were no signs of a fight. It seemed that Qian Rong had no power to resist in front of the murderer. However, 2 meters away from the dry well, a piece of lawn showed obvious signs of being crushed. The murderer should have violated Qian Rong there after killing him, and finally threw his body into a dry well. Yi Tiance walked over. Crouching down, he carefully inspected something around the pressed lawn. At the same time, he asked, since there are traces of the murderer's activities at the scene, you didn't get any key clues from these traces? Wu Muhan sighed and said, well, we mobilized the police dogs this morning to find traces of the murderer using the scent left by him. But the strange thing is that the police dogs arriving at the scene will behave inexplicably anxious and unable to cooperate at all. This is unheard of. Ha! That's right. Yi Tiance sneered lightly. Wu Muhan looked puzzled. What do you mean? Yi Tiance picked up a little bit of black powdery stuff from the lawn with his fingers. This is the reason why police dogs behave abnormally. Isn't this just black soil? What's so special about it? Yi Tiance shook his head and explained. This is not black soil, but a kind of black peony plant. It will form this kind of powder after burning. Although it looks black and has nothing special, it has no smell, but it is only for human beings. Word. You must must know that animals are very sensitive to the stuff. Its smell will make animals anxious, frightened, and then stay away. Therefore, some people will carry it when traveling in the wild to avoid being attacked by wild animals. Is it really that powerful? Wu Muhan raised his eyebrows, looking a little suspicious. Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes and continued, not only that, it is also one of the important components of mandala water, which means. Wu Muhan's eyes lit up and he said, does that mean the person who killed Qian Rong was the one who gave her mandala water? Yi Tiance smiled half-heartedly and said, ha. I didn't realize it, but you still have some brains. Thank you for the compliment. Wu Muhan was thanking him when he suddenly realized something. He widened his eyes and said in displeasure, hey. What do you mean by this? It's not okay to deliberately mock my captain's IQ, right? Yi Tiance's eyes twitched. I think it's obvious that you have big breasts and no brains. Do you still need to deliberately mock? He looked around and thought for more than 10 seconds. Suddenly asked, is there anyone living near Fragrant Mountain? Wu Muhan thought for a while and said, there is a 5-fragrance temple on the top of Xiangshan Mountain. There is an old Taoist monk in the temple. I heard that he is very good at fortune telling. What's the problem? Yi Tiance said, take me to see the 5 spices. Wu Muhan said suspiciously, you don't suspect that the old Taoist priest is the murderer, do you? It's absolutely impossible. He is very old, thin and weak, and his legs and feet are inconvenient. He is not even as good as ordinary people. How can he kill someone? Yi Tiance said calmly, if you are asked to lead the way. Where does all this nonsense come from? You dare to reprimand this captain? Wu Muhan couldn't bear it anymore and subconsciously rolled up his arms and sleeves. Yi Tiance, however, became more agile and took out his mobile phone. Showing a harmless smile. Captain Wu, you don't want your colleagues to know about the video on your phone, right? He. What the hell? Wu Muhan was so angry that he almost burst into smoke. My mother was actually taken advantage of again. If I had known this would be the case, I wouldn't have agreed to bet on mandala water with Yi Tiance yesterday, no matter what I said. This despicable villain. At the top of Xiangshan Mountain, inside Wushan Temple. Han Ruoyun sat on a yellow futon, and opposite him sat a thin, old Taoist priest who was over 60 years old. He was wearing a tattered robe, a little stooped, and looked listless. The old Taoist priest smiled and said, female donor, you came here specially to see me, why are you here? Han Ruoyun was a little shy and said, Master Guan, I want to calculate my future marriage, can you help me? Marriage. Pindao is the best at this. Come on, stretch out your arms, and Pindao will feel the bones for you. Feel the bones? Although Han Ruoyun had heard of this fortune-telling method before, this was the first time he encountered it. She asked in confusion, Master Guanju, can't you tell me your birth date? The old Taoist priest said solemnly, the horoscope of birth date is too simple, and the calculation of marriage is not accurate at all. Touching bones is a unique skill of a poor Taoist, and one calculation is accurate. Then okay then. Han Ruoyun handed his arm to the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest put his right hand on Han Ruoyun's arm and gently groped the surface, as if he was stroking the work of art. This kind of touch made Han Ruoyun feel a little unnatural. She looked around and asked, Master, why am I the only one in your temple today? The old Taoist priest replied, this morning a body was found by the law enforcement team in the back mountain. After the news spread, many pilgrims did not dare to come to the Taoist temple. It doesn't matter, Pindao Taoist temple is blessed by the gods and will not be in danger. Okay. Han Ruoyun nodded. Although the other party said this, he felt a little uneasy for some reason. She withdrew her arm and asked urgently, Master, is there any result? The old Taoist priest nodded and smiled, yes. Han Ruoyun asked expectantly, what's the result? The old Taoist priest did not answer, but turned around and limped to the altar, took out a bowl of water, limped back, sat down and handed it to Han Ruoyun. She showed a kind smile and said, female donor, drink this bowl of talisman water, and I will tell you the answer. Chapter 262 The Perverted Old Taoist Priest. Han Ruoyun lowered his head and glanced at Fu Shui. It was so clear that he could see the bottom of the bowl. She asked in confusion, why do you want to drink talisman water? The old Taoist priest explained, calling marriage into fortune-telling means spying on the secrets of heaven. This kind of behavior will be punished by the law of heaven, which can range from loss of wealth and short life to death at worst. And Pindao, this talisman water, after drinking it, will resist the punishment of heaven. Pindao, this is all for your own good.
So that's the case, thank you so much. Han Ruoyun picked up the talisman water and prepared to drink it.
A touch of greed flashed through the eyes of the old Taoist priest sitting opposite. Yu Qi's eyes fell on Han Ruoyun's cup, and his throat rolled unconsciously.
Drink it quickly, he kept urging in his heart.
Just when Han Ruoyun brought the mouth of the bowl to his mouth and was about to drink it, she suddenly threw the white bowl in her hand at the old Taoist priest's head. The incident happened suddenly, and the latter did not react at all. He was soaked in the water and his head was smashed by the mouth of the bowl.
Oh shit!
In this moment of confusion, he was stunned.
Han Ruoyun had already stood up and ran outside to the yard.
You bitch!
Still want to run away?
The old Taoist priest's originally kind expression turned angry. He jumped up and rushed towards Han Ruoyun. His legs and feet were extremely fast, and he was still limping. Therefore, Han Ruoyun escaped early, but before she reached the gate of Wushang Temple, she was caught up by the old Taoist priest and blocked her way.
Haha, little girls, aren't you looking for me to marry me? Where are you going? You didn't come here. Han Ruoyun looked nervous and took 2 steps back.
The old Taoist priest flicked his hands behind his back, and the wooden door of the Taoist temple courtyard closed automatically with a bang.
I'm curious, how did you find out something was wrong? I've never failed this move recently.
At this time, he straightened his back, without any rickets, and the aura of monkhood and Taoism was completely gone from his body. Han Ruoyun gritted his teeth and said, when you asked me to drink the talisman water, I saw that something was wrong.
The old Taoist priest raised his eyebrows and asked, oh? What's the problem?
Han Ruoyun said coldly, I have seen real talisman water. The talisman water is turbid and not that clear at all, not to mention that drinking the talisman water can block the punishment of heaven. Do you think you are the emperor of Huangtian? You know, she saw Taoist master Gongsun using talisman water back then. Although the old guy is also unreliable, at least the talisman water he produced is decent, and it will never be as clear as Waha mineral water.
When you realize there is a problem.
She immediately took the opportunity to run away, but she didn't expect that the opponent's lameness was all fake and he could run faster than a wild dog.
This is what Han Ruoyun is most puzzled about. Many people in Jiangnan City know that the Taoist priests of Wushang Temple have been practicing on the mountain for decades and have never heard of any problems before. Why did it suddenly become like this today? The old Taoist priest sneered and said, why is Emperor Huangtian not the emperor of Huangtian? I have never heard of it. But you, TSK, you look so handsome, and you were so big, at least an E-cup, right? Ha ha. Seeing his lewd and cold smile, Han Ruoyun felt her scalp go numb, so she forced herself to threaten, I am the eldest lady of the Han family. I remind you to let me go immediately, otherwise you will suffer the consequences. Humph. The Han family is just a secular family head of a prefecture-level city. I don't take it seriously at all. While talking, he suddenly rushed forward, grabbed Han Ruoyun's neck, and lifted her up forcefully. Let go. Let me go. Even though Han Ruoyun struggled hard. But the opponent's palm was like an iron pliers, unable to move at all. Han Ruoyun struggled to speak out. This lady is Yi Tian's fiancé. He is a master of martial arts. If you bully me, he will definitely avenge me and cut you into pieces. Who? Yi Tian's? When he heard this name, the old Taoist priest's pupils shrank suddenly. Han Ruoyun noticed this detail. If you let me go now, this matter can be forgotten, otherwise Yi Tian's will find out. The old Taoist priest gritted his teeth and snorted, since she is Yi Tian's fiancé, I will play with her even more severely today. After all, I still have an old debt to settle with him. Boom. Han Ruoyun's mind went blank for an instant. She didn't expect that this old Taoist priest was actually an enemy of Yi Tian's. This is bad. The old Taoist pinched Han Ruoyun's neck and forcibly took her back.
He grabbed a bowl of water from the altar. Humph. Humph. This thing is very precious, but you knocked over a bowl and wasted it. You must serve me well today. He pinched Han Ruoyun's mouth open and forced a bowl of water into her mouth. Ahem didn't. Han Ruoyun kept struggling, and part of the water flowed from the corner of his mouth into his neck, soaking a large piece of his t-shirt. Through the white t-shirt, you can even faintly see the purple outline inside. The old Taoist licked his lips. Oh. It's so damn big. I've never had sex with a top-notch woman like you, he. He let go of Han Ruoyun's neck, and the latter fell to the ground. Although his whole body ached, Han Ruoyun immediately got up and ran out of the door due to his survival instinct. But just take 2 steps. Stop. The old Taoist priest's voice suddenly sounded, and Han Ruoyun was horrified to find that his body was out of control. Stand straight in place. What's wrong? Why doesn't my body obey its orders? Could it be that bowl of water? Han Ruoyun's heart was filled with turmoil, and his scalp felt numb. The old Taoist priest slowly walked up to Han Ruoyun and looked up and down her delicate body. He smiled obscenely and said, "In front of my mandala water, you can only be obedient. Although it is very exciting to be strong, I prefer to order women to serve me, especially the best one like you makes me conquer want. Listen to my command and take off your t-shirt." As the order was given, Han Ruoyun continued to resist in his heart, but his body refused to obey the command and slowly took off his white t-shirt. The upper body is exposed to the air, and the chest is wrapped in a huge purple protective shield with hollow lace on the edge, which adds to the sexy modification. The pair of almost snow-white cuties are about to jump out of the protective shield, which is very eye-catching. Hi, this is such a big deal. Ha ha. I like it. The old Taoist priest licked his lips, his eyes almost spitting fire. At this moment, Han Ruoyun's eyes were red, feeling aggrieved and regretful. Yitiance, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you last night. If I hadn't lost my temper, I wouldn't have come here to count my fate, and I wouldn't have fallen into the hands of this thief. If you were insulted by this old pervert today, I don't want to live anymore. Just when she fell into despair. Suddenly there was a loud bang outside the yard. It seems like the wooden door has been kicked open. Then, a familiar voice sounded in the yard outside. Ha, it's broad daylight and the Taoist temple door is closed. Are you doing something shameful? Why don't you let me take a look? Chapter 263, Take me to have fun together? This sudden scene surprised the old Taoist priest. He frowned and muttered in displeasure, "Damn, why did someone suddenly come over at this time?" He also kicked open the door of a Taoist temple. Do you have any quality? Han Ruoyun immediately recognized that it was Yi Tian's voice. Although I don't know why the other party came here by such a coincidence, I can't hide the excitement in my heart, and the sense of security spreads throughout my body. Every time when she was in the most danger, Yi Tian's appeared. Woohoo! You shouldn't have lost your temper with Yi Tian's last night. At this time, another woman's voice sounded in the courtyard. Guanju, are you there? The old Taoist priest frowned. He pointed to the corner of the hall and ordered Han Ruoyun in a low voice, "Shut up, don't make any noise, hide there." Han Ruoyun lost control of his body and walked to the corner of the hall. The old Taoist priest took a deep breath, opened the door to the room, limped out, and closed the door of the main hallroom. He walked to the middle of the yard with his waist bent, and slapped Yi Tian's and Wu Muhan on their heads. "Two donors, you are so polite." When he saw Wu Muhan out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but condense. Depend on. He's actually from the law enforcement team? But after seeing Wu Muhan's appearance and figure clearly, a burst of greed emerged in my heart. TSK, although the woman in front of me is a little inferior to the one locked inside. But this law enforcement team uniform has a unique charm. You must know that even Guanxi likes this kind of uniform performance and even took photos of it himself. This shows how lethal it is. He glanced at the young man next to him again, and he looked a little familiar. He is. While thinking,
Wu Muhan interrupted and said, Master Guanju, we have something to do at the moment, so why don't you bother us? What? The old Taoist priest quickly shook his head and said with a smile, Where? I don't know why the donor came here, how can I help? Wu Muhan said, This morning our law enforcement team found a female corpse in a dry well in the back mountain. I wonder if you, the viewer, have seen anything suspicious from yesterday to this morning. The old Taoist priest shook his head and said, I have been practicing on the mountain and have never stepped out of the Taoist temple. I really don't know about this. If the soul of the dead body needs to be saved, I can provide free services. Wu Muhan nodded and said, I understand, thank you so much, Master. Transcendence is not necessary. Then he complained to Yi Tiance, Did you hear that? The captain said there is no need to come over, you don't want to listen, it's a waste of time. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. Ha ha. I just praised you for being a smart person, and then you suddenly realized that you should not be a captain at this level, you should go home and sell sweet potatoes. Wu Muhan's eyes widened, Hey! What do you mean? Tell me clearly. You'll find out later. Yi Tiance took a step forward and walked straight towards the main room of the Taoist temple. See this. The old Taoist priest's heart skipped a beat and he immediately raised his arm to stop him. Donor, in front of you is the main hall of the Taoist temple. It is a sacred temple where the gods worship. You are not allowed to break in without permission. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh? Isn't the main hall of the Taoist temple just for people to burn incense and worship? The door is still closed in broad daylight? Could it be that the gods enshrined inside are sleeping in the light? This statement came out. The old Taoist priest's face darkened. Donor, don't talk nonsense. Wu Muhan also quickly stepped forward to hold Yi Tiance. He frowned and said, The captain brought you here to solve the case, not to cause trouble. Apologize to the viewer quickly. Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear and pointed at the old Taoist priest's forehead. How did this happen? What? The old Taoist priest quibbled, This was accidentally hit by the poor Taoist. Yi Tiance pointed to the waist of the old Taoist priest's worn robe. Old guy, what is this thing? I saw a black mark on the Taoist robe around the waist of the old Taoist priest, stained with some black powder. The old Taoist priest's pupils shrank. I don't understand what you are talking about, this is just a stain, what's the problem? Yi Tiance sneered and said, Ha, you are carrying black moon peony powder on you, it is exactly the same as the one found by the dry well, are you still pretending to be confused? Hear this. Wu Muhan was stunned, Ma Yue peony powder? How could it be him? She hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly I felt a strong sense of crisis. She saw the old Taoist priest in front of her push her palm without any warning. Not good. Wu Muhan had no time to escape. He received a slap on the chest and flew backwards to the ground. It turned out that Yi Tiance kicked his butt yesterday, and it was still red, swollen, and painful. Now that I was thrown down like this again, I almost had to carry it in one breath, and I was about to burst into tears. However, she immediately warned Yi Tiance loudly, Be careful. Ha! It's too late. The old Taoist priest took out a small white ball in his right hand, the size of a table tennis ball, and threw it directly at Yi Tiance's feet. Bang! The ball exploded instantly, and a burst of green smoke came out from it, surrounding Yi Tiance. After a few seconds, the cyan smoke dissipated. Wu Muhan found Yi Tiance standing there, motionless. Wu Muhan's eyelids twitched, and he had a very bad feeling. What is this? The old Taoist sneered slightly and explained, It's just a drug made from Mayue peony pollen. Although the effect is not as powerful as the mandala water, it can make those who smell it fall into hallucinations and be unable to move. What? Wu Muhan immediately shouted, Hey! Yi Tiance! Did you hear what my captain said? Speak quickly. It was Yi Tiance who answered her silently. The old Taoist priest shrank his eyes. Oh? This guy is actually Yi Tiance? He took out a photo from his Taoist robe and looked at Yi Tiance. He sneered and said, "Ha, no wonder I look so familiar. I really can't find anything without wearing iron shoes. It didn't take any effort at all." Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance, who was boasted to be very dangerous, turned out to be just such a piece of trash. He licked his lips. Looking down at Wu Muhan, who was lying on the ground, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to find yourself here even MOUP, and he knows about it. It seems that I can't let you go today. Little girl, be obedient and get arrested. Without any help I can save you some trouble later. Asshole. This captain will not be captured without mercy." Wu Muhan gritted her teeth and stood up despite the pain. She didn't understand why the master of Wuxian Temple changed into a different person. But now it is almost certain that he is the murderer of Qianrong. Of course she won't let him go. Watch out. Wu Muhan shouted softly and kicked the old Taoist priest with a high whip. Thinking that as a late-stage warrior, her kick had a power of 3,000 kilograms, and she was confident that she could defeat the opponent with one blow. But he didn't expect that the opponent quickly dodged the kick, then grabbed Wu Muhan's ankle with his right hand. Ha! How dare a mere late-stage warrior dare to be so arrogant in front of me? He punched Wu Muhan in the lower abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the beating made Wu Muhan's stomach tremble, and his whole body seemed to be drained of strength. In an instant his legs became weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. Zhu is actually a perfect master of martial arts. She looked shocked. The late stage of the warrior is very complete, but there is still the peak warrior in the middle. There is a huge difference in strength, so naturally he will lose in 2 moves. The old Taoist priest picked up Wu Muhan, took her into the main hall room, and threw her to the ground. He smiled lewdly and said, "Ha, now I have 2 top beauties to play with. How cool it is." Wu Muhan's expression was ugly. Not far away, Han Ruoyun also looked pale. At this moment, both of them felt desperate. But just when the old Taoist master was about to make a move, a joking voice sounded outside the door, "Old guy, why don't you take me with you to have some fun?" Chapter 264, Give him his own treatment. What? Hearing these words, the old Taoist shuddered instantly. He turned his head sharply. I saw Yi Tiance standing at the door with his shoulder leaning against the doorframe, looking at him with a relaxed and playful expression. The old Taoist priest's eyes immediately widened, and his eyeballs almost bulged out. "You, how did you get here?" "I obviously used drugs. You should." Yi Tiance dug his ears with his little finger and said disdainfully, "A drug of your level may be effective against others, but it is not as good as air in front of me." Boom! Upon hearing this, the old Taoist priest froze in place as if struck by lightning. On the other hand, both Han Ruoyun and Wu Muhan had surprises on their faces. Very good. Yi Tiance is actually fine. But in the next second, a trace of resentment flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. He jumped up and rushed towards Yi Tiance. He pulled out a dagger from his large Taoist robe and stabbed Yi Tiance in the throat. Go to hell! But the only response he received was a casual slap from Yi Tiance. Snapped. It seemed like an ordinary slap, but its force was over 10,000 kilograms, and its speed was extremely fast. The old Taoist priest couldn't avoid it, let alone resist it. He was sent flying backwards by this slap and hit the altar table in the center of the hall. Crackling. The altar table exploded, and the incense burner, tributes, etc. on it were all scattered on the floor. Puff. The old Taoist priest himself vomited blood, half leaning on the clay statue, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with horror. With just one slap, the master of perfect martial arts skills was sent flying. Is this guy really as powerful as the legend says? Wu Muhan also opened his mouth into an O shape. Although she suffered a loss in the contest with Yi Tiance yesterday, she didn't feel that Yi Tiance was much better than her. She was always eager to try and compete with Yi Tiance. But this scene just now completely shocked her. The seemingly dishonest guy is actually so powerful? In front of him, I'm afraid I'm not as good as a little chicken, right? After cleaning up the old Taoist priest, Yi Tiance turned around and walked to Han Ruoyun in the corner of the hall, raised his hand and patted her shoulder lightly.
A surge of inner energy instantly dissipated the effects of the datura water in her body. Han Ruoyun's delicate body trembled and she immediately regained her freedom. She raised her head slightly and looked at Yi Tiance. Her eyes were red, her beautiful big eyes were watery, and she was almost about to shed tears. Yi Tiance scratched the back of his head. I'm thinking about how to explain the misunderstanding last night. If it doesn't work, should I apologize? Unexpectedly, Han Ruoyun jumped directly into Yi Tiance's arms in the next second. The voice was choked and excited. I'm sorry, little Cece, it's all because of my temper last night that I fell into the hands of bad people today. Thank you for saving me again. I won't lose my temper with you again in the future. After the dangerous encounter just now, she finally understood. There is no need to calculate the fate between himself and Yi Tiance. After all, the fact that she encountered many dangers and Yi Tiance showed up in time to save her in the end was enough to prove her fate. In this life, it has to be him. Han Ruoyun's words and deeds made Yi Tiance feel happy. Hey, since you apologized first, why don't you apologize again? He patted Han Ruoyun on the shoulder and said righteously, for the sake of your sincere apology, I will reluctantly forgive you this time, and I won't do it again. Han Ruoyun nodded obediently. Yeah, I won't dare to do that anymore. I don't know whether it was accidental or intentional. Han Ruoyun's body moved, and the huge pair of chests pressed against Yi Tiance's chest, a soft touch. Yi Tiance glanced down subconsciously. The snow-capped mountains are tall and straight, and the ravines are bottomless. Gee. Sure enough, life is full of joy. It made his lower abdomen feel hot. At this time, Wu Muhan's body felt relieved a lot. She glanced at Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun, who were being intimate, and felt that her head was bright, and she felt like she was seeing a light bulb. Cough, cough. She coughed lightly and reminded, you two, go back to the cuddling troubles. There are more important things to deal with. Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun reluctantly separated. Han Ruoyun picked up the white t-shirt that he had taken off before and put it on again, and walked quickly to the old Taoist priest. Without any hesitation, I kicked him hard between the legs. You are a wretched Taoist priest and a dirty bastard. If you dare to put your ideas on my head, I will kick you to death. I will kick you to death. Ouch. Ouch. Although the old Taoist priest is a perfect master of martial arts and has strong defense, this does not mean that the younger brother has also practiced martial arts. Under Han Ruoyun's fierce kick, the pain was so painful that he pulled his neck and shouted, "Stop kicking, my Jill is going to melt." Ouch. Hiss. It hurts. Han Ruoyun didn't stop at all and continued to kick. You deserve to be kicked. You bitch. I let you bully me. Seeing the old Taoist priest being kicked, he almost rolled his eyes. Wu Muhan quickly grabbed Han Ruoyun. Beauty, that's about it. It's illegal to lynch prisoners. Humph. Han Ruoyun curled his lips unwillingly and took 2 steps back. Wu Muhan looked down at the old Taoist priest and interrogated him in a deep voice. As a monk, why do you do such illegal and criminal activities? Tell me. He. The old Taoist priest smiled coldly and turned his head away. He was not cooperating at all. You're not talking, are you? A flash of anger flashed in Wu Muhan's eyes. He raised his leg and kicked the old Taoist between his legs. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. While kicking fiercely, he shouted angrily. Should I tell you? Should I tell you or not? You must know that she is a late-stage warrior, and the strength on her feet is many times greater than that of Han Ruoyun. The old Taoist priest screamed in pain, veins popped up on his forehead, and his body began to twitch. Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun looked at each other. And many more. How do we remember that someone just said that lynching prisoners is illegal? Why did you strike more harshly? The bones of the old Taoist priest seemed to be much harder than expected. No matter how hard Wu Muhan kicked him, he gritted his teeth and said, even if you kill me, I won't say anything. Wow. Hateful. Wu Muhan was so angry that his head was sweating and his chest was heaving. Yi Tiance curled his lips and said, I'm indeed right. As long as you have some brains, you won't have no brains at all. Sometimes you have to rely on wisdom to do things, not just brute force.
Wu Muhan said unhappily, "Hey. Do you have any ideas after hearing this?" Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Of course, how about a bet?"
Wu Muhan pinched his waist with both hands.
"Let's fight. If you lose, you must delete the video on your phone." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "If you lose, you must be polite in front of me from now on. At least treat me like a leader, okay?" "No problem. I, the captain, want to see what you do."
Yi Tiance walked up to the old Taoist priest, bent down and fumbled with his Taoist robe, and took out a small glass bottle with a transparent liquid in it. "Open the glass bottle, put it to your nose and smell it."
"Haha, that's it," he said to Han Ruoyun, "get me a bowl of water." "Okay." Han Ruoyun quickly took a bowl of water and handed it to Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance poured 3 drops of the liquid in the glass bottle into the bowl.
Then he brought the mouth of the bowl to the old Taoist priest. With a harmless smile on his face, he said, "Old guy, have you ever heard of the saying that you should treat others the way they treat you?"
Chapter 265, Facing the Lewd King. See this.
The old Taoist priest's expression suddenly changed. He shook his head and said, "No.
No." Yi Tiance sneered, "Don't say no. Even if you say as you die, you still have to drink it today." He pinched the old Taoist priest's mouth and drank a bowl of water. Cough, cough. The latter was choked and coughed.
But after drinking a bowl of water, his eyes gradually became dull.
Only then did Wu Muhan react. "I'll go." "Are you giving him the mandala water to drink?"
Yi Tiance said helplessly, "If the criminal investigation captains of the law enforcement team are all people like you, then our law enforcement system in Dragon Kingdom is really hopeless."
"What the hell?" Wu Muhan's face turned red and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in.
"I blame myself very much in my heart.
Grandma, I am usually very witty and smart. Why did my IQ suddenly drop in front of Yi Tiance?" "Mad."
Yi Tiance stared at the old Taoist priest and interrogated him coldly.
"Name?" "Yu Yongfu." "Identity?"
"The silver medal killer of the Tianqin sect, known as the Hundred-Faced Evil King."
"Hear this." Wu Muhan's eyes widened in an instant. "He is actually the Hundred-Faced Evil Lord of the Tianzan sect?"
Yi Tiance was also quite surprised.
How come this old Taoist priest from Wushan Temple got involved with the killer organization Tianzanmen? He frowned and asked Wu Muhan, "Do you know this evil man with many faces?"
Wu Muhan nodded and said, "The Hundred-Faced Evil Lord is a notorious killer in the Tianqin sect. He is very powerful, good at disguise, and has a lustful nature. Even if he is not performing tasks, he often harms young women outside. Moreover, he has a perverted taste. Not only does he violate women before killing, but he even doesn't spare them after killing. He is simply a beast." Han Ruoyun's expression changed, and he was filled with fear. If Yi Tiance hadn't appeared in time, he might have ended up in the hands of this perverted bastard today.
Yi Tiance didn't have much trouble in his heart.
Although the behavior of this evil king is very perverted, it pales in comparison to the most vicious criminals imprisoned in the fallen city.
Yi Tiance continued to interrogate and asked, "As a sleazebag with many faces, why do you become a Taoist priest here?"
Yu Yongfu replied, "I am not a Taoist priest, but a week ago, I killed the original old Taoist priest in Wushang Temple. After that, I disguised myself as him and settled in the Taoist temple."
Wu Muhan and Han Ruoyun suddenly understood.
No wonder the old Taoist priests in Wushang Temple have always had a good reputation in Jiangnan City and have never committed any crimes. Today it suddenly became like this. It turned out that someone had transferred it to someone else a long time ago.
Disguise.
Yi Tiance murmured, stretched out his hand to feel behind Yu Yongfu's cheek and ear, and found a very small gap. He suddenly reached out and pulled open a piece of dough, revealing an unfamiliar face underneath. This new face looks about 50 years old, with sunken eye sockets, freckles all over the face, and a very ugly and wretched appearance.
It seems that this is the true face of the hundred-faced evil king. Yi Tiance continued to interrogate, "What is your purpose in coming to Jiangnan City?"
Yu Yongfu replied dully, "I fled to Jiangnan City more than a month ago. At first, I just wanted to find women for fun. I kidnapped, raped and killed one woman, he.
A sharp look appeared in Wu Muhan's eyes. "Asshole. So it's you.
You beast. She stepped forward and kicked Yu Yangfu hard. You must know that in the past month, many cases of missing young women have occurred in Jiangnan City, and various investigations have yielded no results. In the end, they were all harmed by Yu Yangfu. Han Ruoyun on the side also clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Yu Yangfu continued, after raping and killing 8 people, I was worried about being targeted by the martial arts action team, so I came to Wushang Temple and disguised myself as an old Taoist priest during this period. I used mandala water to charm 4 women and went up the mountain to worship gods to calculate my marriage. The girls are all quite young, but it's a pity they're not virgins. Yi Tian's frowned and asked, is there no other purpose besides these? Yu Yangfu paused and replied, I have recently been planning to avenge my junior brother Zhou Huaqan. Wu Muhan and Han Ruoyan looked at each other in confusion. Who is Zhu Huaqan? Yi Tian smiled bitterly and explained, he is also a silver medal killer of the Tiancan sect. The Ji family hired him to assassinate me, but he was killed in the end. Unexpectedly, Yu Yangfu turned out to be his senior brother, and they were really in cahoots with each other. Han Ruoyun nodded suddenly. No wonder when she was caught by Yu Yangfu and threatened by mentioning Yi Tian's name, Yu Yangfu was very angry and said that he had an old debt to settle with Yi Tian's. The reason is actually this. Yi Tian's continued the interrogation. Since the person you wanted to take revenge on was me, why did you kill Dio Yele and Qianrong? Just to frame me? Yu Yangfu shook his head and said, I am also following orders. They said that as long as I do this, they can help me kill you for revenge. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, there is someone else behind Yu Yangfu. Who are those people? Yu Yangfu was about to open his mouth to answer, but suddenly his body trembled. Black blood streaks appeared on his neck and limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye, like insects, squirming and spreading rapidly. The originally lean body actually swelled, and the eyeballs were filled with bloodshot eyes and protruded outwards, as if they were about to burst out. Not good. Yi Tian's sight suddenly focused. He grabbed Han Ruoyan and Wu Muhan and ran out of the hall door. The 2 beauties were confused and didn't know why. Bang! There was a sudden loud noise behind him. Yu Yangfu's swollen body exploded instantly, and a large piece of black and red flesh and blood flew everywhere, falling on the doorframe and the ground with a sizzling sound and white smoke. It seems to be very corrosive. Fortunately, Yi Tian's took the 2 of them to escape in time, otherwise they would have been corroded by the flesh and blood. There was a fishy smell in the air. Looking at the scene in front of me, it was like purgatory. Han Ruoyan was the first to be unable to hold on, so she turned around and ran away to vomit. Wu Muhanro is the criminal investigation captain and has seen many big scenes, and he is still in shock at this time. What's going on here? Why did his body suddenly explode? Yi Tian's narrowed his eyes. This Yu Yangfu was infected with the flatulence poison a long time ago. The flatulence poison just broke out in his body, causing his body to expand and explode. What is flatulence goo? Wu Muhan said he had never heard of this thing. Yi Tian's explained, it is a very rare poison in the history of southern Xinjiang. This thing was used to cultivate dead soldiers. Before placing the poisoner will set the conditions for the poison to occur. Once the conditions are triggered, the poison will instantly turn into poisonous gas and burst the corpse. It will not only cause the destruction of the corpse, but also cause damage to the surroundings. As expected, Yu Yangfu set the conditions for the poison to occur, that is, when someone asks him about the person behind the scenes, it is really an insidious and cautious method. After listening, Wu Muhan took a breath of air and felt frightened for a while. She asked nervously, then can you think of the identity of Yu Yangfu's mastermind behind the scenes? Chapter 266. This lady is going to stay at your house. Yi Tian's did not answer Wu Muhan's question, but frowned deeply in thought. Yu Yangfu was the silver medal killer of the Tiancan sect, and it is understandable that he wants to seek revenge from him, Yi Tian's, and the other party has also confessed this. But the person who instigated him to kill Dio Yele and Qianrong was obviously another force. Analyze the current situation. The ones who hated him the most were the brothers Rong Tianli of the Rong family in the provincial capital and Ji Boduan and Ji Boxiao of the Ji family. Could it be that they did it? In addition, what made Yi Tian's more concerned was that Yu Yangfu's body was infected with the flatulence poison. You should know that this method is generally only available in the hands of Gu masters in southern Xinjiang. You must know that the last time I encountered poisonous poison, I was treating Lin Yuanshuan at the Lin family and found poisonous poison in Lin Yuanshuan.
Poison is not common. Could there be some connection behind these two seemingly unrelated things? There is another key question.
Most of the plant, Mayue peony, and the Chinese medicinal materials that are the main component of datura water grow in southern Xinjiang.
To prepare it requires good medical skills.
Yu Yangfu was a wretched and perverted killer who feels he is not good at medical skills. How does he have these things?
As he was thinking,
Han Ruoyun, who had just run away to vomit far away, turned around and trotted back. Her face was pale and her eyes were red, and her expression was anxious as she said, "Come here quickly, there's over there."
Wu Muhan asked in confusion, "What's there?" "You'll find out when you follow me."
Han Ruoyun led the way, followed by Yi Tian's and Wu Muhan.
Soon,
a few people came to the side room of Wushang Temple. On the ground at the innermost side of the room, there was a metal iron plate pressing on it, which looked like the cover of a cellar. There are several holes on the surface of the lid, about the thickness of your thumb. Leave them open for ventilation. Han Ruoyun pointed at the iron cover of the cellar and said in a trembling voice, "I just finished vomiting and wanted to drink water to rinse my mouth. When I passed by this wing, I heard a sound in the cellar. It sounded like someone crying. I was so scared that I came to you." Got it?
The sound of someone crying? Yi Tian's and Wu Muhan looked at each other.
"Captain, let's take a look." Wu Muhan walked over, grabbed the edge of the cellar lid, and lifted the nearly 100-kilogram iron plate easily. When the entire cover is lifted, light shines into the cellar below, revealing the scene inside. The three people present could not help but be startled. I saw 4 naked women crowded together in the narrow cellar. Their hair was disheveled, their bodies were dirty, and they had many bruises on their bodies. There were still traces of blood flowing between the legs of one person, which had dried up now. It's really shocking. When they were suddenly exposed to sunlight in the cellar, they subconsciously covered their eyes. They were all shaking and shouting in fear.
"Tu was wrong, please stop hitting me. Don't feed me medicine, I will cooperate with you in whatever you ask me to do. I'm sorry. Wu. I want to go home, please let me go home."
Obviously, they are the 4 young girls that Yu Yangfu mentioned before who were recently fucked by his beauties. It seems that he was not killed or released afterwards, but was imprisoned here for his enjoyment.
This kind of behavior is completely unconscionable.
Wu Muhan immediately spoke to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, I'm from the law enforcement team. The bad guys are dead. I'm here to save you." Han Ruoyun's eyes were also red, and her heart was filled with fear again. If Yi Tian's hadn't arrived in time today, she would have ended up like these women. Wu Muhan said, "Miss Han, I will go down and rescue them. You can help find some items for them to wear on their bodies."
Aha! The 2 women immediately got busy.
Yi Tian's did not participate in it, but walked out of the wing and came to the stone bench in the center of the courtyard of Wushang Temple to sit down. After all, these 4 women were all naked, and it was inconvenient for him, a grown man, to stand there.
Moreover, when they encounter such unbearable things, seeing a man can easily deepen their mental trauma.
Just don't cause any trouble. After Wu Muhan and Han Ruoyun rescued them, they also called the law enforcement team and hospital ambulance personnel at the same time.
Less than 20 minutes. These people all arrived.
The law enforcement team cordoned off the scene to investigate, and medical staff sent the 4 women to the hospital for examination and treatment. Wu Muhan and Han Ruoyun came over and sat next to Yi Tian's, one on the left and one on the right. Wu Muhan said sincerely to Yi Tian's, "I want to thank you on behalf of the 4 of them. Without you today, they will never see the light of day and their lives will be completely ruined." Yi Tian's shook his head. "I just did a trivial thing."
Wu Muhan asked in confusion, "I have always been curious, how did you suspect that there was something wrong with Taoist Master Wuxiangwen from the beginning? Did you insist on climbing the mountain?"
Yi Tian's replied, "Isn't this simple? Since the murderer is a martial arts master, after he killed Qian Rong, he could dispose of the body nearby and it would be difficult to be discovered. But the other party went around in a big circle and dumped the body in a dry well in Xiangshan Mountain, which was obviously illogical. Then there was only one possibility, that is, the murderer lived near Xiangshan, and the only person who lived at the 5 fragrance observation on the top of Xiangshan was the 5 fragrance observer. With this doubt, I decided to go up the mountain to have a look, and sure enough I found that this so-called old Taoist priest was full of loopholes.
I see.
Wu Muhan sighed and said with emotion, we were all blinded by the old Taoist priest's poor health and lameness. We didn't expect that the real murderer would use such magical means as disguise. Without you, this case would be impossible. You know when it will be revealed.
When saying this, she glanced at Yi Tiance inadvertently.
Although I have only known this man for less than 2 days. But her impression of Yi Tiance has changed from being unconventional at the beginning to feeling very safe and reliable. No wonder such a beautiful woman as the eldest lady of the Han family is obsessed with her.
Are there other secrets hidden behind him?
At this time, Yi Tiance said, now the investigation of the matter is complete. The rest is up to Captain Wu to continue the in-depth investigation, starting with some of Yu Yangfu's call information and other aspects.
No problem.
Wu Muhan nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. But Yu Yangfu was a master of martial arts. After all, the jurisdiction of our law enforcement bureau is limited, I'm afraid.
Yi Tiance said, it doesn't matter, just go to Zheng Chen, the deputy captain of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Action Group office, and tell him what I said. Let him cooperate with you in the in-depth investigation.
When he left the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Action Group office, Zheng Chen came to get close to him and said he could come to him if he had any questions in the future.
This kind of personal connections are naturally useless if you don't use them. However, Yi Tiance's seemingly casual words made Wu Muhan feel shocked again. Is this man even related to Zheng Chen? What is his background?
Yi Tiance stood up and stretched and said, I have been busy for a long time and I am a little tired. Captain Wu continues to work, so we will leave first.
It is good. Yi Tiance took Han Ruoyun away from Wushang Temple.
But no one noticed that the clay statue in the Taoist temple room seemed to move slightly.
Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun walked down the mountain road. Walking on the stone steps,
the white rabbit on Han Ruoyun's chest jumped up and down, making Yi Tiance's eyes squint.
At this time,
Han Ruoyun suddenly stopped and faced Yi Tiance, biting his lip as if he was embarrassed.
If this lady wants to discuss something with you, can you agree? What's up? Han Ruoyun said with affectionate eyes, I want to stay at your house tonight, is that okay? Chapter 267, you are actually more flirtatious than this lady?
This sentence made Yi Tiance's eyes widen. It was really unexpected.
He subconsciously asked, why?
Han Ruoyun curled her lips and said, humph.
Even Lu Ruyan's C-cup tablet can live in your house, why can't I? Even if she is one of your fiancés, so can I. Yi Tiance suddenly smiled bitterly.
Good guy, I've been making trouble for a long time, but it turns out I'm still jealous because of this. Although the C-cup is not a large-scale mountain range, it is not rated as a small tablet. He is worthy of being an E-cup strong man, and he speaks with confidence.
Han Ruoyun lowered his head and glanced between Yi Tiance's legs. His face became sad and lonely, and he asked, to be honest, was your gun disarmed by Ruyan Lu last night? Not only was the bullet emptied, but your innocent body was eaten clean? Yi Tiance said awkwardly, hey. What are you talking about in broad daylight?
You are a girl. Han Ruoyun frowned and said, I don't care, please answer my questions quickly.
Yi Tiance smiled helplessly, what happened? In fact, this is what happened yesterday. He recounted why he brought Lu Ruyan home yesterday and how Lu Ruyan behaved when he was drunk. Han Ruoyun looked suspicious and said, are you sure you didn't lie?
Although she and Lu Ruyan didn't get along very well, objectively she had to admit that the other party was a big star in the past. She had no choice in appearance and temperament, and was well deserved as the national goddess.
Such a goddess figure actually looks like that when she's drunk behind her back? Unthinkable. Who would believe it if I told you? Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't lie. If you don't believe me, look at it.
He took out his phone and opened WeChat, found the dialogue box with Lu Ruyan, and clicked on a video that Lu Ruyan sent him.
Hiccup. Are you showing off your weapons to your sister? This is what people want to see, so take it off quickly. I love the vast world. Yes, this is the video recorded by Lu Ruyan bullying Yi Tiance after being drunk last night. After watching the video, Han Ruoyan opened his mouth wide with a shocked expression as if he had eaten a melon. I go. Lu Ruyan, a little girl who went crazy after being drunk, is actually more flirtatious than this lady? Not to mention men, even most women might not be able to stand it. She raised her eyebrows and asked, wait a minute, I don't understand. Lu Ruyan sent this video to you? Doesn't she feel embarrassed? Yi Tiance's lips curved into a wicked smile. When I took her cell phone this morning, I secretly sent it to me and deleted the chat history. She doesn't know about it yet. After all, with this handle, it will be easier to manipulate her in the future. Han Ruoyan. Yi Tiance, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, turns out to be evil-minded. She folded her arms in front of her chest and said righteously, in this case, I will go to your house to stay tonight. I want that little tablet to know that you are my Han Ruoyan's man before I eat you up and wipe you clean. She can't get a single finger at you, Yi Tiance's eyes twitched, and he had a very bad premonition for no reason. He sighed and looked into the distance. Although Changshan is not high in altitude, it offers a panoramic view of most of Jiangnan City. Han Ruoyan also seemed to remember something and asked seriously, by the way, you are responsible for the 100 billion order for Miss Rong. Now that the bidding conference is over, are you sure you are still sure to turn things around? Don't screw up in the end. If Miss Rong doesn't want you anymore, you will have to hang out with me for the rest of your life. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. He smiled lightly and said, the stage has been set up as an audience, just wait and see. While talking, he looked far away, looking toward the east of Jiangnan City, thinking a little. Jiangnan City, Tada Industrial Park in the east. This area occupies thousands of acres. At the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the earliest industrial park in Jiangnan City was built here. At its peak in the 70s, tens of thousands of employees worked in the park. In the late 80s, with the reform of the times, a large number of state-owned enterprise employees were laid off. Tada Industrial Park gradually became lonely and could barely survive. 10 years ago, a fire caused by an engineering accident became the last straw for Tada Industrial Park. In the end, the fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights before it was extinguished, killing hundreds of people. The huge industrial park was reduced to ruins, with dilapidated buildings and factories everywhere. Since the decline of this place, various supernatural incidents have gradually begun to spread. It is said that some people saw ghosts here and went crazy, some people went into the park to explore and disappeared, and some people went in and committed suicide, etc. In short, this abandoned industrial park is famous for its bad feng shui, and no one has cared about it. Until the beginning of this year. The Jiangnan municipal government struggled to put the place up for auction, but it was finally bought by the Tianlong Group at an ultra-low price of 10 billion yuan. And prepare to invest more than 100 billion in development. In fact, Yi Tiance originally wanted to help solve the feng shui problem in Tada Industrial Park after giving the 100 billion order to Xiao Qingcheng. But he didn't expect that a series of events such as the divorce proposal would happen. The feng shui problem of Tada Industrial Park has been delayed like this. Early this morning, as the new head of the Ji family, Ji Buoduan brought the construction team of the family's company to the industrial park to carry out the first phase of the project, demolition. When Tianlong Group issued the bidding requirements, it was clearly stated. The winning bidder is required to complete the demolition of Tada Industrial Park within 1 week, otherwise the contract deposit will be deducted, liquidated damages will be compensated, and even the winning contract will have to be re-signed. Now that there are only 6 days left, Ji Buoduan takes this matter very seriously. I decided to take charge personally and came to the construction site to supervise. At this time, construction in the industrial park has begun. Manager Ma said respectfully to Ji Buoduan, Young Master Ji, we have mobilized all the construction teams according to the current progress. It will not take a week, or at most 3 days, to demolish this place to the ground. Yeah. The efficiency is pretty good. Ji Bodwan nodded with satisfaction.
But then his voice became colder and he said, "But I want to remind you, don't mistake my current identity again in the future. Do you know what I should call you?" Manager Ma immediately reacted and apologized, "Master, I'm sorry. I blame my ignorance for saying the wrong thing.
This will never happen again." Ji Bodwan put his hands behind his back and looked satisfied.
Although his father's death made him very sad, it was a blessing in disguise. Now that he has ascended to the position of the head of the family, he has a sense of accomplishment that he has never had before. It is much better than being the bullshit eldest son of the Ji family before. Ji Bo drew the pie and said, "Once the project is completed ahead of schedule, we will not only get the deposit back, Tianlong Group will also settle the first project payment, which is 50% of the entire order, which is 50 billion yuan. We will not treat you badly by then of."
Manager Ma nodded excitedly, "Hey, I understand."
Ji Bodwan looked around and saw that everything was under construction as usual. Then he said disdainfully, "I used to hear people say that this place has bad feng shui and there are evil things going on. Now it seems that it's just alarmist talk and scaring people, huh?" But just as he finished speaking,
suddenly, there was a loud bang dozens of meters away.
Then someone screamed in terror.
"Ah! It's not good. Someone is dead." Chapter 268 Supernatural Events?
This shout immediately stopped the construction site. You must know that death on a construction site is not a trivial matter. A bunch of workers rushed towards the scene of the incident.
Ji Bodwan and Manager Ma also trotted over. What happened? Who died?
When the two ran over, they saw the body of a middle-aged man lying on the ground next to a dilapidated employee dormitory. He was bleeding from all his orifices and his head was deformed. It was quite miserable.
Manager Ma asked in a deep voice, "What the hell is going on?"
A project director panicked. A few minutes ago, Hu Hansan suddenly said that he wanted to go upstairs to check, but when he appeared again, he actually reached the top of the building, and then...
Manager Ma urged, "What next?"
The project director said nervously, "Then he jumped off the roof himself."
Ji Bodwan frowned and said unhappily, "Fuck. Could this bastard be deliberately defrauding insurance companies and extorting money?"
Because there will be a very small number of workers on the construction site who are in urgent need of money when they are terminally ill or their family encounters a major change. It is possible to adopt extreme methods, such as voluntarily causing accidental death during the construction process, and finally obtain a large sum of compensation from the construction site. So Ji Bodwan came up with this idea first.
The surrounding workers were talking a lot. "This Hu Hansan is just an old single man. He has enough food for one person and the whole family is not hungry. He is a good person by himself. Shouldn't he do such a thing?"
"That's right, I had a physical examination with him last month. There was nothing wrong with him at all, and he couldn't be terminally ill."
"I really can't think of a reason why Hu Hansan committed suicide. Do you think the industrial park is haunted?" TSK.
Don't tell me that I heard that many people were trapped in the staff dormitories and burned to death in the fire. How miserable. The discussion among the people caused the surroundings to fall into a rather weird atmosphere. Many people had nervous and scared expressions on their faces.
Ji Bodwan's face darkened and he scolded, "What's haunting?"
"I think this is Hu Hansen's own problem, don't overthink it."
The project manager asked carefully, "What about Hu Hansen's compensation?" Ji Bodwan said unhappily, "Damn it, it would be nice if I didn't hold him accountable for committing suicide and delaying the project. How dare I ask for compensation? Just find a place to dig a hole and bury his body. If anyone reveals a word to the outside world, I will let him die. It's better to die." Everyone around was frightened into silence. Ji Bodwan scolded, "Everyone, keep working, the construction deadline is tight." The voice just fell. Another scream suddenly sounded in the distance. "What?" Swish. Everyone around them immediately turned their heads to look, and some quick-footed people were already running towards the source of the sound. Ji Bodwan's eyelids twitched. What the fuck happened again? Ji Bodwan ran over quickly when he saw the scene where the incident occurred.
he suddenly took a breath of air and felt his scalp numb. 2 workers were actually caught under the tracks of the excavator and were crushed to death. One's chest exploded, most of his intestines and organs spilled out, the other's head was crushed, and there was blood everywhere on the ground. Many people present immediately bent over and vomited. Ji Budwan clenched his fists and said angrily, "Who the hell did this? The driver doesn't have eyes? Can he crush 2 people to death at once? Driver, get out of here." A fat worker who was at the scene just now raised his hands tremblingly. "Sith driver is dead, the one whose head was crushed." Wow. This sentence immediately aroused public opinion. Didn't I say that the one whose head was crushed was the driver Lao Wang? How could the driver be crushed to death by the excavator he drove? Is there really something supernatural going on? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more uncomfortable, Ji Budwan shouted loudly, "Shut up! Up! Shut up!" The scene gradually became quiet. Ji Budwan asked the old worker with a cold face, "What happened here just now? Tell me." The old worker trembled and recounted what happened. Just 10 minutes ago, the excavator that was working suddenly stalled. The driver tried to ignite the excavator several times without success. He thought the excavator was broken, so he called a maintenance technician, and they repaired and inspected it together. But at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. I saw that the excavator that was originally stalled actually started on its own and moved forward, crushing the driver and maintenance master to death in an instant. These words made the atmosphere at the scene even more uncomfortable. Damn! This must be haunted, otherwise how could the excavator move on its own? Hey, I don't dare to do this job anymore. Retreat? I don't dare to do it anymore. Who dares to do it if my life is in danger, even if I make such a huge amount of money? For a time, public opinion began to get out of control, and many people wanted to go on strike. Manager Ma said with a panic look on his face, "Master, this can't really be haunted, right? If this continues, what if?" Snapped. Ji Budwan slapped him directly. "We are in a scientific society now. What are the gods and ghosts? No matter what happens, this demolition work must be carried out to the end." Although he said this, he also felt a little guilty. "But I think the project must be completed." A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, everyone, these are just accidental coincidences, not haunted at all. As long as everyone keeps working and the demolition work is completed in the next few days, I guarantee that all of your salaries will be doubled. Every penny is a lot. Salary doubled." As soon as these words came out, everyone's originally fearful eyes were instantly replaced by excitement. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. The workers stopped going on strike and continued construction. As for the bodies of the 3 dead people, Ji Budwan sent people to deal with them in a low-key manner, and strictly controlled the information from leaking out. Death at a construction site can easily lead to official consequences, and the investigation may be suspended. This is what Ji Budwan never wants to see. In this way, the engineering team continued the demolition work. Since the death of the 3 people, there have been no accidents. It seems that everything has changed for the better. Ji family manor. In some dark basement, an old man with a slightly stooped figure and beady eyes wearing a blue Chenguang hat was mixing medicine in front of a table. He is none other than Rong Tianli's subordinate, Teng Bai. In the corner of the table, there is a small glass bottle. There is a black, slender worm crawling slowly inside the bottle. Suddenly, the insect's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within a few seconds, it exploded and died. The glass bottle withstood the impact of the explosion, and the inner wall was scattered with viscous liquid. Day! Something happened indeed. Fujiburi complained with a calm face. A middle-aged man with a fat figure and gold-rimmed glasses walked over with a smile. He shook his fan. What happened? Teng Bai explained, the flatulence goo is divided into male and female. If one of the paired goo insects dies, the other will die. The death of the male insect just now means that the female insect put into the body of that idiot Yangfu has died.
Luo Yuanliang nodded and said, "It seems that Yu Yongfu's identity has been exposed. He died of a poisonous attack during the interrogation process. These people are much faster than expected." Tang Bai narrowed his beady eyes slightly. He lowered his voice and asked, "Lao Luo, don't you think the speed at which this matter was exposed is too incredible?" Chapter 269 is about to end. Luo Yuanliang shook his folding fan. He smiled and said, "Early this morning, the law enforcement team discovered Qian Rong's body in Xianku Well, and it was only natural that they followed the clues and found Yu Yongfu. The key point in this matter is the mysterious person who called the police to the law enforcement team. From my analysis, this person does not belong to us or Yi Tian's camp, and is probably a third-party force." Tang Bai frowned and said, "Who is it?" Luo Yuanliang smiled and said, "It's not easy to draw a conclusion, but it doesn't matter who has it with us after all. A fool like Yu Yongfu will be exposed sooner or later anyway. We have completed the first step of the plan by using him. If he dies, he will die. Now the eldest lady and Yi Tians are forced to separate. One is in the provincial capital and the other is in Jiangnan City. The provincial capital is left to the second master to deal with, and the Jiangnan City side naturally falls on us. It is not difficult to defeat them one by one." Tang Bai nodded and said, "Although the eldest elder in the family favors the eldest lady, and the old man's attitude is quite ambiguous, their support alone may not be able to help the eldest lady tide over the difficulties. After all, in this huge provincial capital, apart from them, no other force would help the eldest lady." Luo Yuanliang said with a smile, "Don't worry about the provincial capital, we just need to worry about our own affairs. The most important thing at the moment is to successfully complete the 100 billion order project so that Erie's power in Jiangnan City can be fully established. As for that little guy Yi Tians, there are still many ways to deal with him. Yu Yongfu's death alone can create an opportunity, huh?" Hey. Fujibuyi agreed and smiled. Although he didn't know what ideas were brewing in Luo Yuanliang's mind. But judging from what we know about him, he will definitely bring huge trouble to Yi Tians. Luo Yuanliang continued to ask, "How is young Master Rong's situation?" "The person has been completely cured, but the cost and consequences have been a bit high. He needs to be given some time to adapt." "Understood." Luo Yuanliang nodded. At this time, jingle bell. His cell phone rang suddenly. It was Ji Boduan calling. Didn't this guy go to the construction site to supervise the work in person? Why did he call so suddenly? Luo Yuanliang mumbled and pressed the answer button. Ji Boduan's panicked and anxious voice immediately came from the opposite side. "Mr. Luo, it's bad, something big happened at the construction site. Please come over quickly and call Mr. Tang, I can't hold on any longer." Do. Then, the phone hung up. Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai looked at each other, full of confusion. How could such a simple task as demolishing an abandoned industrial park lead to such a big deal? Confused, the two immediately set off for Tada Industrial Park. 20 minutes later, the two arrived in a hurry. At this time, the construction site was surrounded by dozens of thugs hired by the Ji family, and outsiders were not allowed to enter or exit freely. There were bursts of noise inside. When Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai entered the construction site, I saw hundreds of workers gathered on 3 levels inside and 3 outside. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Various noisy discussions. "We can't do this job. We must go on strike. If this continues, our lives will be lost here. Let us get out. I want to call the police. I want to claim compensation." Luo Yuanliang and the two squeezed through the crowd. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. I saw countless venomous snakes densely scattered around a dilapidated factory building with an area of several thousand square meters. These venomous snakes can be as long as half a meter in length and more than 3 meters in length, and large ones. They are colorful and spit out messages that make people scalp numb. They climb back and forth around the factory building, seemingly not wanting anyone to get close. In the outer area near the dilapidated factory building, there were a pile of venomous snake carcasses scattered around. Some were crushed, and some were broken into 2 pieces, apparently killed by workers using shovels or construction vehicles. But compared with the poisonous snakes that are still alive, the number is many times worse. Ji Budwan was explaining various things to the workers. Don't be afraid, everyone, I will definitely handle it, I will. Please don't strike. There are more than 10 thugs protecting him beside him to deal with the workers who may rush up at any time. Luo Yuanliang stepped forward. What happened? Ji Budwan turned his head and saw Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai arriving. He was so excited that he seemed to have seen Ji Wuli's resurrection. He rolled and crawled over and ran over. You two are here, two really can't hold it anymore. Ji Budwan looked shocked. Luo Yuanliang said nothing. Just slap him in the face. Snapped. The beating made him spin in place several times before he stopped. Calm down. This slap made Ji Budwan sober up a lot. His body trembled, and he nodded quickly, yes, yes. Tool say it right now, I'll say it right away. Next, Ji Budwan recounted the mysterious deaths of Hu Hansan and 3 other people after the construction started. Within more than half an hour after the death of these 3 people, all construction work at the construction site seemed to have returned to normal. But I didn't expect an accident to happen again. When workers were about to knock down an abandoned warehouse, countless snakes emerged from it. They seemed to go crazy and attacked the surrounding workers. Although the workers immediately fought back and killed many snakes, more than a dozen workers were still bitten. Ji Budwan was worried that things would get serious and did not allow the workers to go to the hospital for treatment. He simply asked the workers to use alcohol to treat their wounds. However, he did not expect that these snakes are highly venomous. After a while, all the workers who were bitten died from the poison. Now the other workers were frightened. They all said that no matter how much they paid, they would go on strike and call the police. Ji Budwan had no other choice, so he called the 2 of them. During this period, the workers' mobile phones were also taken away, for fear that someone would secretly spread the news. After listening, Luo Yuanliang narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, Tang Lao, what do you think? Tang Bai glanced in the direction of the snakes with his beady eyes, and then looked around. He slowly said, snakes like damp and cold places. It is not the breeding season for snakes, but there are such a large number of venomous snakes here, and they are of different types. It is obviously weird. Although I am not very proficient in feng shui, I can feel that the aura of this place is stagnant and the yang qi is insufficient. In other words, the feng shui is not good. It's no surprise that weird incidents happen frequently. Hear this. Ji Budwan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, Mr. Luo, Mr. Tang, do you two have any way to solve this feng shui problem? It has only been a few hours since the start of the work, and more than a dozen people have died tragically. Now the workers' negative emotions are serious, and construction will not be possible unless it is resolved. Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai both shook their heads. After all, they only have a superficial understanding of feng shui and are not feng shui masters. It's going to be over. Ji Budwan sat down on the ground, almost crying. I was originally confident that I would be able to bid for this project, but I didn't expect that this would happen just after the start. If this cannot be completed on time, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Luo Yuanliang frowned and speculated, is it possible that this 100 billion order contract itself is a scam? Chapter 270, in a few years, it will sag to the navel. As soon as these words came out, Ji Budwan and Tang Bai both expressed confusion. Ji Budwan asked, Mr. Luo, why did you say this? Luo Yuanliang squinted his eyes and shook his fan. My intuition tells me that Yi Tiance probably knew in advance that the feng shui of this place was not good. So at the tenderer meeting, not only did he not win the order, but he deliberately raised the price of liquidated damages, just to trick us. Boom. Hearing this, Ji Budwan was stunned for a moment, as if he had been struck by lightning. Although this sounds a bit unbelievable, if you think about it carefully, it is indeed something Yi Tiance can do. Ji Budwan felt bad all over. Mr. Luo, what should we do next? We can't just watch the project be delayed and eventually pay Tianlong Group a huge amount of liquidated damages, right? Once compensation is involved, even if our Ji family goes bankrupt, we won't be able to pay it out. Luo Yuanliang smiled and said, why are you panicking?
These are just wishful thinking of ye. Although the feng shui of this place is complicated, it is not something that no one can solve. As long as the feng shui of this place is solved, the construction period will naturally not be delayed. Besides, he can't interfere with Tianlong the group's business. Solving feng shui. Ji Budwan gritted his teeth and murmured, then seemed to think of something. I know someone. He has been practicing Taoism for many years, and I think he will be able to solve the feng shui here. I'll give him a call right now. Just then, some workers in the crowd complained and shouted. How long are we going to be locked up? I want to go home and I don't want to do this anymore. Even if the feng shui problem is solved, we won't dare to do it anymore. Did you hear that? Quickly give us mental compensation and compensation for the dead workers. We will take the money and leave immediately. Hear the public opinion. Mom, I'm just trying to compete. Ji Budwan was about to explode, but Luo Yuanliang raised his hand to stop him. He took a step forward. He smiled and said to the workers, I'm really sorry. Luo understands your fear, but the work of demolishing the abandoned factory must be completed on time. A burly worker stepped forward and shouted unhappily. Why should I listen to you? What if we stop doing this? This matter is non-negotiable. Ha ha. Luo Yuanliang sneered lightly, and then his body suddenly flashed, and the next moment he appeared directly in front of the burly worker. The folding fan unfolded in his hand and swung horizontally. Swish. Put. The burly worker's throat was instantly slashed with a 2-inch-long gash, his trachea was neatly cut open, and blood spurted out. Ooh-hee. He immediately stretched out his hand to cover the wound, but the wound was too big and the bleeding continued. Not a moment. Unwilling to open his eyes wide, he fell straight to the ground and refused to rest in silence. Wow. The workers present were all scared to death. Killing. Can you kill someone with a folding fan? Is this still something humans can do? Is he a monster? Luo Yuanliang took back the folding fan. Still smiling, he said, Luo asked you to complete the work on time. This is not a discussion, but in order. If anyone objects next, you can stand up and I will personally send him on his way. Where have the workers seen such a scene? Although everyone was very reluctant, under the threat of Luo Yuanliang, they all had no choice but to remain silent. No one is clamoring for a strike anymore. Luo Yuanliang turned to Ji Budwan and ordered, let your thugs control these workers. What happened here must not be spread out. Once the feng shui master solves the problem, have the workers get back to work immediately and make sure nothing goes wrong again. Ji Budwan nodded repeatedly, yes. I admire Luo Yuanliang once again in my heart. This man is not only scheming, but also decisive and ruthless in his actions. He is an example worth learning from. After sighing, he took out his cell phone and contacted the feng shui master he knew. Jiangnan City. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. At this time, the atmosphere in the living room was a little subtle. Yi Tian sat on the big sofa in the middle, and there were small sofas on the left and right sides. Two beauties, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan, were sitting respectively, facing each other. The eyes of the two beauties were wide open, as if lightning was shooting out, colliding with each other. Ever since Yi Tian brought Han Ruoyun back, the two of them have been like this for almost half an hour. Ugh. Yi Tian sighed, feeling that it wouldn't be a problem if it continued like this. Just when he was about to speak to break this weird atmosphere, Han Ruoyun spoke first. Hey! Isn't this Lu Ruyan, the popular movie star of our Dragon Kingdom? She is a national goddess. I didn't expect that she has the habit of relying on others. I've learned a lot. Listen to this strange voice. Lu Ruyan snorted lightly. Yi Tian's big villa is high-end and has a lot of empty rooms. What's wrong with me, sister, moving in? Don't you want to move in too? Don't tell anyone else, huh? Mention this. Han Ruoyun was also quite surprised. Thinking that she had known Yi Tian for such a long time, this was the first time she knew that he actually lived in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong, the residence of the legendary Jiangnan god of war? I don't know how Yi Tian moved in. But she didn't care about these details. The most important thing at the moment was to suppress the opponent's arrogance. Han Ruoyan crossed her legs and folded her arms around her plump chest.
He said in a slightly provocative tone, "I am moving in because I am Yi Tian's serious fiancé. What's the problem?" Not to be outdone, Lu Ruyan said, "Is your fiancé amazing?" "What a coincidence, sister, I am too."
Han Ruoyan continued, "I am the first fiancé of Yi Tian's to cancel the engagement, but you are behind me, which shows that I am more important to him." Lu Ruyan curled her lips and said, "That's just because you are in Jiangnan City and you are relatively close to Yi Tian's. If my sister and I were in Jiangnan City, he would definitely ask my sister to break the engagement first."
Yi Tian's was confused. She didn't understand, what was there to compare with when her engagement was cancelled? Say. He has no plans to cancel the engagement now.
Han Ruoyan patted his chest and trembled.
"Showing off, I have an E-cup, but a small C-cup like you is vulnerable to me." Lu Ruyan twitched the corners of her eyes and said, unwilling to be outdone, "Ha!
Don't think that your big cow is great. In a few years, it will droop down to your belly button and you won't even notice it, but my sister can always keep it strong."
Base. Han Ruoyan stood up. "Xiao Pingpan, can you try to say something again?"
Base.
Lu Ruyan also stood up. "Big cow, what did sister say?" The eyes of the two people almost burst into flames. Cough, cough. Yi Tian's immediately smoothed things over and said, "That's enough, you two, just be nice." Shut up. Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan shouted in unison. Yi Tian's. Who the hell did I provoke?
Han Ruoyan pinched his waist with both hands and directly released his ultimate move. "Xiao Pingpan, as the best friend of that stupid woman Xiao Qingcheng, you used to look down on Yi Tian's, but now you live in Yi Tian's villa. Don't you think it's green tea?"
Chapter 271. Who sings so badly? I. Lu Ruyan's expression froze.
This sentence hit her soft spot. Because of her bestie relationship with Xiao Qingcheng, she had a very bad impression of Yi Tian's at first.
"I feel that the other party is nothing and only survives today by eating and drinking in the Xiao family."
But after this period of understanding, she has realized that Yi Tian's is not who Xiao Qingcheng said at all,
but an outstanding man with strength, security, and responsibility. Everyone who looks down on Yi Tian's is totally wrong. More importantly, Yi Tian's is still her fiancé.
Although she didn't understand the reason for this engagement, the existence of this marriage letter did invisibly add a layer of filter to her view of Yi Tian's. Compared to the famous young master in the provincial capital, she would rather be with Yi Tian's unconditionally. I just thought that on the other hand, she was Xiao Qingcheng's best friend. If she was too close to Yi Tian's, it would make her feel more entangled and stressed from a moral perspective.
Han Ruoyan didn't speak when he saw Lu Ruyan. He continued to fire. "Xiao Ping, you are not thinking about cuckolding your best friend, are you?" TSK.
If Xiao Qingcheng knows about this, it will be interesting just thinking about it.
Lu Ruyan fought back bravely. "Ha!
Sister, I'm just staying at Yi Tian's house temporarily, and I didn't say I would be with him even if we are together. It will have to wait until he divorces Qingcheng."
Hear this. Han Ruoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and he sat down next to Yi Tian's.
He grabbed Yi Tian's arm, put it in his arms, and rubbed it against his chest.
"Pretending to show off," he said. I don't need to worry about this at all. Yi Tian's, is mine now anyway. I don't feel guilty for cuckolding Xiao Qingcheng." TSK, as for you, you still dream that Yi Tian's can be with you. Stop dreaming. He has so many fiancés. Why does he like you? You. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in anger.
She bit her lip, her mind racing. Suddenly an idea flashed and he hummed and said, "Because Yi Tian's took away my sister's first kiss as a man, he must be responsible to the end."
What?
Han Ruoyan's eyes widened, and he reached out and pinched Yi Tian's waist hard.
"Hey! When did you, a pervert, take away Xiaoban's first kiss? Why didn't I know this?" Hiss. Yi Tian's took a breath of cold air. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I just helped her and she took the initiative to kiss me on the cheek. Is this called taking away my first kiss? I haven't said she took away my first face." Han Ruoyun breathed a sigh of relief. He mocked Lu Ruyan. Xiaoping, is this what you mean by taking away the first kiss? I almost died laughing.
However, as soon as she finished speaking, a scene occurred that surprised both her and Yi Tiance. Lu Ruyan stepped forward quickly, bent down, put her lovely lips in front of Yi Tiance, and kissed him deeply.
Boom. Yi Tiance's mind went blank for a second. Damn it, is this for real? Han Ruoyun opened his mouth wide. Sir, cuckold me in front of this lady? Bo. 5 seconds later, Lu Ruyan retracted her lips and responded to Rong Meiyan. Now that Yi Tiance has taken away my sister's first kiss, is there any problem? Even though he said this calmly, his heart couldn't stop beating wildly. She never thought why she suddenly became so big and would actually give her first kiss to Yi Tiance. So shy. Xiaoping, I will fight with you. At this time, Han Ruoyun stood up angrily. Lu Ruyan rubbed her neck and said, Big cow, sister, I have wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Seeing that the two of them were really angry and ready to start fighting again, Yi Tiance pretended to be angry and said, Stop it, if anyone disobeys again, I will kick her out. Yi Tiance seemed really angry when he saw him. Only then did the two beauties calm down. Humph. Cut. The two of them curled their lips and looked away. Ugh. Yi Tiance sighed inwardly. He knew that if Han Ruoyan was brought back, nothing good would happen if these two people got together. I love the vast world. At this moment, a singing voice sounded, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Lu Ruyan, who was feeling angry, couldn't help but complained. Who can sing so poorly? It's hard to sing at this level, haha. Etc. Why does this voice sound so familiar? What the hell? Isn't this my sister's voice? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened for a moment and she looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Only then did he realize that the message was coming from Yi Tiance's cell phone on the sofa. Damn it! Yi, what's going on? Yi Tiance looked down and found that an unfamiliar phone number was calling him. Should I wipe it? What's going on? Several question marks popped up in his head. Why did Lu Ruyan's drunken singing video suddenly become the ringtone of her phone last night? Put. At this time, Han Ruoyan couldn't help but chuckled and said, someone stupidly said that his voice was ugly. It made my stomach hurt from laughing. You? Lu Ruyan was ashamed and angry. She was so ashamed that her embarrassment was exposed in public. It was so embarrassing. She was so angry that the video was clearly on her phone and had been deleted. Why did it become Yi Tiance's cell phone ringtone? Yi Tiance. You must give me an explanation, sister. Yi Tiance's eyes twitched. Han Ruoyan, you must give me an explanation. He remembered that on the way back, Han Ruoyan borrowed his cell phone from him and asked him to restore his WeChat friends. He also checked to see if Yi Tiance had deleted the welfare photos she gave him. Yi Tiance handed the phone to Han Ruoyan without thinking much while driving. Unexpectedly, this girl secretly changed the ringtone of her cell phone? Isn't this too damaging? Does it fit your personality as a beautiful woman? Although this thing is really funny. Han Ruoyan succeeded and said with a smile, I am the one who did it. Xiaoping is not convinced, right? I will make you mad, luo. Ah! Big cow, you are despicable and shameless. Lu Ruyan was about to break her guard. Yi Tiance said helplessly, you two will argue later, let me answer the phone first. He pressed the answer button. Hello, who are you? It's only been 2 days since we last met, and Mr. Yi has forgotten about me. It seems that the impression Yanji left on you is indeed of no importance. Listening to the cold and calm voice on the other end of the phone, Yi Tiance's pupils shrank slightly. Lu Yanji? Why are you calling? When I heard Lu Yanji's name, Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan, who were about to fight, stopped in a tacit understanding. Staring at Yi Tiance intently, there seemed to be some vigilance in his eyes. Yanji wants to see Mr. Yi. Is it convenient? Yi Tiance said lightly, it's inconvenient. Since it's inconvenient, just hang up. Toot toot. Lu Yenji hung up the phone.
Yi Tian's frowned, always feeling something was strange.
Since the other party came to find me, he just agreed after being rejected? But not long after. Yi Tian seemed to sense something and looked out the door. Han Ruoyan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Yi Tian's replied, "Someone is coming." Who? Lu Yenji. Han Ruoyun? Lu Ruyan? She just hung up the phone and suddenly came to the door? Are you kidding me? The two were about to express doubts. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang. Chapter 272, Praise Me Too. The doorbell rang. As expected, Lu Yenji's figure appeared on the surveillance screen at the door. Han Ruoyan was shocked and said, "Let me go, is it really this woman? What is she doing here?" Lu Ruyan asked Yi Tians, "Are you sure you want her to come in?"
Yi Tians thought for a while and said, "Since the other party has taken the initiative to come to the door, I want to see what kind of medicine this woman is selling." He walked over and opened the door. Today, Lu Yenji is wearing a pair of black sunglasses and a black slim-fitting hip-hugging dress. Under the skirt, there are two straight and slender black stockings legs, mysterious and sexy. Both hands are still wearing the iconic black silk gloves, and the left hand is holding a small black handbag for women. Although it was only around 4 o'clock in the afternoon and there was still plenty of sunshine in the summer, standing at the door, she still exuded a cool aura that kept strangers away, as if she was unattainable. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of pink and phoenix eyes. The sexy lips painted with black lipstick moved slightly. Yenji thought Mr. Yi wouldn't open the door. "Tell me, why did you come to me?" Yenji's first visit, Mr. Yi didn't even invite him to come in and sit down? Yi Tians leaned against the doorframe. With a half smile but not a smile, he said, "Since this is your first visit, why don't you bring me some gifts? With your status as Miss Lu, you can buy me not only some famous wine and tea, but also a few kilograms of fruit, a large Sprite and a large Coke." Surrounded by Lu Yenji, who was always emotionally stable, he was also slightly stunned at this moment, with a bit of confusion flashing in his eyes. She didn't expect the big shot behind the scenes of the Tang Tang Tianlong group. He even takes the initiative to ask for gifts from others. Yi Tian smiled lightly and said, "Ha, it's just a joke. Miss Lu comes to the door, so of course I have no reason to turn her away." He made way for Lu Yenji. "Thanks." Lu Yenji stepped into the door and took off her black high heels at the entrance. She did not wear the slippers placed at the door, but stepped on the floor with a pair of bare black silk jade feet. When she saw Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan in the living room, she sighed softly. "Miss Han and Miss Lu are actually here. Mr. Yi hides his beauty in the golden house. What a blessing." Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan looked at each other without responding, and their emotions became tense inexplicably. Although in terms of appearance and figure, both of them think they are not inferior to Lu Yenji. But the opponent's innate aura like a female emperor is full of oppression. Lu Yenji walked straight to the big sofa in the center of the living room, neatly adjusted her hip-hugging skirt and sat down. She crossed her legs and her beautiful black stocking legs swayed slightly, as if she was examining everything. "Everyone, sit down," Lu Yenji said calmly. "Oh. Ah." Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan responded and sat on the small sofas on the left and right respectively. Yi Tians was speechless. "I thought to myself, didn't you two have a fierce fight just now? Why did he suddenly become a good girl in front of Lu Yenji?" Yi Tians walked over. He didn't sit down, but put his hands in his pockets. The opponent's sense of oppression was nothing to mention in front of him. "Miss Lu, why did you come to me?" Lu Yenji took out a lady's cigarette from her handbag, raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Do you mind if Yenji smokes a cigarette?" Yi Tian said calmly, "Whatever you want." "Thanks." Lu Yenji lit the cigarette, took a puff, blew out the smoke ring, and closed her eyes slightly, seeming to enjoy the moment of peace brought by smoking. Her movements are elegant and have a unique charm. Nothing offensive. A few seconds later, Lu Yenji got straight to the point and said, "This morning, Mr. Yi went to Wushang Temple to be busy. It must be very hard, right?" Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly.
Does this woman even know this? This information is very well informed. Lu Yenji flicked the ashes of his cigarette.
Mr. Yi may be curious about how Yenji knows this, and I won't hide it, because the call to the police for the location of Qian Rong's body was made by someone under me.
Oh? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows. This news was somewhat unexpected. Why are you doing this?
Lu Yenji said calmly, "Yenji said that I have no ill intentions towards you, Mr. Yi, so I don't want others to have any ill intentions towards you."
Some people were setting up the blame behind their backs and killing people. Yenji couldn't stand it, so he helped out. Isn't this reason enough? Her red phoenix eyes looked directly at Yi Tiance without any fluctuation. Yi Tiance also stared at her. It's really admirable that Miss Lu is so kind, huh? Lu Yenji didn't care about Yi Tiance's thoughtful attitude. Mr. Yi has been busy for a long time and should have gained a lot. Can you tell Yenji? The corner of Yi Tiance's mouth curled up. Miss Lu, don't you have great intelligence? The business empress of Jiangnan City, you know this secret without asking me, right? Hear this. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyun's hearts skipped a beat. Do you think Yi Tiance is so brave? Do you even dare to tease Lu Yenji, a ruthless woman? Aren't you afraid of her being angry?
Lu Yenji's expression remained unchanged, and she gently shook her beautiful legs in black stockings. These secrets are indeed nothing to me. It's just that Yenji wants to hear them from Mr. Yi. Since he doesn't want to tell them, Yenji won't force them. After all, you are always wary and suspicious of me. I understand. She shifted her gaze to Lu Ruoyun. If the prediction is good, Miss Lu should have told you that Yenji once met Xiao Qingcheng and asked her to work with me, right?
Aye. Facing Lu Yenji's scrutinizing gaze.
Lu Ruoyun, who has always been arrogant and prejudiced, felt weak at the moment and felt on pins and needles. This girl's sense of oppression is too strong, and every word she says hits the point.
Ah. Lu Yenji chuckled lightly and said, "It doesn't matter if you say it. If you don't say it, Yenji will say it. Mr. Yi, Xiao Qingcheng is indeed your wife. The answer she gave me that night was actually the same as yours. Quite interesting. Hear this."
Han Ruoyun curled her lips and muttered, "Xiao Qingcheng is already his ex-wife, not his wife." Lu Yenji raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "Ms. Han deserves to be called Mr. Yi's fiancé. She is very possessive. Yenji admires you very much. You dare to love and hate, and you are decisive in doing things and—"
She moved her gaze downwards, landing on the E-cup on Han Ruoyun's chest, and added, "And it's very exciting." Ah? Really? Thanks for the compliment.
Han Ruoyun's face turned slightly red. Although her impression of Lu Yenji was average, she was able to get compliments from this business empress, nicknamed Black Rose.
Still very satisfied. See this. Lu Ruoyun didn't know which tendon was wrong, so she looked at Lu Yenji, pointed at herself, and asked, "What about me?" That's what I was thinking. Praise me too. Come on, praise me, sister. Unexpectedly, Lu Yenji glanced directly past Lu Ruoyun and stared at Yi Tiance.
You said, "Mr. Yi, Yenji is very curious about your relationship with Jiangnan War God, or are you the Jiangnan War God himself?"
Chapter 273. Remembering the roughness of that night. Boom.
Hearing these words, both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyun immediately opened their eyes.
What? Yi Tiance is actually the legendary Jiangnan god of war? Real or fake?
You must know that the Jiangnan god of war is not only a legend in Jiangnan City, but also a being who once stood at the top in the entire Tiannan province. He is also the idol pursued by a large number of martial arts masters and the dream lover of countless young girls. It's just that that person has always been a mysterious dragon, and very few people have seen his true face. Since the Jiangnan god of war suddenly disappeared 3.5 years ago, many people speculated that he might have died outside.
After working for a long time, the Jiangnan god of war is beside us? Han Ruoyun couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Sisi, is what Miss Lu said true?"
Lu Ruoyun was even more stunned. Sister asked, "Why are you so good at kung fu and still living in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong?" It turns out that this is your true identity, so why didn't you tell me earlier? At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt that the value of her fiancé had immediately increased countless times. The young master from the provincial capital is inferior to the name of the god of war in the south of the Yangtze River. The corners of Yi Tian's eyes twitched twice. I am who I am not some Jiangnan god of war at all, don't confuse me with him. The Jiangnan war god looked like Song Xiaobao, he was bald, and his strength was such that he could be knocked down with just one slap. If you compare yourself with him at this level, isn't that insulting? Lu Yenji started this topic by inserting the butt of her cigarette into the ashtray. He said in a calm tone, "It doesn't matter that Mr. Yi doesn't want to admit it, no matter what your identity is. Yenji appreciates your ability. I came here today to once again hope that you can agree to my conditions." Yi Tian's responded calmly, "Let me reiterate, I will not agree to your conditions, and I will never be inferior to others in this life, do you understand?" "Haha, as expected of you." Lu Yenji smiled coldly. "But Yenji is still patient. You have less than 6 days left to think about it. It just so happens that Yenji can just sit on the sidelines and act as a spectator these days. I hope Mr. Yi can direct the scene more excitingly." She stood up and straightened her skirt. "It's getting late, Yenji should take a step back first." She opened her long black stocking legs and prepared to walk towards the door. "Wait." Yi Tian's raised his arm to stop her. Lu Yenji raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Oh? Mr. Yi, are you unwilling to let me go? Do you think the two beauties hidden in the golden house are not enough, and you want Yenji to stay and serve you?" Yi Tian's? When did he say he meant this? There was some complexity in Lu Yenji Danfeng's eyes. She sighed softly, "If you think this way, I'm afraid Mr. Yi will be disappointed. Yenji's heart has died long ago, and this body is even more filthy. It is not worthy of you, Mr. Yi. The so-called love between men and women, lustful tricks, Yenji, I don't care." Hear this. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan glanced at each other subconsciously. Everyone feels that there is a lot of information in this sentence. What has this woman been through? Yi Tian's looked directly at Lu Yenji. "Don't think too much. Although you are different from other women, I have no such thoughts. Putting aside, this woman is hard to see through, and Yi Tian's is always wary. Not to mention, the letter left by the master clearly warned him not to have too much interaction with Lu Yenji, especially not to have physical relations, otherwise the consequences would be out of control. Based on this, Yi Tian's will not have such thoughts about her." Lu Yenji met Yi Tian's gaze and raised her chin slightly. The attitude is cold and aloof. Is it possible that Yenji's performance made Mr. Yi dissatisfied and wanted to kill Yenji on the spot? If so, please do it. After all, we were only a little bit successful that night, weren't we? Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked at each other again. And many more. That night? What's going on? Lu Yenji narrowed her eyes slightly. Her voice was cold and seductive in an indescribable way. She pointed at her neck. "To be honest, Yenji still remembers your rough behavior that night. It was a bit exciting and a bit memorable." Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan's eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Rude behavior? Yi, what kind of shameful things have you done without telling us? Yi Tian's frowned slightly and said, "I just want to remind you that no matter what plans are brewing behind the scenes, if you have any problems, you can directly target me and don't hurt the people around me. Otherwise, no matter how special you are or what your reasons are, I, Yi Tian's, don't mind letting you experience the most terrifying experience in the world." At this moment, Lu Yenji felt as if she was being targeted by the devil from hell. The strong invisible pressure even made her chest feel a little tight. But she still tried to remain calm and smiled coldly. Oh, Yenji is really looking forward to it. Put down this sentence. She walked to the entrance and put on her high heels. Before going out, she seemed to have thought of something. This time Yenji came here and forgot to bring a gift. It was really rude. As an apology, Yenji reminds you that Miss Rong returned to the provincial capital and was alone. The situation is not optimistic. Goodbye. Open the door and leave. Yi Tian's was left standing there thinking for a while. After Lu Yenji walked out of Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong, she took a deep breath. She narrowed her eyes slightly and the light moved slightly. What a magical man! The pressure of being stared at by this man just now was actually more suffocating than him. How could it be?
At this time, a driving black Bentley stopped.
The bodyguard in a white suit got out of the car, opened the door carefully, and Lu Yinji got in the car.
After the car started and left, the bodyguard in a white suit asked, "Miss, how did you gain?" Lu Yinji shook his head slightly.
The bodyguard in a white suit snorted coldly. "This man named Ji is ignorant. It is his blessing to be able to work with you, young lady, but he has refused again and again."
Lu Yinji said calmly, "He is a proud man with an unruly temperament, which is reasonable." "Miss, he lives in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Is he really the legendary Jiangnan god of war Lin Feng?"
Lu Yinji shook his head and said, "I met Lin Feng in the early years, and they were not the same person at all. My intuition told me that what happened to Lin Feng back then was most likely related to him."
"Are you saying that Lin Feng was killed by Yi Tiance?"
"It's impossible. Lin Feng is a strong man at the level of the god of war."
Lu Yinji looked out the car window, her eyes flashing with complexity.
He said with sincerity and emotion, "Although the god of war is strong, he is not invincible in front of a real giant. The gap is like a firefly and a bright moon. Remember, this world is very big, so big that we can't even imagine." The bodyguard in the white suit trembled and his eyes were horrified.
"Could it be? Is there anything stronger than the god of war in this world? It's unimaginable."
"But miss, she is not a martial arts master, so how does she know this?"
Confused though. But the bodyguard in the white suit was very knowledgeable and didn't ask any more questions. His only duty is to protect Lu Yinji to the death. Because everything he has today is because of the lady.
Chapter 274, Tolerance Means Greatness.
Inside Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. After Lu Yinji left, both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief.
This woman staying here will make the two of them feel even more stressed from the bottom of their hearts.
Han Ruoyan asked in confusion, "How does Lu Yinji know that you live here? She shouldn't have been here before, right?"
Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "It's her first time here."
Lu Ruyan also asked, "Then she just said that you were too rough that night, and she is still recalling it. What happened? Did you two have any relationship?" Yi Tiance was speechless. "What are you thinking?"
"It's only the second time I've met her. The last time was on the night of the tenderers meeting. She briefly chatted with me about some things, but nothing else happened."
Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked at each other. Although Yi Tiance's words seemed to be watertight,
but none of them believed that such a top-notch woman as Lu Yinji was standing in front of them, and that he, Yi Tiance, had no idea at all. You must know that Lu Yinji's words and deeds exude a mature and fatal temptation that even their women will be attracted to.
Yi Tiance could bear to meet her alone? There must be something wrong here.
At this time, Yi Tiance said, "Lu Yinji just reminded me that I am a little worried about Rong Meiyin's situation. Let's go upstairs and make a phone call. Don't fight downstairs."
After he turned around and went upstairs, Han Ruoyan lowered her voice to Lu Ruyan and asked, "Zhao Pingpan, did you also find out that there is something wrong with Yi Tiance and Lu Yinji?"
Lu Ruyan curled her lips.
"Ha!
That woman is just relying on her good conditions in all aspects to be arrogant. I can't stand it, sister."
Obviously, she was still angry that Lu Yinji didn't praise her just now.
Han Ruoyan thought for a while and said seriously, "Let's open the skylight and tell the truth. The reason why I won't deal with you is mostly because of Xiao Qingcheng. One coat equals another. I was bullied by Rong Zidong at the tendering conference that night. You stood up and spoke for me. I still want to thank you."
Okay?
Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Han Ruoyan to suddenly mention this topic.
"Is this a reconciliation?"
She puffed out her chest. "Ahem, sister, I have been in society for so many years, and I have always been loyal. I just draw my sword to help when there is injustice. It is nothing, so there is no need to thank you." Having said that, the small pride in his expression could not be hidden at all. Han Ruoyan continued, "Now you and I both know that Yi Tiance has 9 fiancés, and we are all one of them. I admit that I like Yi Tiance, and I will recognize him as a man in this life. I also admit that with Yi Tiance's ability, he is destined to attract other confidants around him. I want to monopolize her, but I know that this is unrealistic." After all, I don't think I have the ability to attract him to hang himself on my crooked neck, unless the person he married 3 years ago was me.
Lu Ruyan blinked Bakazilan's big eyes. Unexpectedly, Han Ruoyun's inner thoughts were like this?
Han Ruoyun continued, so I have thought about it clearly. Since I cannot monopolize Yi Tian's, there must be a prerequisite for having other women by her side. That is, this woman must not harm Yi Tian's and must be sincere to him emotionally. If anyone has bad thoughts towards him, I will not let her have an easy time even if I risk my life.
Lu Ruyan's expression was startled.
Before, she felt that Han Ruoyun was very narrow-minded and always targeted her. But now that she heard what the other party was saying, she suddenly felt that Han Ruoyun's situation was so big.
Is this the size of an E-cup? Be tolerant to diversity, tolerance is a virtue? So if the child is big, the pattern is also big?
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan lowered his head and looked down at his small snow mountain. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was really the case.
Han Ruoyun continued. Among Yi Tian's fiancés, the one I got to know first is Rong Meiyan. She is thoughtful, deep-minded, and a little bit coquettish.
But I know that she has 100% trust in Yi Tian's and will not frame Yi Tian's, so they have a close relationship and I just turn a blind eye.
Okay?
A little surprise flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes.
That woman named Rong Mia was actually Yi Tian's fiancé?
Although it is unexpected, it is reasonable. After all, the two of them were so close. Han Ruoyan pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, as for you, you like to go against me, but I can see that you don't have any evil intentions. After all, women with evil intentions are prerequisites for being smart. You are just being pretentious.
Lu Ruyan?
Are you praising my sister or me with these words, or are you mocking me?
Lu Ruyan curled her lips and muttered, so, you also believe in me, sister?
Han Ruoyan nodded. I believe it reluctantly, but I remind you not to get drunk in the future. After all, it is really. Lu Ruyan's face turned red and her toes dug into the ground in embarrassment. The whole damn thing about him has been spread out.
Then do you still know the identities of Yi Tian's other fiancés?
Han Ruoyan shook his head. Lu Ruyan said, yesterday I heard Yi Tian say from his own mouth that Lin Yuyan from the provincial capital is also his fiancé. I don't know if he is bragging or if it is true.
Ah? Sister Yuyan is also her fiancé?
Han Ruoyan almost screamed.
Lin Yuyan is the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province.
Lu Ruyan asked, do you know her? Han Ruoyan nodded. Well, thanks to my relationship with the Lin family, I have met Sister Yuyan twice. How should I put it? As a woman, I have absolute confidence in my appearance, but in front of Sister Yuyan, I feel ashamed of yourself.
She is so perfect that she can't find any flaws. That is.
Just what? Han Ruoyan seemed to have thought of something and quickly shook his head.
No, it's nothing. In fact, I care more about another woman.
You mean Lu Yanji? Han Ruoyan nodded. You can also feel it that woman's actions and words are hard to see through. My intuition tells me that she must not be holding anything back.
Lu Ruyan nodded affirmatively and said, sister, I think so too.
Han Ruoyan's eyes flashed with determination. So what we have to do is to find out from Yi Tian's what his relationship is with Lu Yanji, and what he thinks of her if possible. We must not let the two of them be together.
Makes sense. Lu Ruyan nodded.
In fact, what she is most concerned about is that Lu Yanji is too terrible. If Lu Yanji and Yi Tian's get together in the future, what right does she have to say? After all, she could not be outdone in front of Rong Mia and Dai. But in front of Lu Yanji, it seemed that he didn't even have the courage to talk back. Lu Ruyan said worriedly, it's just that Yi Tian's has such a harsh mouth. Are you sure there is a way to make him speak? A hint of cunning flashed in Han Ruoyan's eyes. Humph. Of course, so next, you have to cooperate with me. Chapter 275 The Adventure of True Heart. Chapter Second floor bedroom.
Yi Tian's finished talking to Rong Meiyan on the phone.
On the phone, Yi Tian's asked Rong Meiyan how the situation was over there, and the latter said that the situation would be more difficult than imagined. But she's still coping. And she has added Su Changwei's contact information, and the two will keep in touch secretly. Su Changwei said that no matter what Rong Meiyan needs, she will do her best to help, and at least she will ensure that Rong Meiyan's safety is taken care of. After that, the two briefly chatted for a while and hung up the phone.
Yi Tiance murmured softly.
Speaking of Su Changwei, the toxins in Nizi's body are only temporarily suppressed. If you want to completely eliminate them, you will need 3 kinds of medicinal materials. I don't know if there is any news from Dean Wu. Let's ask some time.
Wait a minute, the 2 women downstairs haven't moved for a long time. Could it be that they started fighting?
He suddenly realized this, and Yi Tiance hurried downstairs.
When he came to the living room.
But I saw Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan sitting on the main sofa. They were very close to each other and looked very intimate.
Yan Yan, you take good care of your skin, and you can break it when you blow it. Can you tell me how you do it? No problem. Who among us will follow whom?
Yun Yun, are your breasts natural or acquired? To tell you the truth, I envy you the most, sister. If I could be so big, I would laugh out of my dreams. You don't know, the C cup is actually just right. If it's too big, it always rubs against each other. It's uncomfortable, especially in the summer. When I say envy, I should be the one who envy you. The 2 of them were chirping.
This scene made Yi Tiance confused.
Good guys, didn't you 2 call each other Little Tablet and Big Cow before?
Why are you suddenly acting like your best friend now? It's really hard to guess a woman's thoughts. Han Ruoyun noticed Yi Tiance coming downstairs.
He hurriedly waved and said, "Come here quickly, I ordered barbecue and beer and will be there soon. Let's have some food together to celebrate."
Today is not a holiday. What are you celebrating?
Why, this is my first time coming to your house. Isn't it worth celebrating?
It's worth it, of course it's worth it.
Yi Tiance smiled helplessly.
After a while,
the delivery boy delivers barbecue and beer to your door. The food is placed on the coffee table in the living room, including mutton skewers, beef skewers, grilled oysters, spicy crayfish, and other delicacies.
Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan sat on the main sofa in the center, and Yi Tiance sat on the small sofa on the side.
The 3 of them had been busy all day and had not eaten at noon, so this barbecue was equivalent to dinner. Han Ruoyun handed a plate of grilled oysters to Yi Tiance.
Here, these are all for you to eat. So much? What are you giving me to eat?
Han Ruoyun smiled slyly.
Don't you know medical skills? Don't you know that oysters are aphrodisiacs? Eating more will be good for you.
Ha, my body is very strong and full of young energy. I don't need to be strong at all.
What's more, once this thing gets strong, there's no place to vent it. How frustrating is it? But Han Ruoyun didn't care about this.
Then he piled a swarm of roasted leeks, roasted lamb loins and other aphrodisiacs in front of Yi Tiance. At this time, Lu Ruyan suggested, "It's rare that I'm so happy tonight. It's boring to just eat and drink. Let's roll the dice to compare. The one with the highest score wins. You can assign one of the other 2 people to choose truth or dare." Han Ruoyan immediately raised his hand and said, "Okay, I support it."
In this regard, Yi Tiance did not refuse.
After all, idle time is idle, and it's not bad to cultivate your emotions with 2 beautiful beauties. It's always more interesting than watching them fight.
While eating and drinking, the game begins.
In the first game, Han Ruoyun had the highest dice score. She ate mutton skewers and asked Yi Tiance with a wicked smile, "It's you.
Truth or dare? Tell me the truth."
Han Ruoyan smiled and said, "If you wanna play, let's play with some privacy. Honestly, are you a virgin?"
I wipe. Is it so private? Although he was a little embarrassed, Yi Tiance still said truthfully, "Yes."
Humph.
That's pretty much it.
A flash of satisfaction flashed in Han Ruoyan's eyes.
Come on, let's continue. Hua hua hua. The dice roll. In the second game, Lu Ruyan had the most points. She directly filtered out Han Ruoyan and asked Yi Tiance, "Truth or dare?"
Seriously?
Lu Ruyan asked with a smirk on her face, "Sister, I also want to ask something private. You have met Lu Yenji twice. She is so sexy and seductive. Have you never stood at attention secretly? Or do you imagine that she secretly does some needlework at night? Also, isn't she also your fiancé?" Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. What's wrong with these 2 women today? They haven't drank much beer yet and they start racing? Ahem, I don't have any extra thoughts about her, and I won't have any in the future. Besides, she is not my fiancée. The game continues. The winner this time was Han Ruoyun. Yi Tiance was quite helpless. Are you so unlucky tonight? Han Ruoyun smiled and said to Yi Tiance, truth or dare? Yi Tiance suggested, why don't you ask Lu Ruyan, but always ask me. Han Ruoyun said proudly, I like it, don't you think so? Lu Ruyan made a face at Yi Tiance, Yun Yun and I are good friends, we are united, are you angry? This sentence made Yi Tiance understand instantly. Good guy. In tonight's truth or dare game, these two people teamed up to target him, deliberately making him embarrassed. That being the case. Then don't blame me for being unkind, brother. He smiled faintly, I choose to tell the truth. Han Ruoyun rolled his eyes and landed between Yi Tiance's legs, his cheeks blushing slightly. Ahem, how long is that place? Have you measured it? Yi Tiance almost spit out a mouthful of beer. Yi Tiance frowned and asked, are you sure you want to play such a big game? Han Ruoyun nodded and said, sure. You are my fiancé, what does this mean for me to ask you? Lu Ruyan echoed, that's right, there are no outsiders here, if you are not convinced, you can ask us later, provided you can win, Done. The two looked at each other, with cunning in their eyes. Now that the two have formed an alliance, the probability of winning the game is twice that of Yi Tiance. The advantage is ours. Okay, this is what you said, remember what you said and don't cheat later. Yi Tiance put the phone on the coffee table, pointed at it, and replied, I haven't measured it specifically, but it's a lot longer than it is. Wow. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan stared wide-eyed. Yi Tiance's mobile phone is almost 17 centimeters long, which is actually much longer than the mobile phone. Wouldn't that be? For some reason, their cheeks were flushed and they were a little hot and excited. Maybe he thought of something he shouldn't have thought of, or maybe the alcohol was gradually getting to his head. The game continues. But this time, Yi Tiance used a little secret power when rolling the dice, and the last three dice showed 666 at the same time, the highest point. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan's points were lower than this, so they naturally lost. Yi Tiance took the lead and looked at Han Ruoyun, come on, truth or dare? Han Ruoyun pretended to be calm and said, to be honest, you can ask whatever you want. A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tiance's lips. When you are alone at night, have you ever walked along the tree-lined paths to seek happiness? Chapter 276 Why don't you come to my house to rest first? What? Han Ruoyun was stunned for a moment, then said in confusion, what tree-lined path? She didn't understand what Yi Tiance meant. On the contrary, Lu Ruyan next to him almost spit out a mouthful of beer. Damn it, you're so powerful? Yi, you're so humble. Yi Tiance said indifferently, you just said that there are no outsiders here, what does my problem mean? Han Ruoyun said in confusion, wait, what are you two talking about? Sister, tell you. Lu Ruyan leaned close to Han Ruoyun's ear and explained the idiom in a low voice. Swish. Han Ruoyun's cheeks instantly turned red. Only then did I understand the meaning behind this idiom. How did you guess the meaning of this idiom? It's just a coincidence, it's just a coincidence. Lu Ruyan responded awkwardly. She didn't dare to say that she secretly liked reading pornographic stories. Many authors like to drive, so they give new meanings to many words. For example, how to manage acquaintances, people with similar ideas, give advice to each other, hit the nail on the head, etc. It's not that veteran drivers don't understand at all. And many more. Does this person named Yi also like to read this kind of novel? Lu Ruyan secretly guessed in her heart. At this time, Yi Tiance urged, hurry up and tell the truth, you don't want to cheat, do you? Humph. I don't know how to cheat, I've touched but only once. Han Ruoyun's ears were almost red.
Although she is usually carefree, such private words are still a bit difficult to say.
Yi Tiance continued to smile and asked, "Are you comfortable?" This is a new question, and I won't answer it. It doesn't matter, can't I just beat you one more time? Humph. It's not certain who will win. The game continues. Yi Tiance won again. Truth? Truth or dare? Han Ruoyun pouted. Seriously. Continuing with the previous question, are you comfortable? It sits okay, it just hurts a little bit. Han Ruoyun's face was so red that it almost bled. Yi Tiance lowered his head and glanced at Han Ruoyun's slender hands, and reminded with a half-smile, "Clip your fingernails from now on, so it won't hurt." Swish. This sentence made Han Ruoyun dig her toes to the ground in embarrassment. If only she and Yi Tiance were present, it seemed that they could handle this topic. But Lu Ruyan was also present, so it was so embarrassing. Damn it! She said unwillingly, "The game continues, I don't believe you can keep winning." But things backfired. Yi Tiance once again won easily. Han Ruoyun still chose to speak the truth. What scene was going through your head at that time that prompted you to do this? Han Ruoyun's eyes were evasive and hesitant. Oh? Don't you want to say it, or don't you dare to say it? What are you afraid of? Han Ruoyun took a sip of beer, looked directly at Yi Tiance, and mustered up the courage to say. That night Rong Zidong brought people to the Han family to make trouble. You saved our family when I went to bed that night. I couldn't help but think of you, so I just didn't pay attention. But the time before and after is only 2 minutes, and I didn't put it in it, okay? Boom. This answer was beyond Yi Tiance's expectation. Gee. This girl always sends him welfare photos and tells him to keep them for cleaning his gun. It turns out that in private, she felt herself first. Interesting. Lu Ruyan sitting next to him was stunned. Isn't playing this game more exciting than reading a pornographic article? Han Ruoyun complained and glared at Yi Tiance. Hey! Don't always target me alone. Look at this little tablet. Tonight she will eat both of us by herself. Are you going to let her go? Lu Ruyan was shocked. Big cow, don't betray me, we are on the same side. Han Ruoyan puffed up his chest and said confidently, just because we are in the same camp, you have to help share the pressure. Yi Tiance drank beer and said with a kind smile. Don't worry, you both asked me questions just now. I will naturally be exposed to rain and do later if you want to play, just have fun, hee hee hee. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan's hearts skipped a beat. Looking at Yi Tiance's smile, I had a very bad feeling. It seems that tonight's game has a tendency to shoot oneself in the foot. The fact was indeed as the two expected. Under the secret control of Yi Tiance, he can easily win every game of dice rolling. He also bombarded the two of them with questions in turn. For example, Yi Tiance asked them about their body measurements, the color of their panties, whether they had ever had sex dreams, and even when the two of them last wet the bed. Just over an hour. The panties of the two beauties were almost stripped off. Han Ruoyun was almost on the verge of tears. No more. No more fun. I don't have any secrets anymore. Lu Ruyan's cheeks turned red and she said angrily, You bastard, you must have cheated, otherwise we wouldn't have lost like this. Yi Tiance spread his hands and said, If you say I cheated, you have to provide evidence, otherwise it's slander? You. Lu Ruyan was choked for a moment and snorted unwillingly. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Since there are no secrets anymore, we can continue to play Dare Adventure. The loser must obey the orders and do things, such as losing a piece and taking off a piece of clothing? Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan shook their heads like rattles. If you tell the truth, your underwear will be stripped off. Taking off your clothes and stripping off your underwear is not an adjective. Han Ruoyun coughed lightly and said, I'm done eating, I'm going to go upstairs to wash up. You two want to play by yourself? Done. Then he ran upstairs with bare feet.
Lu Ruyan rubbed his head and said, "Sister, I'm drunk, and I also want to rest early. You can continue alone." Then he ran upstairs quickly. Yi Tiance took a sip of beer. "Ha! You two are still very young when you fight with me." Although it's a pity that he didn't take off his clothes during the adventure, asking so many private and exciting questions tonight was not a loss at all. It also allowed him, who has been a virgin for 26 years, to learn a lot of new knowledge. He stood up and stretched his waist. He looked towards the long dark night outside the living room window. Yi Tiance's originally joking expression gradually turned cold and serious. At this time, outside Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong, on the branches of a big willow tree in the distance, a man in black night clothes squatted on a branch, holding a monocular in his right hand and looking in the direction of the villa. He took out a recording pen and said, "Record, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan have gone upstairs after playing the game. The target Yi Tiance is still in the living room and cannot hear the conversation. It should not be confidential. Release the recorder. Call." The man in black night clothes yawned and rubbed his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, "My legs are a little sore. After the mission is over later, let's find a pedicure shop and have a 1988 package to relax." The voice just fell. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind, "Before going to the pedicure shop, why don't you come to my house to sit down and rest for a while?" Chapter 277. Do I allow you to leave? This sentence suddenly rang out. In an instant, the hair on the man in black night clothes exploded. He turned around suddenly and threw a punch. Call. A punch whizzed by, only to find that there was nothing behind him, and there was no one. Ha! Ha! No one? He frowned and murmured, "Did you just have a hallucination? Maybe the pressure of stalking is too much." He comforted himself so much. Hold the monocular and continue to look towards the living room of the villa. Only to find that Yi Tiance, who was still in the living room just now, had disappeared. "I'll go. Where are the people? Are you looking for me?" Swish. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, looking face to face with him, with a cold smile on his lips. "What?" The man in black night clothes was startled, his feet slipped and he fell directly from the branch of the tree, falling heavily to the ground. Although it is more than 4 meters high from the ground. But he didn't seem to have anything wrong with him. He stood up like a carp and his whole body was tense. Boom! Yi Tiance jumped down from the tree. The man in black night clothes frowned almost into a Sichuan shape. "It's actually you?" Yi Tiance smiled faintly. "What's wrong with me? Is it hard to follow me for 2 days in a row?" The eyelids of the man in black night clothes twitched. "Have you discovered it a long time ago?" "Ha! With your level of tracking, I knew it from the moment you appeared around the villa. Since I wasn't sure who sent you last night, I pretended not to know, but now that I know the answer, I naturally came forward to give you a surprise." The man in black night clothes said coldly, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets and looked directly at him. "Tell me, Lu Yenji sent you to stare at me. What do you want to know?" The man in black night clothes trembled slightly. "How did he know?" "Are you wondering how I know? Last night you found my place to keep an eye on me, and this afternoon Lu Yenji came to visit me personally. Who else could be so boring if she wasn't her?" "You don't understand what you mean." The man in black night clothes still denied it firmly. "Don't understand? Then I have to use some means to remind you." Yi Tiance walked slowly towards him. Although there were no other unnecessary movements, the released pressure made the man in the black night suit sweat profusely on his back and make his scalp numb. "It seems that I am being targeted by a tiger." "No, it is thousands of times more terrifying than a tiger." His intuition told him that he must run as quickly as possible, as far as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Without any hesitation, he jumped up and jumped to the rockery. Go straight to the back hill of Zijin Tiangong Villa community and escape. This place is less than 200 meters away from the back mountain. Once you enter the back mountain, where the mountains are high and the forests are dense, you can easily avoid him. Even if Yi Tiance is stronger than him, you will never be able to find him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, his speed soared to the extreme, and his figure flickered between rockeries and tree branches, almost leaving a series of afterimages in the air. A distance of 200 meters, arrived in less than 5 seconds. Haha, it seems that Yi Tiance is nothing more than that. Just when he was about to jump up and climb over the 5-meter-high wall of the community. But suddenly, I saw a familiar figure standing on the wall. Behind his hands, there was a faint smile on his face. Do I allow you to leave? The man in black nightclothes stared wide-eyed. So fast? However, he made an instant decision. Since he couldn't run away, he would turn to attack instead of fleeing. He took advantage of the situation and punched Yi Tiance straight into the throat. Go to hell. The initial strength of a grandmaster is boring. Yi Tiance murmured softly, and slapped the man in black nightclothes to the ground with a casual slap. Puff. The man in black nightclothes spat out a mouthful of blood and felt that all the bones in his body were falling apart. The only eyes exposed under the black mask were full of disbelief. He had long heard that Yi Tiance was powerful and was mentally prepared, but he didn't expect to be defeated by the other party with just one slap. The important thing is that he can feel that Yi Tiance's slap has obviously weakened. Otherwise, he would be a corpse at this moment. Yi Tiance jumped off the wall and stood beside him, looking down from above. Answer the question I just asked. The man in black nightclothes gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Humph, kill me if you can, I will never reveal any information." Yi Tiance's expression was calm. Killing you will only dirty my hands as long as I want to know, you can't hide anything from me. Ah. The man in black nightclothes smiled coldly, thinking that Yi Tiance was bragging. Yi Tiance bent down. Swish. Pull off the face cloth of the man in black nightclothes, revealing an ordinary middle-aged face. Grabbed his mouth. The man in black nightclothes trembled in his heart, and he had a very bad premonition for no reason. Then, he saw Yi Tiance take out a small glass bottle from his pocket. There happens to be some leftover stuff, so it's quite suitable to use on you. Yi Tiance opened the lid and poured the datura water directly into the mouth of the man in black nightclothes. Pour in more than 10 drops. Originally, datura water is best diluted with water. But the current conditions at hand were limited, so Yi Tiance had no choice but to come directly. Of course, this will not affect the effect of mandala water at all. On the contrary, the effect will be greatly increased because it is not diluted, and the time to control the human body will be changed from 10 minutes to 2.5 hours. However, there are also side effects, that is, it will adversely stimulate the human brain, and if not, it may turn into a dementia idiot. But Yi Tiance didn't care at all. The eyes of the man in black nightclothes gradually became dull. Yi Tiance asked, "What is your name?" Gao Yang. Who sent you? Miss Lu Yinji. Ha, it is indeed her. What did she send you for? Let me monitor your every move and report all important information in a timely manner. All information will be recorded in the recording pen. I will then screen and report it to the lady. Hand over your recorder. Yes. Gao Yang respectfully handed the recording pen to Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance called up the recorded recording and listened to it briefly. It did record his actions in the villa, but no important information was harvested. In fact, when Yi Tiance became aware of Gao Yang's surveillance, he had already made a conscious decision about what should be exposed and what should not be exposed. He knew all about it. Yi Tiance continued to ask, "In my impression, most of the martial arts masters in Jiangnan City are stuck at the level of perfect warriors, and very few have the strength of a master. And you have the initial strength of a grandmaster, but you are sent to do the backbreaking work of surveillance. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste for your Lu family?" Cao Yang answered truthfully, "As far as I know, there are so many martial arts masters with the initial strength of a grandmaster under the young lady that they can't even get a chance to stand out. It's reasonable for me to do this." Hear this. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you have another identity?" Gao Yang answered truthfully, "I am not from the Lu family, but an elite member of the Qinglong Society." Chapter 278. Cute. An elite member of the Blue Dragon Society?
Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly.
Zhao Hailong had previously introduced that the organization founded by Lu Yinji's man, Chen Qingdi, was the Qinglong Society. At its peak, it was the most powerful underground force in Tiannan province. Later, during the 5 years when Emperor Chen Qing disappeared, the organization was leaderless and its power declined. It was not as good as it was back then.
Is it true that your boss, Chen Qingdi, has disappeared for 5 years and cannot be contacted?
Yes.
Do you know what happened specifically during the 5 years since he and Lu Yinji disappeared?
Miss, she just returned to China more than a month ago and contacted us. I don't know anything about what happened in the past 5 years, and neither does anyone else in the Qinglong Club.
Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes. It seems.
If you want to investigate what happened in the 5 years since Lu Yinji disappeared, you can only find out from her own mouth. Although he didn't have much contact with Lu Yinji, he could clearly sense that he was thoughtful. The depth of the city is the most outstanding among the women he has seen. So it's related to the news of the Yi family fire 15 years ago, and what Lu Yinji was secretly planning.
Even a little guy like Gao Yang wouldn't know.
The facts turned out to be exactly as Yi Tiance expected. After he asked all these questions, Gao Yang shook his head and said that he didn't know or had never heard of them.
Alas! It seems your value is only this. Hear this. Gao Yang's heart trembled.
Although his body is not controlled, his brain is still awake.
Is Yi Tiance going to kill him?
Even though he decided to take orders from Lu Yinji, he was ready to hand over his life at any time.
But when reality does come, you will still be nervous.
But it was beyond his expectation. Yi Tiance did not kill him, but picked up a bamboo stick from the ground.
The thickness of the little finger, more than half a meter long.
Yi Tiance handed the bamboo stick to Gao Yang and ordered, "Take it back to your lady to return to her life, and then find a way to give her a few hard slaps on the buttocks and convey a message to me. Just say, next time you use such shameful means to spy on me, I, Yi Tiance, will come to her door in person and slap her on the butt so that she can do what she wants."
Boom! Gao Yang's eyes almost popped out. He never expected that Yi Tiance would issue such an order to him. This is simply worse than killing him.
But no matter how much my heart refuses, my body is still under the control of mandala water and takes orders very honestly.
Yes.
Then he jumped up and disappeared into the community.
Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets. "Ha, Miss Lu, I hope you like this surprise. Solve this little accident."
Yi Tiance returned to the villa, cleared away the leftover barbecue beer on the coffee table, and then went upstairs to take a shower.
"I just went back to the bedroom and lay down." Ding! A message was sent to WeChat on the mobile phone. "Han Ruoyun, guess what this lady is doing?" "Yi Tiance, touch yourself?" Nose-picking emoticon. "Han Ruoyun, what are you talking about?" Angry expression. "Han Ruoyun, you know how to bully me." Han Ruoyun, humph.
Big porn guys know how to ask private questions.
"Yi Tiance, you were the one who asked me first, right? I learned from you."
Dog head expression.
"Han Ruoyun, what are you doing now?"
"Yi Tiance, I just took a shower and was lying on the bed."
"Han Ruoyun, aren't you lonely when you sleep alone?" Bad smile expression. "Yi Tiance, if you are lonely, can you come and sleep with me?" Sexy squinting expression.
When Yi Tiance sent this message, the other party had no reply.
"Ha? Are you angry?"
He was thinking about whether to send a message to test it out. Suddenly I felt the door handle move slightly. Someone was moving the outside handle.
Who?
Yi Tiance got out of bed and opened the door, and then saw a figure sneaking in.
It was Han Ruoyun.
She was wearing a light pink loose pajama with a slightly open neckline, revealing her slender collarbones. There was a yellow Pikachu pattern on the chest of the pajama.
With the blessing of Han Ruoyun's cup, this Pikachu looks very three-dimensional and spectacular.
Especially those big eyes, they are about to pop out.
"How did you?"
"Shoo." Han Ruoyun made a silence gesture to him and gently closed the door.
He complained softly, "What did you do with the lock on your bedroom door? This made me almost not come in." "Ha, isn't this all because of Lu Ruyan's drunken operation last night? We have to take precautions." "That makes sense, you should be careful about that little tablet." Yi Tiance asked in confusion, "You don't look like you are drunk, what are you doing here?" Han Ruoyun said with a slightly teasing look, "Didn't you say earlier that you were lonely and asked me to come over and sleep with you? If you are so obedient, I will come naturally."
Her eyes fell on the middle of Yi Tiance's legs.
TSK, when we were playing Truth before, you said that place was a lot longer than a mobile phone. I want to test it myself, is what you said true?
After saying that, he winked at Yi Tiance playfully.
So cute. I want to push it down. Yi Tiance pretended to be serious and said, "You can't joke about this kind of thing, I am a pure young man, how can I be taken advantage of?" Han Ruoyun patted his chest. Feigning anger, he said, "Humph.
You are glib and tongue-in-cheek, but I am still a young lady, what kind of disadvantage do you suffer?" As she said something, she suddenly thought of something.
TCH. It's Lu Ruyan's little tablet who took the initiative to kiss you on the mouth today, so you're at a disadvantage, right? Really? I think it's not bad. Yi Tiance smashed it, and sighed. After all, Lu Ruyan, as the national goddess, had her first kiss. This kind of good thing is rare. Thinking about it now, it still feels sweet. Hearing Yi Tiance's answer, Han Ruoyun said angrily, "Humph, I will let you know which one is better now." Done. Han Ruoyun stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Yi Tiance deeply on the lips. Last time Yi Tiance went to the Han family to rescue Han Ruoyun's family, she took the initiative to kiss Yi Tiance once. But the kiss was very light, like a dragonfly touching water. But this time it was completely different. It may be due to the stimulation of alcohol, the reason of being more proficient the second time, or the reason of being stimulated by Lu Ruyan kissing Yi Tiance. All in all, the kiss this time was passionate and affectionate. After Yi Tiance was stunned for 2 seconds, he responded boldly, as if a fierce storm had swept across their entire world. "Well." Han Ruoyun was completely immersed in the exchange of Mars hitting the Earth. Gradually, I felt that my whole body was a little limp, and my body suddenly staggered, and I fell directly on my back and fell on the bed. Ouch! At this time, her cheeks were red, her delicate body was slumped on the bed, and her long black hair was scattered on the bed. The mountains under the Pikachu pattern are about to emerge from the middle of the collar, and the 2 slender white legs under the skirt are looming, which makes people imagine. "Oh? Are you planning to change the battlefield? Then I won't be polite." Yi Tiance swallowed. Without saying a word, he pounced directly. Chapter 279. Is this what you're reporting? The lips and teeth are still intertwined. Sudden. Han Ruoyun grabbed Yi Tiance's right hand, lifted up his pajamas, and slowly put his right hand up. Boom! Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment. Feeling the huge outline that couldn't be grasped by one hand, it was soft and warm, and you could even touch the sound of Han Ruoyun's heartbeat. Yi Tiance let go of his mouth and couldn't help but ask, "What are you?" He had looked forward to checking Han Ruoyun's E-cup many times, and had been blocked by Han Ruoyun twice before. Unexpectedly, this time the other party actually took the initiative to lead him to climb the high ground. Han Ruoyun's cheeks were red, her blurred eyes were filled with tenderness, and she bit her lips lightly and made a soft sound. "This, you deserve this, don't you?" "Yes, yes." Yi Tiance chuckled, and no longer hesitated with his right hand to explore the scenery under Pikachu. Although he had tried Rong Meiyan's D-cup, he was so satisfied that he never wanted to leave again. But now, after seeing the strong men of the E-cup, Yi Tiance realized that he was still narrow-minded back then. Big, there really is something wonderful about being big. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room became increasingly intense. Han Ruoyun bit his lip and tried his best not to make a sound, while also enjoying the comfort he had never had before. Yi Tiance leaned against Han Ruoyun's ear and said softly, "You said before that you felt a little pain when you explored the tree-lined path, right?" Han Ruoyun nodded slightly, so nervous that he could hardly speak. Yi Tiance gasped and said, "How about letting me help you explore this time?
Although I have no experience, I promise I won't hurt you."
"Really, really?"
Han Ruoyan said with soft and blurred eyes, and her ears turned red.
"Really, I don't lie."
Before Han Ruoyan could reply, Yi Tiance's left hand had already slid down.
"Do not."
Han Ruoyan subconsciously blocked it with both hands, but it was only a symbolic resistance.
He was quickly broken through by Yi Tiance.
Just when his fingers were about to faintly touch the shade of the tree.
Dong dong dong.
Suddenly, there was a quick knock on the door of Yi Tiance's room.
What the hell? Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyan's movements were immediately interrupted.
Lu Ruyan's voice sounded outside the door.
"Hey! Yi Tiance, have you seen the big cow? Grass." This woman interrupted me again. Yi Tiance was so angry that he almost burst into smoke. Suppressing his displeasure, he asked, "What are you doing with her?"
Lu Ruyan puffed up her mouth and said, "Sister, I'm a little scared to sleep alone at night, and I want to find someone to accompany me. I just went to her bedroom and didn't see her, so come over and ask me." Yi Tiance rolled his eyes and lied, "The villa is so big, she may have visited other rooms, or went outside the villa to get some fresh air."
"Are you going to sleep alone first?" "Ha! Not like my sister." Lu Ruyan hesitated and asked tentatively, "Yi Tiance, how about we sleep together?
Anyway, we are both unmarried couples. As long as you promise not to do anything to me, my sister won't mind."
"Hear this."
Han Ruoyan immediately widened his eyes and warned in a low voice, "Reject her."
Yi Tiance nodded.
Zhang Zhang said, "You don't mind, I don't mind. You go and sleep alone. I won't talk to you anymore. Go to sleep first." Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan was still unwilling to let go outside the door.
"It's too early to go to bed. Why? You bought me 100 million clothes yesterday, and today a large number of clothes arrived. To be honest, some of the clothes are very transparent and sexy, right? Would you like my sister to put it on and help you taste it?"
Lu Ruyan said these words with red cheeks. She was confident that she would be able to impress Yi Tiance.
"But I didn't expect it."
Yi Tiance flatly refused again. "You can put it on yourself in front of the mirror. I'm asleep. If you disturb me again, don't blame me for kicking you out of the villa." Lu Ruyan outside the door broke through the defense. "Yi, I think you left me alone just because the big cow came. If you don't want to see it, don't watch it. If you want to see it in the future, I won't let you wear it."
Humph.
After saying these words, he left angrily.
Call. Yi Tiance breathed a sigh of relief. Such great benefits were almost ruined by this bitch Lu Ruyan.
He continued to Han Ruoyan, "She's gone, let's continue. We were just a little bit close." Unexpectedly, Han Ruoyan took his hand away and complained with a bulging mouth, "Humph, Yi Tiance, you spent 100 million to buy clothes for Lu Ruyan behind my back, but you have never bought me clothes."
Yi Tiance was confused. "You, the richest man in Jiangnan City, are still short of money to buy clothes?"
Yi Tiance explained helplessly, "Don't get me wrong, this money is considered a loan from Lu Ruyan, not."
Han Ruoyan immediately interrupted, "Humph.
Anyway, I don't care. You have to spend more money to buy more and better gifts for me, otherwise, before that, don't even think about touching me again." As she said that, she rolled to her side and got out of bed. Yi Tiance grabbed Han Ruoyan's arm and said with a wry smile, "Don't leave, I promise to buy it for you."
"You can't just light the fire and not put it out, right? Okay?" Han Ruoyan lowered his head and glanced at Yi Tiance. Good guy. He actually stood at attention like this.
Although it is separated by pajamas, it can be roughly judged that it has many advantages over a mobile phone.
This guy really meant what he said. Gulu.
Han Ruoyan swallowed, pursed her lips and said, "Humph. I'm not a firefighter, so why do I care about putting out fires? You can find a way to solve it yourself after all. People sent a lot of photos of you yesterday. Bye." She pulled away briefly, opened the bedroom door, and disappeared in a trot.
What the hell?
Yi Tiance's eyes twitched. He didn't have any complaints about Han Ruoyan, it was mainly Lu Ruyan who was the best. If she hadn't interrupted him, he might have taken the Eagle Fort in one fell swoop tonight. Very angry. Looking down at his brother who had not faded away, Yi Tiance raised his right hand and put it in front of his nose, smelling the faint milky fragrance remaining on his fingertips. Looking at the palm of his right hand, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems I can only rely on you to pretend tonight. Lu Family Manor. In the single-family villa where Lu Yenji is located. Gao Yang, a man in black nightclothes, rushed all the way back to the door of the villa. Ring the doorbell gently. Miss, my subordinate is back. I have something important to report. Enter. Click. The door opens. Gao Yang walked into the villa. Lu Yenji was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding scissors in her right hand, pruning the green plants in the flower pots. She wore a black nightgown, which not only showed her graceful figure, but also exuded a confident and calm beauty. Her long hair shawls like a black waterfall flowing down her waist, contrasting with the color of her nightgown. With her unique cold and imperial temperament, it was as if the whole world had stopped because of her, and she was the most dazzling star in the night. Gao Yang stepped forward and knelt on one knee 2 meters away from Lu Yenji. Miss. Lu Yenji asked calmly, is there anything important to report? Gao Yang said respectfully, my subordinates observed Yi Tiance playing truth or dare with Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. Okay? Lu Yenji raised her eyebrows slightly, is this it? What is this called reporting important matters? But just as she finished speaking, Gao Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly rose up, and suddenly there was a bamboo stick in his right hand, and he was going to slap Lu Yenji hard on the butt. Chapter 280. Others have no chance to fight. At the moment of taking action, Gao Yang yelled crazily in his heart, wanting to remind Lu Yenji to get away. But under the control of mandala water, he couldn't speak at all. Although he didn't use all his strength, if the stick fell on an ordinary person, he would definitely be slightly injured. Miss Lu, who has delicate skin and tender flesh, will suffer even more. The bamboo stick was about to land on Lu Yenji's butt. A scene beyond imagination appeared. Snapped. I saw Lu Yenji calmly grabbing the other end of the bamboo stick. The bamboo stick stopped abruptly 3 centimeters away from her butt. Okay? How could this happen? Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. He was a master in the early stages of his career. His stick was as fast as lightning and powerful, but he was actually stopped by the lady? Is it? At this moment he was stunned. Call out. The scissors in Lu Yenji's right hand were already pressed against his neck, and there was an icy chill. The speed is beyond imagination. At this moment, Gao Yang realized a problem in his heart. It turns out that the young lady is not an ordinary person at all, but a martial arts master, and her strength is far stronger than him. She has actually been hiding this information from the outside world, including not only her enemies, but also her subordinates. Why betray me? Lu Yenji's expression was cold and she made an almost ruthless voice. Gao Yang tried hard to make a sound to explain, but couldn't do it at all. Lu Yenji looked directly at Gao Yang, then looked down at the bamboo stick in his hand. Danfang's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Ha! Ha! It seems that you failed in your mission and were controlled by Yi Tiance using mandala water. He used a bamboo stick to beat my butt as a warning? Gao Yang's pupils were filled with joy. I thought to myself that she was indeed a young lady. She was really smart. In this way, my misunderstanding will be resolved. Put. Sudden. Lu Yenji's scissors dug directly into Gao Yang's neck, piercing the trachea and arteries, causing blood to fly. Even some bloodstains were splashed on Lu Yenji's skirt and cheeks. It's boiling hot and smells of fishy rust. Gao Yang's eyes widened with an incredible light. Just this moment. The datura water in his body disappeared. Why? His legs were weak and he knelt on the ground, covering the wound on his neck with both hands, making a sound of despair and shock. Lu Yenji looked down at him and said indifferently, if you fail the mission, you will be punished by death. What's more, you know some of my secrets, and you must die.
Don't worry, I will take care of your family. Bang! Gao Yang's body collapsed and fell to the ground after twitching twice. He refused to close his eyes. Blood flowed along the wound, staining a large area of the white marble floor red. Lu Yenji's expression was calm, as if killing someone was no different from breathing normally. She picked up the bamboo stick on the ground. The black silk feet stepped through the blood on the floor. Ta-ta-ta. A series of red footprints were left on the clean ground. Her feet were stained with blood and merged with the black stockings, making them darker red and even more eye-catching. She walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, opened it, poured half a glass into it, held the goblet in her right hand, and drank it elegantly. With his left hand, he wiped the blood on his cheek horizontally, leaving a bright red blood mark. Let her cold and charming temperament add a touch of bloodthirsty coquettishness at this moment. She glanced at the bamboo sticks on the bar counter. He murmured softly, "If you want to slap Yanji on the butt, no one else will have any chance if you really have the ability. Come and slap me in person. The bamboo stick is right here. I'm afraid you don't have the ability at all." Snapped. She raised her left hand and snapped her fingers gracefully. I saw a figure slowly walking out from the shadows at the corner of the stairs in the living room. This person seemed to blend into the shadows in the living room, and it would have been difficult to spot him if he hadn't actively appeared. "Owner," the man said in a respectful tone. "Get rid of that idiot's body and leave no traces." "Yes." The man paused and asked cautiously, "Does Yi Tiance continue to monitor?" Lu Yenji swung the red wine glass, the light in Danfeng's eyes danced, and the corners of her mouth curved in a cold and charming way. "There is no need to continue after all. I still have 6 days to give him. Maybe he can change his mind. There is no point in making it too tense." "Understand." Gulu. Lu Yenji drank the remaining red wine in one gulp. Turning around and going upstairs, the red blood footprints on the steps are still clearly visible. Midnight. Tadat Industrial Park is brightly lit. In the center of the construction site, not far from the venomous snakes in the abandoned factory, there is an offering table. There are pig heads, incense, fruits, steamed buns, etc. on the table. Taoist Master Gongsun was wearing a Taoist robe, holding a mahogany sword in one hand and a fly whisk in the other, and was chanting something. That's right. The Feng Shui Master Ji Budwan invited was Taoist Gongsun. A group of worried-looking workers gathered around in a semicircle. They haven't dared to work since the accident happened in the afternoon. Although there have been no accidents such as death during this period, they are all on tenterhooks. A little further away, Ji Budwan stood with Luo Yuanliang, Tung Bai, and others. Luo Yuanliang glanced at Taoist Gongsun and asked, "Is this Taoist sure he can do it?" Ji Budwan patted his chest and said confidently, "Of course. What you don't know is that Taoist Master Gongsun is the most famous Taoist master in Jiangnan City. I have studied Feng Shui in Kunlun Mountain for more than 60 years. I am very good at Feng Shui. I can solve any Feng Shui problem easily." While talking, Taoist Master Gongsun suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the altar table. The tip of his peachwood sword picked up a piece of yellow talisman paper. Rub. The yellow talisman automatically burned and the fire was bright. Everyone exclaimed. "Urgent like a law, edict." Taoist Master Gongsun roared and threw the peachwood sword. The peachwood sword was thrown more than 30 meters away and landed accurately on the ground in the middle of the group of snakes. Boom! The group of venomous snakes that were guarding the abandoned factory seemed to be frightened and retreated back into the factory. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Everyone also seemed to feel that the surrounding temperature seemed to have suddenly increased. The onlookers could not help but praise and sigh with emotion. "I'll go, you are worthy of being Taoist Master Gongsun, his methods are really superb. Now the Feng Shui problem is solved, we can finally carry out construction safely, otherwise we will be scared to death sooner or later." Taoist Master Gongsun jumped down from the altar table, stroked his goat's beard and said proudly, "Young Master Ji, the Feng Shui problem has been solved, and we can start construction with confidence later." Ji Budwan quickly raised his hands and said, "Thank you, Taoist Master, don't worry, you will not be short of remuneration."
Taoist Master Gongsun waved his hand and said, "Monks are not greedy for money, just give the poor Taoist 18 million in incense money." Ji Buduan twitched the corners of his eyes and resisted the urge to curse. Luo Yuanliang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Taoist priest, are you sure the feng shui problem has been solved?" Taoist Gongsun's face darkened. "What? You don't believe in Pindo's methods?" Luo Yuanliang smiled and said, "No, it just needs to be verified by the Taoist priest." "Humph. Just verify, it's a piece of cake." Taoist Master Gongsun snorted lightly. He turned around and walked towards the factory building where the snakes had disappeared. He first walked around the Taomu sword, and then kicked the colored steel tiles that had fallen off the factory building. He said proudly, "Now that Pindao is taking a risk, and no snake appears again, does it count as verification that feng shui is fine?" The voice just fell. Click. I saw that the peachwood sword that was originally inserted on the ground suddenly broke and shattered to the ground. Chapter 281 I Can't Eat Him. Click. The moment the peachwood sword shattered. Call. A cool breeze blew by, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped several degrees. Everyone present felt a chill that penetrated into their bones. Taoist priest Gongsun, who was standing closest to Taomu Jian, couldn't help but shiver. Not good. Suddenly, he had a very strong bad feeling. Sudden. From under the colored steel tile he had just kicked, a red poisonous snake slithered out, opening its mouth at a very fast speed and biting between his legs. Oh shit. Taoist Gongsun was so frightened that he hurriedly tried to escape. Although the poisonous snake did not bite his old baby, it also bit him on the inner thigh. Hiss. Suddenly a sharp tingling sensation penetrated my thigh. Taoist Gongsun had no time to scream. Because in the next second, countless venomous snakes emerged from all around and surrounded him. This time there were not only venomous snakes, but also centipedes, scorpions, toads, etc. They spread like a tide, countless and endless. It is simply full of 5 poisons. This time, they no longer just moved around the abandoned factory building, but actively and crazily spread around. My darn thing. Taoist priest Gongsun was so frightened that he pulled the poisonous snake off his crotch and ran wildly outside. It's haunted. There's something evil out there. Fuck. This is scarier than during the day. Run. At this moment, the surrounding workers were all running for their lives, for fear of being involved. Ji Buduan's face turned pale and he trembled. How could this happen? What should we do now? How about let's run away too? Trash. Snapped. Luo Yuanliang slapped Ji Buduan on the cheek with his backhand, causing the latter's mouth to bleed and stars to appear in his eyes. Dare not say anything anymore. He said to Tang Bai, "Old Tang, I can only trouble you to take action." It is good. Tang Bai walked over to the poisonous snakes, scorpions, and other poisonous things that were surrounding him, opened the small wooden box he was carrying and took out a gray cloth bag from it. He reached in with his left hand, grabbed a handful of yellow and black powder, and sprinkled it forward. Wow! When the poisons that were attacking crazily came into contact with these powders, they immediately stopped and stopped moving forward. Fujibu is very fast. In just over a minute, the powder was sprinkled around the abandoned factory building. Surround all poisons in the middle and no longer spread attacks outward. The chaos was finally under control. See this. Ji Buduan opened his eyes and said excitedly, "I'll go." Mr. Tang, your skills are very good. What is this powder made of? Are those poisonous snakes and scorpions afraid of it? Tang Bai explained, "This is made from a mixture of realgar powder and black moon peony powder, and it emits a scent specifically to restrain this type of poison. But the effect is limited. I estimate that it can only last for 12 hours at most. After that, when they get used to the smell, it will be ineffective. If you want to solve them, you have to start with the feng shui pattern of this place." That's it. Ji Buduan's mood became depressed again. Ouch. It hurts Pindao to death. Taoist Master Gongsun came running over, his face looking miserable and his lips turning purple.
Ji Budwan grabbed him by the collar. He shouted angrily, "You are a liar. You keep promising that you can solve feng shui problems, but you slip up at the critical moment. I will throw you into a pile of poisonous snakes and let them bite you to death." "Oh, don't." Taoist Gongsun was so frightened that he was shocked. "Young Master Ji, it's not that I'm not trying my best, it's that the feng shui here is so fierce that it's hard to break it just by relying on my behavior." Grass. Ji Budwan kicked Taoist Gongsun hard. "I don't care about this. If the feng shui problem is not solved, we will not be able to continue the construction and it will not be completed within the specified time. Do you know how much loss our Ji family will have to pay for this?" Taoist Master Gongsun said bitterly, "Don't get excited. Pindao just said that I can't do anything, but he didn't say that others can't do anything." "What do you mean?" "Hey, brother, Pindao is Taoist Master Yunlong. Taoism is much better than mine, especially in feng shui formations. He is at the pinnacle. As long as we find him, the feng shui problem here will be easily solved." Taoist Master Yunlong? Why haven't I heard of this name? Ji Budwan frowned and expressed doubt. Luo Yuanlian's eyes lit up. "The Taoist priest Yunlong you are talking about is the elder of Yuanyang Valley?" Taoist Master Gongsun nodded repeatedly. "Exactly, have you heard of him?" Luo Yuanliang shook his fan and said, "Yuanyang Valley is the top Shinmen force in Tiannan province. Although there are not many in number, every inner disciple is proficient in Taoism and has profound skills. In Tiannan province, even the four major families treat Yuanyang Valley with courtesy. Taoist Master Yunlong is one of the elders of Yuanyang Valley. It is said that he is over 100 years old, but he is energetic and has high Taoist skills. He is also the top person in the entire Yuanyang Valley." "Are you really his junior brother? Is he also an inner disciple of Yuanyang Valley?" Luo Yuanlian's expression was a little suspicious. In his opinion, although Taoist Master Gongsun had Taoist skills, he didn't have much. How could someone of this caliber be worthy of being Taoist priest Yunlong's junior disciple? Isn't that nonsense? Taoist Master Gongsun smiled awkwardly and explained, Pindao is just an outer disciple of Yuanyang Valley, but Pindao is indeed the junior fellow disciple of Taoist Master Yunlong. The two of us have a close relationship. With just one phone call, we can call him." Luo Yuanlian nodded. He said to Jibo, "Then just believe him for once. If Taoist Master Yunlong comes, the feng shui problem here will naturally be solved." Jibo nodded and said, "Then I will trust you again." Taoist Master Gongsun said proudly, "Don't worry, Pindao will call right away, I promise." As he was talking, his face suddenly turned pale. He spit out a mouthful of black blood, fell on his back and twitched, foaming at the corners of his mouth. "Gah! Gah!" Several people present looked confused. What the hell is going on? Tang Bai quickly reacted and frowned. "No, this guy has snake venom in his body. I will help remove the snake venom first." The corners of Ji Budwan's eyes twitched violently. He secretly scolded Taoist Gongsun, who was raised by an old man, "When will he stop falling out of control?" Early the next morning, Yi Tiance got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Just when I was taking off my pants and getting ready to pee, sudden, the bathroom sliding door was opened. Han Ruoyan stepped in and greeted with a smile, "Good morning." "I go." Yi Tiance was so frightened that he quickly turned off the faucet and put the water gun into the warehouse. "You came in without saying hello. Didn't you see me going to the toilet?" Han Ruoyan said matter-of-factly, "I just came to see you go to the toilet." She moved her gaze downwards and glanced between Yi Tiance's legs. He said with some disappointment, "It's a pity that I didn't see its true face just now. What's there to be afraid of when it moves so fast? People can't eat it." Hear the words. Yi Tiance walked up to Han Ruoyan and gently pinched Han Ruoyan's chin with his right hand. Look at her pink and smooth lips. Yi Tiance raised a smile on his lips and said, "I didn't say I was afraid. If you like it, how about I let you open your mouth and eat it now?" Chapter 282 Children, don't talk too much. Han Ruoyan immediately realized the meaning of Yi Tiance's words. His face turned red and he said angrily, "Who said you want to eat it? Besides, you pinched someone's chin without washing your hands?" "Ha? Sorry."
Yi Tian smiled awkwardly and hurriedly washed his hands in front of the sink. Han Ruoyan leaned his shoulder against the bathroom doorframe and asked with a sly expression. Answer me honestly, after I left last night, did you secretly clean the gun behind my back? Whether it's wiped or not is none of your business, kids, don't ask too much. To answer that, you must have cleaned the gun secretly, huh? You didn't just take a video of it and then give it to people as welfare, how stingy. Yi Tian said speechlessly, Miss Han, could you please stop being so perverted? Han Ruoyan blinked his big eyes and said teasingly, I am only perverted to you if you are capable, can you be perverted to me too? That's what you said. Yi Tian suddenly stretched out his right hand that he had just washed and pinched her e-cup on her chest. Ouch! What are you doing? Han Ruoyan was startled and subconsciously covered her e-cup. Yi Tian smiled evilly and said, Didn't you say you made me a pervert? I just wiped my hands and now I regret it. Then can't you be gentler? It's hurting my big baby. Han Ruoyan said angrily, Oomph. Do you believe that I used these super large cups to push your head in and suffocate you to death? I do not believe. That's what you said. Han Ruoyan stopped talking nonsense, hugged Yi Tian's head and pressed down on him. Yi Tian didn't resist. Han Ruoyan was still wearing the pajamas with the Pikachu pattern from last night, and looked at Yi Tian's face as he was about to hug Pikachu. An inappropriate voice suddenly sounded. Hey! What are you two doing? Needless to say. It's Lu Ruyan again. Yi Tian and Han Ruoyan immediately returned to normal. Lu Ruyan walked over quickly, looking at the two of them warily. Fox asked, Big Cow, why did you run into Yi Tian's bathroom so early in the morning? Han Ruoyan met her gaze and replied calmly, What do I want to do? Do I still need to report to you on a small tablet? Lu Ruyan curled her lips and said, TSK. It's just because the two lumps of flesh on your chest are a little bigger, what's the air? Han Ruoyan deliberately puffed up his chest towards her and said, My young lady has big breasts and is very impressive, you will never be envious of them in your life. These two babies are specifically trying to manipulate Yi Tian. Are you angry? Humph. Why are you so angry? Sister, my legs are several centimeters longer than yours. These long legs can last Yi Tian at least 2.5 years. Yi Tian was speechless. I wonder if the two of you formed an alliance last night, as if you were best friends. Only one night has passed, and it's back to the point of contact? Women are indeed fickle. I love the vast world. Yi Tian's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Hear this ringtone. Lu Ruyan, who had raised her chin proudly a second ago, was immediately dumbfounded and extremely embarrassed the next second. Han Ruoyan almost laughed out loud in gloating. Yi Tian looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Dean Wu Xingye and Wu. Answer the phone. Wu Xingye said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I have some good news for you. Wu has helped you contact the Jiangnan Medicine King. Among the 3 medicinal herbs you mentioned before, the King of Medicine has a collection of Jiaxiangguo and Blue Leaf Bohemia. Let's visit together and we may have a chance to get them. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. The toxins in Su Changwei's body need to be removed, and the prepared antidote requires 3 rare medicinal materials. They are Jiaxiangguo, Blue Leaf Bohemia, and Green Dragon Vine. If you can get the first 2 from Jiangnan Medicine King and only the last one is left, the pressure will be much less. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Dean Wu. Hey, it's a joke. Wu will send you the meeting address right away. We'll see you later. Hang up the phone. Yi Tian said to the two of them, I have something to do and I have to go out, you guys. Han Ruoyan immediately raised his hand and said, I want to go with you. I'm here to do business, not for fun. I know this, and I won't hold you back. Besides, I can bring a beautiful woman out so that I can support your scene. Speaking of this, Yi Tian naturally would not refuse anymore, so he nodded in agreement. Yeah. Han Ruoyan waved her pink fist proudly and glanced at Lu Ruyan. Xiaoping, please stay and look after the house, and clean up the house by the way. Lu Ruyan said angrily, Sister, why should I look after the house? Then what you're saying is that you're going to be a follower and go on errands with us?
TCH, sister, I'm not interested.
Sister, I made an appointment with someone else today.
Although Lu Ruyan sounded confident, he actually felt sad.
She didn't understand why she suddenly became like this. For the past 2 days she would become particularly sensitive whenever it related to Yi Tiance.
Sister, am I really in love with him?
Swish.
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's cheeks turned red uncontrollably.
Han Ruoyan noticed this detail, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Hey, Xiaoping, why are your cheeks so red?
Could it be that the person you are dating today is the man you admire?"
Where is it?
Lu Ruyan immediately denied it.
The person she went out to meet today was actually Xiao Qingqing. Last night Xiao Qingqing suddenly asked to meet, and as her best friend, she was too embarrassed to refuse. You can't temporarily let go of the opponent's pigeons. Yi Tiance said to Han Ruoyan, "Hurry up and change your clothes, don't waste Dean Wu's time."
Got it,
Han Ruoyan said excitedly. But before leaving, she lightly patted Lu Ruyan on the shoulder, pretending to be provocative. "Xiaoping, you should change your clothes quickly, don't keep your friend waiting, hee."
Big cow.
Lu Ruyan was so angry that she stamped her feet and the flower branches trembled wildly.
20 minutes later. All three of them changed their clothes and went downstairs.
Yi Tiance is still wearing his usual sports and casual clothes, looking sunny and handsome. Lu Ruyan put on a light blue camisole, which outlined elegant lines. She wore a pair of tight jeans on her lower body, with slender and well-proportioned legs in the hollows. As expected of a once popular star, she is simply a walking model clothes rack, fashionable and sexy while also taking into account her personal charm.
What Yi Tiance didn't expect was
Han Ruoyan actually put on a JK outfit, a white shirt with a small bow tie, which was bright but not ostentatious. The dark blue skirt was of moderate length, just enough to reveal her slender legs. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of white knee-high socks, which cling tightly to the calf and outline the perfect curve, echoing the black leather shoes on the feet. The perfect combination of youthful cuteness and charming sexiness.
Yi Tiance couldn't help but take a few more glances. Why did you change into such a costume? Han Ruoyan asked, isn't it good looking?
Looks good.
That's it.
A hint of cunning flashed in Han Ruoyan's eyes, and he lowered his voice and said, "Isn't this just so we can play some exciting games outside later to add a little more fun?"
Chapter 283 Medicine King Valley. Yi Tiance shook his head helplessly.
Ever since he became close to Han Ruoyan, this girl really likes driving more and more. The point is that she only fanned the flames, not put them out.
Impressed,
the three of them came to the underground garage of the villa. When they saw all kinds of luxury cars parked in the garage, the two eldest ladies from wealthy families couldn't help but be surprised.
Lu Ruyan sighed with emotion. Sister, my surname is Yi. Gee, I'm getting more and more curious now about where you got so much money. Are you really the legendary god of war in the south of the Yangtze River? Or did Rong Nye pay a lot of money to support you?
Yi Tiance rolled his eyes.
I think too much, it's not true. If you want to go out, just choose a car and drive out. Lu Ruyan said excitedly, wow, really?
You are so generous.
Yi Tiance added, but I remind you not to scratch it, otherwise you will lose money.
Lu Ruyan was instantly discouraged and said, I know, how stingy. Yi Tiance still drove the humble Volkswagen Touareg, and Han Ruoyan sat in the passenger seat as he should.
Lu Ruyan chose a Porsche 911 by himself. Both parties left separately. The meeting address Dean Wu sent to Yi Tiance was in Yaoang Valley in Jiangnan City.
This place is more than 50 kilometers away from the main city, and it takes nearly an hour to drive there.
En route,
Han Ruoyan always had a smile on his face and hummed a pleasant song rhythm.
Yi Tiance asked in confusion, what's going on? Are you so happy?
Han Ruoyan said without hesitation, it's okay as long as I can hang out with you, I will be very happy and I won't have any worries at all.
The attitude and tone are sincere, without any false meaning.
I forgot to ask you when you came to my house last night, you were only wearing the same clothes you were wearing. Where did you get your Pikachu pajamas and this JK uniform? I'll call home and ask Butler Wang to send someone to deliver it. There are many sets of clothes in total during this time. I can change the clothes for you, so you don't need to take the trouble of taking welfare photos.
Uncle Han and the others knew you were living here, so they didn't express any objection? How could this happen? Now my parents have already considered you as their son-in-law by default, okay? I wish I could live with you forever and never go back. Speaking of which. A hint of shy blush appeared on Han Ruoyun's cheeks. I remember that when she called her home yesterday, her mother Li Xiuqin specially warned her. He said that now that Yi Tiance has been identified, he must find a way to use all kinds of martial arts to take down Yi Tiance. In the next few days it is best to cook the rice before it is cooked. When the time comes, no matter how many Yingyanyans there are around Yi Tiance, the position in the palace must belong to her. Han Ruoyun understood what her mother was thinking, but there was always one thing that she couldn't get past. That is, Yi Tiance and Xiao Qingqing still lacked divorce certificates. She didn't mind cuckolding Xiao Qingqing, but just handing her over in a daze like this made her feel less secure. But then I thought about it. Before that, let's fall in love first, and as for the rest, just take it step by step and let nature take its course. Aren't you bored just driving? It's just a drive, what's boring? It's only less than an hour's drive. Han Ruoyun bit her lip and said in a slightly provocative tone, what I mean is that if you feel bored, you can put your right hand on her lap and take a rest. Yi Tiance's expression was unexpected. Forget it if you don't want to. Think. I don't think about it anymore. Yi Tiance grinned, taking advantage of whatever was delivered to his door. He put his right hand on Han Ruoyun's fair legs and stroked them gently. Don't tell me yet. In this way, the driving journey will not be boring at all. 15 minutes later. Yi Tiance and the two arrived at Yaoang Valley. Yaoang Valley is located near a small town in the outer suburbs of Jiangnan City. Yi Tiance parked his car in the parking lot near Yaoang Valley and met Wu Xingye, who had arrived early. Wu Xingye hurried forward and said respectfully to Yi Tiance, "Miracle Dr. Yi. You asked me to contact the King of Medicine before Wu's work speed is not satisfactory, please punish me." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "What did Dean Wu say?" "You are already fast enough. By the way, how are Qing and Zhang Xiaohu recovering?" Wu Xingye replied, "With your black jade intermittent ointment, the two of them recovered very quickly from their injuries. In addition, they are both martial arts masters. It is estimated that they will be discharged from the hospital in the next 2 days. Wu Xingye couldn't help but get excited when he mentioned black jade intermittent cream. After all, for such a magical and effective plaster, Yi Tiance gave him both the formula and the method of making it in a very hearty and generous manner. Such kindness was more important than Mount Tai. Yi Tiance raised his eyes and looked ahead. Surrounded by mountains in front, I saw a valley going straight forward. Deep in the valley was a mountain peak shaped like a gourd. The clouds and mist are lingering, showing the aura. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said, "This place has good feng shui. The gourd-shaped peak is quite interesting." Wu Xingye smiled and said, "If Dr. Yi is curious, let's walk along the way and Wu will introduce it to you." It is good. Next, the three of them walked along the stone steps towards the depths of the valley. On the way, Wu Xingye introduced the origin of Yaoang Valley. According to legend, one day thousands of years ago, there were thunders and heavy rain for 3 days and nights. Sudden. In the sky covered with dark clouds, a huge mountain in the shape of a gourd crashed down. The terrain pattern changed and a valley opened up. Since then, the herb collectors and hunters living here have discovered that many precious herbs suddenly grow in the valley, which can relieve the suffering of the people. The nearby villagers named the place Medicine Valley. Later, the reputation of the Medicine Valley grew and grew, attracting many famous Chinese medicine masters to come here, and even royal doctors came here to collect medicines and communicate with each other. The imperial court also specially allocated funds to build medicinal food rooms in the valley, and the mountain roads were paved with stone steps for people to climb. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. The second half of the story is normal, but the gourd peak falling from the sky in front of me sounds so ridiculous. Han Ruoyun asked, since this place was originally the Medicine Valley, why was it renamed the Medicine King Valley?
Wu Xingye explained, that's because the masters of traditional Chinese medicine in the medicinal room have extraordinary abilities among them. A master with the strongest qualifications and strength will be selected and named the king of medicine. This medicine king is all certified by the imperial court. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and now it is the 15th generation of medicine king at its peak. Countless people came here to seek medicine and cure their diseases, even royal nobles were no exception. Medicine Valley was gradually called the Medicine King Valley.
However, with the spread of Western medicine in modern times, Chinese medicine has gradually declined, and the influence of Yaoang Valley is not as good as it used to be, especially in recent years. Some things have happened within Yaoang Valley, I am afraid.
Afraid of what happened?
Ha? No, nothing.
Wu Xingye shook his head and smiled bitterly, as if he had something to hide.
This detail was noticed by Yi Tiance. But he didn't ask.
However, looking at the stone steps leading to Yaoang Valley, I could only glimpse a few people buying medicine. The number of people was probably not even comparable to that of some pharmacies in the city.
Sure enough, it was not as bad as it was back then.
The three of them moved forward and almost reached the stage at the entrance of the medicinal kitchen.
Ouch!
Suddenly there was a scream from inside. Then someone flew out and fell heavily on the stone floor in front of Yi Tiance and the others.
Chapter 284. A small request. Yi Tiance looked down.
The person who fell to the ground was a young man of similar age to him. He was wearing designer casual clothes and a blue earring on his left ear. There was a bit of ruffianism in his handsome appearance. From the look of his clothes and aura, this guy should be a young man of considerable status. But at this moment, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his feet and crying, "Ouch, it hurts me so much."
You treat your husband so cruelly, don't you feel heartbroken?
The voice just fell. A nunchaku was thrown out from the door of the medicine room and dropped in front of the young man. I saw a pink bow tied in the middle of the black nunchucks.
Then, a woman's voice roared from inside the door. Get out of here right now with this piece of shit of yours. If I see you again, I'll give you the basket. Very domineering.
Reprimanded in the face of threats.
The young man grinned. Jingjing, why are you driving me away?
Just accept the birthday gift your husband gave you. The owner of the store said that the two ends of the nunchaku represent the two of us, which means that love is stronger than gold, and there is an iron chain tied in the middle, which means that the two of us will never be separated. By the way, I tied this bow thoughtfully. I believe you will like it, so just accept it, please.
Listen to the coquettish sounds he makes. Yi Tiance and the three of them couldn't help but get goosebumps.
Han Ruoyan couldn't help complaining in a low voice, "Good guy, a girl actually gives nunchucks as a gift on her birthday. This is the first time I have heard of it."
Yi Tiance also had a dark look on his face.
Sometimes he feels that he is straight, but he never expected that there is someone more straight than him. The point is that it looks cheap. The young man refused to give up and continued, "Jingjing, if you don't accept the gift, I will stay at the door and won't leave."
You idiot, where did a young girl like me get a husband from? If you say one more nonsense, believe it or not, I will cut out your tongue.
At this time, a short-haired and capable girl came out of the medicinal food room. She was wearing a black and white martial arts training uniform, with exquisite facial features and an appearance close to 90%. There are a few small freckles scattered on the cheeks, which do not affect the appearance, but add a touch of youthfulness and cuteness. The young man stood up like a carp. She shook off her bangs and said with a coquettish look, "Jingjing, you must feel sorry for me, so you took the initiative, right?
I knew you were the best to me. Asshole."
The girl was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The next second, she suddenly kicked out from the side.
Bang!
This kick hit the young man's chest, and the latter instantly flew backwards, like a parabola, and fell down the steps more than 10 meters away. But soon, the young man sat up again as if nothing had happened. He groaned on the spot.
Ouch, it's domestic violence. My life is miserable. Can anyone help me make the decision?
This scene caused some customers who were hiking to buy medicine to stop and talk.
Who is this man? Even if you are crying, you are not ashamed. You don't even know this person? He is the famous Zhuge Ruizhi, the second son of the Zhuge family from Tianbei province.
I know the Zhuge family. It is a super big family in Tianbei province that dominates half of the province. In terms of strength and power, it is much higher than the four major families in the provincial capital.
But why did their second young master come all the way to pester Miss Jingjing? I have never heard of Miss Jingjing having any husband.
I don't know the specific reason anyway. Zhuge Ruizhi is a well-known useless young master in Tianbei province. He has no ambition and is just a fool. Apart from carrying the aura of the Zhuge family, he is useless, so it is not surprising that he does anything.
Listening to everyone's discussion, Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Useless trash?
It wasn't that he was agitated by this familiar comment. But judging from the girl named Jingjing, she is a martial arts master, and her strength is already at the level of a martial artist.
With such strength, Zhuge Ruizhi was completely unscathed.
Because the other party is also a martial arts master, and his strength has reached the middle stage of master. Although Yi Tiance thinks this level is mediocre.
But at such a young age, someone with such strength would be considered a young talent in Tiannan province, yet he is said to be a worthless waste? How unfair it is.
Of course, Yi Tiance would not be idle and stood up to help explain.
He has no obligation, and no need. Wu Xingye stepped forward to greet the girl. Jingjing, long time no see.
Zhuge Jingjing smiled politely and said, "It's Grandpa Wu."
Are you looking for my grandpa?
Wu Xingye nodded and said, "Yes, I called yesterday to make an appointment to meet your grandpa. I came to visit you today."
Done.
He introduced to Yi Tiance, "This is Zhuge Jingjing, the granddaughter of Zhuge Shanshui, the contemporary king of medicine in Yaoang Valley. Despite her young age, she is very good in both traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts."
Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Nice to meet you."
Wu Xingye added, "Miss Jingjing, this is Yi Tiance, the divine doctor next to me. His medical skills are at the pinnacle, even far behind Wu. I believe your grandfather will be able to chat with him."
Miracle doctor?
Zhuge Jingjing frowned slightly upon hearing this title. She looked Yi Tiance up and down. Although he looked a bit handsome, he didn't look like he knew medical skills at all. She is straightforward and somewhat arrogant.
He said suspiciously, "Grandpa Wu, aren't you teasing Jingjing? Is it him? The miracle doctor? Why have I never heard of a miracle doctor named Yi Tiance in Jiangnan City?"
Wu Xingye was a little embarrassed and was thinking about how to answer. Han Ruoyun on the side curled his lips in displeasure and said, "My little Cici is a miracle doctor. I've never heard of you before, so I can blame you for being ignorant."
Okay?
Zhuge Jingjing looked at Han Ruoyun. The other party's appearance, temperament and skin are better than hers in every aspect. There is such a beautiful girl? Especially the pair on the chest made her feel the tremendous pressure from the same sex. I don't know how many times more powerful than the pair of A-cups on my chest.
Inexplicable. There was a feeling of unhappiness spreading.
Then he snorted coldly, "The so-called miracle doctor is just wishful thinking in your mouth in front of Yaoang Valley. No one can bear the title of miracle doctor." But the words just fell. An old voice sounded in the medicine room, "Jingjing, don't be rude." I saw an old man in a yellow coat walking out. He had white beard and hair, a ruddy complexion, and kind eyes. Behind him were two apprentice-looking people. After seeing the old man appear, Wu Xingye cupped his hands and said, "Brother Zhuge." Customers who came to buy medicine also greeted politely.
"King of medicine. Lao Zhuge."
Obviously, this is the 15th generation medicine king of Medicine King Valley, Zhuge Shanshui. Zhuge Shanshui looked at Yi Tiance and said with a smile, "Brother Wu, the Dr. Yi you mentioned to me on the phone yesterday is this little friend, right?" Wu Xingye nodded quickly, "Exactly." Zhuge Shanshui smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, Brother Wu told me about the two medicinal materials you need. Zhuge does have them here, and I can give them to you, but I have a small request." Yi Tiance asked, "What's the request?" Zhuge Shanshui stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's very simple. Just marry my granddaughter and become my granddaughter's son-in-law from now on."
Chapter 285 Ancestral Instructions.
Wow! As soon as these words came out, everyone present was almost shocked.
Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. Letting him be Zhou Shanchui's granddaughter and son-in-law is actually just a small request? What nonsense! Before Yi Tiance could express his attitude first, Han Ruoyun lost his temper. Hey! What's your request? Why do you want Yi Tiance to be your granddaughter and son-in-law? Zhou Jingjing said in shock, Grandpa, are you confused? You just married me to someone else without saying hello? Wu Xingye was confused. Brother Zhou, is this condition a little too hasty? Faced with confusion and doubts from several people, Zhou Shanchue stroked his beard and explained with a calm smile. The reason why I made this request is because as the owner of Yaowang Valley, I have the responsibility to pass down Yaowang Valley from generation to generation. Now that Jingjing is quite old and her parents passed away early, the old man is most worried about the successors of Yaowang Valley. Although Jingjing's medical skills are barely above the standard, her ancestors have stipulated that Yaowang Valley can only pass down the inheritance from male to female. Therefore, the old man can only find a suitable partner for Jingjing. It just so happens that this little friend Yi has miraculous medical skills, so as long as he agrees to join the Yaowang Valley, he will be the successor of the Yaowang Valley from now on. Whatever medicinal materials he needs when the time comes, he can use them casually, and I will never interfere. But we must ensure that within a year, together with Jingjing, we will give birth to a great-grandson for the old man, and the old man will personally teach him the medical skills. After hearing this explanation, Yi Tiance was speechless for a while. Thinking that he had just been freed from the quagmire of the Shao family, and now he was let into the Yaowang Valley. He is not the holy body of a congenital son-in-law, so why do they all come to him to be their son-in-law? Han Ruoyun was so angry that his chest heaved. Good guy. I haven't done anything to Yi Tiance yet, but you want your granddaughter to make a doll with Yi Tiance. Where did you put me? Zhou Jingjing said seriously, Grandpa, I object. Zhou Shanchue said seriously, objection is invalid. I object too. Then, another voice suddenly sounded. Zhuge Ruizhi, who had just been sitting on the stone steps below, jumped up. He hurried over and said, Grandpa Yaowang, since you are worried about the successor, why don't you choose me directly? You don't know, but I like to be a son-in-law, and I would rather marry into the Yaowang Valley. I promise that after I marry, all the dirty work will be done by me. I will definitely be more diligent than a donkey in the production team. Yi Tiance's eyes twitched. Are there still people rushing to be a son-in-law these days? The drug-purchasing customers who were watching also made various comments. I'm really impressed the dignified second young master of the Zhuge family is actually such a licker. He even wants to steal his son-in-law. No, if this news reaches the Zhuge family, Zhuge Ruizhi will probably have his legs broken by his father. Zhuge Ruizhi turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him and still looked at Zhou Shanchue expectantly. The latter sighed and said helplessly, Master Zhuge, I can clearly see your sincerity towards my Jingjing, but our ancestors have rules. All descendants of the Zhou family, the person they marry must have the ability to help the world, cure diseases, and save people. Do you know medical skills and can cure diseases? Zhuge Ruizhi nodded repeatedly, yes, I can. Zhou Shanchue raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you know? Zhuge Ruizhi scratched the back of his head and replied, when my mother is sick and has a cold, I can give her 999 cold elixir. Does this count? Everyone. Zhou Jingjing's face turned blue and white. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhuge Ruizhi, you retarded idiot. Can you stop being embarrassed? Get out of here. Zhuge Ruizhi looked aggrieved and said, baby, I won't get out. I won't marry unless you are, and I won't marry you unless you are the king of medicine. I don't know medical skills, but I can learn them as long as I can be with you. I can do anything you want. Zhou Shanchue frowned and said, TCM is a major subject. The knowledge is so complex and the content is so mysterious that even an old man can only grasp the surface. How can it be so easy to learn? He asked Yi Tiance, young friend Yi, what are you thinking about? Are you willing to be the old man's granddaughter and son-in-law? Yi Tiance shook his head, I don't want to. Zhou Shanchue said in confusion, oh? Is there a reason? Is it because you dislike my granddaughter's appearance and figure? Zhuo Jingjing was dissatisfied and muttered in a low voice, "Humph. What right does he have to dislike my appearance and figure? He dislikes me, and I still dislike him." Yi Tiance answered truthfully, "To be honest with Mr. Zhuo, this junior has just ended a failed marriage and is not interested in any marriage at the moment, so he can only decline the good offer." As soon as these words came out, Han Ruoyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that Yi Tiance was quite reliable. What would she do if she agreed? Zhuge Ruizhi looked overjoyed and gave Yi Tiance a thumbs up. "Brother, that's interesting." Zhuo Shanchuwei sighed. "I thought that my Jingjing finally met a miracle doctor of similar age and could get married. It's a pity." Zhuo Jingjing said unhappily, "Grandpa, you keep saying that this man named Yi is a miracle doctor, but you are so sure of it without even seeing his medical skills. I don't think it's a pity." Zhuo Shanchuwei said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xiaoyu is a miracle doctor recognized by Brother Wu, so he will not lie. How many times has Grandpa told you? Be humble." "Humph." Zhuo Jingjing looked unconvinced. Anyway, from the bottom of her heart, she didn't believe how high Yi Tiance's medical skills were. Wu Xingye made peace and asked with a smile, "Brother Zhuo, let's get down to business. What do you think about those two medicinal materials?" Zhuo Shanchuwei shook his head seriously and said, "I won't give away 9 fragrant fruit and blue leaf bohemia." Han Ruoyun curled his lips and said, "Isn't it just that I refuse to be your granddaughter and son-in-law? Why are you being stingy? We don't want it for free. If you can give us money, just ask us the price." Zhuo Shanchuwei shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with money, but that Jiaxiangguo and blue leaf bohemia are rare medicinal materials. These medicinal materials are rare but cannot be found. There is only one copy left in our Yaowang Valley, so they are considered rare and orphan medicine. Brother Wu and Xiaoyu Yi are both doctors, so they should understand what the rare medicine represents." Yi Tiance and Wu Xingye both nodded. "That's right. Unique rare medicines have always been marketable and priceless, not to mention a person like Zhuo Shanchuwei who is obsessed with medicinal materials. He loves these medicines as much as his life, and he will definitely not be willing to give them away." Yi Tiance asked, "Mr. Zhuo, what are the conditions before you are willing to send these two medicinal materials?" Zhuo Shanchuwei stroked his beard and said seriously, "There are ancestral teachings in the Medicine King Valley that rare and precious medicines cannot be used randomly. Only doctors with high enough medical skills can use them. If Yi Xiaoyu insists on needing it, he will have to prove his medical skills. If he can pass the test, these two medicinal materials will be given free of charge without charge." "I don't know how to prove it?" Zhuo Shanchuwei said, "It's very simple. You just need to have a medical skills competition and win my Medicine King Valley." Yi Tiance nodded and said, "This proposal is okay, I accept it." "Very good." Zhuo Shanchuwei stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Seeing that your age is similar to Jingjing's, then it will be up to you two to compete. If you can win against her, that's it." "No need." Yi Tiance shook his head. Zhuo Shanchuwei raised his eyebrows and said, "What does Yi Xiaoyu think is wrong?" Zhuo Jingjing folded her arms in front of her chest and said disdainfully, "It must be because his medical skills are not good and he is afraid of losing to me. This can be considered as self-awareness." "What I didn't expect was that," Yi Tiance said calmly, "your granddaughter doesn't have any challenges. I want to directly compete with you, Mr. Zhuo, in my medical skills. How about that?" Chapter 286 Identification and Compatibility of Herbal Medicines. Boom. Yi Tiance's words immediately caused an uproar. Many customers have commented, "Is this kid crazy? He actually chose to compete with Zhuo Lao in his medical skills? Mr. Zhuo is the 15th generation medicine king. He is definitely the leader in terms of traditional Chinese medicine in our Jiangnan city. Even in the entire Tiannan province, he is one of the top ones. How dare he challenge me? That's crazy. Young people, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, I understand." Zhuo Jingjing almost broke through the defense. "What do you mean, kid, that I'm not challenging? Are you targeting me?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "I'm just telling the truth. I don't mean anything against you." "You are arrogant." Zhuo Jingjing was so angry that she clenched her fists, but her chest didn't rise at all. A cup couldn't help it. Zhuo Shanchuwei narrowed his eyes slightly. "Xiaoyu Yi, are you sure? I'm not belittling myself. The last time I lost in a medical competition was at least 30 years ago. During this period, countless people came to challenge, but all came back defeated. Young people are commendable for their courage, but they must also learn to feel guilty. Wu Xingye lowered his voice to remind. Mr. Yi, why don't you give it a try with Jingjing? After all, you are more confident. Brothers' was medical skills are at the peak, just in case. Yi Tian smiled lightly and said, there is no such thing as a chance. There is no such word as lose in my dictionary. When it comes to this matter, Wu Xingye will naturally not persuade him. The rest of the onlookers, as well as the apprentices from Yaowang Valley, all naturally showed mocking expressions. In their opinion, Yi Tian insisted on testing his medical skills with Zhuo Shanxue, and the result was very clear. Yi Tian must lose. He also brags that the word lose is not in the dictionary. He is simply bragging. Zhuo Shanxue nodded and said, in that case, I agree to test my medical skills with Yi Xiaoyu. If it's not convenient outside, let's invite him inside. It is good. Under the leadership of Zhuo Shanxue, everyone walked into the medicinal food room. As expected, this medicinal kitchen was built with funding from the imperial court. The interior space is spacious and full of ancient charm. What comes into view are rows of wooden medicine cabinets, with various medicinal materials placed on them, from dark-colored Ganoderma lucidum and wolfberry to light-colored chrysanthemums and lilies. The colors are colorful and look like a natural picture of medicinal materials. Some ancient medical classics are hung on the surrounding walls, with neat handwriting and the fragrance of ink. The air was filled with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs, and in the corner of the medicinal kitchen room, several apprentices were boiling herbs. It is indeed the famous Yaowang Valley, exuding the heritage of Chinese medicine from the inside out. Han Ruoyan said with emotion, what a big Chinese medicine pharmacy. This is the first time I have seen it in my whole life. Zhuo Jingjing raised her chin and showed off a little proudly, Humph. That's not true. Our Medicine King Valley has been inherited for nearly 1,000 years and has accumulated countless precious medicinal materials and medical classics. How can it be compared to those traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies outside? Zhuo Shanxue stroked his beard and asked with a smile, Xiaoyu Yi, according to the rules of traditional Chinese medicine competition, it is generally divided into 5 categories: diagnostic problems, identification of ancient prescriptions, acupuncture techniques, identification and compatibility of herbal medicines, and emergency treatment. We don't need to compete one by one, we just need to choose one of them to compete. Xiaoyu Yi is a guest, so it's up to you to choose the method of competition. Yi Tian nodded and said, since we are in Yaowang Valley and there are Chinese herbal medicines everywhere in the medicine cabinet, how about making the identification and compatibility of herbal medicines convenient and simple? Hear this. Everyone around them stared. No, you actually choose to identify and combine herbal medicines? This is the medical field that Mr. Zhuo is best at. Comparing the identification and compatibility of herbal medicines, what is the difference between this and showing off in front of Guangdong? If you ask me, this kid doesn't know any medical skills at all, so he is sensationalizing and attracting attention. Isn't he an old anchor trying to gain traffic? The onlookers and apprentices all expressed their opinions. Zhuo Jingjing even sneered, my grandfather is ranked second in the field of identification and compatibility of herbal medicines with the surname Yi, but no one is ranked first in Tianan province. Don't overestimate your abilities. Yi Tian ignored Zhuo Jingjing's remarks. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhuo, please tell me the rules of the competition. Zhuo Shanxue introduced, the rules are very simple, as long as whoever identifies more types of herbal medicines more accurately within the specified time will win. For the sake of fairness, we can randomly assign people on site to randomly grab a number of Chinese herbal medicines, and then the 2 of us will identify the types and effects of the herbal medicines. How about whoever is more accurate will win? Hear this. Wu Xingye on the side frowned slightly. Such a competition may seem fair, but in fact Yi Tian will suffer a great loss. The reason is that Zhuo Shanxue has been in Yaowang Valley all his life and is definitely more familiar with the various medicinal materials here than Yi Tian. But before he could remind him, Yi Tian agreed without hesitation, no problem, let's get started. Wu Xingye had no choice but to give up the reminder. Stop gossiping.
Next, the customers and apprentices on site, including Han Ruoyun, all participated in randomly selecting Chinese herbal medicines from the medicine cabinet. In the end, a total of 100 kinds of herbs were randomly selected, divided into 2 equal portions, placed in a tray, covered with red cloth, and placed in front of Yi Tiance and Zhuo Shanshui respectively. To be fair, neither of them specifically watched the process of selecting medicinal materials. Next to the tray are pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Every time a medicinal material is identified, the name of the medicinal material and its indications must be written on the paper. In the end, whoever consumes the shortest time and makes accurate judgments will win.
Zhuo Shanshui stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young friend Yi, this is Lao Chen's home field after all. As long as your error rate does not exceed 10, you will win this competition." No more than 10? That means the accuracy is above 90%? Hearing this, the apprentices present were secretly stunned. You must know that the herbal medicine shop is not a small pharmacy. Outside there are only more than 100 kinds of herbal medicines, and they are all common medicinal materials. Anyone who has worked in the pharmacy for a year and a half can identify the types and indications with the naked eye. But the medicinal kitchen is different. There are more than thousands of types of Chinese herbal medicines. Among them, there are a large number of herbs with similar shapes but different effects, which can easily interfere with identification and judgment. Not to mention the many rare and strange herbal medicines that are rarely or even not recorded in medical classics, and their compatibility methods and indications are incomplete. Therefore, under the premise of randomly and blindly selecting 100 kinds of medicinal materials, even their apprentices, who have studied in the herbal kitchen for many years, can control the accuracy rate above 80%, which is very good. Even Zhuo Jingjing, who is extremely talented, has an accuracy rate of only about 90%. Only Zhuo Shanshui has superb medical skills and can maintain an accuracy rate of more than 95%. In rare cases, he can achieve 100%. This is also when he is lucky. No Chinese medicines not recorded in Chinese medicine classics were selected. Therefore, Yi Tiance is required to reach 90%. This condition is that if the benchmark reaches Zhuo Jingjing's level, he will win. Faced with Zhuo Shanshui's kindness, Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Lao Zhuo's kindness is understood by me. Since the competition must be fair and just, I don't need special treatment." "It is good." Zhuo Shanshui nodded. In his opinion, regardless of Yi Tiance's medical skills, his upright heart alone is worthy of praise. After both parties are ready, as a judge, Wu Xingye said, "Then let's start the competition." Chapter 287. Only dock at your airport. The trays were placed on 2 long tables, about 3 meters apart. Swish! Zhuo Shanshui opened the red cloth on the tray, and all kinds of Chinese medicines were neatly placed on it. There are 5 rows in total. Each row has 20 kinds of medicinal materials, and there are exactly 100 kinds in total. The order of the medicinal materials for both of them was exactly the same, ensuring a fair competition. Zhuo Shanshui picked up the first herbal medicine, looked at it for 2 seconds, then waved his pen and ink and wrote on the paper. 1 honeysuckle, clears away heat and detoxifies, dispels wind and heat, and is often used to treat cold and fever symptoms. Then he picked up the second herb, looked at it briefly for 2 seconds, and then continued to write. 2 Angelica sinensis can nourish blood, activate blood circulation, regulate menstruation and relieve pain, and is often used in gynecology. Then comes the third herb. In short, Zhuo Shanshui's method of identifying herbal medicines was methodical and calm, and the names and effects of the medicinal materials he wrote down were very accurate. The customers and apprentices who were watching could not help but nod and praise secretly. He is worthy of being known as the king of medicine, and his medical skills in Chinese herbal medicine are extremely proficient. Zhuo Jingjing couldn't help but show off, "Humph. As long as it is a Chinese herbal medicine recorded in medical classics, my grandfather knows that all this competition is destined to win from the beginning." On the other hand, Yi Tiance, sitting on the chair at this time, he didn't even lift the red cloth on the tray on the table. Han Ruoyun reminded anxiously, "Hey! The competition has begun, why don't you identify the medicinal materials? Mr. Zhuo over there has already written down more than 10 kinds, hurry up." Yi Tiance said calmly, "What's the hurry?
I just drove here and climbed a mountain, so you can't let me rest for a while, and...
Yi Tiance didn't say the second half of the sentence.
Because ever since he stepped into this medicinal food room, he felt a very strange feeling, as if something was not quite right.
But I couldn't tell what was wrong. Zhuo Jingjing came over and said with a strange tone, "Why take a break?"
In my opinion, this guy knows nothing about Chinese medicine and cannot identify medicinal materials at all, so he is pretending to be calm now. It's too late for the man named Yi to admit defeat now, since he won't lose anything anyway. Thinking of Yi Tiance's stinking face just now and saying that she didn't have any challenge, I felt a surge of displeasure and resentment in my stomach. Now it seems that Yi Tiance is boasting about Haikao.
Han Ruoyun immediately defended, "Ha! Super Airport, what do you know?
My little Cici is respecting the old and caring for the young. He is just letting Mr. Zhuo take the first step. We will not admit defeat."
Super small tablet? This sentence naturally hit Zhuo Jingjing's weakness. Where am I at the airport? Even if it's an airport, it's better than you having big breasts and no brains.
Han Ruoyun raised her chin and said proudly, "Thank you for complimenting me on my big breasts. As for Wu Nao, I admitted Wu Nao likes my little Cici. Are you angry?"
You?
After all, Zhuo Jingjing has been studying medicine and martial arts for many years, and rarely fights with each other on weekdays. Therefore, she is no match for Han Ruoyun when it comes to talking heads. I was so angry that my mouth was filled with smoke. Seeing this, Zhuge Ruizhi hurried forward. "Jingjing, don't be like him. Even if you go to the airport, my brother will never dislike you. He will always be devoted to you. My brother's plane will only dock at your harbor." It would have been better not to say this, but after saying it, Zhuo Jingjing couldn't control her anger.
"Fuck you, uncle." Boom.
With one kick, Zhuge Ruizhi was kicked out of the medicine room and onto the steps outside. The pain made the latter cry for father and mother.
Everyone present had a dark look on their faces. Do you think the name Zhuge Ruizhi was chosen wrong? Should it be more appropriate to call Zhuge mentally handicapped? After the interlude, Yi Tiance finally took action.
He bent down slightly and sniffed the red cloth on the tray a few times with his nose. Then he picked up a pen and wrote on the white paper. 1 honeysuckle, clears away heat and detoxifies, dispels wind and heat, and is often used to treat cold and fever symptoms. 2 Angelica sinensis can nourish blood, activate blood circulation, regulate menstruation and relieve pain, and is often used for gynecological diseases. 3 cassia seeds, clear away heat and detoxify, often used for diseases such as dysentery, carbuncle, swelling and pain. Yi Tiance wrote about the efficacy of herbal medicines without any pause, without even thinking, as if he was dictating a poem that was familiar to him. Some of the apprentices and customers who were watching watched Yi Tiance write down each item. His expression changed from disdain at first, to surprise, and finally to shock. Soon, waves of small discussions spread. Oh my god, what he wrote is almost exactly the same as what Mr. Zhuo wrote. Are they both correct? But he was able to write out the compatibility of herbal medicines without even opening the red cloth or even looking at it. How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. There must be something fishy. Either they copied Zhuo Lao's formula, or someone cheated when selecting the medicinal materials in advance.
Han Ruoyun immediately replied, "Hey! Do you have eyes in your buttocks?
Mr. Zhuo and Xiao Cici are sitting so far apart, and there are people in between. How can they plagiarize? As for cheating, many of you were involved in selecting the medicinal materials just now. Could it be that you all helped him cheat?" This rhetorical question immediately left everyone speechless.
Yes. Yi Tiance has no signs of plagiarism or cheating at all. This was indeed written by his true ability.
When writing about the identification of herbal medicines, his method was far more difficult than Zhuo Lao. At this moment, even Zhuo Jingjing, who was the most unconvinced just now, had his pupils dilated and looked incredible. Not only did she find that the herbal identifications that Yi Tiance had written down were correct. Moreover, as she knew something about calligraphy, she also noticed that Yi Tiance's calligraphy was powerful and smooth, like a dragon and snake dancing, giving people a great visual enjoyment. This skill alone is better than many contemporary calligraphers she knows.
This young man, did I really miss him?
Zhuge Ruizhi, who had just been kicked away by Zhuo Jingjing, also walked in at this time. His expression was a little careless at first, but when he got closer and saw Yi Tian's writing the identification of herbal medicines, he instantly became serious. What the hell? This kid is really quite capable. Regardless of the results of the competition, if this momentum continues, Mr. Zhuo will definitely fall in love with this man named Yi and force him to stay as his grandson-in-law, right? Just like that, an hour later. Zhuo Shanshui put down his brush and said with great satisfaction, "I'm done." He is in good condition today and has identified 100 kinds of medicinal materials. There is a high probability that we will win it. At the same time, Yi Tian's also put down his brush and stretched his waist. "I'm done too." The words fell. The crowd, who had long been impatient, swarmed in front of him. Compare the herbal identification results written by the two people together. Then everyone was surprised to find out. What Yi Tian's wrote was exactly the same as Zhuo Shanshui. Damn it, neither of them made any mistakes. Are all 100 identifications correct? No way, this person named Ji is actually on the same level as Mr. Zhuo? But just then, a sharp-eyed apprentice suddenly said loudly, "Wait a minute, look, what they wrote in type 88 is different." Chapter 288 Practice brings out the truth. Everyone took a closer look. I only saw it on the 88th medicinal material. Zhuo Shanshui wrote, Shenbing fruit is cool in nature, clears away heat and reduces fire, moistens dryness and promotes body fluids, and has a strong effect on heat-toxic diseases. The first half of what Yi Tian's wrote was exactly the same as Zhuo Shanshui's. Later, it was added that, take out the kernels of Zuanbingguo, grind it into powder and take it, which can remove cold toxins from the body and is more effective in treating symptoms such as rheumatism, wind, and cold. The apprentices present immediately spoke. The man named Ji was wrong here. He only got 99 things right, and there was still one missing. Our master won. As expected, our master is more awesome. If you want to defeat our master, just rely on him, and you're still far from it. Even so. But in fact, Yi Tian's was able to achieve such a terrifying accuracy, which already crushed them. After all, this is the mentality of most people when they meet someone who is much better than themselves. They often expect him to fail. Once you fail, you can laugh at the other person, and even give yourself psychological comfort, believing that the other person seems to be inferior to you. Right now, most of these people have this mentality. Han Ruoyun said dissatisfied, "Hey! Why does my little sensei's writing differ from Zhuo Lao's, so it must be his mistake? Isn't it possible that Zhuo Lao is wrong?" Zhuo Jingjing snorted lightly. Traditional Chinese medicine pays attention to specificity in its properties. Since the Shenbing fruit itself is used to treat heat poisoning, its kernels cannot treat cold poisoning. Because this is a contradiction, anyone with some common sense of Chinese herbal medicine can understand it. The surname is Yi, you just lose. Han Ruoyun's expression changed, a little unwilling. Because in her eyes, Yi Tian's is all-powerful and invincible, and there is no way he would make such a small mistake. Oh? Who told you that I lost? At this moment, Yi Tian's, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Swish. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Tian's. The result was already obvious. If you didn't lose, who would lose? Do you still want to cheat? Zhuo Jingjing pouted and said, What you mean is that my grandfather made a mistake in writing it? Yi Tian's nodded. It is true that he was wrong. Everyone was in an uproar. How could the existence of Zhuo Laodang Medicine King be written incorrectly? Zhuo Shanshui laughed and said, Young friend Yi, although the Shenbing fruit is relatively rare, it is still recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. The content of the record is just like what I wrote. I wonder where I went wrong? Yi Tian smiled and said, This is indeed recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica, but when treating Chinese herbal medicines, as a doctor, one does not have to stick to medical classics, but should explore deeply on the wisdom left by the ancestors, and even overturn and summarize new knowledge. Isn't that right? In other words, take the essence and discard the dross. This is a simple truth that Mr. Zhuo should understand. This. Zhuo Shanshui's body trembled slightly, as if he felt like he was enlightened. Zhuo Jingjing frowned and said, What you say sounds nice, but how can the wisdom left by our ancestors be so easily overturned? Not to mention,
What you wrote is inconsistent with the basic logic of Chinese herbal medicine. The group of apprentices also echoed. That is to say, Zuanbingwo can cure heat poisoning, but its kernels can cure cold poisoning. Is this internal and external contradiction the new knowledge you have summarized? As a Chinese medicine practitioner, the first thing you should do is to protect the experience and knowledge left by our ancestors, rather than tampering with it. The laws of our ancestors cannot be violated.
Your thoughts are very dangerous, and Chinese medicine will be destroyed sooner or later in the hands of people like you. Faced with the criticism from these people, Yi Tiance remained calm.
A certain great man once said that truth comes from practice. How can you say that I am illogical even if you don't practice it? Everyone looked at each other. Zhuo Jingjing rubbed her neck and said, "Oomph. You said that you must put it into practice, so let's put it into practice now and see if the Zuanbingwo kernels have the effect you said. Is there anyone here who has cold poison in their body? Rheumatic bone disease is also possible. Are you willing to be a practice partner?"
A fat middle-aged man immediately raised his hand and said,
"I am." The middle-aged man said to everyone, "I have been suffering from rheumatic bone disease in the past, even my movements were affected today. I came here specifically to buy medicinal materials. Can I be a practice partner?"
Yi Tiance glanced at the middle-aged man. I found signs of swelling in his fingers and wrists, which were indeed symptoms of perennial rheumatic bone disease. He wasn't lying. Zhuo Jingjing stepped forward to check and determined that the other party suffered from severe rheumatic bone disease.
"No problem, it's you. Let's start now."
She has decided that today she must make Yi Tiance take back the arrogant words he just said and slap him in the face.
Yi Tiance asked the middle-aged man to sit on the chair.
He took out the kernels of the xianbing fruit, ground them into powder, and put them into a cup of water.
Pour in water and mix evenly, then hand it to the middle-aged man and say, "Drink it." "Ha? Is this the end?"
The middle-aged man was slightly stunned.
You must know that in order to treat rheumatic bone disease, he has taken various Chinese herbal medicines for many years, which process is not extremely cumbersome. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance used such a simple method, which felt very hasty. Is this reliable?
But now that I have stood up, I am eager to cure my rheumatic bone disease, so I bite the bullet and drink the glass of water in one gulp.
Gulu. After drinking, Zhuo Jingjing asked hurriedly, "How does it feel?" "You don't feel anything? It's just a little bitter."
The middle-aged man answered truthfully. But not long after he said these words, he suddenly shivered.
His face quickly turned pale, his lips turned purple, and he said, "Hiss, it's cold. It's so cold. My bones hurt. My body seems to be getting cold." This sudden scene shocked everyone present.
"No, this must be the cold nature of the xianbingwo kernel, which is stimulating the body." I said it has no effect because I don't believe it. This is simply aggravating the patient's condition.
Zhuo Jingjing's expression changed.
And hurriedly urged the middle-aged man, "Spit out what you just drank, and I will give you acupuncture to relieve the pain immediately."
"Wait."
Yi Tiance suddenly spoke to stop him.
Zhuo Jingjing frowned and said, "What are you stopping me for? If this continues, it will worsen the patient's condition, and it may even lead to death." Yi Tiance said calmly, "I'll take care of it if something happens. Don't be impatient." "You."
Zhuo Jingjing was trembling with anger, but was stopped by Zhuo Shanshui. "Jingjing, just listen to Yi Xiaoyu and observe again. As long as Grandpa is here, no one will be killed."
"Humph. This kid is arrogant. You, a good old man, just speak for him. No wonder you are always bullied by those people."
Zhuo Jingjing muttered unhappily. Zhuo Shanshui just shook his head and smiled bitterly, without saying much, keeping his eyes fixed on the trembling middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shivered for more than 2 minutes.
"Things have changed."
I saw that his pale face gradually became rosy, his lips returned to normal color, and even the swelling in his swollen joints slowly subsided.
The middle-aged man said excitedly, "Phew. It's so hot, my whole body is so warm. Wait, my arms and shoulders don't hurt anymore. They don't hurt at all." He even stood up and jumped for joy several times in excitement. Rheumatic bone disease is cured. At this moment, everyone present widened their eyes. It's so magical? Thump.
The middle-aged man immediately knelt down to Yi Tiance and said with red eyes, "Miracle doctor.
You cured my rheumatism and bone disease. It's a great gift I kowtow to you." Dong dong dong. Knocked several times in a row. Yi Tiance quickly helped him up.
"It's just a little effort, no need to be polite, not to mention you didn't use any of my medicinal materials, you just put in a little effort."
Done.
He looked at Zhuo Jingjing, Zhuo Shanshui, and the others in Yaowang Valley.
He asked calmly, "What else do you have to say about this competition?" Chapter 289 Taoist He Hong.
As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Jingjing and the group of apprentices looked at each other in shock. They didn't expect that the result would suddenly turn like this.
The nuts of Zhuan Bingguo can actually cure rheumatic bone disease. Unheard of.
But what they didn't expect was that Zhuo Shanshui suddenly knelt down on his knees and bowed deeply to Yi Tiance. Almost in tears, he said, "Mr. Yi, I am convinced of your medical skills. If you don't dislike it, please accept me as your apprentice."
G.A. Everyone present was once again confused. The legendary Jiangnan medicine king actually wanted to take Yi Tiance as his teacher? This news is absolutely shocking. Zhuo Jingjing immediately dissuaded her. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Didn't he just win you by luck?
He is so young and your status is noble, and he is not worthy of you at all."
Shut up.
Zhuo Shanshui, who has always been kind-hearted, rarely gets angry.
Thanks to the many years I have taught you, haven't you noticed that Senior Ye's accomplishments in the field of identifying herbal medicines are 100 times better than mine? Medicine emphasizes that the wise should come first. What is young? What is noble status? This profession relies solely on skills. Dr. Yi has superb medical skills. What's wrong with me becoming my teacher? Zhuo Jingjing was immediately speechless.
Everyone present was also silent. Yes, if you think about it carefully from the competition just now, Zhuo Shanshui lost to Yi Tiance even though he was in a favorable location. He still lost so completely in the field he was best at. It can be seen that the actual gap between the two in medical skills is wider than imagined. Zhuo Shanshui continued, "Dr. Yi, although I have dull qualifications, I am confident, diligent and eager to learn. Please don't dislike me." It was beyond his expectation. Yi Tiance simply shook his head and said, "Since Mr. Zhuo knows that his qualifications are dull, there is no need to lower his status like this. I will not accept you as my disciple." Boom! The shocking effect brought by these words was even greater than when Zhuo Shanshui knelt down to worship his master just now. "I'll go, is this kid too frivolous? He doesn't even agree with Mr. Zhuo kneeling down to be his master?" Although Mr. Zhuo lost to him, it's really rude to refuse with this attitude. He's so good at showing off, I kind of want to learn from him. Zhuo Jingjing's face was even more burning. Her grandpa, whom she respected so much, was so humiliated by Yi Tiance she really couldn't bear to swallow it. Han Ruoyun raised his chin slightly and smiled. Based on her understanding of Yi Tiance, she knew that he would answer like this. He was indeed the man she liked, he just had style. Wu Xingye smiled bitterly. If the method of kneeling down to worship was effective, he would have wished to kneel down and worship once a day. In fact, he had seen Yi Tiance demonstrate his medical skills many times before, but he admired him more for his technique today. He saw that Yi Tiance has reached a level of transcendence in the basic skills of Chinese herbal medicine. This can no longer be described only as admiration, but worship. Dr. Yi, how many more surprises do you want to give Wu?" As for Zhuo Shanshui himself, after being rejected by Yi Tiance, he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, Dr. Yi, I'm being rude. I understand the art of traditional Chinese medicine, and accepting disciples requires talent." "I understand." At this moment, he suddenly remembered one thing, that is, 30 years ago, when he was defeated miserably by the miracle doctor, he also knelt down to worship him. The same is true for the reply given by the other party. Yi Tiance stepped forward and helped Zhuo Shanshui up. "Mr. Zhuo, you are obsessed with medical skills and are dedicated to doing good. The younger generation respects people like you very much. If there is an opportunity in the future, we can exchange more medical skills with each other. There is no need to engage in apprenticeship. I personally have no interest in this." Zhou Shanchuei, who was originally a little disappointed, immediately became excited.
Nodding in agreement.
Today, Miracle Dr. Yi has one. Here are the 9 spice fruit and blue leaf bohemia that you need. I will give them to you with both hands.
Please wait. Jingjing, why don't you quickly get these 2 herbs and give them to Dr. Yi?
Oh. Zhou Jingjing responded slightly reluctantly. Originally, she wanted to slap Yi Tiance in the face, but she never expected to get slapped in the face by him in the end. Turns out this guy wasn't bragging at all when he said she wasn't a challenge in his eyes. This made her, who had always been known as an outstanding medical talent, feel a deep sense of frustration.
After a while,
Zhou Jingjing took the 9 spice fruit and blue leaf bohemia, put them in a box, and handed them to Yi Tiance. Here, these are 9 spice fruit and blue leaf bohemia. They are the only rare medicines of our Yaowang Valley. You should use them sparingly and don't waste them. Zhou Shanchuei scolded, Jingjing, be polite to Dr. Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Jingjing curled her lips. Yi Tiance cupped his fists and said, Mr. Zhou, thank you for your love. I will remember this favor. But the words just fell. A cold voice sounded outside the door. Boy, put down the 9 spice fruit and blue leaf redbud. You can't take these 2 herbs with you today. Swish.
Everyone heard this and went away.
I saw 2 people walking in from outside the door. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Wearing a blue Taoist robe, the edge of the Taoist robe is inlaid with gold thread texture. He has an average appearance and large nostrils, giving him an arrogant aura. Behind him followed a burly middle-aged man with a height of 19 meters. With a bald head and a big beard, he looks very troublesome.
After seeing these 2 people appear,
Zhou Shanchuei, who was smiling kindly a second ago, became unnatural. Why are you 2 here?
The big-nosed Taoist priest grinned and said, Old man Zhou, do you think you don't welcome us?
Ha ha. Don't forget your identity. Without us, your Medicine King Valley would have closed down long ago.
Zhou Shanchuei's face turned blue and white, and he looked very unsightly.
Zhou Jingjing clenched her fists and said, Taoist Master Yi Hong, please speak more politely. This is Yaowang Valley, not your Yuanyang Valley. The man named Taoist priest Haong sked his tongue and said, I haven't seen you for a while, but Sister Jingjing is still so sharp-tongued.
Have you considered what I said before?
As long as you agree to be my Taoist companion, I can intercede with Master and have less demands on you from Yaowang Valley in the future.
Zhou Jingjing gritted her teeth and said coldly, Dream. I don't know what's wrong.
Taoist Master He Hong sneered, turned to Zhou Shanchuei and said, I'm coming here this time to take away 5 precious medicines, so hurry up and get ready, don't waste my time. Then he looked at the wooden box in Yi Tiance's hand. By the way, I also want to take away the 9 flavored fruit and blue leaf redbud that I just mentioned.
Hear this. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy has been arrogant and aggressive since he entered the medicinal kitchen. What is his relationship with Zhou Shanchuei and the others?
Zhou Shanchuei frowned. Taoist Master Haon, there is still 1.5 months until the precious medicine is handed in. Why did it suddenly be handed in early?
Taoist Master He Hong sneered and said, We, Yuanyang Valley, need to explain to you what we are doing?
Hand over all the medicinal materials I want immediately, otherwise you know the consequences.
Ugh.
Zhou Shanchuei sighed, hesitated, and said, I promise to give you 5 medicinal materials, but the 9 spice fruit and blue leaf redbud have already been given to Divine Dr. Yi. I can't give them to you. I will replace them with 2 other precious medicines. You take them and leave.
Bang.
Unexpectedly, Taoist Master He Hong suddenly kicked Zhou Shanchuei in the abdomen. Although he didn't use too much force, he kicked him back several steps and fell to the ground.
He said with a gloomy look, Old guy, are you trying to bargain with me?
If you don't let me take away these 2 medicinal materials today, I will dismantle your Medicine King Valley.
What do you think? Chapter 290 Yuanyang Valley. Boom. The scene immediately went into an uproar. Damn it, who is this guy? He's so arrogant? He beat Mr. Zhou in broad daylight. Are you crazy?
Shoo. Keep your voice down. This Taoist Master He Hong is an inner disciple of Yuanyang Valley, and you and I are not someone we can offend.
What is Yuanyang Valley? Why haven't I heard of it? I'm not sure anyway. Our entire Tiannan province is very energetic. Even the 4 major families in the provincial capital are showing courtesy. The drug-buying customers who were watching were talking in low voices. The apprentices stepped forward one after another to help Zhuo Shanxue up. Master, are you okay? Master, this guy is really bullying people. Zhuo Jingjing clenched her fists tightly and made a creaking sound. She stared at Taoist Master Haong and gritted her teeth and said, "Smelly Taoist priest, you are looking for death." Taoist Master He Hong said disdainfully, "Sister Jingjing, are you planning to take action?" Ha! Although you are young and have the full strength of a warrior, but I have the strength of an early-stage grandmaster. Even with one hand, you are no match for me, right? Even if I can't beat you, I can't swallow this breath. Zhuo Jingjing was so angry that she rushed forward immediately. But Zhuo Shanxue stopped him. "Jingjing, don't be impulsive. Grandfather, shut up," Zhuo Shanxue scolded. He endured the pain in his abdomen and stepped forward, clasping his fists to discuss. "Taoist Master He Hong, the 9-spice fruit and blue leaf bohemia are what I promised to give away. Please don't continue to embarrass me. If you agree, I am willing to give you 2 more treasures, medicine." Haha, old guy. It's now, and you still dare to negotiate terms with me? Taoist Haong just slapped him away. At Zhuo Shanxue's age, if he were hit by a strong master in the early stage, he would probably suffer a serious blow. "Grandfather!" Zhuo Jingjing shouted anxiously, trying to stop it, but it was too late. "This slap is about to hit. Stop!" Someone suddenly shouted. "Okay?" Taoist Master He Hong frowned slightly and took a closer look. "I saw a handsome young man with a blue earring in his left ear standing in front of him, slowly walking out. It is Zhuge Ruizhi." He first glanced at Zhuo Jingjing and said angrily, "Don't panic, the rest will be taken care of by my brother. As long as I'm here, no one can bully Yaowang Valley." He turned around and faced Taoist Master He Hong, put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "Hey! Taoist priest, has anyone ever said that you are a pretentious person?" When saying this, Zhuge Ruizhi raised his chin slightly. At this moment, he seemed to feel that his soul was about to sublimate. Such a pretentious feeling would definitely leave a good impression on Zhuo Jingjing. Taoist Master He Hong's face darkened. "Damn it, you kid actually dares to point fingers at me. Who are you?" Zhuge Ruizhi said coldly, "I am Zhuge Ruizhi, the second young master of the Zhuge family in Tianbei province. Jingjing is the woman I like. Her grandfather will be my grandfather in the future. I will not allow them to be bullied." The Zhuge family in Tianbei province? Taoist He Hong's expression changed. That is the top big family in Tianbei province, and in terms of strength, it is much more powerful than the 4 major families in the provincial capital of Tiannan province. This is a little troublesome. Seeing Taoist Master He Hong, he remained silent. Zhuge Ruizhi snorted coldly, pointed to the door and said, "Take your people and leave immediately from now on. If you step into Yaowang Valley and bully others, I won't let you go." Taoist Master He Hong said with a smile, "Young Master Zhuge, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We are not using our power to bully others. On the contrary, if we don't come to Yaowang Valley in the future, then old Manzwa will have to beg us to come." Zhuge Ruizhi expressed his confusion and said, "Mr. Zui is begging you to come over? Isn't this nonsense? It's not just him." At this time, other customers who were watching also expressed doubts. "Lao Zui is not a jerk, so why should I beg you to come and bully others?" "That's right, he came to the door and forcibly asked for medicinal materials, and even beat people. I have never seen such lawlessness. There must be an explanation for today's incident, otherwise we will call the police." Taoist Master He Hong was calm and said with a sneer, If you want to explain, let old Manzwa speak for himself, and everyone can judge for themselves." This statement came out. Everyone looked at Zhuo Shanxue. Zhuo Shanxue's eyes trembled slightly, flashing a hint of helplessness and complexity. Then he sighed and said, "Well, now that the matter has reached this point, the fire can't be contained, and I can't hide it anymore." Later, Zhuo Shanxue told everyone a secret that few people knew. It turns out that Yaowang Valley is rich in medicinal herbs, grows rapidly, and has better efficacy than the outside world. completely due to the excellent feng shui of Yaoang Valley. According to the ancestors, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers here, making it a treasure land for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Doctors from the past generations of Yaoang Valley would plant medicinal materials here, and later harvest a large number of rare and precious medicines, such as the rare 100-year-old snow ginseng, hundreds of year-old wild ginseng, etc. Exactly. Yaoang Valley has always been famous, attracting countless people to buy medicinal materials here, and practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine often come here to seek medicine and learn. But something strange happened. Just 5 years ago, all the herbs grown in Yaoang Valley suddenly died out overnight. It is not a natural disaster, nor is it an encounter with poisonous pests. It just loses its life for no reason. Not only that, almost all the medicinal materials replanted in Yaoang Valley since then have died. Even if you manage to survive, the results will be mediocre in the end, not even as good as the ordinary herbal medicines on the market. This incident caused an uproar within Yaoang Valley. Although it was suppressed by Zhuoshanshui and kept secret, this matter still regarded Yaoang Valley as facing the biggest difficulty in thousands of years and was in danger. After all, once the matter is exposed, everything accumulated in Yaoang Valley will be destroyed. Hear this. Zhuge asked in confusion, since such a big thing happened back then, why are there still so many medicinal materials for sale today? It seems like everything is normal. At this time, Taoist master He Hong sneered. Ha! Isn't that the credit of our Yuanyang Valley? How to say? Taoist master Haong put his hands behind his back and explained with a little pride, our ancestors from Yuanyang Valley and the ancestors from Yaoang Valley have always had friendship. When our Yuanyang Valley heard about this, my master came here in person help. He was a master of feng shui formations. It was he who judged that there was something wrong with the feng shui of Yaoang Valley, so he helped improve the feng shui and brought Yaoang Valley back to life. Although the feng shui effect is not as good as before, it is still useful. For such overwhelming kindness, our Yuanyang Valley just asked them to send some precious medicines in return. Is this wrong? Everyone was stunned. That's what happened. According to this statement, it is understandable that Yuanyang Valley has such kindness to Yaoang Valley and needs some precious medicine. But Zhuo Jingjing immediately retorted, Bah! You said it nicely from the beginning. My grandfather agreed and fulfilled the request for the precious medicines that your Yuanyang Valley needed. But within half a year, your master came again and asked for some precious medicines. My grandfather agreed again out of kindness. I thought that the matter would end here, but your master didn't stop. After that he came over every once in a while, and the rare medicines he asked for became more and more rare and precious each time, and the amount was increasing. If you don't give it, you will say that you will remove the feng shui formation that you helped improve. Grandpa had no other choice, so he agreed to have people from Yuanyang Valley come once every quarter to deliver precious medicines. If the required medicines were not given, he would be insulted at best and beaten at worst, and even the apprentices would not be able to escape hand. For 5 years, Yuanyang Valley, have completely treated Yaoang Valley as a back garden for arbitrary demands, draining almost everything we, Yaoang Valley, have accumulated over the past millennium. Aren't these actions your fault? Chapter 291, Want to touch my woman? When she said this, Zhuo Jingjing's eyes turned red and her lips trembled slightly. This shows how much grievance she has endured in the past 5 years. It's not just her. The disciples of Yaoang Valley behind him all glared angrily. The onlookers made various comments. Although Yuanyang Valley is kind to Yaoang Valley, it is unreasonable to ask for it without any restrictions or even hit people. That is to say, what is the difference between this kind of behavior and Zhou Poppy? No wonder Miss Jingjing is so angry. Now I understand. Yi Tiance nodded slightly. So that's what happened. He turned to look at Wu Xingye, whose expression was filled with indignation. Suddenly I remembered that when I first met Wu Xingye and introduced Yaoang Valley, he had said that something had happened inside Yaoang Valley in recent years. Yi Tiance asked softly, Dean Wu, have you known about this for a long time? Wu Xingye sighed, yes, it's a pity that Wu is weak and doesn't understand feng shui formations. He really can't help much. He can only watch the Yaoang Valley being bullied. Han Ruoyan curled his lips and said, a guy with such a moral character has the nerve to practice Taoism.
which is embarrassing. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking a little. Taoist Master Haon looked ugly. He said coldly, "Old man Zhuo promised to provide us Yuanyang Valley with precious medicine. What's the problem with us asking for it? Not to mention, without my master's help back then, their Yawang Valley would have been doomed long ago. Even if they are ungrateful, they still want to kidnap them morally?" Taoist priest He Hong's eyes flashed with coldness as he stared at Zhuo Shanxue. "Old guy, do you believe that I will go back and report to master right now, asking him to remove the improved feng shui of Yawang Valley? I will make Yawang Valley fall off the altar and be completely destroyed." Zhuo Shanxue's face turned pale. He hurriedly discussed, "Taoist Haon, don't be angry, it's all my fault for my mismanagement. The old man, please don't report it to Taoist Yulong. If the Medicine King Valley that has been passed down from generation to generation is destroyed in his hands, it will be more painful than killing him, and it is unacceptable. Want to beg for mercy? Okay. Taoist Master He Hong said with a wicked smile, "Come on, kneel down to me in front of everyone, kowtow and apologize." And he promised to provide me with medicinal materials to Yuanyang Valley once a month from now on. No matter what the medicinal materials are, no matter how much the demand is, we must do it. Also, including the future sales of medicinal materials from Yawang Valley, I will get half of it. How about that? Boom. As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Shanxue swayed and almost fell to the ground. If these people's previous demands for Yawang Valley were all about fishing, now they are just knocking on the bones and sucking out the marrow. Me? Zhuo Shanxue's lips trembled. Zhuo Jingjing's eyes were red and she said angrily, "Grandpa, you can't agree to his conditions. The more you give in, the harder they will get." Taoist Master He Hong said in a deep voice, "Zhuo Jingjing, you have no place to speak here." "Shut up." Zhuo Jingjing took a step forward and stared at him face to face. "I grew up in Yawang Valley. This is my home. Why am I not allowed to speak? The one who should shut up is you, a greedy villain. From today on, we in Yawang Valley will no longer be at your mercy." This statement came out. The other apprentices couldn't control their emotions and all echoed. "Sister Jingjing is right. We at Yawang Valley will no longer work for you for free. We've had enough of this kind of useless life. Yuanyang Valley is really bullying people. Get out of here immediately." A sharp look flashed in Taoist priest Hahong's eyes. "A bunch of people who don't know how to live or die. Today, I have to teach you a little lesson to realize how powerful I am." He suddenly jumped up and kicked Zhuo Jingjing. Swish. This kick is extremely fast. Zhuo Jingjing hurriedly crossed her hands to block. Although there is only one realm between the perfection of the warrior and the early stage of the master, this is a big realm, and the gap cannot be underestimated. Bang! As a dull impact sounded, Zhuo Jingjing flew backwards. Crackling. Two rows of shelves in the medicine cabinet behind him were knocked over, and herbs were scattered everywhere. Puff! Zhuo Jingjing's throat felt sweet. She spit out a mouthful of blood, and felt severe pain all over her body. Jingjing! Sister Jingjing! Zhuo Shanxue and his apprentices all gathered around, their faces worried and angry. Taoist Master He Hong sneered, "Ha! In the past, I didn't bother with you because of your pretty appearance. But today, if you bite your nose and get in trouble, you have to deal with it. If you ever go against me again in the future, I will definitely let you live and die. Please paralyze me." Suddenly, an angry voice interrupted his words. "Turn around and take a look." Zhuge Ruizhi struck with a punch. Not good. Taoist Hahong's expression changed. This punch has the power of a mid-level master. If it is hit, you will probably be injured. Swish. A burly figure suddenly appeared, standing between the two of them. Boom. Zhuge Ruizhi's punch did not hit Taoist Haong, but hit a strong man on the chest. Okay? Zhuge Ruizhi took a closer look. What stood in front of him was the strong man brought by Taoist Master He Hong. He was 19 meters tall, just like a small iron tower. The key point is that Zhuge Ruizhi punched someone in the chest, but the other person didn't change his attitude and didn't even take a step back. Drink!
The strong man inhaled sharply, raised his chest, and roared, which actually made Zhuge Ruizhi take 2 or 3 steps back. My arms are numb. A powerful person in the late stage of Grandmaster. A flash of astonishment flashed in Zhuge Ruizhi's eyes. This is an existence that is 2 levels higher than his strength. Taoist Master He Hong smiled proudly and said, Second young Master Zhuge, you are no match for Zhong Tao. I remind you, it's better not to get involved in this matter. Who is Zhong Tao? Zhuge Ruizhi frowned, full of confusion. Zhuge Jingjing stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, This Zhong Tao was just an unknown martial artist in the early years of our Tiannan province, and his strength was only that of a late martial artist. But just 3 years ago, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Not only did he break through to the rank of Grandmaster, he even reached 97th place in the Dragon ranking competition a few months ago. But I don't know why, with his status, he would do things for Yuanyang Valley. Oh my god, I really met a master today. Zhuge Ruizhi sighed with emotion. Tiannan province and Tianbei province are adjacent to each other. Their population and economic development are similar. Even the level of martial arts masters is not much different. Therefore, the expert ranked 97th on the Tiannan province Dragon ranking would not be any worse if placed in Tianbei province. Zhuge Jingjing bit her lower lip and said, Thank you for helping me, but this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to get involved anymore. We will solve the matter in Yaoang Valley ourselves. Zhuge Ruizhi smiled heartily. Ha, Jingjing, do you think my brother and I are a coward? If I don't even have the courage to protect you, what qualifications do I have to be your husband? He took a step forward. Take off the earring from your left ear and put it into your trouser pocket. There is no usual carelessness on his face, but a seriousness that has never been seen before. He said coldly, If you want to touch my woman, you have to step over my body first. Are you drafting it? Come on. Chapter 292 Are you worthy of my gratitude? Such a domineering sentence. Zhuge Jingjing's heart trembled slightly when she heard this for the first time. She felt that Zhuge Ruizhi actually had such a reliable side. But the next second, Zhuge Ruizhi turned his head and gave her a coquettish smile. Hey, brother, am I very handsome now? Are you excited and want to be my wife? Zhuge Jingjing has a black line on her face. If the current situation wasn't tense, she would have had the urge to go up and punch the opponent. Taoist priest He Hong narrowed his cold eyes. Although the Zhuge family in Tianbei province is powerful, it is a neighboring province after all, and the power cannot control our Yuanyang Valley. Since young Master Zhuge insists on wading into this muddy water, don't blame me for being rude. Zhong Tao, take action. Got it. Zhong Tao responded angrily. His strong body jumped up, raised his fist the size of a casserole, and rushed straight towards Zhuge Ruizhi. The fist wind roared and the air vibrated. Zhuge Ruizhi did not dare to be careless. Instill strength into your right foot and kick it towards Zhong Tao's fist. You must know that the strength of the human lower limbs is much stronger than the strength of the human upper limbs. So Zhuge Ruizhi thought that this kick could catch the opponent's punch. But something unexpected happened. Zhong Tao's punch was as unstoppable as a cannonball. Bang! With one punch, Zhuge Ruizhi's right foot was knocked back, and the remaining force sent him flying backwards. Wow! The shelves in the back were knocked over 2 or 3 rows. But then, Zhuge Ruizhi stood up like a carp, dodged and rushed towards Zhong Tao. An uppercut hit Zhong Tao's chin. The speed is pretty good, but it's still not fast enough. Zhong Tao's expression did not change. He raised his broad and thick right hand and grabbed Zhuge Ruizhi. Swish! But in the flash of lightning, the figure of Zhuge Ruizhi who was in front of him just now suddenly disappeared. Ha! This body technique. Zhong Tao's pupils shrank slightly. Careful! Taoist priest He Hong behind him reminded him. Zhong Tao immediately turned his head. I saw Zhuge Ruizhi rushing to his side at some point, jumping up and attacking from top to bottom, with an extra weapon in his right hand. A pair of nunchucks with a pink bow tied in the middle. What kind of look is this? Quite unique. I'll fight. At the moment when Zhong Tao was stunned,
Juga Rueji had already picked up the nunchaku, pointed it at his head and hit him hard. With the Grandmaster's initial strength, coupled with the use of nunchucks, the force of this blow would cause it to crack even if it hit the granite. Bang! The end of the nunchaku hit Zhong Tao on the head. However, something unexpected happened. This blow hit Zhong Tao's bald head, but it only left a tiny red mark, not even blood. Zhong Tao sneered with disdain, the speed is not bad, but with this strength, it's almost enough to scratch an itch. How come? Juga Rueji's pupils shrank suddenly. Although the opponent's strength is 2 small realms higher than him, logically speaking, his full blow should not only cause this little damage. Could it be related to the fact that the other party was born in Henglian? The physical quality is much better than that of ordinary masters in the later stage? Zhong Tao's eyes suddenly condensed and he shouted, "Next, it's your turn to take my blow." I saw him pouring enough strength into his shoulders and arms, and he was like an iron rock against Juga Rueji. Bang! Juga Rueji couldn't dodge and took the blow firmly. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of red blood, and his body flew upside down like a kite with its string cut off, hitting the wall in the medicine room. There was a loud bang. The medical classics on the wall grid were scattered to pieces. Ahem vomit. Juga Rueji spit out another mouthful of blood, gasping for air, and his face turned pale. It was obvious that the blow was serious. Wise. How are you? Zhou Jingjing shouted and hurried to Juga Rueji. At this time, her little face was full of worry and anxiety. I'm okay, I can't die. He. Juga Rueji forced out a smile, but because it involved the wound, he grimaced in pain. See this. Zhou Jingjing's eyes were red, and she said with a cry in her tone, "You idiot. People have said that this matter has nothing to do with you, why don't you obey?" Juga Rueji grinned. You can't even protect your own woman, so you're still a stupid man? The worst he can do is die. Zhou Jingjing quickly raised her hand to cover Juga Rueji's mouth. Don't talk about death, and who said she was your woman? Disgusting. Although his tone was complaining, the shyness was still clearly visible on his face. An inappropriate voice suddenly sounded. Taoist Master Yihong sneered, "Just now I thought carefully about it. Rumors say that the second young master of the Zhuge family in Tianbei province has a very low status in the family and is an out-and-out useless young master. This is Juga Rueji Bar? Ha, now it seems that he is indeed a piece of trash. At this level, can you, Zhou Jingjing, like it?" Zhou Jingjing stood up and said seriously, "No matter how useless Juga Rueji is, he is still 100 times better than a sinister villain like you." Juga Rueji. Are you praising me or hurting me? Taoist Hahong's face was extremely gloomy. Ha. Then I want to see what else you think after getting rid of this trash. Anyway, he is the trash young master of the Zhuge family. It won't hurt him if he is killed. Zhong Tao, do it. Yes. Zhong Tao responded and walked over. Wait. Zhou Shanchuwei suddenly stood up and stood in front of Zhong Tao. Taoist priest Yihong said with a sarcastic smile, "Ha, old man Zhou, don't you want to fight Zhong Tao? With your old arms and legs, you can meet the king of hell with just one slap." At this moment, Zhou Shanchuwei's eyes were filled with endless anger and sadness. The whole person seems to be several years old. Sighed deeply. I agree to your conditions, please stop here. Everyone present was in an uproar. There is regret, helplessness, and sympathy. But now that the matter has come to this, Zhou Shanchuwei seems to have only this option. Everyone knows that it must be the saddest and most painful decision for Zhou Shanchuwei. Oh? Seriously? Taoist Master Hahong's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Zhou Shanchuwei nodded. But I have a preliminary condition, that is, I agree to give the 2 herbs to Divine Dr. Yi and let him take them away. Is that okay? Of course. Ha. Taoist priest Yihong sneered proudly, then looked at Yi Tiance and said proudly, "Boy, for old man's sake, I can let you take these 2 medicinal materials away. Why don't you express your gratitude for the sake of my generosity?" With such a fuss going on today, he believed that the onlookers would have been frightened for a long time. The so-called miracle Dr. Yi in front of him would definitely do as he was told and say thank you. But it was beyond his expectation. Yi Tiance put one hand in his pocket and dug his ear with his little finger. He said in an indifferent tone, "Are you the one who follows Ji? Are you worthy of me being grateful?" Chapter 293. Is there such a show of affection? Boom. There was an uproar. I didn't expect that Yi Tiance's first words were swear words in reply. This made the originally proud and proud Taoist master He Hong look down. I thought I heard it wrong. He twitched the corners of his eyes and said coldly, "Boy, do you know what you are talking about?" Yi Tiance said disgustedly, "Don't point your big nostrils at me, the hairs on your nose are exposed, you are so stupid." Han Ruoyun beside him chuckled. "Ah, that's so fun. Little Cece, can you please stop joking suddenly on such serious occasions? Although this guy has quite thick nose hair. His nose also looks like a cow's nose." Ha ha. This time, the customers who were watching couldn't help laughing. Zhou Jingjing and Zhuge Ruizhi were both stunned. Oh my god. Are this guy named Ji and the big-breasted girl next to him so brave? Are newborn calves not afraid of tigers, or are they confident enough? Taoist He Hong's face was burning. The shortcoming of his big nostrils has always been a thorn in his heart, and he is most afraid of others taking advantage of it. Due to his status, few people around him dare to do this. But I didn't expect that the man and woman in front of me would actually do this. It's unforgivable. He raised his hand and pointed at Yi Tiance. Boy, give you 10 seconds to think about it, kneel down and apologize to me immediately, and hand over your female companion to serve me for 3 days and 3 nights. Otherwise, I must let you experience the terrifying moment of Yuanyang Valley. Confronted with naked threats, Yi Tiance put his hands behind his back and said, "I don't care whether you are from Yuanyang Valley or you are from Big Butt, you are not as good as an ant in front of me. If you don't believe me, you can let me see whether you are terrifying or ridiculous." Asshole. Taoist He Hong gritted his teeth. Zhou Shanshui's surrender made him feel very good. At this moment, under Yi Tiance's continuous replies, his defense was broken. Zhong Tao said angrily, "I'll kill him right now." No need. Taoist priest He Hong raised his hand and interrupted. A flash of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "He is just a brat who doesn't know the bounds of heaven and earth. Today's offense is on my head, so I will naturally let him know the consequences of his harsh words with my own hands." Yes. Zhong Tao took 2 steps back. "Boy, give me a slap." Taoist priest He Hong suddenly rose up and turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yi Tiance. Not good. Zhou Shanshui, Zhou Jingjing, and others' expressions changed. In the final analysis, these are the conflicts between Yaoyang Valley and Yuanyang Valley. I definitely don't want to involve Yi Tiance because he is innocent after all. But at this moment it's too late to stop him. Because Taoist master He Hong had already rushed to Yi Tiance, his right hand turned into a palm and slapped Yi Tiance directly on the chest. Bang! A dull crashing sound sounded. Taoist priest He Hong's eyes showed great astonishment. Because it didn't happen as he expected, Yi Tiance was hit by the palm and flew backwards, spurting blood and dying. On the contrary, Yi Tiance stood still and didn't move at all, and his expression didn't even change at all. How could this guy block my attack? It's not just him. Except for Han Ruoyun and Wu Xingye, everyone present was dumbfounded at this moment. Especially Leptosayanin. You must know that when Yi Tiance talked back to her before, she still had the urge to deal with him, thinking that Yi Tiance was just an ordinary person, a rookie who could be manipulated casually. But Yi Tiance was able to receive the palm from Taoist He Hong without any injury. This means that his strength is definitely far superior to hers. Yi Tiance said calmly, "Everyone saw it, you slapped me first, now it's my turn to fight back." He raised his palm casually and then dropped it. It seems like a very slow movement. At this moment, Taoist master He Hong seemed to be in a confined space, with his body out of control and unable to escape at all. Snapped. The slap landed firmly on his cheek. The force was so great that it caused him to spin in place several times before he stopped.
The right cheek was swollen and the corner of the mouth was bleeding. "You brat, how dare you hit me? My master has never hit me before, I'm going to kill you." Taoist priest He Hong's eyes widened in anger, and he charged up a punch and hit Yi Tiance in the face. But it was easily blocked. Yi Tiance said in a strange tone, "Is this the scary moment you are talking about? It's so scary, I'm so scared." You. Taoist Master He Hong's chest was rising and falling, and he was about to explode with anger. Such humiliation has never happened before. Han Ruoyan on the side was even more coquettish and said, "Xiao Sisi, when you slapped this guy just now, it was so interesting that his Taoist robe floated. I still want to see it, okay?" Yi Tiance smiled fondly and said, "Since you like it, then I will satisfy you. Keep an eye on it." The words fell. A backhand is a slap in the face. Snapped. "What?" Taoist Master He Hong screamed, and his body spun uncontrollably. Before he could stop. Snapped. Yi Tiance slapped him again. Taoist He Hong spun faster. And sure enough, as Han Ruoyan said, the broad blue robe on his body began to swing with the rotation. Like a big dancing quail, funny and interesting. Accompanied by the constant screams, there was still something so pitiful. This scene left the onlookers stunned and completely dumbfounded. Good guy. These days, have the means of showing affection evolved to this extent? Zhuge Ruiji's eyes even shone. Praising, "Master. Master of seducing girls. I learned it." Zhuge Jingjing twitched the corners of her mouth. "If you don't have the strength, you can't learn anything." Having said that, this kind of scene does make girls happy. Don't hit me. The spinning Taoist Master He Hong made intermittently begging for mercy. Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear. He said softly to Han Ruoyan, "How do you feel? Do you need to change your position?" Han Ruoyan said, "Forget it, it looks a little greasy after looking at it for a long time, which is disgusting." Listen to you. Yi Tiance put down his hand. Call out. Taoist Master He Hong lost control of his body and spun out from the spot, about to hit the wall. Zhong Tao suddenly appeared and hugged Taoist He Hong. "Are you okay?" Zhong Tao asked quickly. "Me?" Taoist Master He Hong was about to answer, but then he felt dizzy and vomited out uncontrollably. Thick and disgusting vomit sprayed all over Zhong Tao. Mixed with it is red blood. Even Taoist Master He Hong sprayed out a lot of disgusting things from his big nostrils. What the hell? Zhong Tao's face turned pale and he almost vomited. It smells so damn bad. Everyone else present wrinkled their noses and looked disgusted. At the same time, I was even more shocked at Yi Tiance. No one expected that at such a young age, this young man not only had incredible medical skills, but was also so powerful in martial arts. Where did such a proud man come from? Why haven't you heard of it before? Taoist He Hong stood up staggeringly. At this moment, he still felt dizzy and had a strong sense of nausea. The overwhelming anger in the chest could not stop rising. This man's surname Ji has made him lose face today. He must regain his face. He yelled ferociously, "I will fucking kill you today. Zhong Tao, come on. Fuck him to death." Ugh. Chapter 294 Defense is like toilet paper. While talking, Taoist He Hong couldn't help but vomited all over the floor again. This time, 2 teeth were spit out. Obviously, Yi Tiance's series of slaps just now knocked out all his teeth. Come on. What are you doing standing still? Hurry. Taoist Master He Hong urged angrily. Understand. Zhong Tao took a deep breath, clenched his fists and took 2 steps forward. As strong as an iron tower, he exuded a powerful martial arts aura, making the entire medicinal kitchen hall become oppressive and quiet. Everyone is instinctively frightened. Zhuge Jingjing swallowed nervously. Is this the feeling of oppression in the later stages of being a master? It's so scary. Zhuge Ruiji looked solemn.
The momentum exuded by Zhong Tao at this time was much more powerful than when he fought with him just now, as if he was in a serious state. In his opinion, although Yi Tian's can easily defeat Taoist master Yi Hong, he is not necessarily sure when facing this master whose strength has already reached the top 100 on the Tiannan province dragon ranking. Thinking of this, Zhuge Ruizhi quickly reminded him. Brother, this guy is extraordinary, especially his defense is abnormal, you have to be careful.
Yi Tian smiled faintly.
Don't worry, in my eyes, his defense is no different from toilet paper, it will be broken with just one poke.
Everyone present. Defense is like toilet paper? This guy named Yi is so good at showing off. Is it something you are born with, or is it learned? Don't suffer a big loss later. Just when everyone was in a daze, Zhong Tao had already charged. His body was like a bull, and the ground rumbled under his feet, seemingly capable of crushing everything in front of him. Faced with Zhong Tao's attack, Yi Tian not only did not choose to dodge. Instead, he walked straight towards him. Humph! Courting death!
Zhong Tao roared, gathered his strength and threw a fist as big as a casserole, heading straight for Yi Tian's door.
Call! The strength of the warrior's full-strength punch in the later stage has exceeded 10,000 kilograms. With this punch, even an ordinary steel plate can be dented. But just when his fist was still 10 centimeters away from Yi Tian's face, he stopped in midair, unable to move forward an inch.
Okay? Zhong Tao raised his eyebrows, then took a closer look.
This look. My eyes almost burst out. Yi Tian's just raised one index finger of his right hand and blocked the punch. Not even the index finger is bent back at all. How can this be?
The hairs on Zhong Tao's body exploded, and his scalp was numb.
With just one finger, you can stop his full blow.
This kind of thing has never been heard of in his decades of practicing martial arts.
What?
Zhong Tao roared and exerted force with his feet, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward at all.
Yi Tian said in disappointment, the top 100 masters on the dragon list, that's it?
Seeing this, Taoist master Yi Hong shouted in displeasure, Zhong Tao, what time has it been, and you are still fucking playing with me?
Come on, act real.
Zhong Tao almost cried without tears.
I'm so fucking serious, when did I start having fun? Are you capable? By the way, you were already on it, and then you were killed.
The complaints in my heart are complaints. But as a master of martial arts, Zhong Tao would definitely not be able to accept the fact that he was so easily stopped and attacked, and even mocked in his face.
Watch out!
He roared again, raised his left hand into a palm, and slapped Yi Tian's Tian Lingai from top to bottom.
The wind howls in the palm and the thunder rolls.
It seems to have the momentum to smash everything. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged, he just raised his left hand casually and raised his middle finger to welcome the palm.
Humph. Arrogant.
At this moment, Zhong Tao snorted in his heart and couldn't help but feel proud. You must know that compared to his fists, his palm power is actually more powerful. After decades of martial arts training, his palms have become as hard as rocks. The legendary iron sand palm is nothing more than that. Therefore, he was confident that this blow would definitely crush this kid's middle finger.
Bang!
The palm of Zhong Tao's left hand collided with Yi Tian's left middle finger. But it didn't happen as Zhong Tao imagined. Yi Tian's broke his finger and smashed his head. Instead, Yi Tian's middle finger was like an extremely sharp dagger, slapping through his palm with ease. A middle finger burst out from the back of his palm. Blood splattered and flesh rolled.
What?
Zhong Tao screamed, hysterical.
Humph.
How old are you, and you still scream like crazy?
Don't you think it's embarrassing?
Yi Tian muttered in disgust. Then he pulled Zhong Tao into his arms, the latter's body arched up from the pain and his head lowered. This big bald head is interesting. Yi Tian chuckled lightly, bent his right index finger, and then hit Zhong Tao on the head.
Boom!
The seemingly relaxed and carefree brain collapse hit Zhong Tao on the head like a detonator exploding.
It actually sent it flying backwards.
His muscular body was like a big sandbag. He slid more than 10 meters and finally hit Taoist Master Yi Hong.
Hey hey! Taoist Haon was dragged and continued to slide, and the two of them did not stop until they reached the door of the medicinal kitchen. Ah! My head, my head! Zhong Tao held his head and screamed like a slaughtering pig, rolling on the ground. I saw that a large piece of his head was sunken at this time, and the blood was squeezed out, flowing all over his head, looking very terrible and miserable. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Oh my god, a finger pierced the palm of the hand, a brain collapse opened someone's head. Is this what humans can do? It's so scary. The strength of this person named Ji is so terrifying. No wonder he said Zhong Tao's defense is like toilet paper. Sure enough, he wasn't bragging. When he was competing with Mr. Zhuo in terms of medical skills, I was taunting him. Doesn't he hold grudges? He'll give me a blow to his head later, right? The onlookers were all amazed and talking. Zhuo Jingjing and Zhuge Ruizhi were even more stunned. As the saying goes, the insider knows the way. As masters of martial arts, the two of them knew how terrifying the master's late-stage strength was, but they were defeated by Yi Tian so easily. This shows that the gap in strength between the two sides is as big as heaven and earth. Zhuge Ruizhi felt a strong sense of frustration. You must know that before, he used the nunchaku to strike with all his strength, only leaving a small mark on Zhong Tao's head. Yi Tian suddenly lost his mind and fucked Zhong Tao. The gap between humans is simply greater than the gap between humans and dogs. The point is, from the time Yi Tian's took action until now, he has not felt the slightest bit of martial arts aura from Yi Tian's. It's impossible to fathom this guy's true strength. The pinnacle of Grandmaster? Grandmaster consummation? Could it be that he has reached the legendary realm of God of War? After doing all this, Yi Tian seemed to be fine. He put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the door. Stinky Nyobi, where is your terrifying moment in Yuanyang Valley? If you don't show it to me, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. Taoist Master Yi Hong was so frightened that he was trembling all over and his face was pale. He rubbed his butt back and fell back, sweating profusely. But he was still unconvinced and threatened. You don't come here. If you touch me again, my master will definitely take your life. This is not to scare you, because he is in Jiangnan City now. Chapter 295. I won't tell you. Yi Tian looked down at him from a high position. Oh? Who is your master? Taoist priest Hahon's expression could not hide his pride and threat. My master is Taoist priest Yulong. I am not someone you can offend by a little person like you. If you are wise, let me go immediately. Taoist Master Yulong, is he very powerful? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, saying that he had never heard of this person before. Zhuo Jingjing stepped forward and explained. Taoist Master Yulong is one of the elders of Yuanyang Valley. He has a high position and is not only powerful but also proficient in feng shui formations. He is very famous in Tiannan province. She frowned and asked Taoist Yi Hong, what is he doing here? You must know that in recent years, the task of coming to Yaoyang Valley to threaten and obtain medicinal materials has been handed over to Taoist Master Yi Hong. Taoist Master Yulong is always in Yuanyang Valley and rarely goes out. I don't understand why this old guy came to Jiangnan City suddenly. Taoist Master Yi Hong said arrogantly, why should I report to you what my master did? You deserve to know? Ha ha. Yi Tian smiled coldly. Stepping forward, without any hesitation, he stepped directly on Taoist Yi Hong's knee. Click. A crisp sound. The knee of Taoist Yi Hong's right leg was instantly twisted and deformed, completely broken. What a fool! Ah! Taoist Master Haong screamed hysterically, veins popped up on his forehead, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He didn't expect that Yi Tian would attack without mercy even after he was a little bit harsh. No sympathy at all? Yi Tian said indifferently, answer. Taoist Haong's scalp was numb. A wise man is a man who knows the current affairs. He knows that there is no way to regain his position today, so he can only compromise. I am why Master came to Jiangnan City at the request of my uncle, saying that he had to deal with a difficult feng shui problem, so Zhong Tao and I came with him. It just so happened that Master was short of some medicinal materials for his recent elixir making,
so we both made a special trip here. I don't know anything else, really.
Who is your uncle? Gongsun Taoist Master Gongsun. It's him? Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face.
That old guy doesn't have much skill, and most of his abilities are spent on bluffing and cheating.
How powerful can a senior brother like this be?
But from this information, it is not difficult to determine that Taoist Yunlong was the Ji family who solved the feng shui problem of the abandoned industrial park through Taoist Gongsuan's relationship.
Yi Tiance didn't take this to heart.
Because no one can solve the feng shui problem there except him.
It's all in vain no matter who you look for. Taoist Master He Hung said bitterly, I have said everything I should say, now can you let me go? Yi Tiance said calmly, oh? Bringing people here to make a big fuss, intimidating and bullying them, just forget it? Taoist Master He Hung swallowed nervously and asked tentatively, then what do you mean?
Take your people and get out. You are not allowed to step into Yaowang Valley again in the future, let alone ask for medicinal materials. In other words, Yaowang Valley no longer owes Yuanyang Valley a penny. Can you remember?
Here.
Taoist Master Ha Hong's lips were trembling, and his face was troubled. This matter was originally decided by his master, so how could he have the authority to agree to it? But due to Yi Tiance's pressure, he did not dare to refuse directly.
For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Just when he was struggling for these few seconds. You're not going to answer, are you? Yi Tiance struck again and kicked Taoist He Hong in the left leg. Click.
The leg bones burst, the muscles twisted, and the bone residue was about to burst out.
Ouch. Ah.
Taoist Master Haong hugged his left leg and rolled on the ground in pain. His body was covered with the sticky substance that he had just vomited, and he looked very dirty and embarrassed.
Hiss. Everyone present took a breath.
Looking at Yi Tiance's back at this moment, it seemed as if he saw a demon climbing out of hell.
Cruel and ruthless, without any hesitation. What kind of experience did you have to develop such a mentality?
As for people from Yaowang Valley such as Zhuoshanshui and Zhuojingjing, they all have a feeling of relieving their qi.
After all, Taoist He Hong represents Yuanyang Valley and has been humiliating them all these years. I finally returned it today. That's cool.
Taoist Haong screamed for a while. There was a cry in his voice and he said tremblingly, I promise, please stop fighting. Isn't it okay if I promise? But in his heart, he was cursing and cursing Yi Tiance.
Damn thing.
I will accept the humiliation this time and wait until I go back to report this matter to Master when the time comes. No matter you or Yawangu, one by one, you will have to pay back 10 times and 100 times. Life will be worse than death.
Yi Tiance looked down at him indifferently. Since you said so, then. He paused, then said coldly, then go to hell.
As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Taoist He Hong directly in the heart.
Bang.
The latter's body instantly flew out of the medicine room, fell heavily on the stone steps outside, and rolled several times before stopping.
Puff.
He was spitting out blood and his eyes were wide open, full of disbelief.
Why? He didn't understand why Yi Tiance suddenly made a killing move. Didn't he promise to let him go as long as he agreed to the conditions? Did this kid find out that I cursed him? But how is this possible?
There is no such thing as mind reading in this world.
Yi Tiance walked out slowly and said coldly, you want to know the reason?
Taoist Master He Hong made a difficult voice.
A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tiance's lips. Ha, I won't tell you the answer. Are you angry?
You. Taoist Master He Hong's eyes widened instantly, and a surge of anger surged into his heart.
Puff.
A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and then his head tilted.
Dead.
Don't rest your eyes. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene.
It's killing.
Call the police.
Don't panic yet.
They are all martial arts masters. The law enforcement team can't control them. It's not our turn to worry. Then Taoist Master Haong had already apologized and begged for mercy, so why did he kill him?
Isn't that man named Ji too cruel?
I don't even know why I died. It's so miserable. I sympathized with Taoist He Hong for 25 seconds.
It's not just them.
At this time, even Zhuo Jingjing and Zhuge Ruizhi had their eyelids twitching. Zhuo Shanxue even ran out of the medicinal food room tremblingly. After looking at the body of Taoist He Hong and confirming that he was dead, his face turned pale. His expression instantly became desperate. "It's over. It's over." Yi Tiance asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhuo Shanxue said bitterly, "Dr. Yi, you don't know something. This Taoist Heong is the most favored disciple of Taoist Yunlong. If he is killed, Taoist Yunlong will be furious when the time comes." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you complaining that my behavior has implicated Yaowang Valley?" Zhuo Shanxue hurriedly shook his head. "How could it be? After all, you are standing up for our Yaowang Valley. It's too late for me to be grateful. The main reason is that I am more worried about your safety. They will definitely come to you for revenge." Hear this. Yi Tiance Feng Qingyun smiled lightly and said, "Looking for revenge from me? Let them do whatever they want. It's just a matter of killing one, two, and a pair. Even if the entire Yuanyang Valley is destroyed, it is not difficult." Chapter 296 You Are My Big Brother. Boom. Yi Tiance's words made everyone present gasp in amazement. What? This kid even puts the entire Yuanyang Valley in his eyes? You are so young and frivolous. Although he is very strong, I have to admit that he is a bit pretentious. No. Revenge from Yuanyang Valley may be coming soon. I think we should retreat as soon as possible. Don't get involved, otherwise there won't even be a place to cry. After being reminded like this, the onlookers all realized that now was not the time to eat. So they didn't dare to stay and eat melon anymore, and they all ran down the mountain in fear. Soon, all the people present left and disappeared. Zhuo Shanxue and Zhuo Jingjing looked at each other, both a little embarrassed and entangled. I didn't expect Yi Tiance's character to be so strong. Zhuo Shanxue took a breath. Since Divine Dr. Yi has said so, I can't persuade you anymore. No matter what happens in the future, we at Yaowang Valley will stand with you and will never stay out of it. Zhuge Ruizhi also stepped forward and said, although our Zhuge family has limited influence in Tianan province, Brother Yi can speak up if he has any use for me anyway. I am involved in today's matter, and I will definitely not be a deserter. Yi Tiance smiled. He still had a good impression of Zhuo Shanxue and Zhuge Ruizhi. Since he chose to intervene in this matter, he naturally would not let others resist it. His eyes fell on Zhong Tao not far away. At this moment, the bleeding on Zhong Tao's head had been stopped by him. His bare head was wrapped with rags he tore from his body, which looked very funny. Yi Tiance ordered calmly, "You, take that bull-nosed body back and tell me that I, Yi Tiance, killed him. If you have any questions, come to me at Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong." My. Zhong Tao's lips were trembling and his face was pale. He was still in a state of confusion about the death of Taoist Heong. You must know that his duty is to protect Taoist Heong. Now that he is watching Taoist Master He Hong die in front of him, how will he deal with it this time? Seeing Zhong Tao hesitate, Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "What? If you don't want to go back, I can send you on the road together and be a companion with that newbie." I didn't mean that. No, I'll leave right away, and I'll just listen to you. Zhong Tao responded quickly. Enduring the severe pain all over his body, he staggered over and carried the body of Taoist He Hong on his shoulders. He limped along the steps and trotted down the mountain. I wish my parents could give him more legs. Zhuo Jingjing suddenly asked Yi Tiance, "You just said that you live in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong, that is the legendary residence of the Jiangnan God of War. Are you the Jiangnan God of War?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in Yaowang Valley, even Zhuge Ruizhi, looked at Yi Tiance, and their eyes shone brightly. Holy shit! Is he the legendary Jiangnan God of War? The strongest martial artist in Jiangnan City back then? They said he died outside after disappearing 3.5 years ago. Turns out he is still alive? No wonder he can kill Taoist Master He Hong and Zhong Tao in one move. It's natural. I didn't expect the Jiangnan War God is not only powerful, but also has miraculous medical skills. I have never heard of it before. Such a humble and low-key character is worth learning. Zhuge Ruizhi was even more excited and said, "Ah! Jiangnan God of War, you are my idol. Can you take a photo with me?"
Let me be your little brother from now on, you will be my big brother. My forever big brother. Brother. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. He doesn't understand anymore. Why do people always associate him with that idiot Lin Feng? Is this worthy of a guy who can be knocked down with just one slap? Don't get me wrong, I am who I am and have nothing to do with Jiangnan War God. Understand. We all understand that super masters like to keep a low profile and pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, hee hee. Zhuge Ruizhi had an expression on his face that said I understand. Hey, if I weren't strong enough, I would also like to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger to show off. Brother Yi has time to teach me. Zhuo Jingjing even bowed to Yi Tiance with an awkward and admiring expression. Jiangnan God of War, I'm really sorry I spoke rudely to you earlier, please don't remember the villain's fault. As a martial arts master, she has always admired Jiangnan God of War. After all, he is not only powerful, but also represents the face of martial arts in Jiangnan City. Ever since Jiangnan War God disappeared for no reason 3.5 years ago, she had been depressed for a long time. Unexpectedly, not only was he still alive, but he also saw his true face today, so I was naturally excited. See this. Han Ruoyun hurriedly walked over, stood in front of Yi Tiance, and hugged his arm, showing a very intimate look. The warning is self-evident, Yi Tiance is my man, you admire me, but you can't think of other messy things. Yi Tiance smiled helplessly. He finally understood that this group of people had already preconceived the idea that he was the Jiangnan God of War, and the more he explained, it seemed to others that he was covering up. Impressed. Zhuo Shanxue stroked his beard and breathed a sigh of relief. Rui Tiance is really the God of War in Jiangnan. Then facing Yuanyang Valley, you really don't need to be so afraid. After all, the Jiangnan War God is a God of War level warrior at his peak. He was also among the top ranks in the entire Tiannan province. Zhuo Shanxue handed Yi Tiance his hand and said gratefully, Mr. Yi, you have helped us in Yaoang Valley to overcome the difficulties this time. There is really nothing we can do in return. We in Yaoang Valley have nothing but medicinal materials. In addition to the 2 medicinal herbs of Jiaxiangguo and Blue Leaf Bohemia, if you need any other medicinal materials, please feel free to ask. As long as Yaoang Valley has it, I will definitely provide it with both hands. Yi Tiance was not polite either. Now I still lack the medicinal material Qinglong Vine. I wonder if Mr. Zhua has it? Zhuo Shanxue sighed. To be honest, when Brother Wu contacted me before, he asked about the news about the green dragon vine. Our Yaoang Valley now only has the seeds of the green dragon vine, but no mature green dragon vine. Wu Xingye asked in confusion, Brother Zhua, since there are seeds, why are they not planted? Zhuo Shanxue explained, the growth and development of Qinglong Vine has extremely strict environmental requirements. If it were the Yaoang Valley in the past, the feng shui conditions were excellent, and the aura of heaven and earth gathered together, Qinglong Vine could be planted. But it is not possible now. Although Taoist Master Yunlong of Yuanyang Valley has improved the feng shui here, the effect is far from the original. It is not suitable for the growth of Qinglong Vine, and it is a waste to plant seeds that cannot germinate. So that's it. Wu Xingye frowned and said, then what should we do? Why don't we find Taoist Master Yunlong and improve the feng shui of Yaoang Valley? But the current situation is simply unrealistic. How can we expect to find someone better than Taoist Yunlong? How can it be so easy to become a more professional feng shui master? The words fell. Yi Tiance smiled lightly and said, maybe the more professional one is standing in front of you. Chapter 297. Have you seen too much calabash, baby? This statement came out. The eyes of everyone present were focused on Yi Tiance. Zhuo Shanxue asked in anticipation and shock, Dr. Yi, do you still know feng shui formations? Yi Tiance smiled and said, I just know a little bit. This. Zhuo Shanxue was stunned and subconsciously looked at Wu Xingye. He doesn't understand how this kind of understanding can be regarded as understanding? After all, Wu Xingye was more familiar with Yi Tiance. He hurriedly said, if Divine Dr. Yi knows a little bit, it must be because of his spiritual attainments. Why don't you quickly ask Divine Dr. Yi for help? Zhuoshanchue reacted quickly and immediately knelt down to Yi Tiance.
Miracle Dr. Yi, please help solve the feng shui problem in Yaowang Valley. We in Yaowang Valley are willing to serve you in the future.
Yi Tiance smiled helplessly. This old man always kneels down when he disagrees with something and is speechless. He helped Zhuoshanchue up and said, Mr. Zhuo doesn't have to be like this. It can solve the feng shui problem in Yaowang Valley, allow Yaowang Valley to cultivate more medicinal materials and save more people in the future. It is also a meritorious deed, and I should do it. Zhuoshanchue said with emotion, what Dr. Yi said is absolutely true. I admire your compassion so much. Han Ruoyun's eyes twitched when he heard this. Is there any misunderstanding here? You must know that in her opinion, Yi Tiance has always been ruthless and the kind who would kill without batting an eye when facing the enemy. Is this also a compassionate heart? Could it be that he was talking about the compassionate heart that directly saves people? Zhuo Jingjing asked curiously, Dr. Yi, do you have any solution to the feng shui problem in Yaowang Valley? Yi Tiance looked around and pointed at Calabash Mountain behind the medicinal food room. Can you take me to the top of the mountain? I want to go there and have a look. Zhuoshanchue nodded and said, no problem, I will lead the way. Subsequently, Zhuoshanchue led the way. A total of 6 people including Yi Tiance, Han Ruoyun, Wu Xingye, Zhuo Jingjing and Zhuge Ruizhi headed towards Hulu Mountain. The apprentices from Yaowang Valley stayed in the medicinal food room. The height of Calabash Mountain is nearly 300 meters. The surface of the mountain is overgrown with weeds, dead trees, and windy. It seems to be without any life. The climbing path has stone steps and fixed iron ropes that go around the outside of Hulu Mountain and reach the top of the mountain. En route, Zhuoshanchue introduced, our herbal food house is located at the foot of Calabash Mountain. Even though this mountain has no life at all now, this place used to be full of life. The entire mountain is covered with all kinds of rare and exotic herbs. The most precious herbs in Yaowang Valley all grow on Hulu Mountain. Thanks to the existence of Calabash Mountain, the mountains around Yaowang Valley are also covered with many precious herbs. Unfortunately, after that night 5 years ago, overnight, all the herbs died, including the animals that lived here. It was such a tragic situation. Zhuoshanchue sighed, unable to hide his loneliness. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. 5 years ago again? The disappearance of Lu Yenji and Chen Qingdi, the emergence of a mysterious organization on a small island in the Pacific, and the sudden departure of Master in front of his home all happened 5 years ago. Is it a coincidence or is it related? Maybe I'm overthinking it? Yi Tiance was thinking secretly in his heart. At this time, Zhuo Jingjing added, when Taoist Yunlong from Yuanyang Valley came over, he discovered that there was something wrong with the feng shui of Hulu Mountain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth could not be gathered here, causing the herbal medicine to die. Although the formation layout was improved, the effect was limited, and it only allowed the herbs in the surrounding valleys to survive. The Calabash Mountain was still lifeless. Even every time I climb a mountain, there is a feeling of discomfort that makes me feel hairy and anxious. I will even get seriously ill after coming down the mountain. Therefore, in recent years, we in Yaowang Valley no longer set foot in Hulu Mountain, let alone allow outsiders to go up. Han Ruoyun rolled his big eyes. Ha? Is it possible that the gourd seeds in the Calabash Mountain were stolen by pangolins? As a result, the feng shui is not good and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cannot be gathered? Oh? Zhuoshanchue was a little surprised. Miss Han actually knows feng shui formations? But, what are the gourd seeds you mentioned? Han Ruoyun said without thinking, it's the seed hidden in the Calabash Mountain in Calabash Baby. If that thing is planted, 7 small gourds will grow in the future, which can specially deal with scorpion spirits and snake spirits. It's really amazing. Zhuoshanchue. As if I didn't ask. The rest of the people also had dark faces. Good guy, madam, have you watched too many cartoons? Han Ruoyun's face instantly turned red and he pinched Yi Tiance's waist hard. Hiss. Why are you pinching me? Humph. Are you laughing at me in your heart? Do you think I'm childish? No, I just think you're cute. Really? Really? Then well, I will believe you this time.
Han Ruoyan seemed to have thought of something again, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his voice and said, "If you like the style of the snake spirit, I can consider cosplaying to satisfy you?"
Yi Tiance looked Han Ruoyan up and down.
He smiled dryly and said, "This JK uniform is pretty good now, there is no need to add other bells and whistles." Whistles.
Cut.
Han Ruoyan curled his lips and stopped pestering Yi Tiance.
After a while,
everyone climbed to the top of Calabash Mountain. At the top of the mountain, withered yellow weeds took root tenaciously on the barren soil as the cold wind blew, their dry bodies swayed and rustled, as if they were telling the story of endless loneliness.
"Hiss, it's so cold on the top of the mountain." "Ah!"
Han Ruoyan sneezed, and goosebumps appeared on her fair arms. The others also took a breath. This kind of coldness is not simply the natural coldness caused by the cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain, but an indescribable coldness that makes people feel uncomfortable from the inside out.
Only Yi Tiance was not affected at all. He glanced away.
I found a dry well standing quietly in the center of the top of the mountain. The walls of the well were covered with mottled moss, and the mouth of the well was covered with thick leaves and dead branches.
Walk over and look down.
Inside the well, there was no trace of water, leaving only darkness and a void. Zhuge Ruweiji also came here for the first time. He couldn't help but asked out of curiosity, "I heard someone say that Calabash Mountain fell from the sky thousands of years ago. Could this well have been there when it fell?" Zuoshanchue smiled bitterly and said, "The so-called Calabash Mountain falling from the sky is actually a legend, just treat it as a fairy tale. In fact, this Hulu Mountain has existed since ancient times. As for this well, an expert came here to build it 1,000 years ago. Miraculously, since the appearance of this well, many precious medicinal herbs have grown in Hulu Mountain and the surrounding valleys. Later, this place was also called Yawang Valley."
Oh. So that's it. Who is that expert? He has such great ability?
Zuoshanchue shook his head and said he didn't know. None of the past Medicine Kings in the Medicine King Valley recorded this person's name. At this time, Zuoshanchue pointed to a stone slab under a dead tree not far away, which was the size of a millstone. An oval stone is placed in the center of the stone slab, engraved with complex red runes and patterns, and 5 small yellow flags are planted around the stone slab. Zuoshanchue introduced, "That is the formation that Taoist Master Yulong arranged back then. It has repaired the feng shui here to a certain extent. Dr. Yi, how do you plan to improve it on this basis?" "I will do my best to prepare whatever items are needed."
Yi Tiance did not answer. He walked straight to the formation. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, Yi Tiance suddenly raised his feet. Bang! He actually kicked the oval stone on the stone slab to pieces in an instant. Chapter 298 New Formation. Yi Tiance's kick made everyone present dumbfounded. Zuoshanchue's eyes widened and his lips trembled. "Ah! My formation. You know, a second ago, he asked Yi Tiance how he planned to improve on the original formation. Unexpectedly, the opponent directly kicked the formation and destroyed it. Whose house has improved like this? I just feel like my heart is bleeding." Han Ruoyan quickly walked over and pinched Yi Tiance's waist. "Hey! Why did you kick someone's formation? You're too weak, right?" Originally, before this, she could still follow Yi Tiance to show off. "This is good, the formation that people rely on for survival has been destroyed. Doesn't this turn friends into enemies and offend others?" Yi Tiance replied calmly, "I kicked it naturally. The level of this formation is quite low. It is worse than a child playing house. It makes my eyes hurt if I don't kick it. Will it remain an eyesore?" Several people present. This reason sounds so pretentious. No matter how much you say that Taoist Master Yulong is a famous master of formations in Feng Shui in Tiannan province, in your opinion, he is not even as good at playing tricks? Zuoshanchue asked with a bitter look on his face. "Dr. Yi, what about this formation?" Yi Tiance smiled calmly and said, "The formation is gone. I will arrange a new one for you. You just need to get out of the way a little and keep an eye on it." Several people present took 2 steps back, leaving a space for Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance put his hands behind his back, raised his right foot and dropped it suddenly. Boom!
I saw that the round stone slab on the ground the size of a millstone was actually shaken and flew up. Yi Tiance pushed out his palm and hit the center of the circular stone slab. Bang! With one palm strike, the circular stone slab split from the center and was divided into 5 pieces. Crackling! 5 stone slabs fell to the ground, stacked neatly on top of each other. Hiss! Seeing this, Zhuo Shanxue took a deep breath. On the one hand, he was shocked by Yi Tiance's power. On the other hand, I feel distressed because this stone slab is the 5-element stone. When Taoist master Yulong improved feng shui, he searched for it in Hulu Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights before finding it. It is said that there is at most one 5-element stone in a mountain, which is the core of maintaining the feng shui of a mountain. But it was shattered by Yi Tiance. But he knew enough not to question and continued to watch Yi Tiance's movements. Yi Tiance took a deep breath, stretched out his index finger, and gently touched the top stone slab. At that moment, his eyes became extremely focused, as if only he and this stone slab were left in the whole world. Suddenly, his index finger suddenly exerted force, like a sharp sword unsheathed, instantly carving a deep mark on the stone slab. The trace is clear and powerful, like a winding river. Call. The cool breeze blew away the stone powder, and you could see that the traces carved by Yi Tiance's fingers were words in the shape of runes. Is this true? Zhuo Shanxue's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. Oh my god, how could his fingers be so strong? Zhuo Jingjing covered her mouth and shouted in shock. Brother Yi, you really deserve to be my brother Yi. This power is so awesome, it is simply unheard of. Zhuge Ruiji's eyes shone with admiration and he looked excited. To be able to carve words on a stone slab with just your fingers, this kind of strength is definitely not something that ordinary martial arts masters can achieve. At least as far as he knows, no master at the master level can do it, perhaps only the legendary master at the God of War level can. Could he really be the God of War from Jiangnan? Han Ruoyan and Wu Xingye also widened their eyes. Although they knew Yi Tiance well and had seen Yi Tiance take action many times, they were still shocked. Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear to the shock of those around him. He continued to carve, and his index finger was like a carving knife in the hand of a superb sculptor, carving complex runes on the stone slab stroke by stroke. Swish, swish, swish. A moment later, all 5 stone slabs were engraved with runes by Yi Tiance's fingers. Then move the 5 stone slabs to the mouth of the dry well and place them neatly. Immediately, Yi Tiance closed his eyes and stood at the mouth of the well, mumbling some strange spells that no one could understand. 2 minutes later, Yi Tiance suddenly opened his eyes. Open! Then he made a roaring sound like a dragon. I saw that the aura around the dry well began to change. The cold aura of the physical senses gradually dissipated and was replaced by a warm and fresh aura. The discomfort in the hearts of everyone present disappeared instantly. Zhuo Shanxue's eyes widened and he said happily, Dr. Yi, is this feng shui formation ready? Yi Tiance shook his head and said, there is still one last step left. He bit the middle finger of his left hand, squeezed out a drop of blood, muttered something, and then flicked his finger. Call out. Drop blood into the dry well. Buzz. In an instant, the entire dry well and the top of the mountain seemed to tremble. Hua hua hua. Then everyone present heard the sound of running water. This is... Zhuo Shanxue seemed to have noticed something, and hurried to the dry well and looked down. I saw clear spring water pouring out of the dry well that was originally bottomless, rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not a moment. Spring water gushes out from the dry well. The spring water flows along the small river that has dried up long ago, irrigating the Hulu mountain that has been dry for a long time. Under the water mist, a small rainbow actually formed across the dry well, like a fairyland. At this moment, the entire aura on the top of the mountain took on a new look, full of vitality and vitality. Except for Yi Tiance, everyone present had their eyes widened and were immersed in shock. Is this lady dreaming? Wu's eyes have been opened today. It's amazing and amazing. My brother Yi is so awesome. Zhuo Shanxue took a mouthful of spring water with both hands and drank it, feeling the sweet taste that he had not seen for a long time. His body was agitated and he burst into tears. Back!
Everything is back. In excitement, he knelt down to Yi Tiance.
Mr. Yi, you have been so kind to our Yaowang Valley, but I really can't repay you. I can't repay you.
Yi Tiance. When will this old man change his habit of kneeling down whenever he disagrees?
Mr. Zhua, please get up quickly. This is just a piece of cake for me.
Yi Tiance immediately helped Zhua Shanxue up.
I have to say that your Medicine King Valley is indeed a treasure land. It has such miracles. No wonder it has produced so many precious medicines before.
Zhua Shanxue smiled in disgust. Hey, without you, Divine Dr. Yi, how would the Yaowang Valley have the chance to become a treasure land again?
I have decided that from today on, we, the Yaowang Valley, will be your force. Whether it's medicinal materials, resources, money, whatever you need, Dr. Yi, just ask. I and everyone in Yaowang Valley will fully cooperate. The main reason why he said this was naturally his gratitude and admiration for Yi Tiance. Of course there are some selfish motives. That is, if you can embrace the lap of a strong man like Yi Tiance from now on, Yaowang Valley will not have to worry about being slaughtered by others.
How smart is Yi Tiance?
Of course we can know what Zhua Shanxue is thinking. But these are human nature, and he doesn't care. On the contrary, forces like Yaowang Valley that can provide medicinal herbs will indeed have opportunities to use them in the future. So he nodded and agreed to Zhua Shanxue's proposal.
Sudden. Han Ruoyan pointed to the mouth of the well and said in surprise, Hey! Look, what is that? Chapter 300 Ask for a Marriage.
When Zhuge Ruizhi knelt down, Yi Tiance and the other three were stunned.
What does this mean? Is this a popular way to say hello now? Han Ruoyan asked in confusion, Hey! Do you also want to become my little Sensei's teacher?
Zhuge Ruizhi scratched the back of his head and said in embarrassment, I don't have anything else, but I just have a lot of skills. Not even Grandpa Zui is worthy of being apprenticed to Brother Yi, let alone me.
Then what are you kneeling down for? Zhuge Ruizhi said seriously, I want to ask Brother Yi to grant me a marriage. Grant marriage? Yi Tiance looked confused and asked, Which kind of marriage should I give you? Zhuge Ruizhi smiled.
Brother Yi, didn't Grandpa Zui just say that from now on, the entire Yaowang Valley will be under your command? To put it bluntly, you are the new boss of Yaowang Valley. As long as you give an order and ask Grandpa Zui to marry Jingjing to me, I think they will definitely not refuse, nor dare to refuse.
Yi Tiance. Good guy.
That's what it's for. Zhuge Ruizhi continued to discuss, Brother Yi, you have heard before that the rules of Yaowang Valley require that the husband the woman chooses must know medical skills and be of high standard. But I don't know anything about this, and it's too late to learn now, so I can only think of this method, and I ask Brother Yi to agree. Han Ruoyan said in confusion, I don't understand with your status, it's not difficult to find a wife, right?
Why do you have to keep an eye on Zhu Jingjing?
Ugh.
Zhuge Ruizhi sighed.
He explained, a long time ago, I met a master who calculated my marriage destiny and said that the girl I was destined to be in the future would be in Jiangnan City, Tiannan Province. He also told me her zodiac sign and time. The master said that only by being with the girl of my destiny can I achieve a glorious and peaceful life, otherwise I will be plagued by bad luck and die tragically in an accident. So, Han Ruoyan took over and said, so Zhu Jingjing is your destined girl. You would not marry her unless she was there. You would even rather stay in Yaowang Valley as a son-in-law. Zhuge Ruizhi nodded repeatedly, that's what happened. I finally found Jingjing 2.5 months ago and confirmed that she was my destined girl. I found that she was very nice and beautiful, and I was even more sure of the idea of being together. It's just that I have launched many pursuits, but I can't get Jingjing to agree to it, alas. Yi Tiance and the other two people had dark expressions on their faces.
I think you are pursuing girls and giving them nunchucks as gifts. How many girls can agree to be together? Zhuge Ruizhi discussed with Han Ruoyan, sister-in-law Yi, you must be able to understand my sincerity, right?
Please help me intercede with Brother Yi. Thank you very much.
Han Ruoyan's delicate body was slightly startled. What did you call me? Sister-in-law Yi.
Zhuge Ruizhi said, of course, you are so beautiful and temperamental. Only a girl as outstanding as you can be worthy of Brother Yi if you are not the elder sister-in-law. Who is the elder sister-in-law?
This sentence directly made Han Ruoyan excited.
Look,
Even others can see that Yi Tiance and I are a perfect match. We are a match made in heaven.
She said with satisfaction, "You have really good taste. I admire people like you. You have found the right person for this matter." She turned to Yi Tiance and said, "In my opinion, he and that woman Zhuo Jingjing are a good match. Why don't you talk to Mr. Zhuo?
He will definitely listen to you." Yi Tiance said helplessly, "Isn't this not good?
What age are you, and you are still doing this thing? It's like an arranged marriage."
Humph. Han Ruoyan pretended to be angry and said, "You know this now. Don't forget, you and I were assigned to arrange the engagement. Don't you enjoy it now? Are you always greedy for my body?" Cough cough. Yi Tiance coughed awkwardly and said quickly, "Stop it. Stop it quickly. I didn't say I wouldn't agree."
He said wisely to Zhuge, "I will take time to mention this matter to Mr. Zhuo and ask him to relax his requirements in selecting his grandson-in-law. But the most important thing is Zhuo Jingjing's attitude towards you in the future. You will use snacks to pursue others. Remember, women come through attraction, not pursuit."
Zhuge Ruiji's eyes lit up and he suddenly became enlightened. "I understand, little brother. Thank you, brother Yi, for the tip." Han Ruoyan secretly pinched Yi Tiance's waist.
Pai Xiao said without a smile, There are a lot of little tricks. You usually know how to attract women, right?"
Yi Tiance.
At this time, Zhuge Ruiji stood up and said with admiration,
"Brother Yi, from now on you are my eldest brother, and I am your little brother. You bitch, if you need anything, come to me at any time. I promise to help you get it done. If you don't believe me, try it." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and joked, "Oh? What I need most now is the Qinglong vine. Can you handle it?" Zhuge Ruiji was stunned for a moment, his expression a little embarrassed. Yi Tiance smiled and said, "If you can't help it, forget it. It doesn't matter anyway. Mr. Zhuo will help find out the information." Zhuge Ruiji shook his head and said, "Although I have no way, there is someone who might be able to." "Who is it?" Xiang Hongda, president of Jiangnan City Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this name, Han Ruoyan wondered, he is not a Chinese medicine doctor. How could he get the Qinglong vine?
At this time, Wu Xingye said excitedly, "Miss Han doesn't know something. Although Xiang Hongda is not a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind him is very powerful. It involves many industries and has a wide range of contacts, involving all walks of life, especially those within the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. The intelligence network is huge and developed. If Xiang Hongda personally inquires about the Qinglong vine, it will definitely be more effective than Brother Zhuo." Han Ruoyan frowned and said, "But I heard my dad say that Xiang Hongda is an upright person. He has always lived in seclusion, rarely participated in business activities, and was not keen on making friends. Even my dad has only met him once and has almost no friendship with him. How can we convince such a person to help us?" "Really?" Wu Xingye sighed slightly. Zhuge Ruiji suddenly said, "To be honest, Xiang Hongda is actually my uncle, and I have been living in his house for the 2.5 months since I came to Jiangnan City. I can take Brother Yi there right now. Brother Yi, you can just ask for your needs. If I'm here to help you, I will definitely get my uncle to help." Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Okay, I'll trouble you then." Zhuge Ruiji hurriedly said, "Hey, it's an honor for me to help Brother Yi share his worries. Let's set off now." Subsequently, Zhuge Ruiji drove his car and led the way, and Yi Tiance drove Han Ruoyan closely behind. As for Wu Xingye, he said that he had an important meeting to be held at the hospital, so he couldn't accompany him there. Jiangnan City, Tada Industrial Park. There was a man with white beard and hair wearing a blue-gray robe standing there. He was energetic and had deep eyes, as if he could see into all things. He is Taoist priest Yunlong of Yuanyang Valley. Standing next to him was Taoist Master Gongsun, who humbly asked, "Brother, do you have any conclusion?" Taoist priest Yunlong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "No wonder there have been so many murders here. It turns out that a lot of evil energy has gathered here, forming a place of absolute evil. Being here will not only affect your body and mind, but also attract a large amount of evil and poisonous substances, which is very dangerous." You actually chose to build in this place, aren't you such a big fool? Chapter 301 Taoist Master Yunlong. Hear this. Ji Buduan twitched the corners of his eyes, his face full of embarrassment.
Taoist priest, let's not talk about the idiot thing for now. You have already read the feng shui of this place. Is there any way to solve it?
Taoist Master Yunlong stroked his beard with a puzzled look on his face. You must know that the most dangerous place is one of the 10 most dangerous feng shui places. It is full of dangers and may affect your life if you don't do it well. If Ji Budwan immediately interrupted, as long as the Taoist master solves the feng shui here, I am willing to provide a reward of 1 million.
Taoist priest Yunlong suddenly looked overjoyed.
Ha, it's just a dangerous place. I can easily deal with it. Everyone, please step back and wait for a moment.
Ji Budwan was speechless for a while.
He finally understood that these monks and nuns had a clean mouth, and to put it bluntly, they were still focused on money. Complaints are complaints, but he and everyone else present still stepped back a distance. Taoist Master Yunlong stepped forward and walked towards the central area of the construction site in a swaggering manner. In the center of the construction site, around the abandoned factory building, there are still a large number of venomous snakes, centipedes, spiders and other poisonous insects crawling and squirming. Yesterday, Tang Bai used a mixture of realgar powder and moyue peony powder to spread in a circle around the area so that they could not spread outwards and cause harm in the short term. But the effectiveness of this powder is nearing its end. Therefore, at this time, you can clearly feel that these venomous snakes and venomous insects are very manic. They are afraid that once the powder expires, they will break out crazy and attack people. That's why no one dared to take a step closer. Ji Budwan had previously suggested that if that didn't work, use construction vehicles to crush them or spray gasoline to burn them.
Tang Bai said that it was useless.
Because there is a problem with the feng shui pattern here. Even if you kill some poisonous snakes and insects, it will only attract more poisons to this place, which will increase the evil spirit and make the situation worse. I saw Taoist priest Yunlong walking directly into the area where the poisonous snake Du Kun was, without any pause, in full view of everyone. As soon as he took a step forward,
those poisonous creatures instantly became manic.
Several venomous snakes instantly jumped up and bit Taoist Yunlong, but the latter did not look away, casually raised his palm and pushed forward.
Call!
There was a gust of wind in the palm of his hand, which directly swept up a swarm of venomous snakes and insects in front of him, sending them flying away and finally hitting the wall behind him.
Crackling!
The huge force smashed them into a piece of mud and bloody water.
Bang!
He stepped on the ground again, creating a wave of air and strangling a bunch of poisonous snakes and insects.
Wow! Saw this scene. The workers watching from a distance couldn't help but exclaimed and commented. Ai Jiao! This old man is so damn powerful. Just one slap can be so powerful?
Just now I thought he was looking for death, but it turns out he has real skills.
At this moment, even Ji Budwan and others' eyes widened. Ji Budwan sighed with emotion, as expected of Taoist Master Yunlong. This move is extraordinary.
Taoist priest Gongsun on the side said proudly, isn't that right? My senior brother is the elder of Yuanyang Valley. After all, this trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Luo Yuanliang shook the folding fan in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought a little.
He asked Tang Bai, Old Tong, what do you think?
Tang Bai replied, the martial arts aura emitted by Taoist Master Yunlong's palm just now has reached the peak level of a grandmaster with such strength. If he participates in the Tiannan province dragon ranking, he can easily enter the top 50, which is amazing. Luo Yuanliang said with a smile, but Yuanyang Valley is mainly devoted to Taoism, and these secular lists do not attract their interest.
Taoist priest Gongsun on the side curled his lips.
I secretly thought in my heart that no matter whether it was the Tiger List or the Dragon List competition, there wouldn't be much bonus.
Of course Yuanyang Gu would not be so stupid as to risk injury to participate. Meaningless.
The other side. Taoist Master Yunlong walked to the center of the construction site. He cleared out a large area of the poisonous snakes and poisonous insects, and he was too afraid to rush forward again. Taoist Master Yunlong kneaded the formula in his hand and muttered words. His figure moved, and he walked quickly through the center of the construction site with 7-star steps. Every step seemed to be stepping on some mysterious rhythm.
With his movements, the aura of the entire construction site seemed to be undergoing subtle changes.
Then, he took out several small yellow flags from his large robes and scattered them around. Swish, swish, swish. These small flags flew in the air, and finally, with him as the center, they were accurately inserted into the surrounding ground, exactly 3 times. These small flags are yellow in color with red runes painted on the surface. Taoist priest Yunlong jumped up and jumped from the center of the yellow flag to the outside. Urgent as a rule, gather together. As he shouted loudly, the small flag on the ground suddenly fluttered slowly. A large amount of majestic and manic evil energy gathered around these small yellow flags. Hoo. Finally, they poured into the circle surrounded by yellow flags. Just a moment later, all the evil spirits around the entire construction site were gathered and absorbed in the circle surrounded by small flags. The black evil spirits inside were surging and whirring, as if they were about to break through. But the formation maintained by the little yellow flag didn't move at all. Next, everyone saw that the remaining venomous snakes and insects around them disappeared in a flash, and the uncomfortable cold feeling in the construction site also disappeared. The sun shines on everyone, and they all feel warm. Ha! It's done! Taoist Master Yunlong took a deep breath. Seeing this, everyone present looked overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Great! Ji Budwan was so excited that he almost rushed over and kissed Taoist Yunlong hard. Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai also nodded with satisfaction. As expected of Taoist Master Yunlong, he is so proficient in feng shui formations. The work will almost start smoothly next. Taoist priest Yunlong came over. He stroked his beard and said to Ji Bo, the feng shui problem has been suppressed, and construction can now be carried out, but please be careful to have people protect the area around the small yellow flag, and do not destroy the formation, otherwise the evil spirit will leak out and all the previous efforts will be wasted. Junior understands. Ji Budwan nodded repeatedly, turned to Manager Ma and gave some instructions, and the latter immediately arranged for work to start in full swing. As predicted. After the start of the construction, everything was calm inside the construction site, the construction went smoothly, and there were no further troubles. Ji Budwan was in a good mood. He cupped his fists at Taoist Master Yunlong and said, Taoist Master, I am so grateful for this kindness, please leave me your bank card number and I will ask the finance department to make the payment later. Easy to say. Taoist priest Yunlong waved his hands with a proud look on his face. But suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart, then his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Chapter 302 You just died. This sudden scene startled several people around. Taoist priest, what's wrong with you? Brother, are you okay? Taoist Gongsun quickly helped Taoist Yunlong up. 2M fine, I am just a little tired. Taoist priest Yunlong wiped the corners of his mouth and replied with a forced smile to a few people. Ji Budwan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I was shocked, I thought there was something wrong with this formation. Taoist Master Yunlong said seriously, since Pindao has taken action, there will be no problems at all, don't worry. He handed over his hands to several people and said, I want to go and wash up briefly, please wait a moment. Junior brother, accompany me over there. Yes. Taoist priest Gongsun led the way, and Taoist priest Yunlong headed to the bathroom far away from the construction site. Just walked to the bathroom sink. Puff. Taoist Master Yunlong finally couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a mouthful of black blood again. His whole face was very pale, and his originally energetic state now looked several years older, as if he had been drained. Senior brother, what are you? Taoist Gongsun asked with his eyes widened and a look of shock and worry on his face. Taoist Master Yunlong turned on the faucet, washed away the black blood, then took out a pill and drank it. He gasped and said, damn, the feng shui pattern here is much more powerful than I imagined. It is not an ordinary evil place at all. I almost got backlashed by the formation. Backlash? Taoist Gongsun's eyelids twitched. Although his level of feng shui formations is average, he knows a lot about it. To put it simply, backlash will only appear when the formation is about to be broken. Senior brother,
Do you mean that the evil spirit that you just suppressed may break through the formation you set up at any time, and all your previous efforts will be wasted? Taoist Master Yunlong nodded. Yes, this ghost place is too scary, and it is by no means as simple as it seems on the surface. The prediction was good below. This place is either a mass grave or a ferocious ancient tomb, and such a dangerous place, casual contamination will not end well, and it is not something you and I can solve. Taoist Master Gongsun was worried. Huh? What should we do? Our money has not been confiscated yet. Taoist Master Yunlong narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, don't worry, although I can't completely solve the feng shui here, I can still maintain the formation for a week without any problem. By that time, we will have already withdrawn the money and ran away. Even if something happens at the construction site, it is their own problem and has nothing to do with us. Taoist Master Gongsuan's eyes lit up and he smiled sinisterly. Hey, junior brother understands. The biggest truth for those who practice Taoism is that a dead Taoist friend will not die a poor Taoist. Take advantage when there is an advantage. This is called understanding of ideas. Call. Taoist Master Yunlong adjusted his breathing a few times. Okay, let's go out and don't let anything slip later. Okay. The two of them walked back side by side. Ji Budwan quickly took 2 steps forward and asked, Taoist priest, are you okay? Taoist Master Yunlong stroked his beard and said, fortunately, it's just that I haven't been active for a while and I'm a little tired. It's not a problem, by the way. Has the remuneration been arranged by the finance department? Hearing this, Ji Budwan's face showed a little hesitation. Okay? Taoist Master Yunlong raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't young Master Ji just say that we would arrange financial transfers immediately? Is there a problem? Pindao has completely solved the feng shui here. Isn't it possible to solve it completely? At this time, Luo Yuanlian's voice sounded faintly, and he came over waving his fan. Taoist Master Yunlong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that it was discovered? But he remained calm on his face and asked, Mr. Luo, what do you mean by this? Are you doubting Pindo's ability? Luo Yuanliang smiled and said, don't get me wrong, Taoist Master Yunlong, of course Luo believes in your ability, but this is a serious matter and justice is the priority. Therefore, when you were away just now, Luo and Mr. Ji discussed that as long as the demolition work here is completed, the reward will be paid to you, and an increase of 5,000 million will be added on this basis, so please wait a few days, Taoist priest. Ji Budwan also added, Taoist Master, according to our project progress, all demolition can be completed in no more than 3 days. Please be patient and wait. If there are any problems during this period, you can also take action easily, no? Taoist priest Yunlong frowned. You know, he planned to take the money and leave immediately, leaving this place of right and wrong. Unexpectedly, Ji Budwan and others actually took precautions. However, I thought that the formation I had set up could last for a week, and the demolition would only take 3 days. It's enough time, so there shouldn't be any problems. So he said, 3 days is all. I hope young Master Ji can keep his word, otherwise letting go of our Yuanyang Valley pigeons is not a good choice. Ji Budwan chuckled, I understand, juniors understand. It's just noon, and juniors have asked people to prepare a sumptuous lunch in the restaurant. How about we go over and enjoy it now? Okay. Taoist priest Yunlong nodded. Then he thought of something and wondered, by the way, He Hong and Zhong Tao went to Yaowang Valley to get medicinal materials. Logically speaking, they should be back. Why is there no news at all? Taoist Master Gongsun said proudly, they must have frightened the people of Yaowang Valley, and now they are left in Yaowang Valley to serve them with good wine and good food. It makes sense. Thinking of Yuangu's surrender, Taoist Master Yunlong smiled with satisfaction and left the construction site with Ji Budwan and others. But when I just walked to the door of the construction site, squeak! A black Mercedes-Benz suddenly sped up and stopped. The car door opens. Zhong Tao, who was in a state of embarrassment and covered with injuries, rolled down and knelt in front of Taoist Master Yunlong with a plop. He cried with a panicked face, Taoist Master, he's dead, it's not good. Fuck you. Taoist Master Yunlong, who was originally in a good mood, his face darkened. He immediately kicked Zhong Tao backwards and fell to the ground. You're fucking dead. You can't speak, also your mouth shut.
Zhong Tao hurriedly got up, knelt down again and said aggrievedly, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake in my hurry. The person who died was Taoist Master He Hong.
He is dead.
I'll fart your motherfucker."
Bang! Taoist priest Yunlong kicked Zhong Tao again.
He Hong was not sick or in trouble. How could he die if he was in good health?
If you say such nonsense again, do you believe that I will skin you?
But just as he finished speaking, then he saw Zhong Tao crawling over and opening the door of the Mercedes-Benz. I saw He Hong's body rolling down from the car and falling to the ground. He was covered in blood and died with his eyes open.
Wow!
This scene shocked several people present and opened their eyes wide. When I left in the morning, Taoist He Hong was still fine. Fine.
Only a few hours had passed. Just die? In the end, what happened? Boom! With Taoist Master Yunlong as the center, a powerful martial arts aura emanates outwards. Mixed with rage, madness, and disbelief. He rushed over, grabbed Zhong Tao's neck and lifted him up, and asked coldly, "Who the hell did this?" Chapter 303. Yi Tiance is so thoughtful. Zhong Tao was trembling all over and his face was pale. He breathed hard. "Yes, it was a boy named Yi Tiance who killed Taoist He Hong and beat me like this. You have to make the decision for us." Yi Tiance. When hearing this familiar name,
Dao Chang Gongsun, Ji Buduan, Luo Yuan Liang, and Tang Bai all looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief.
I was thinking, didn't you two go to Yaowang Valley? Why did he encounter Yi Tiance and be treated like this? Is that person named Yi really everywhere? But Taoist Master Yunlong didn't know Yi Tiance. He said angrily, "What nonsense, Yi Tiance, why haven't I heard of it? You must have killed my apprentice deliberately to find a reason, right? I will send you to hell now."
He increased the force with his right hand, pinching Zhong Tao's neck until it creaked. When Zhong Tao was about to roll his eyes and suffocate to death, Taoist Master Gongsun hurriedly stepped forward to remind him.
"Brother, please don't be impulsive. I know that Yi Tiance is an out-and-out arrogant villain.
He was the one who framed young Master Ji over and over again before, and was despicable and shameless. I believe Zhong Tao did not lie, and He Hong died in his hands."
Taoist priest Yunlong frowned, and his face was so gloomy that he could almost shed tears. Calm down for a moment and think about it.
Zhong Tao would indeed not kill his apprentice. He had no reason and no courage.
Humph!
He threw Zhong Tao directly to the ground and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me.
What happened when you went to Yaowang Valley?
If you miss one word, I will kill you."
Yes, yes. I'm going to say it, I'm going to say it.
Zhong Tao, who was in the late stage of Grand Master, was acting like a timid mouse in front of Taoist Master Yunlong, fearful and humble. He told the whole story of what happened.
After listening,
"This kid is going too far to deceive others."
Taoist priest Yunlong was so angry that he punched the door of the black Mercedes-Benz. Bang!
The car door was actually smashed into a large dent, showing its strength.
Taoist priest Gongsun on the side snorted and said, "Yes, this is indeed Yi Tiance's style of doing things, unreasonable and ruthless."
Taoist priest Yunlong looked at He Hong's body on the ground with eyes closed, so miserable. A surge of anger arose. I had encountered backlash from the formation before and was feeling very uncomfortable. Being so aroused at this moment, my body shook and I couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood again.
"Brother! Are you okay?"
Taoist Master Gongsun hurriedly supported him.
Taoist Master Yunlong said with grief and anger, "He Hong has followed me for many years and is my most trusted disciple, but he died at the hands of an unknown person. I really can't swallow this breath. I must avenge him." With red eyes, he asked Taoist Gongsun, "Where does that little thief named Ji live? I'm going to kill him right now." This. Taoist Gongsun, Ji Buduan and others looked at each other. Although they have been hostile to Yi Tiance many times, they really don't know where Yi Tiance lives. At this time, Zhong Tao said angrily, "The man named Ji said before I left that he lived in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. He also said that he wanted revenge and could go find him at any time." Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong? Ji Buduan trembled suddenly and said in shock, "Did you hear that correctly? How could I miss mishear such important information. This is bad. Ji Budwan's face turned pale, and he even broke into cold sweat uncontrollably. Taoist Master Yunlong asked coldly, "What's wrong with Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong?" Ji Budwan said with a bitter look on his face, "That place is the residence of Lin Feng, the god of war in the south of the Yangtze River." Taoist priest Yunlong's expression changed. The reputation of Jiangnan god of war is not only prominent in Jiangnan city, but also throughout Tiannan province. After all, he was a god of war level warrior who was less than 30 years old. Regardless of talent, strength, or influence, they are all at the pinnacle. Taoist priest Gongsun was surprised and guessed, "That's bad." Could it be that Yi Tian's true identity is the god of war of Jiangnan? So no matter which confrontation he had before, he had the upper hand in the end? Luo Yuanliang narrowed his eyes and said, "It is said that the Jiangnan god of war never shows his true face to others, and usually wears a mask when going out, so almost no one knows his true face. In this way, we really cannot rule out the possibility that Yi Tian is the Jiangnan god of war." Tang Bai said seriously, "If he is really the god of war of Jiangnan, things will be in trouble. We must report it to the second master immediately." Both Ji Budwan and the Rong family fell into a depressed mood. For Rong Tianli, winning the great cause of the Rong family is naturally the key. Do whatever it takes. But if Yi Tian is the Jiangnan god of war, the whole plan may not be so easy to implement after all. The Jiangnan god of war is too powerful. Even Taoist Master Yunlong himself looked confused. As a master who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts strength, he deeply knows how big the gap is between a master and a god of war. That's the difference between Tyson and a kindergarten kid, one punch at a time. Even though he has Yuanyang Valley behind him and has many masters who are stronger than him, he will not offend Jiangnan war god easily. But the apprentice was killed just like that. If you don't take revenge, how can you be willing to do so? And many more. Ji Budwan seemed to have thought of something and concluded, "Yi Tian can never be the god of war in Jiangnan." Luo Yuanliang asked, "Why do you say this?" Ji Budwan analyzed, "First, Yi Tian is from the Yi family in Jiangnan, and his name is not Lin Feng at all. Secondly, it is unimaginable that the majestic Jiangnan god of war had such a high status that he could be so inferior to others and become the son-in-law of the Shao family 3 years ago. Thirdly, at the previous meeting with Rong Meiyan, people from Hongfeng Hall had a conflict with Yi Tian, indicating that the two parties did not know each other at all. Therefore, based on the above 3 points, it can be judged that Yi Tian has nothing to do with Jiangnan war god." Heard this explanation. Several people present could not help but nod, indicating that it made sense. Luo Yuanliang shook his fan and said, I used to say that you, young Master Ji, are arrogant and a fool. Now I see, you still have some brains, not bad." Ji Budwan. Are you praising me or hurting me with your words? Taoist priest Gongsun said in confusion, since Yi Tian is not the god of war in the south of the Yangtze River, why did he say that he lived in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong? Did he lie? Ji Budwan analyzed, based on my understanding of Yi Tian, what this guy said when he was showing off was quite true, and it even became a reality. So I speculate that he did not lie, but used shady means to move into Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. The reason why he dared to speak out was actually to use this information to intimidate Taoist Yulong, making him mistakenly believe that Yi Tian was the Jiangnan god of war and not dare to take revenge. Makes sense. Taoist Master Gongsun nodded repeatedly and said, this guy is really good at calculating, and he has more eyes than bacteria. Taoist Master Yunlong said coldly, since he is not the god of war of Jiangnan, there is nothing to be afraid of. I will go to Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong to kill him and avenge my disciple. He threw off his robe and walked out angrily. Chapter 304, Ask Brother Yi to vent your anger for you. Taoist Master, please stay. Luo Yuanliang suddenly called out to Master Gongsun. Taoist Master Yunlong frowned and said, what's the matter? Luo Yuanliang said seriously, Taoist priest, even if the man named Ji is not the god of war of Jiangnan, he can easily kill Taoist Haong and seriously injure Zhong Tao. It means that his true strength is definitely above the late stage of Grandmaster, and he is very likely to be at the peak of Grandmaster, or even the realm of Grandmaster consummation if you go there rashly.
it is probably the same as seeking death. This. Taoist Master Yunlong immediately stopped, his face full of embarrassment. You must know that he had just been backlashed by the formation and suffered serious internal injuries. In the current battle, the best he can do is bring out the late-stage strength of the Grandmaster, which is not much better than Zhang Tao. It seems that if you rush over directly, you will only get killed. But he couldn't reconcile himself to the thought of his apprentice's death. Mr. Luo, can we just forget it and let Yi Tiance live freely? Luo Yuanlian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. That man's surname Ji is so rampant, naturally he will not forgive him, but he is very powerful, and a head-on confrontation will only cause us heavy losses, so we need to deal with it carefully and comprehensively. Mr. Luo, is there anything you can do? Luo Yuanlian nodded and asked, Taoist Master, you are proficient in feng shui formations, can you have one specially designed for people? Luo does not expect to kill the other party, as long as it can make the other party weak or affect the other party's actions. Taoist priest Yunlong's eyes lit up. He said proudly, I have a spell called the Liangyi Soul Captivating Formation. As long as I step into this formation, the spirit of those who are recruited will be affected. It can range from being possessed by illusions to behaving abnormally. On the other hand, if you lose your mind and become stupid, you will try your best and never fail. So best. Luo Yuanliang smiled with satisfaction and said, then please, Taoist priest Yunlong, arrange the Liangyi soul capturing array where Yi Tiance lives. After he is affected by the array, you can then take action to deal with him. The success rate will be much higher than in a head-on confrontation. Taoist Master Gongsun raised his eyebrows and asked, then who will take the final step? Although this plan sounds perfect, the risks are obvious. He didn't want to put himself in danger, and it would be difficult for Zhang Tao to perform this task if he was injured like this. Luo Yuanliang shook his fan, confident. Ha, Taoist priest, don't worry, professional matters will naturally be left to professionals. Luo has his own plan for this, so you don't need to worry about it. Zhuge Ruizhi took Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun to the villa of Xiang Hongda's family. After entering the villa estate, Zhuge Ruizhi patted his chest and promised, Brother Yi, don't worry, as long as you say a few nice words to my uncle, he will agree to help you. Ha! Ha, I hope so. Yi Tiance smiled lightly and replied. When several people walked to an open space next to the flower bed of the manor, they heard a woman's voice shouting proudly from behind the flower bed. With your little strength, you are far behind compared to me. Come again. Ha! Drink! Watch the move. Then there were a few crackling sounds of punches and kicks. Boo-hoo-hoo. 4 figures flew out from behind the flower bed and fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Yi Tiance looked down. I saw 4 strong men lying on the ground, all with bruises and swollen faces. From the martial arts aura they exude, one can feel that their strength is in the early stages of martial arts. But at this time, these 4 people all looked panicked and frightened, and they all said, No fight, Miss Wu, we are really no match for you. You'd better change your opponent, please. We still have to protect the master. Just spare us. Facing several people begging for mercy, a woman's displeased voice sounded from behind the flower bed. Thankfully you are still big men, you just have to spar a few times. As for being so scared? After all, you are too weak. You are far behind the bastard I met in the past 2 days. Humph, if you let me touch you again, if you find him, you must castrate him. Then a tall woman with a ponytail and a white martial arts uniform came out from behind the flower bed. The 4 people who were knocked down ran away in fear. The ponytailed woman smiled proudly, raised her head, and then saw Yi Tiance and the others walking towards them. In an instant, his eyes widened. Yi Tiance, is it you? Yi Tiance was also quite surprised and said, so it's you? The person in front of me is actually Wu Muhan, the captain of the criminal investigation team of Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Wu Muhan always wears law enforcement uniforms on weekdays, which makes him look stiff and serious. Wearing this relaxed martial arts uniform today, he looks quite unique. Zhuge Ruizhi was shocked and said, Brother Yi, you actually know my sister? As soon as these words came out, Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun said in unison, she is your sister? Zhuge Ruizhi nodded.
Han Ruoyan asked in confusion, your surname is Zhuge and her surname is Wu, how can she be your sister?
Zhuge Ruizhi explained, Brother Yi, sister-in-law, you two don't know something, my aunt and uncle have no heirs. Muhan is my goddaughter, she lives at my aunt's house all year round, I have always treated her as my sister. It turned out to be the case. Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyu nodded. These two people who couldn't go together even if they couldn't fight each other, actually still have this kind of relationship. Zhuge Ruizhi stepped forward and showed off to Wu Muhan, I didn't expect you and Brother Yi to know each other, haven't you been telling me for the past 2 days that there is a blind bastard bullying you? You also said that you want to castrate him. It's okay now, Brother Yi is here, let him vent your anger for you, he will definitely kill that girl. Wu Muhan's face was filled with black lines, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. In fact, in the past 2 days, she went home and complained that the bastard who bullied him was Yi Tiance. Who would have thought that Yi Tiance would come to your door today? At this time, Yi Tiance joked, the person Captain Wu wants to castrate should be me. Wu Muhan's face turned slightly red and he said harshly, humph. There are so many bastards in the world that I, the captain, have no interest in staring at those 2 ounces of meat below you. Cough cough. Zhuge Ruizhi immediately coughed and reminded, Muhan, be careful what you say, this is the big brother I just recognized. You call me brother, you have to call him brother. How can you use such an attitude? Wu Muhan curled his lips and said in displeasure, if you want to call me, I won't call you a bastard like this who only knows how to bully others. Thinking of that day in the autopsy room, when Yi Tiance used Datura water to control her and called herself a puppy, I felt aggrieved. The most disgusting thing is that this guy also recorded the video and used it to threaten her. Extremely shameless. Yi Tiance asked, by the way, did you find out more information about the 100-faced monarch yesterday? Wu Muhan crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows. You are not a member of the law enforcement team, let alone my leader, why should I, the captain, tell you? Hear the words. A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tiance's lips. Captain Wu, you don't want that video to be seen by Zhuge Ruizhi, right? Chapter 305, you, come here? Wu Muhan. Damn it, give me another set of familiar lines, right? Her almond-shaped eyes stared at Yi Tiance fiercely, she clenched her pink fists tightly, and she had the urge to rush forward and beat Yi Tiance to death immediately. This bastard is so despicable. Zhuge Ruizhi looked like he was eating melon. He asked like a curious baby, what video is it? Brother Yi, show me quickly. What a fart. Wu Muhan said angrily. If Zhuge Ruizhi sees such an embarrassing video, he will not be able to hold his head high in front of him in the future. But facing Yi Tiance's control, she could only take a deep breath and suppress the resentment in her chest. He said unhappily, humph. Seeing as you get credit for helping solve the case, it doesn't matter if the captain tells you. Thanks to your relationship yesterday, we contacted the martial arts action team in Jiangnan City after we returned, and then together we launched a thorough investigation into the 100-faced evil king. From the analysis of his whereabouts that could be investigated, he had been in contact with a strange doctor named Fujibu Medical, but the content of the contact was unknown. Tang Bai is a well-known strange doctor in the provincial capital, and he is familiar with the poisonous techniques. Therefore, we suspect that the flatulence poison in Baimen Junjun's body was caused by him. Unfortunately, there is no stone hammer evidence. Yi Tiance asked, is this Tang Bai a member of the Rong family in the provincial capital? Yes, he is a worshipper of Rong Tianli of the Rong family in the provincial capital. He is a strange and mysterious old guy. Yi Tiance sneered, this result had been expected. After all, when Diao Yelei's death was used to make a big fuss, the Ji family and the group of people behind it were the ones who benefited the most. Wu Muhan continued, in addition to this, we also found an important clue, that is, the death of Baimian Junjun aroused the anger of many killers in Tianzimen. Just last night, 3 gold medal killers from the Tianjin sect quietly entered Jiangnan City. We suspect that these 3 people are probably to avenge the 100-faced evil lord, and they are probably targeting you. Hear this. Yi Tiance didn't wait for a reaction. Zhuge Ruizhi's expression changed instantly. He's actually a gold medal killer? It is said that the Tianzanmen's gold medal killer is far more powerful than the silver medal killer. His strength must be at least in the middle stage of a master to be qualified among the gold medal killers. There are even masters in the late master level and even higher levels.
Now send 3 killers at once to deal with Brother Yi?
This is trouble. He hurriedly said to Yi Tiance, Brother Yi, why don't you stay at my house in the past few days?
Although the Tianjin sect is cruel and powerful, it will not openly break into the home of the president of the Jiangnan City branch of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and they will not know you are here.
Han Ruoyun was also worried. How about you listen to him?
This matter is indeed too dangerous. Yi Tiance smiled indifferently.
It's just a few gold medal killers, there's no need to be so nervous, I have my own way to deal with it. You must know that even the master of the Tianjin sect is now imprisoned in the fallen city to carry swill. When Yi Tiance was in the fallen city, that guy would kneel down to greet him every time they met, which was not worth mentioning. As for his shabby subordinates, they are not even qualified to make Yi Tiance's heart tremble. Wu Muhan curled his lips and said in disbelief, Humph. I know that you are great, but there is no need to brag like this, right? Don't suffer a big loss then, and it will be too late to regret it. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled, if you don't believe it, you can try it out first. If you don't feel convinced every time we meet, I can give you a hand.
Is this true? Wu Muhan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Tiance nodded, of course I take it seriously.
This is what you said, don't regret it, this captain has long wanted to take revenge on you.
As Wu Muhan spoke,
a martial arts aura was released with her as the center.
Zhuge Ruizhi said in surprise, Oh? Have you already reached the peak of a warrior? Wu Muhan said proudly, Humph, that's not true.
He just broke through, otherwise I wouldn't agree to compete with him, let alone give me a hand. Although Yi Tiance's strength in defeating the 100-faced lord had surprised her. But thinking that she had just broken through a small realm, and that Yi Tiance gave her a hand, she instantly gained a lot of confidence. Therefore, she is still very confident in this competition.
Zhuge Ruizhi said helplessly, Muhan, don't say that Brother Yi gave you a hand, even a finger, you are no match for him, forget it.
Forget it. Step aside and don't delay me in dealing with this bastard.
Ugh. Ugh. Zhuge Ruizhi sighed and stopped trying to dissuade him.
He could only discuss with Yi Tiance, Brother Yi, please be merciful later, she is my uncle's darling, if I hurt her, it would be bad to make my uncle angry.
Yi Tiance said calmly, I have my own sense of discretion.
As he spoke, he extended his right hand to Wu Muhan, raised his index finger and said, Come here.
Bastard! Wu Muhan shouted loudly. Call out.
He rushed towards Yi Tiance with one stride and hit him with an elbow straight in the face. Yi Tiance didn't panic, just raised his right hand and blocked it easily. Then he pushed forward, and Wu Muhan stumbled back several steps.
Yi Tiance said calmly, I'm afraid this little strength is not enough. Come again. Wu Muhan looked unwilling, and this time he struck with a sweeping kick.
This time, Yi Tiance did not dodge, but resisted the blow forcefully.
Bang! Wu Muhan's kick collided hard with Yi Tiance's calf. This moment,
Wu Muhan seemed to feel that he was kicking on a steel pillar that had been tempered for thousands of times. The latter did not move at all and had no impact. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his instep.
Ouch!
Hiss! She took a deep breath and cried in pain. Yi Tiance looked down at her and said, Captain Wu, forget it with your three-legged cat skills, you can still catch thieves, so don't waste your time on me.
Dream!
Wu Muhan gritted his silver teeth, his chest heaving with anger. She endured the pain in her instep and attacked again. And this time, he didn't care so much. He directly raised his fist and swung it towards the middle of Yi Tiance's legs.
Stinky bastard, let you laugh at me, let you know how powerful this captain is. Call.
Facing this powerful punch,
Yi Tiance's pupils shrank slightly. Good guy, is this going to make me a eunuch? What a vicious woman. If that's the case, then I won't be polite.
Yi Tiance first moved his body back to avoid it, then grabbed Wu Muhan's wrist, picked it up and rotated it 180 degrees.
Okay? Not good. Wu Muhan immediately had a very bad feeling about familiarity and quickly subconsciously shouted, I admit. It's just that the input word hasn't been spoken yet. Bang. Yi Tiance had already raised his foot and kicked her on the butt. Ouch. Wu Muhan was kicked so hard that he was knocked upside down and slid forward on the lawn for another 3 or 4 meters before stopping. Chapter 306, As long as you can't do it to death, you'll do it to death. Ouch. Wu Muhan lay on the ground, grinning in pain. Muhan, are you okay? Zhuge Ruizhi hurried over and helped Wu Muhan up. Hey, I told you a long time ago that I am no match for Brother Yi. If you don't listen, you will suffer a loss now, right? Previously in Yaowang Valley, he saw with his own eyes that Yi Tiance's brain collapsed and he beat Zhong Tao, who was a late-stage master, to the head. Wu Muhan, whose strength is only at the peak of a warrior, was already expected to be defeated. You don't have to worry about it. Hiss. Wu Muhan bit his lip. With a look of grievance on his face, he complained to Yi Tiance, you bastard, couldn't you have been gentler? The last time they fought in the autopsy room, she was kicked by Yi Tiance on her right buttocks, leaving a red and swollen footprint. The kick just now on the left buttocks was no lighter than the last time, and it would definitely leave a footprint. In the next few days, I couldn't sit on my butt again. Without waiting for Yi Tiance to respond, Han Ruoyun curled his lips first and said, Hey! It's obvious that you are not as strong as others, but you blame my little Cece. What's the point of this? Also, your punch just now almost broke little Cece. This kick was already very light. It will only hurt you but for a few days at most. How hypocritical. Wu Muhan also has a bad temper, and he became even more upset when he heard this sentence. Who told you that only my butt hurt? Just now I slid on the ground for several meters and braked with Nico. Don't you know how painful it was? If it weren't for the sports vest underneath, the D-cup would have been smoothed out. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several people present fell on Wu Muhan's chest. Good guy. On the high point of her chest, there were 2 clearly visible green marks, which were obviously left after rubbing against the grass. It's just that these words have just been said. Wu Muhan immediately realized what he was doing, and quickly put his hands in front of his chest. His cheeks turned red, he was anxious and angry. How had she, who was proud and arrogant, ever suffered such grievances? Have you ever been so embarrassed? In addition, both buttocks and Nico ached. The next one couldn't control himself and actually sat down on the ground and burst into tears. But just because of sitting like this, the force on my butt hurt even more. Under the sting, Wu Muhan cried even louder, and Duda couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. Yi Tiance and the other 3 said, You are the captain of the criminal investigation team of the dignified law enforcement team. Just crying? Woo 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 woo. Wu Muhan also knew that he was so embarrassed and wanted to stop crying. But I found that this feeling of grievance came up and I couldn't stop it all. Instead, I cried more and more and felt aggrieved. At this time, a deep and dissatisfied voice sounded. Who bullied my precious goddaughter? I saw a middle-aged man with a short head and a burly figure walking out quickly. Behind him was a woman wearing a cheongsam, elegantly dressed, with a very good temperament. Xiang Honda quickly walked to Wu Muhan. He asked with a worried tone, Muhan, why are you crying? Who bullied you? His wife Zhuge Ping frowned, looked at Zhuge Ruizhi and said, Xiaozhi, what's going on? Are you bullying your sister? Zhuge Ruizhi said with a bitter look on his face, Auntie, Muhan is the darling of you and uncle, how can I dare to bully her? It would be great if she doesn't bully me. Humph. I'm sorry you don't dare. Zhuge Ping turned to look at Yi Tiance again, looking up and down carefully. Did you make Muhan cry? That's right. Yi Tiance nodded and explained, but actually, we are talking about. Before he could finish his explanation. Bullying my goddaughter, asking for a beating. Zhuge Ping's eyes flashed with anger, his body suddenly surged, and he rushed over. Okay? Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment. Did he just take action without even listening to the words?
From the martial arts aura emanating from the other party, one can clearly feel that her strength is in the middle stage of a master.
This is inconsistent with the graceful and noble temperament of a woman.
Zhuge Ping's right hand turned into a sword and roared towards him. This thunderous strike was extremely powerful.
Snapped. Yi Tiance raised his hand and grabbed Zhuge Ping's wrist. Easily. Okay? Zhuge Ping's pupils shrank, flashing in astonishment. You can actually block my attack? Yi Tiance said helplessly, Auntie, it's not too late to listen to my explanation before taking action. Zhuge Ping said coldly, you beat my goddaughter to tears and you want me to listen to your excuses? Delusion. Zhuge Ping formed a palm with her left hand and pushed it towards Yi Tiance's face. Yi Tiance also raised a palm and collided with Zhuge Ping. Bang. She was knocked back several steps by Yi Tiance's palm. The heel of her left high-heeled shoe was broken by the force, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. You brat, you still have some skills, look at me. Zhuge Ping rolled up her arms and sleeves and was about to charge forward again. Zhuge Ruizhi quickly stepped forward to stop him. My good aunt, you are already so old, don't shout and kill, calm down, calm down. Zhuge Ping stared. Hey Xiaozhi, what do you mean by this, are you always cursing me? Zhuge Ruizhi shook his head repeatedly. I don't mean that, I'm mainly worried that you are no match for brother Yi. Zhuge Ping poked Zhuge Ruizhi on the head hard with her finger. He hated the iron but said, thankfully you are still a member of our Zhuge family. My own sister has been bullied to tears, and you are worried that you can't beat them. What a coward. Do you still remember what our ancestor Zhuge Liang said, as long as there is a fight, as long as you can't fight to death, you will fight to death? Have you forgotten? Zhuge Ruizhi. Why don't I remember my ancestors saying this? Zhuge Ping said coldly, get out of the way, I must teach this boy a lesson today. Wu Muhan choked with sobs and tried to dissuade him. Godmother, don't be angry, this matter has nothing to do with the man named Yi. It's my skills are not as good as others. In a fair fight, I lost. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Yi Tiance. Although she didn't want to admit defeat, the fact was before her eyes and she couldn't deny it, nor did she want to implicate Yi Tiance for this matter. But Xiang Hongda was eager to protect his son and said angrily, even if he loses in the sparring match, he shouldn't be so ruthless. Muhan, don't worry, your godfather will win it back for you right now. With that said, he turned to face Yi Tiance and pulled hard with his right hand. Stab. The white shirt on the upper body was torn open directly, revealing the muscular body underneath. The hair on the chest was thick and it was very rough. The martial arts aura of the master's peak spreads. Xiang Hongda pointed at Yi Tiance and said, boy, come on, let me compete with you. Let me see how strong you are. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. He originally thought that the Jiangnan City president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce had a traditional businessman temperament. Unexpectedly, this couple would compete with each other with bad tempers and fighting madness. No wonder he would raise a goddaughter like Wu Muhan. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, there's no need for us to compete. Xiang Hongda narrowed his eyes and asked, what, are you afraid of losing to me? It's okay, for the sake of your young age, I can give you 3 moves. Yi Tiance said, I didn't mean that. Xiang Hongda said in confusion, what do you mean? You are whining, please give me a happy word. Yi Tiance said with a serious expression, I mean, once you take action, your life will be in danger today. Chapter 307 You can just become a widow. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several people present changed. Han Ruoyun beside him quickly pulled down Yi Tiance's sleeve. He reminded, hey. Pay attention to your words and don't talk nonsense. He is the president of Jiangnan City of the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce. He has a profound background. Even my dad would not dare to offend easily. Zhuge Ruizhi's eyelids twitched. I think my good brother Yi, just shut up. We are here to ask my uncle for help. Don't offend me by opening your mouth. Zhuge Ping snorted coldly, with unconcealable agitation flashing in his eyes. Xiang Hongda looked a little ugly and sneered, ha, young people are indeed very energetic, but it's a pity that they don't know how high the sky is. Wu Muhan quickly reminded, Yi Tiance, don't talk nonsense, no one will treat you as a mute. Why don't you apologize to my godfather quickly? As she spoke, she gave Yi Tiance a look, signaling to listen to her words.
She knew her godfather's temper very well. Born in the military, he hates evil as much as his enemies. He is upright and violent. He has always been very confident in martial arts and cannot bear to be provoked. Yi Tiance said calmly, I'm not talking nonsense, but your godfather has a physical problem. As long as he mobilizes his martial arts aura to attack, he won't live long.
Hear this. Zhuge Ping immediately scolded, You brat, you dare to curse my men, you are seeking death.
As he spoke, he rushed over. However, Xiang Hongda raised his hand to block him.
Leave this boy to me.
After saying that, he grinned at Yi Tiance, patted his chest and said, Boy, I know very well what's going on with my body. I cooked 3 bowls of rice this morning, so your curse won't have any effect. In today's competition, you have to agree whether you agree or not. Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets, sighed and said, Oh, good words can't persuade the damn ghost.
Watch out.
Xiang Hongda suddenly roared, jumped up and rushed towards Yi Tiance, like a tiger rushing towards food. The master's peak attack was as powerful as a small truck, and the wind roared. The aura of martial arts circulates around the body, seeming to crush everything in front of it. But facing his attack, Yi Tiance did not dodge, but stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets.
Seeing that Xiang Hongda's attack was only 1 step away from Yi Tiance. Puff! Xiang Hongda spat out a mouthful of blood without any warning.
Then his whole body trembled, his eyes widened and he fell straight to the ground, unconscious.
G.A.
Several people present were stunned to see this scene.
Immediately afterwards, everyone panicked.
Zhuge Ping rushed over first, her face pale with fright and said, Lao Xiang, what's wrong with you?
Speak quickly. Uncle. Godfather.
Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan both looked anxious, panicked and shocked. You must know that Xiang Hongda's physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he is usually not sick or disaster-free. How could he suddenly become like this? The shouts and shaking of several people did not make Xiang Hongda wake up at all. On the contrary, his face turned blue at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his breathing became weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Zhuge Ping panicked completely and shouted quickly, Call an ambulance.
Hurry!
Yi Tiance said calmly, When the ambulance comes, he has already met the king of hell.
Zhuge Ping seemed to have thought of something.
She raised her head and glared angrily. Lao Xiang suddenly fell down just because he was fighting with you. You must have used insidious means to harm him, right? Yi Tiance rolled his eyes.
I just stood there motionless. Which one of your eyes saw me making a move?
You?
Zhuge Ping was about to say something.
Zhuge Ruizhi immediately interrupted, Aunt, Brother Yi does things above board and has no grievances against my uncle. It is impossible to harm him. Then, he turned around and knelt down to Yi Tiance.
Brother Yi, you are a miracle doctor. Please save my uncle's life.
My uncle is not a bad person in nature, but he is a bit impatient. Don't be like him. Wu Muhan also hurriedly discussed, My surname is Yi, please help me as long as you agree. This captain will not cause trouble to you in the future, and I will just listen to whatever you say in the future.
Ugh.
Yi Tiance sighed, Since I came here today and happened to encounter this incident, maybe it was destined by God.
In that case, get out of the way and let me check him out. Aha! Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan both obeyed and made way for Yi Tiance.
Only Zhuge Ping did not give in, still keeping a vigilant look on his face. No, I don't trust him to treat Lao Xiang.
What medical skills can he know at such a young age?
Zhuge Ruizhi said wisely, Aunt, Brother Yi is the miracle doctor that Grandpa's will wants to be a disciple of. If he can't cure me, no one will be able to cure my uncle, so don't stop me.
But Zhuge Ping's attitude was obviously not yet willing to believe it.
At this time, Han Ruoyun, who was not far away, couldn't help it anymore.
He said unhappily, Hey! My little Cece is willing to treat your boss. The opportunity is rare. If you don't thank me, forget about it. Instead, you will be forced to do it all the time.
If you don't believe it, just pull it. At worst, your head will be wasted by the delay, and you will become a widow directly.
You? Zhuge Ping was stunned by Han Ruoyun's words.
Normally, if someone talked to her like this, she would have slapped her. But this time she rarely refuted. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, I want to see if this kid can do anything. After saying that, he stood up and made room for Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance walked to Xiang Hongda and squatted down, took out the silver needle he carried with him, and began to acupuncture. Several people around him watched with bated breath. Zhuge Ping's face couldn't hide the worry and nervousness. Only Han Ruoyun said with a relaxed expression, Why are everyone so nervous? My little Cece is here to save even the dead, just wait patiently. After a while. Then Yi Tiance pulled out a silver needle from Xiang Hongda's temple. Puff. Xiang Hongda, who was lying on the ground unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and spit out a large mouthful of thick black blood.
Cough cough. Xiang Hongda was choked and coughed. Lao Xiang wakes up. Zhuge Ping's face lit up, and she immediately stepped forward and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you feeling better?
Xiang Hongda wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Just now I felt an inexplicable stabbing pain in my heart, and then it seemed that I was walking away from the gate of hell again. It's so dangerous. If it weren't for this young man, I'm afraid I would have.
He seemed to have thought of something. He quickly stood up, clasped his fist in gratitude to Yi Tiance and said, My benefactor, you saved my life. Xiang is deeply grateful. Please accept my bow. Then he bent down at 90 degrees and bowed deeply to Yi Tiance. Zhuge Ping also reacted and bowed to Yi Tiance. And sincerely apologized, I'm really sorry. I was too anxious and said the wrong thing just now. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Tiance raised his hand and said, I won't take these little misunderstandings to heart, but you guys should change your rude temper in the future. It's easy to offend people, and it's not good for your health to be angry.
Yes, yes, yes.
Understand. Xiang Hongda and Zhuge Ping nodded repeatedly. Zhuge Ruizhi asked in confusion, Brother Yi, what's going on with my uncle? Is he suffering from some strange disease?
Several others also looked at Yi Tiance curiously. Yi Tiance replied calmly, Your uncle is not sick, but he was poisoned.
Chapter 308 Morong Nian.
Hear the words.
Zhuge Ruizhi and others were all shocked.
Xiang Hongda, as the president of the Jiangnan branch of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, not only holds a high position of authority, but also has extremely high martial arts skills. How dare someone poison him? This sounds really incredible.
Xiang Hongda frowned and said, Miracle doctor, I have been eating normally recently, how could I be poisoned? Poisoned. It's not just him. Zhuge Ping also didn't understand. Yes, Lao Xiang and I have always had the same diet. If he was poisoned, why would I be fine? Yi Tiance asked calmly, President Xiang must have had an old heart disease back then, right? Was it caused by poisoning? Hear this. Xiang Hongda's face changed drastically, and he said in shock, You even know this? You must know that very few people know about this matter, but Yi Tiance can actually see it at a glance? Zhuge Ping turned to Zhuge Ruizhi and said, Shaoji, was it you who told this? Zhuge Ruizhi smiled bitterly and said, How could I be idle and talk about this?
These are all things that Brother Yi himself is awesome at. I have already said that he is a miracle doctor and nothing can be hidden from him. I want you to be polite to him, otherwise you don't believe me.
Zhuge Ping nodded. What is the origin of this young man? How could Zhuge Ruizhi be admired like this?
Although she knew that her nephew was not very impressive, his status in the Zhuge family was not high, and he was not taken seriously. But everyone who knows him knows that Zhuge Ruizhi has a very high spirit. There are not many people who can take him seriously, and it is unheard of to worship him like this. Suddenly, I became more curious about Yi Tiance. Han Ruoyun, who was eating melon on the side, asked curiously, What kind of heart disease does President Xiang have? Xiang Hongda smiled bitterly and replied, This matter is not a secret, there is no harm in telling it. That was more than 20 years ago, when I was still serving as a special soldier in the army. During a certain mission, I was ambushed by the enemy and poisoned. The toxin spread to my heart and my life was in danger. Fortunately, a doctor in the army came to my rescue and I was lucky enough to save my life. Although there was no serious problem, some toxins remained in the heart that could not be completely removed and could not be removed. So I looked around for a solution, and finally got a medicine prepared by a famous doctor for long-term use, which can control the spread of toxins. I have been taking this medicine for more than 20 years and have never had any problems.
So that's it. Han Ruoyu nodded. He tilted his little head and analyzed, is it possible that the drug that suppresses the toxins in your body is actually a chronic poison? The person who prepared the drug for you is the murderer who wants to harm you? This is absolutely impossible. Yi Tiance interrupted Han Ruoyun's analysis. Stop your cleverness and don't think about it if this is really the case. Once something goes wrong, he will be the first to be suspected. How could anyone be so stupid as to poison? Oh. Han Ruoyun lowered his head and curled his lips. I thought you should not give me face in public. I will never touch you again.
Xiang Hongda nodded and said, yes, the person who dispenses the medicine can never harm me. He is Zhuo Shanshui from Yaowang Valley. He is famous for his generosity and benevolence and never harms anyone. Zhuge Ping frowned and said, but apart from this medicine, you have never taken any other medicine. Zhuge Ruweiji said firmly, Brother Yi, I believe Grandpa Zui is not the person to do that kind of thing. There must be other reasons. Yi Tiance nodded and said, of course I know I wouldn't do such a thing. The poison in President Xian was not caused by internal administration, but by external use of drugs.
Topical medications? Xiang Hongda frowned, seeming to be thinking about something. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, recently, I have been using a medicinal bath of some kind of medicine to stimulate the meridians in my body to enhance my martial arts practice. Could it be the cause? Zhuge Ping shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. I used this medicinal bath like you. Why am I not poisoned? Yi Tiance said, is there something wrong with the medicine in the medicated bath? You still have to show it to me first before you know. Can you take me to see it conveniently? Xiang Hongda nodded repeatedly and said, of course it's convenient. The medicine is in my villa. Xiang will take you, Divine Dr. Yi, there right now. It is good.
A group of people came to the living room of Xiang Hongda's villa.
Xiang Hongda handed a packet of Chinese herbal medicine ground into powder to Yi Tiance.
Recently, my husband and I have been using this herbal medicine to soak our bodies. We pour a packet of medicinal powder into the bathtub every day and soak our whole bodies for an hour. To be honest with you, the miracle doctor, since I took a bath with this herbal medicine, my late-stage master strength, which had been shackled for many years, actually broke through and reached the peak of the master level a week ago. It is very effective. Zhuge Ping also said, even I have felt signs of a breakthrough recently, and it's all thanks to this herb. Wu Muhan also said, I have recently started soaking in this kind of medicinal bath. I can really feel that my strength has improved rapidly. I made a breakthrough yesterday. It is really amazing. After listening, Yi Tiance's eyes fell on Zhuge Ruweiji and asked, you didn't use it? Zhuge Ruweiji shook his head and said, as a person, I prefer to let things take their own course. Yi Tiance patted him on the shoulder and said, I once suspected that you got the wrong name, but now it seems that you are still a little wise and not stupid like them. Zhuge Ruweiji. Brother Yi, are you praising me or laughing at me? Han Ruoyun said in confusion, it is obviously a good thing to use medicated baths to increase martial arts practice, but why does it turn out to be stupid? Anyway, after listening to what they said, I want to get a copy of this medicinal powder and soak it in it. How handsome will it be once I become a martial arts master? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, if you use this kind of medicated bath, it will appear to promote martial arts practice, but in fact it will drain your vitality, backfire in the short term, and even lead to addiction in the end. Your internal organs will fail and you will die. How can you still do you think you'll be handsome? As soon as these words came out, several people present had stunned expressions. Xiang Hongda said in surprise, Dr. Yi, are you kidding me? Yi Tiance put the powder in front of his nose and smelled it. The introduction said, there are 33 types of herbal medicine in total. Among them, blood spirit grass and scrofulariaceae flower do have the effect of regulating the martial arts atmosphere in the body and stimulating potential, but long-term use can be addictive, even more powerful than drugs. In addition, there is a medicinal material called eclipse herb, which contains strong neurotoxins. Although it can temporarily improve the cultivation level after taking it, in the long run it will corrode the warrior's nervous system and overdraw his vitality. You have been using it for a short time now, and the side effects are not easy to detect, but if things continue like this, your body will have a negative reaction within 3 years, your body will be unable to bear it and you will lose your life.
Boom. Xiang Honda and others looked horrified.
His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but feel scared. At this time, Zhuge Ruizhi asked, "Uncle, Aunt, where did you get this powder?"
Xiang Honda's expression was cold and he replied, "It was given to me by Morong Yan, the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City." Chapter 309 Doing something exciting secretly? This statement came out. Han Ruoyun muttered, "Eh? Vice President Morong Yan, isn't that the father of Morong Fan, the man with bad breath?"
Zhuge Ping said in confusion, "I have met this Morong Yan several times, and he impressed me as being very humble and low-key. He is always polite to our Lao Xiang, but he actually harbors evil intentions, damn it." Xiang Honda frowned and said, "Dr. Yi, what Xiang is confused about is that since you said that it takes a long time for the body to have a negative reaction after using this drug, why did my wife and I use it at the same time, but I was the only one who was poisoned first?" Yi Tian said, "The reason why you were poisoned is because the use of this medicated bath caused changes in body functions, causing an imbalance in the drugs that Mr. Zhua had previously prepared for you to suppress cardiotoxins, and then the toxins remaining in the heart reappeared. But don't worry, when I saved your life just now, I already removed the remaining toxins." Hear the words. Xiang Honda's body trembled. He cupped his fists and bowed again and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi acted righteously, Xiang is grateful." Yi Tian smiled and said, "It's just a small matter." Pub Future ads. At this time, Zhuge Ruizhi asked, "Brother Yi, my uncle and the others have been using the bath for a while. Does the small amount of residue accumulated in the body have no effect?" Yi Tian said, "Since the use time is short, just stop using it now. The residue will be naturally discharged in less than a month. However, you may feel empty and anxious during this period because of the addictive effects of the drug. Remember to overcome it and never use it again." Xiang Honda and the other three people nodded to express their understanding. Then, Zhuge Rui said, "Uncle, I brought Brother Yi here today because I have something to trouble you." Xiang Honda said seriously, "Dr. Yi is our savior, how can we say it's troublesome? Just say whatever you have to say, Xiang must do his best to do what he can." Yi Tian nodded and said, "I need a medicinal material to treat a friend's illness. This medicine is called Qinglong Bine. I need President Xiang to find it with the help of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce." Xiang Honda said seriously, "Although Xiang has never heard of this thing, he will do his best to help find out the information. He will give you an answer within 7 days, Dr. Yi." "Thanks." Yi Tian nodded. Wu Muhan asked curiously, "Yi Tian, I have heard some martial arts masters say before that using drugs and other external forces to improve martial arts practice is one of the shortcuts. Isn't this kind of shortcut advisable?" Yi Tian said seriously, "The path to martial arts depends on talent, hard work, and luck. There is no need to explain the first two. As for the third one, the help of external forces such as drugs is one of them. To tell you the truth, there are indeed some drugs in this world that can help improve martial arts cultivation without any side effects. But the premise is that your own character and martial arts foundation must be strong enough. The so-called external forces such as drugs are just auxiliary tools, and the final analysis falling into them will only lead you astray, with disastrous consequences." Speaking of this, Yi Tian suddenly thought of Su Qianwei. In order to forcibly improve her strength, she used forbidden drugs. Although her strength improved significantly in just 5 years, the price was heavy. And many more. Thinking about it carefully, the toxins remaining in Su Qianwei's body seemed to have the same ingredients as the medicated bath powder used by Xiang Honda and others. Could it be said that these medicines all come from Morong Yan? Although drugs of this level are inconspicuous in Yi Tian's eyes. But for others, being able to prepare this medicine is considered excellent. Can Morong Yan really do this with his ability? At this time, Xiang Honda interrupted Yi Tian's thoughts and said, "Hey, Miracle Dr. Yi, Xiang has a merciless request." "President Xiang, please speak." Xiang saw Dr. Yi's martial arts prowess that was astonishing before. "Unfortunately, I got poisoned before we could even compete. I'm very sorry. Do you think you can fulfill my wish?" He. Yi Tian's. Good guy. This president is really a fighting maniac. He has just been rescued from hell, and he wants to learn martial arts? Zhuge Ping grabbed Xiang Honda's ear. He reprimanded, "Xiang,
is your shame made of the city wall? Just after divine Dr. Yi saved your life, you went to seek advice from others. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Ouch, don't pull, don't pull.
Xiang Hongda jumped up and down in pain, showing no trace of the temperament of a peak master.
Zhuge Ruizhi said awkwardly, Brother Yi, my uncle is just like this. He is too obsessed with martial arts. Don't take it to heart. Yi Tian smiled and said, understood.
He has long seen that Xiang Hongda is a pure person and has no bad intentions. This is why he is willing to rescue him. Otherwise, what does it have to do with him whether he dies or not?
Xiang Hongda hurriedly said, I was wrong. Why don't we stop fighting?
Wife, please let go and save some face for your husband in front of so many people.
Humph. Be more careful in the future. Put your clothes on quickly, it's not embarrassing to be shirtless. Zhuge Ping snorted coldly. Then he said to Yi Tians kindly, Dr. Yi, you have been very kind to our family today. We feel sorry for you just verbally thanking you. How about this? Lao Xiang and I are hosting tonight, and how about inviting you to have a meal with this beauty? Zhuge Ruizhi also took the opportunity to discuss, Brother Yi, I just recognized you as my eldest brother today. Why don't I toast you a few times before I count? I'll give you face and agree. Yi Tian smiled bitterly and said, okay, then I'd rather be respectful than obey your orders.
Xiang Hongdiheo said angrily, it just so happens that a restaurant under our Sihai Chamber of Commerce has just opened tonight. I will book a private room right now. We won't go home until we get drunk tonight.
Hear the words. Han Ruoyun's eyes lit up and she asked excitedly, President Xiang, are you talking about Sihai restaurant? Xiang Hongda nodded and said, exactly. Han Ruoyun happily waved his fist and said, great. Yi Tians asked in confusion, it's just a restaurant, why are you so happy?
Han Ruoyun said, you don't know that Sihai Restaurant is the top catering representative of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. The chefs in the restaurant are all the top chefs at home and abroad, and they are quite delicious.
I've eaten here several times in the provincial capital and the capital, and I can't forget it, okay? Since then, I have been looking forward to opening a Sihai restaurant in Jiangnan City. I heard that it will be opening today. I had tried to book a seat for the opening through some connections but failed. I didn't expect to borrow your help today. He. Then, Han Ruoyun rolled his eyes and said, since it's dinner in the evening and it's still early, let's go back and change a set of clothes first? Wearing this JK outfit to go to Sihai restaurant is a bit inappropriate. Yi Tian said, this outfit looks pretty good to me. Han Ruoyun pouted and said, you straight man, what do you know about aesthetics? Send me back quickly. Yi Tian said helplessly, okay. Then the two parties agreed to meet for dinner at Sihai restaurant at 7 o'clock in the evening, and Yi Tians took Han Ruoyun back to Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Lu Ruyan went out and hasn't come back yet. Han Ruoyun suddenly said mysteriously, how about we secretly do something exciting while the tablet isn't back yet? Chapter 310. Do you dislike my smelly feet? When Han Ruoyun said this, he also hooked Yi Tian's chin with his finger. The waves in his eyes flickered, and the teasing meaning in them was self-evident. Yi Tians pulled Han Ruoyun into his arms. A harmless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he asked, how exciting can something be considered exciting? Like this? As he spoke, he placed his right hand on Han Ruoyun's white thigh under her skirt, and walked up and down, smooth and soft. From time to time, she would touch the top of her skirt, almost reaching the base of her legs. Yi Tians deliberately sighed, tisk tsk. It feels pretty good. Well. Feeling the bursts of warmth coming from his thighs, Han Ruoyun bit his lip, his face slightly rosy. I thought to myself that this guy is really a pervert. Since the relationship between the two gradually warmed up, his actions have become more and more skillful and bold. Feel the detailed changes in Han Ruoyun's expression. Yi Tians asked deliberately, oh? You said you wanted to do something exciting, but you are shy at the beginning? Where is it? Han Ruoyun said firmly, you are the one who should be shy. Who is afraid of whom? She also reached out her hand, placed it on Yi Tian's abdominal muscles and stroked it. He also deliberately sighed, tsk. It feels pretty good. The atmosphere of ambiguity in the air is getting thicker and thicker.
Han Ruoyun's body trembled slightly, and she raised her head to meet Yi Tian's gaze. Their eyes met at this moment. It seems that they can capture the restlessness of hormones, and then ignite and explode in an instant, like dry wood and a raging fire. The two hugged each other. Han Ruoyun's delicate body was like an electric current passing through her. Her legs were weak and she couldn't use any strength. She took 2 steps back and fell on the sofa.
Yi Tian stood by the sofa and looked down at Han Ruoyun.
Her JK uniform was a little messy at the moment, and her skirt was swaying. Unfortunately, she was wearing white safety pants, so she couldn't see clearly inside. Wearing knee-high white stockings on her straight and slender legs, the stockings are light and breathable, exuding a hazy beauty under the light. Her pink heels are looming, as if with a hint of mystery and temptation. The toes were gently curled, and the slender ankles looked more graceful and charming against the stockings. Her feet are like a piece of exquisite art that makes people want to admire them carefully.
Han Ruoyun noticed Yi Tian's gaze.
She fiddled with her hair, raised her right foot, put it on Yi Tian's arm and rubbed it gently. She bit her lip and whispered, "Is it slippery?
Do you want to touch it with your hands?"
Yi Tian's pretended to be disgusted and said, "You wore it for most of the day, going to Yaoang Valley and climbing Hulu Mountain. You must have sweated a lot, and it stinks a lot, right?"
"What? Do you dislike my smelly feet?"
Han Ruoyun's eyes widened and he said angrily, "My lady's feet don't sweat at all, how can they stink?" As she spoke, she sat up and put her feet in front of her nose and smelled. "I don't stink at all, it still smells good. Why don't you dislike me?"
Yi Tian's touched his nose and said with an embarrassed smile, "Didn't I just joke with you? I don't dislike it at all. Bring it over again and let me touch it."
"Touch your butt, you don't deserve it."
"Humph.
I went upstairs to change my clothes."
Han Ruoyun pouted, stood up and trotted upstairs. Yi Tian smiled deliberately and teased, "Hey.
Wait a minute, can I go upstairs to help you change? The vastness of the world is my love." At this moment, the ghostly cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, and it seemed that the call was actually from Su Changwei.
"Why is this girl calling?" Yi Tian's pressed the answer button.
Su Changwei's coquettish voice immediately came from the opposite side, "Hey brother Yi, I miss you. Do you miss me?"
Hiss. Yi Tian suddenly gasped and got goosebumps. "Don't talk in this tone, I'm not used to it at all."
This Su Changwei usually wears leather clothes and pants, and has a domineering style with a whip. She is known as the Bloody Rose. This kind of coquettish style is really unbearable. Su Changwei snorted and said, "I learned this with great difficulty, but I don't want to do this, it's boring."
Yi Tian asked, "What's the important thing about calling? If nothing happens, can't I call you?"
Su Changwei complained at first, and then continued, "You asked Rong Mei Yan to add my mother's contact information before, and I also learned about her situation. Don't worry, I've sent people here to keep an eye on her and protect her if anything happens. I will ensure her safety as soon as possible."
Yi Tian smiled and said, "Thank you."
Su Changwei asked curiously, "This Rong Mei Yan is the queen of the business community in the provincial capital. She is beautiful and has a good figure. She especially likes to wear cheongsam and black silk. Do you like this kind of dress the best, so you care about her so much?
Do you want me to change my style in the future and wear something like this for you? Playing games on the bed must be exciting." Yi Tian's. "Can we get down to business?" Yi Tian's changed the subject and asked, "By the way, did you find out any important news when you returned to the provincial capital this time?"
Su Changwei replied, "Yes, didn't Pan Wuyuan, the original leader of Jiangnan City's martial arts operations team, die in the interrogation room? After I sent the body back to the provincial capital for an autopsy, I found that Pan Wuyuan had indeed committed suicide. But based on what I know about him, this person is a greedy bastard who is afraid of death. He will never commit suicide unless it is absolutely necessary. So I suspect that he committed suicide because he had no choice but to cover up a secret that was far more important than his life." Su Changwei's voice lowered slightly. Thinking of this, I continued to investigate along this clue and found that Pan Wuyuan not only participated in Rong Tianli's plan to kill Rong Meiyan's parents 10 years ago, and he also secretly helped Rong Tianli to execute many supporters of Rong Meiyan's parents. In addition, I also discovered that under the influence of Pan Wuyuan, there are certain senior officials in our martial arts action team who have frequent secret contacts with Rong Tianli as for the purpose. I have not yet investigated it, and I dare not act rashly for fear of alerting the enemy. Okay. Yi Tians praised, you usually make a fuss and make a reckless move, but I didn't expect that you are quite delicate. Su Chanwei said proudly, that's not true, otherwise my position as deputy leader of the Tiannan Province Martial Arts Action Team would be for nothing? Yi Tians warned, you were right not to alert the snake. The most important thing right now is to protect yourself and Rong Mei Yan. If you need anything, come to me at any time. Su Changwei said quickly, I really have a need. Ha? What do you need? Su Changwei's voice suddenly became charming and she said, I want to need you now, but I can't see you, so can you send me a photo of your brother so that I can look at it and quench my thirst? Chapter 311, Having an Affair with Your Ex-Husband-to-be. Yi Tians? What kind of tiger wolf talk is this? Su Chanwei on the other end of the phone urged, don't be silent, hurry up and take photos, I can't wait. Yi Tians said speechlessly, as a woman, can you learn to be more reserved? If you really want to see it, I'll let you see it all when we meet one day. Now you should pay more attention to the remaining toxins in your body, and remember not to take that contraindicated drug again. Oh. Su Changwei responded with some disappointment. I was originally curious to see Jill, but this little wish was not fulfilled. Yi Tian suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, where did you get this forbidden drug? I got it from the black market in the martial arts community in the provincial capital. What happened? Is it taken orally or topically? Oral, but I heard that there are some external products on the market recently. Don't you suspect that I can't resist the addiction and use them secretly? Don't think that my willpower is so weak. If you really can't hold on any longer, just come to the provincial capital to send Jill off to my mother thousands of miles away, and let her vent completely. If you still have something to do, hang up. Yi Tians put away his mobile phone and lowered his eyes in thought. If the guess is correct, the medicinal powder used by Xiang Hongda and the taboo drugs used by Su Changwei came from the same place. Could it be that they were all written by Morong Niandua? A voice from upstairs suddenly interrupted Yi Tian's thoughts. Hey! Who are you calling? Okay? Yi Tians raised his head. I saw Han Ruoyan walking slowly down the stairs on the second floor wearing a light purple evening dress. The evening gown was cut just right to outline her graceful figure, making it light and elegant. The hem of the skirt swayed gently with her steps, like rippling purple waves, charming and moving. As he walked downstairs, the E-cups on his chest rose and fell, almost jumping out of his collar. The waves were magnificent and dizzying. Sensing Yi Tian's slightly dazed gaze, Han Ruoyun's eyes flashed with pride. How does this lady look like in this outfit? Yi Tians nodded and smiled, it's very beautiful, but we are just having a meal. As for dressing up so formally? Han Ruoyun said matter-of-factly, that was the first dinner since the opening of Sihai Restaurant. How many people dream of it? Of course I have to dress formally. Besides, as your fiancé, wouldn't it embarrass you if we don't dress smartly when we go out to eat together? Even so. What Han Ruoyan was thinking was that only if he dressed nicely would those vixens outside retreat and stay away from Yi Tians. Yi Tians didn't know what Han Ruoyan was thinking. It's getting late, let's go out now. Okay, but you have to go with me on your arm. I'm wearing high heels. Hee, if you behave well today, I'll forgive you for what you said about my smelly feet just now. UK. Sihai Restaurant. Located in the most prosperous business district in the center of Jiangnan City, it is a top-notch restaurant built by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce with a lot of money. Tonight is the first day of business for the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Countless dignitaries from Jiangnan City have come here to dine and show their support. On the one hand, it is to support the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and leave a good impression to facilitate future cooperation. On the other hand, coming here to eat represents status and face, and you can also check in on WeChat moments to show off. At about 6:30 in the evening, Yi Tians and Han Ruoyan arrived at Sihai Restaurant half an hour early. Xiang Hongda has reserved the only supreme box in Sihai Restaurant in advance. It is only for the management of Sihai Chamber of Commerce to host banquets and invite friends, and is not open to the public. Under the leadership of the waiter, the two went to the supreme box first.
Not a moment later, two more tall, beautiful women walked into the restaurant.
It was Xiao Qingchang and Lu Ruyan.
The two of them spent the whole day shopping after meeting today after dinner.
Xiao Qingchang brought Lu Ruyan here. Lu Ruyan sighed with emotion. Qingchang, you can do it. You can even make a reservation for Sihai restaurant on the first day of operation, you know. On the first day of operation of Sihai restaurant in the provincial capital, I had to go through a lot of trouble to get a reservation. Xiao Qingcheng said, I don't have such great skills, it's all because of Senior Morong's help.
Lu Ruyan asked with a gossipy look on her face, TSK. It seems like, sister, you have become a lot closer to Senior Morong during my absence these days? Tell the truth, what did you two do behind our backs? Are you talking about love? Xiao Qingcheng smiled bitterly and said, it's nothing, it's just a normal relationship.
Since she divorced Yi Tiance until now, many things that have happened have made her anxious and exhausted.
How can I still have the qualifications to talk about love?
What's more, since Yi Tiance became better and better, she found that whether it was Ji Buoduan or Morong Fan, the rich second generation, they seemed to be eclipsed in front of Yi Tiance.
It made her feel very unbalanced and dissatisfied.
Xiao Qingqing didn't want to talk more about this topic, so she asked, where have you been living in the past few days?
What have you been doing?
Lu Ruyan smiled and said, Sister, I live in your ex-husband Yi Tiance's house, our top luxury villa in Jiangnan City, and I have an affair with him every day.
Cut. Xiao Qingcheng rolled his eyes and said in disbelief, You are not doing anything right. Every day you are making fun of me, I am convinced. Lu Ruyan. Sister, what I said is obviously the truth, right? A familiar voice sounded behind the two of them. Ha, you two arrived so early? You've been waiting for a long time.
I saw Morong Fan walking in from the door with his hair parted in the middle and looking like a slut.
Lu Ruyan frowned.
She originally thought that this meal was just an appointment with Xiao Qingcheng, but she didn't expect that Morong Fan also came.
Could it be that Xiao Qingcheng called her?
In fact, before she broke up with her family and came to Jiangnan City, she had a good impression of Morong Fan. But after this period of renewed contact, and always subconsciously comparing him with Yi Tiance, she became more and more disgusted with this Senior Morong.
I just think he is very hypocritical and pretentious.
But because of her face, she didn't show it directly.
Morong Fan smiled and said, You two beauties, don't be stunned, I will take you to the Supreme Box, the only one in Sihai restaurant. The environment and service are top-notch. This is because my father is the vice president. Anyone else would not be qualified to enter the Supreme Box.
Xiao Qingcheng nodded, Okay, thank you very much, Senior.
Morong Fan put his hands in his pockets. Hey, it's just a sentence, what are you so polite about?
He snapped his fingers and called the restaurant manager.
With his nostrils turned upward, he ordered, Take us to the Supreme Box and serve the best and most expensive dishes. Hurry. Unexpectedly, the restaurant manager smiled bitterly and said, Master Morong, I'm so sorry, the Supreme Box has been reserved. How about you change to a box? The environment is also very good. Morong Fan's face darkened and he shouted angrily, Fuck you. The Supreme Box is not open to the public at all. How could it be reserved? It must have been occupied by someone with no foresight in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. I want to see who it is. You dare to steal my box. The more he talked, the angrier he became. He didn't even care that the restaurant manager wanted to warn and dissuade him. Angrily, he rushed upstairs to the door of the Supreme Box. Without saying a word, he kicked him away. Chapter 312. Could it be that your friend is Xian Hongda? The door of the Supreme Box was kicked open by Morong Fan. Then he saw two people sitting on the sofa in the box chatting happily, and they were both familiar faces. Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun. It's actually them? In an instant, there was a surge of manic anger. Damn it, I thought it was someone who occupied my Supreme Box, but it turned out to be you two. Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun looked at each other. There was a flash of disgust in each other's eyes. Why do you always run into the sky wherever you go? Morong Fan raised his chin. Putting one hand in his pocket, he pointed to the door of the box with the other and ordered, "I have important things to do today. I don't have time to meet you two. Get out of here. This box is mine." Not only was Yi Tiance unmoved, he leaned back behind the sofa and crossed his legs. Indifferently, "What if I refuse? Reject? Ha ha." Morong Fan sneered and said coldly, "Yi, I know you are good at fighting. Now you have Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan protecting you, so you are starting to get carried away, but don't forget, this is the Sihai restaurant, which belongs to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce turf. Here, if it's a dragon, you have to coil up, and if it's a tiger, you have to lie down. Otherwise, if you break the rules, no one in this world can save you." Yi Tiance asked calmly, "I wonder what the rules are." Morong Fan said arrogantly, "My words are the rules. If you disobey me here, you are breaking the rules." Yi Tiance turned his head and asked Han Ruoyan, "What do you think of him?" Han Ruoyan shook his head and said with a smile, "I think this person is quite stupid." This supreme box was reserved by Xiang Hongda to entertain them, but now he was threatened by Morong Fan and kicked out. Isn't this an idiotic act? But Morong Fan, who knew nothing about this, thought that the two men were deliberately mocking him. The overwhelming anger cannot be contained. Just when the attack is about to continue. "Senior, what happened?" Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Ruyan followed. But when they saw Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun in the box, they were all stunned for a moment, with surprise on their faces. "Ha? How come the two of them are here?" Xiao Qingcheng saw Han Ruoyan's exquisite and beautiful lavender evening dress, and then looked at the large box where she and Yi Tiance were the only two people. "Inexplicably, I felt very hesitant and uncomfortable inside." Sour. Morong Fan said, "Qingcheng, Yan, don't worry, you two, these two ignorant people have occupied the supreme box and are still refusing to leave. I'm going to ask someone to clean them up and kick them out so they can remember a little longer." He took out his mobile phone and sent a voice message, "Old Wang, bring some skilled brothers to the supreme box today. I have to deal with a guy who has no eyesight." After sending the WeChat message, Morong Fan put his hands in his pockets and said coldly and proudly, "Yi, you are still a man, so just continue to sit here and remember not to wet your pants later." Idiot. Yi Tiance shook his head and sneered, giving a very pertinent evaluation. "You." Morong Fan's eyes twitched fiercely. If he couldn't defeat Yi Tiance, he would have done it long ago. Xiao Qingcheng saw this scene and frowned. She didn't understand why Yi Tiance always liked to go against others wherever he went. Yes. You are now better than before, and you have the capital to fight against others, but you must also see the situation clearly. This is the Sihai restaurant, Morong Fan's territory, backed by a behemoth like the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Not even the four major families in the provincial capital dare to act recklessly here. Where do you get your confidence from? After hesitating for a moment, she reminded coldly, "Yi Tiance, today is the first day of opening of Sihai restaurant. Can you please stop making trouble here? Why don't you take Miss Han and leave before things get too big?" Yi Tiance looked at Xiao Qingcheng up and down with cold eyes. "President Xiao, which one of your eyes saw me causing trouble here?" Xiao Qingcheng replied as he should, "This supreme box was reserved by Senior Morong, but you are occupying it. Isn't this spoiling the fun and causing trouble?" Ha ha. Yi Tiance shook his head and sneered, "Is there a possibility that this supreme box was reserved for us by a friend, and Senior Morong in your mouth is not qualified to snatch it away?" This. Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. She had never thought about this. Morong Fan snorted coldly, "Yi, can you stop bragging a little less? Who do you think your friend is who can book a supreme box at Sihai restaurant? I must put my words here in Jiangnan City, apart from my dad and me, only the president, Xiang Hongda, has this qualification. Humph. Could it be that you want to say that he is your friend?" Han Ruoyan said calmly, "Of course Xiang Hongda is not Yi Tiance's friend." Morong Fan sneered and said, "Ha, you surname Ji, even Miss Han has revealed your identity and lost face, so why are you pretending to be cool?" But Han Ruoyan then added, "But Yi Tiance is Xiang Hongda's benefactor. It was he who ordered the box to entertain Yi Tiance and this lady. How about it? Hear this." Morong Fan sneered disdainfully, I can't even blow, so what qualifications does Yi Tiance have to become Chairman Xiang's benefactor? Others don't know,
But I know that President Xiang is obsessed with martial arts practice and is not interested in business matters or making connections. How could he entertain others at will?
Xiao Qingcheng sighed.
She found that since Han Ruoyun became closer and closer to Yi Tian's, his speech became erratic.
Only Lu Ruyan stood there silently, thinking a little. Hua hua hua.
At this moment, more than a dozen burly men wearing black security uniforms trotted over. The leader was a middle-aged man with a short haircut and a scar on his cheek. He is the head of the security department of Sihai Restaurant. He used to be the bodyguard of Morong Fan's father and was promoted to this position.
Be loyal to Morong Fan and the others. Scarface said to Morong Fan, Master Morong, which one are you going to deal with who doesn't have eyesight? See these people show up. Morong Fan became more confident and raised his hand to point to Yi Tian's in the box.
It's him and the bitch next to him who forcibly occupied my supreme box. You and your brothers will pack them up and throw them out.
Got it. Scarface held a toothpick in his mouth and walked into the box with arrogant steps.
You two quickly kneel down and apologize to Master Morong. I will ask the brothers to take action later, and you can show some mercy, otherwise.
Yi Tian's asked, what else?
Scarface said coldly, otherwise you will have to go out sideways tonight. As he spoke, an aura of a warrior's perfect martial arts came out, pressing towards Yi Tian's.
Yi Tian's face didn't change, and he said with a smile but not a smile, how about you let me give it a try? Ha! Looking for death.
Scarface shouted
coldly, raised his foot and kicked Yi Tian's.
But before this kick hit Yi Tian's, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then there was a bang. Scarface's body flew sideways like a sandbag, flew over the heads of Morong Fan and others, and finally fell to the ground in the corridor outside the door.
Puff!
A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the person fainted on the spot.
Chapter 313. My sister will not marry anyone but him. Silence. There was an audible silence in the Supreme Box.
No one saw clearly how Yi Tian's made his move. They only knew that Scarface was killed with one move. Originally, Yi Tian's was told to go out sideways, but in the end it was him who went out sideways.
Morong Fan's eyes trembled. He turned around and shouted, Lao Wang! Lao Wang! Wake up!
But Scarface remained motionless and showed no reaction.
Grass! Waste! Morong Fan looked angry. He ordered the remaining 10 strong men in security uniforms, what the hell are you doing standing still? Why don't you go up and take care of him?
Yes. More than a dozen strong men swarmed in, with great momentum. It's a pity that their strength is not even as good as Scarface, and they are only at the level of early warriors.
Yi Tian's didn't even raise his eyelids and threw a cup of tea on the coffee table at them. Hua hua hua.
The seemingly soft tea, at this moment, seems to be a steel ball carrying 1,000 pounds of strength. There was a crackling sound when it hit those strong men.
Ah!
Fuck! It hurts! In just an instant, they were all knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Morong Fan's face was ashen and he cursed angrily, trash, you are all a bunch of fucking trash.
If you can't even beat a young boy, what use does Sihai Restaurant have for you?
Everyone on the ground felt aggrieved. You must know that in restaurants in Jiangnan City, almost all security personnel are ordinary people at most. They have retired from the military and have learned some skills.
Sihai Restaurant is the only restaurant with such a configuration as a martial arts master.
After all, the restaurant is not a place dedicated to fighting. It is enough to have martial arts masters in charge, and there is also Lao Wang, a perfect martial artist. But who would have thought that they would meet such a perverted strong man?
Don't blame us for not working hard, but the enemy is too powerful.
When Xiao Qingcheng saw this scene, he felt mixed emotions. She knew that from the moment Yi Tian's took action, there would be no room for reconciliation in tonight's conflict.
Has the word compromise never been in his dictionary?
On the other hand, Lu Ruyan's eyes shone, she was so handsome by Yi Tian's action.
Yi Tian sat on the sofa.
With a calm expression, he said, if you have any other means, feel free to use them, but it's just a little bit of a shrimp and a crab general, it's not interesting at all. Morong Fan's eyes flashed with a stern look. My surname is Yi. I admit that you are qualified to dance, but it's a pity that the friend I happened to have dinner with tonight was trying to find a way to find you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to bring it to me, huh? Lu Ruyan asked Xiao Qingcheng in a low voice. Xingchen, Morong Fan not only invited you and me to dinner tonight, is there anyone else? For this Xiao Qingcheng's eyes evaded, as if she was hiding something. Okay? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, having an inexplicable bad feeling. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Good evening, miss. Lu Ruyan quickly turned around. I saw a familiar middle-aged man wearing a gray coat appearing behind him. Surprisingly, it was Zhou Tong, the housekeeper of the Lu family. A few days ago, it was he who led some people from the Lu family to find her and persuade her to return to the Lu family and get married. In the end, Yi Tiance helped to fight him off. I didn't expect to appear here today. What she didn't expect was that there was an old man in his 70s accompanying Zhou Tong. He was wearing a loose black martial arts training uniform, his eye sockets were somewhat sunken, but his eyes shone with a very fierce aura. There was a little fear in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Fifth Elder, why are you here? Yes, the name of the person in front of her is Lu Gu, and he is her grandfather's cousin. Now he is the fifth elder of the Lu family, and his status in the Lu family is extraordinary. Lu Gu said calmly, Ruyan, you've been messing around outside for a few days and you've had enough, it's time to go back. Lu Ruyan refused, I won't go back. I won't marry that young master. Lu Gu said in a non-negotiable tone, your marriage to Mr. Tong was jointly decided by the top management of the Lu family and the Tong family. It is related to the future interests of the two families. You have no right to refuse after tonight's meal. You will come back to us immediately to the provincial capital. Lu Ruyan reacted instantly. He turned to Morong Fan and frowned, did you call Butler Zhou and Lu Gu over? Morong Fan smiled and said, Ruyan, what is the status of young Master Tong? His father is the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Tiannan province, and his mother comes from a big family. It is a good thing to be interested in you under such conditions, why don't you agree to it? Marriage? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, sister, my marriage has nothing to do with you, I don't need you to interfere. She thought of something else, and asked Xiao Qingcheng in disbelief, did you also know about this in advance? Xiao Qingcheng's eyes were a little dodgy and he hesitated. Yan, I know you don't like Mr. Tong, but he is well known in the provincial capital for his excellent business acumen and abilities. Otherwise, he would not be known as the three heroes of the provincial capital. As a best friend, I support you in marrying such an excellent man. Because only such an excellent man is worthy of you. I don't think there is anything wrong with this. Lu Ruyan's eyes trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Xiao Qingcheng would hide it from her and actually team up with Morong Fan and Zhou Tong to set up such a dinner for herself. This made her feel strongly betrayed. Lu Ruyan looked directly at Xiao Qingcheng and asked displeasedly, you claim that your best friend wants to support me, so why do you still speak for these people? Don't you know that what I hate the most is being told what to do by my family and being used as a tool for exchange of interests? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip and said, I know I didn't inform you in advance about dinner tonight. It was my fault. I can apologize to you. But I understand how important marriage is to a woman. If you miss a good man, you won't even have a chance to regret it in the future. I say all this for your own good. This is the advice of someone who has experienced it. Lu Ruyan sneered, Xiao Qingcheng, you are a failure in marriage yourself. What qualifications do you have to warn me about my marriage? You are too self-righteous. Boom. These words made Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body tremble, as if she had been struck by lightning. She and Lu Ruyan have been best friends for so many years, and this is the first time that the other party has said such things to her. Xiao Qingcheng said seriously, I am indeed self-righteous, but why don't you? If you don't marry Mr. Tong, how can you find someone better than him? Lu Ruyan said seriously, of course I can, and it is 10 times and 100 times better than him. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked, 10 times and 100 times better than Mr. Tong? This is impossible. Who is he? It's not just her. Morong Fan, Zhou Tong, and others all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They really couldn't imagine anyone being better than young Master Tong. It must be just an excuse. But the next scene was beyond their expectations. I saw Lu Ruyan pointing at Yi Tiance, raising her chin slightly and saying word by word, "That's him. No other man or sister will like him except him, no other man or sister will marry except him."
Chapter 314. From now on, we are no longer best friends. Wow. Lu Ruyan's words made everyone present look stunned.
Morong Fan, Zhou Tong, Lu Gu and the other three looked at each other, expressing confusion. Han Ruoyun curled his lips.
Snort. This little tablet actually steals her man in public? How audacious. Even if you really become Yi Tiance's woman in the future, you will still have to rank behind me and be the younger one. Yi Tiance's pupils shrank, slightly surprised.
When Lu Ruyan said something similar to him before, he didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just a joke, but he didn't expect it to be serious. Of course. Among those present, the one who could not accept it the most, expressed the most surprise, and was the most shocked was undoubtedly Xiao Qingcheng. Her delicate body trembled and she almost stumbled. Her voice couldn't help but tremble. Yan, what do you mean by this? Lu Ruyan looked directly at her and said solemnly, "Sister, haven't I made it clear enough?" "Then I will say it again, I have fallen in love with Yi Tiance.
I want to marry him.
I will not marry any other man except him.
Do you hear me clearly now? But aren't you looking down on Yi Tiance and calling him a scumbag? Why?"
Xiao Qingqing felt that her head was in chaos and she was at a loss what to do. She clearly remembered that when she and Yi Tiance got married 3 years ago, Lu Ruyan stood up and said that Yi Tiance was not worthy of this marriage and did not approve of the two of them being together. In the next 3 years, the two chatted every time.
Lu Ruyan complained about Yi Tiance and always belittled and looked down upon him.
Including this divorce proposal, Lu Ruyan was very happy and fully supported after learning the news.
Exactly.
Even though many people said that she made the wrong decision to file for divorce, she always had a sense of dependence because of the support of her best friend Lu Ruyan.
She is not alone.
But that all changed at this moment.
She really couldn't understand why Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Yi Tiance changed 180 degrees.
Faced with Xiao Qingqing's shock and confusion,
Lu Ruyan sneered, "Haha sister, I looked down on Yi Tiance before. Wasn't it because you always said something wrong about him, which affected my judgment?
But since I saw him with my own eyes during this period, I discovered that he is not as unbearable as you described. Instead, he is responsible, courageous, capable, and a little handsome, impeccable in every aspect. So I am awake and know what I should do. Please open your eyes to see the truth and admit that you misidentified Yi Tiance."
Boom.
These words made Xiao Qingqing feel as if he was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale. No matter how much she thought about it, she never thought that her best friend would be on Yi Tiance's side. It was naturally difficult to accept it emotionally, and even more panicked mentally.
Yan, these are the angry words you said, right? It must be because I concealed the dinner date tonight, so you said these deliberately to make me angry? I can apologize to you, but please don't do this, okay? From now on, we will still be good friends. I will never advise you to marry a young master again, okay?
Lu Ruyan's pupils trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he said in a calm tone, "Xiao Qingcheng, when will you wake up from your self-righteous drunken dream?
When will he admit that he made a mistake in judging Yi Tiance? When will you realize that you are not as good as others say you are?"
Xiao Qingqing's lips trembled, and she had nothing to say for a moment. Lu Ruyan continued, "Thank you for taking care of me over the years. But from this moment on, I will no longer be your best friend. From now on, you will walk on your Yangguan road, and I will walk on my single plank bridge. Let us each do our own thing."
Boom.
This sentence once again made Xiao Qingqing feel like he was struck by lightning. Her eyes were red, and she was so aggrieved that she almost cried. Although she had been slapped in the face many times by Yi Tiance in many public places and ridiculed many times during this period, she had never been as helpless and lost as she was today. My best friend would rather be with her ex-husband-to-be than cut ties with her.
Did I, Xiao Qingcheng, really do something wrong? Or is everything their fault? Just when she was feeling mixed, Morong Fan stood up and defended, "Ruyan, are your words too much? Qingcheng is your best friend, and you actually did this to her for Yi Tiance? Lu Ruyan stared at Morong Fan with a look of disdain and said, "You are a sinister villain who set a trap for my sister, and you are still pointing fingers at me? Disgusting. You. Bah." The corners of Morong Fan's eyes twitched fiercely. If he hadn't considered that Lu Ruyan was the eldest lady of the Lu family, and that Zhou Tong and Lu Gu were standing next to him, he would have said it. Lu Gu frowned slightly and said, "Ruyan, don't be too willful. Both Morong Xiao and Mr. Xiao are doing it for your own good. Please apologize to them." Lu Ruyan frowned and said, "I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize?" Lu Gu said coldly, "You can't decide on your marriage, let alone talk about marrying an unknown loser? Our Lu family will never allow this to happen." Lu Ruyan emphasized, "Yi Tiance is not a loser, he is very good, it's just that you are blind and can't see it, or you are unwilling to admit it." Lu Gu and others' faces turned ugly. Xiao Qingcheng hated the iron and said, "Then you don't know that Yi Tiance already has Han Ruoyan by his side, and that Rong Mei Yin? Who knows if there will be other women by his side in the future? As the eldest lady of the Lu family, why do you have to do something wrong to yourself? What can you get by being with him?" Lu Ruyan sneered, "Xiao Qingcheng. I finally understand why Han Dinyo always calls you a fool. Sister, he thinks you are really a fool. Why do you get something out of being with someone else? As long as two people are happy together and appreciate each other, is that more important than anything else? You live a utilitarian life. It is this utilitarianism that makes you push Yi Tiance further and further away." But that's fine. It was precisely because of your actions that I, a big cow, Rong Mia and others had the opportunity to get to know Yi Tiance deeply. Therefore, for the sake of your former best friend, my sister wants to ask you one last thing. Please wait until the divorce cooling off period comes, and you must divorce Yi Tiance, and don't regret slapping yourself in the face, okay? Han Ruoyan, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up immediately. He cheered, "Xiao Ping, you are well said. From now on, you will be my best friend, and you no longer need to be like that stupid woman." Xiao Qingqing's lips trembled and her eyes were in a trance. The next second, tears couldn't help but flow down. This moment. She really broke her guard, completely broke her guard. Morong Fan quickly asked with concern, "Qingcheng, are you okay?" But Xiao Qingcheng didn't respond to his words at all. Instead, she turned around and ran out of the door. Her sad and aggrieved cries echoed in the corridor. Chapter 315, Punished. Be a pig? Qingcheng. Qingcheng. Morong Fan shouted several times, but Xiao Qingcheng had already ran out of Sihai restaurant and disappeared without a trace. Morong Fan's face was very ugly. Originally, he wanted to use tonight's meal to show off in front of Xiao Qingcheng, promote the relationship between the two, and strive to win over each other as soon as possible, so that they can play on the big round bed for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't expect to be so angry. But he couldn't vent his anger on Lu Ruyan. He could only point at Yi Tiance and scold him, "It's all your fault for using insidious means to brainwash Ruyan, causing her to break up with her best friend Qingcheng. You are unforgivable." Yi Tiance rolled his eyes and said, "Are you a fucking idiot? During the whole quarrel between Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Ruyan, I didn't say a word. Does this matter have something to do with me? If you really want to blame me, I can only blame me for being too attractive." Morong Fan hurriedly said to Lu Gu, "Elder Lu, you have seen it with your own eyes. If you let this guy continue to be rampant, Ruyan will definitely be bewitched deeper and deeper." Zhou Tong also echoed, "Young Master Morong is right. That boy is arrogant and arrogant. He was the one who stopped me from taking away the eldest lady last time and beat us all up. He doesn't take our Lu family seriously at all." Inside, a hint of evil flashed through Lu Gu's sunken eye sockets. "Ruyan, let me ask you one last time, do you want to go back to the provincial capital with us to fulfill your marriage to young Master Tong?" Lu Ruyan replied seriously, "I will not marry young Master Tong, so just give up on this idea." "Alas, what a pity." Lu Gu sighed. "Since you were deceived and obsessed by that kid, I have no choice but to kill him today and cut off your thoughts." As he spoke, he took a step forward. A very powerful martial arts aura spread out. The group of warrior security guards who had been knocked down by Yi Tiance with tea now all staggered up. When they felt this martial arts aura, they all gasped. "Oh my god, Zhu is actually a strong man at the pinnacle of a grandmaster." As expected of the elder of the Lu family, he is so awesome. TSK, the peak strength of the Grandmaster is on the same level as our President Xiang. This is an expert even in Tiannan province. This kid is in the hands of Elder Lu Gu and is now useless. Lu Ruyan's expression changed. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she knew that Lu Gu's strength was at the forefront of the entire Lu family and was unfathomable. In the event of a conflict, Yi Tiance will most likely suffer. She didn't hesitate for a second. He stood directly in front of Lu Gu, opened his arms and said, "Fifth Elder, don't hurt Yi Tiance." Lu Gu said coldly, "Get out of the way." Lu Ruyan rubbed her neck and said, "No. That's offending." Lu Gu said without changing his expression, and then waved his hand gently, whipping up a strong wind that directly shook Lu Ruyan and fell to the ground. Plop. His knees hit the floor, and there was a gash in his right knee, with blood flowing out. The white skirt was dyed red. Jotong lowered his voice and said, "Fifth Elder, hurting the eldest lady, isn't this a little bad?" After all, the purpose of bringing the eldest lady back this time was to marry young Master Tong. This is an injury. If it leaves another scar or something, it would be unseemly to affect the marriage. Lu Gu said calmly, "Before coming here, the master said that if Ruyan is disobedient, we can do something about it. Besides, she only suffered a minor injury. With our family's medical resources, it won't be a serious problem." At the moment, Lu Ruyan had no time to care about the pain in her knees. She knew that Lu Gu was serious about it. She pointed to the back door of the Supreme Box and urged Yi Tiance, "Run quickly, leave this place to me, sister." Lu Gu said calmly, "Without the old man's permission, can he run away?" Yi Tiance slowly stood up from the sofa. He did not escape from the back door of the box, but walked towards Lu Ruyan step by step. Lu Ruyan said anxiously, "Run. What are you doing here?" Yi Tiance stretched out his right hand and helped Lu Ruyan up. He glanced at her injured knee and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt." Yi Tiance stared at her and said, "Tell the truth. I'll make the decision for you." Lu Ruyan's red phoenix eyes met Yi Tianji's gentle gaze, and she felt an absolute sense of security. Especially the phrase, "I make the decision for you," made her heart swell. She nodded and said aggrievedly, "Well, it really hurts." Yi Tiance's right hand gently stroked Lu Ruyan's head. "I got it. Just wait in the back for a moment and I'll make the decision for you." Lu Ruyan responded and stepped back a distance. Han Ruoyun quickly stepped forward and used a tissue to stop the bleeding from Lu Ruyan's wound. And this time, Yi Tiance's slightly handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of haze at this moment. Lu Gu's expression was full of disdain and said, "What qualifications do you have to make the decision for Ruyan?" Yi Tiance said indifferently, "Just because I am Ruyan's fiancé and she is one of my fiancés, we are engaged, so what?" This statement came out. Lu Gu, Jotong, and Morong Fan first looked at each other, and then they all couldn't help laughing. Morong Fan said disdainfully, "Yi Tiance, have you eaten too much poop? Ruyan's fiancé is obviously a young master from the provincial capital. Are you worthy?" Jotong sneered, "Boy, how come I, as the housekeeper of the Lu family, don't know about your engagement with the eldest lady? Don't be ridiculous." Lu Gu said coldly, "Even the old man doesn't know about this, and he said that Ruyan is one of your fiancés. It is an insult to the Lu family and should be punished." Lu Gu slowly lowered his right hand and began to accumulate power, ready to attack at any time. Yi Tiance's expression did not change. "I think you old guy wants to kill me, so I'm afraid I'm not qualified, but I can let you be a pig for once today." Young man is arrogant. Lu Gu was instantly furious and raised his right hand to slap Yi Tiance. The strong wind made the entire Supreme Box tremble. A powerful attack from the peak of the Grandmaster can reach tens of thousands of kilograms. Lu Gu was confident that even an elephant would fall with this palm, let alone a person. But what followed immediately was a naked slap in the face. Yi Tiance grabbed Lu Gu's wrist with a casual grab. Very relaxing. This is. Lu Gu's eyes widened. He tried to break free, but he couldn't move at all. How strong is this kid?
And at this moment he was stunned.
Snapped. Yi Tiance had already swung down his left hand and slapped Lu Gu on the cheek. Ouch!
Lu Gu screamed, twisted his neck to the right, and blurted out a tooth in his mouth that had been with him for nearly 70 years. Before he could even turn his neck around.
Snapped. Yi Tiance slapped him again with his backhand. Twist your neck to the left. Snapped. Twist the neck right. Snapped. Twist your neck to the left.
After repeating this for more than 10 times, Yi Tiance's slap stopped. And Lu Gu himself had been beaten so hard that his whole head was swollen, like a freshly baked pig's head. Everyone present gasped when they saw it. Yi Tiance said that Lu Gu would be treated like a pig, but he actually beat him into a pig. Horror! Yi Tiance stared at Lu Gu indifferently and said coldly, "Old man Deng, I helped you to become a pig. What do you think, should I help you perform pig killing again?" Ha! Chapter 316 Morong Nian's Thoughts. At this moment, Yi Tiance was staring at him. Lu Gu felt like he was being watched by the devil in hell. So much so that his old body was trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with light of horror and fear. He was clearly at the peak of his master's strength, but he had no power to fight back in front of Yi Tiance. You must know that he has never been in such a situation even when facing a strong master in the perfection state. How strong must this kid really be? Could it be that you have already touched the threshold of the legendary god of war realm? If this is the case, even the young master from the provincial capital may not be his opponent. But as the fifth elder of the Lu family, he was forced to surrender in front of so many people. If word of this spread, how could he survive in the future? He bit the bullet and threatened, "Little boy, I remind you not to be arrogant just because you have some strength." Yi Tiance snorted coldly, "If you have strength but are not arrogant, is it still called strength?" As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Gu's neck and lifted him up forcefully. He said indifferently, "Old man Deng, it seems you really want to be killed like a pig." Creak, creak, creak. Lu Gu's neck was pinched, making a sound, his legs kicked wildly, his cheeks turned red, his eyes almost bulged out, and they were all bloodshot. "You!" Lu Gu wanted to open his mouth to speak, but found that he had no strength at all and could only feel that his life was passing away quickly. All the spectators present were dumbfounded. How is this possible? A master at the peak of his powers is almost the same as a little chicken? The gap in strength between the two sides is so huge that it's scary. This kid is simply evil. Not only them, but also Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. Because in her eyes, the fifth elders are among the top experts in the Lu family. They have almost never failed in their work for the Lu family for so many years. But facing Yi Tiance, he was defeated so completely. And he did it just to protect her. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but increase her affection for Yi Tiance. Zhou Tong suddenly shouted, "Yi, please let go of the fifth elder quickly, otherwise if a big mistake occurs, you will face the wrath of the entire Lu family. Even if you can fight again, it will be like a mantis trying to fight you." Yi Tiance glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He said indifferently, "It's just a mere Lu family, how can they boast so well? In my eyes, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs." "You!" Zhou Tong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If someone else had insulted the Lu family like this, he would have dealt with them long ago. But the person in front of him is Yi Tiance, he can't beat him. Someone tell me what I should do? Waiting online, very anxious. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and persuaded Yi Tiance, "Spare the fifth elder's life after all, he is an elder who was related to me by blood. He came to Jiangnan City this time to act under orders, and we cannot blame him. Sin does not lead to death." Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and thought for 2 seconds before nodding. "Okay, it's up to you." He let go of his hand and threw Lu Gu to the ground. Ouch, fu fu fu. Lu Gu fell to the ground, gasping for air, terrified for a while. He almost thought he was going to explain it here today. Lu Ruyan said seriously, "Fifth elder, please take Butler Zhou back to the provincial capital. Just say that I will not marry Mr. Tong. Besides, the Lu family wants to marry the Tong family, and I am not the only girl named Lu one." Lu Gu said unwillingly, Ruyan, you should know that Mr. Tong only likes you, and no one else is interested in him. You should also know that our Lu family is not the only one who has the final say in this matter. Once we reject the Tong family, the consequences will probably be. Lu Ruyan interrupted, you don't have to persuade me, I have made up my mind. If there is really any trouble, let Mr. Tong come to me by himself. This. Lu Gu and Zhou Tong looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. I thought that with all the preparations this time, I could successfully bring Lu Ruyan back, but I didn't expect this to be the result. It's all thanks to this boy named Fiancees. More importantly, if you just go back like this, you will definitely not be able to recover. I can't beat him again and again, and I can't let it go. What should I do? At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. A sinister voice sounded outside the door. Who is causing trouble in my Sihai restaurant? I saw a middle-aged man walking in from the door with a big belly and a belt that could hardly be buckled. His face was full of flesh and he had inverted triangular eyes. At first glance, it doesn't look like it's easy to get in touch with. Behind him were a number of burly thugs, holding daggers or sticks in their hands, all exuding martial arts aura, with strengths ranging from early warriors to late warriors. Several of them had their right hands hidden in the arms of their coats. They were obviously holding hot weapons like firearms. Saw this person appear. Morong Fan, who was so frightened that his claws were numb, became happy and hurried forward to greet the middle-aged man. Dad, why are you here? Snapped. Unexpectedly, the other person responded to him with a slap. Ouch. Ouch. Morong Fan screamed and asked in confusion, Dad, why did you hit me? Morong Nian's eyes flickered with coldness and said, Trash, today is the first day of the restaurant's opening. I am entertaining guests in other rooms. I heard that you made such a big fuss and attracted many people to laugh. Shouldn't you beat me? Morong Fan lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Lu Gu cupped his fists and said, President Morong, please don't blame young Master Morong. All this was because he wanted to help us worry about the marriage between the Lu family and the Tong family, so he accidentally made the matter bigger. Immediately, Lu Gu told the cause and effect of the incident. Morong Fan added fuel and vinegar from time to time. Of course, some of the facts that were unfavorable to him were simply or blamed on Fiancees. After listening, Morong Nian's pupils shrank slightly, thinking for a moment. You must know that young Master Tong's father is the president of the Tiannan Province Sihai Chamber of Commerce. In terms of status, he must be a person he must please. But all along, he has suffered from not having the opportunity to please the relationship. Unexpectedly, someone wanted to give him a pillow while he was dozing off. When the opportunity came to him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. So he smiled and said to the Lu Gu family, It turns out that he is the fifth elder of the Lu family. I have admired him for a long time, but I have lost my welcome from afar. I understand what happened since it is the marriage between Mr. Tong and the Lu family, and it happened on my territory. Of course I will not just sit idly by and just leave it to me. He turned around and his cold eyes fell on Fiancees and others. Young man, today is a big day for our Sihai restaurant. I don't want to start a big fight. I only give you one choice now. Hand over Miss Lu, and then leave this place immediately. Let the past be forgotten. Otherwise. The words fell. The warriors and thugs behind him took 2 steps forward, swinging their weapons in their hands, eager to try. The remaining 5 people took out pistols with silencers, and pointed their guns at Fiancees. It seemed that as long as Morong Nian gave the order, they would pull the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 317. Is he still human? Saw this scene. Lu Ruyan's expression changed. She thought that after Fiancees had finished cleaning up Lu Gu, the matter would be over. But she didn't expect that Morong Nian would get involved. She endured the pain in her knees and walked to Fiancees' side. He frowned and said, President Morong, this is my personal marriage. It seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Morong Nian laughed and said, How can you say this? The union of the Lu family and the Tong family in the provincial capital is a major event for Tiannan Province, and it is also a major event for our Sihai Chamber of Commerce. As the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City, of course there is an inescapable relationship. Miss Lu, listen to my advice. It is your honor to marry Mr. Tong. Don't choose the wrong man because of a moment of anger or love. It will be too late to regret it for the rest of your life. Lu Ruyan said very forcefully, I can marry whoever I want. Get out of the way and don't block our way. She grabbed Yi Tian's arm with one hand and Han Ruoyun with the other. I plan to take the two of them out of the Supreme Box and leave this place of right and wrong quickly. Morong Nian said coldly, no one can leave this Supreme Box without my order. Swish swish swish. The martial arts thugs behind Morong Nian immediately surrounded him one by one. Morong Nian looked at Yi Tian and said, young man, for the last time, as long as you are willing to give up Miss Lu, I will let you walk out of this box. If you refuse, I will explain it here tonight and give you the last 5 seconds to make a choice. 5. 4. 3. The atmosphere in the box became very tense. Lu Ruyan and Han Ruoyun's hearts were in their throats. Just when Morong Nian was about to shout one, Yi Tian spoke expressionlessly. You want me to abandon my fiancé to compromise with you? It's a daydream. Hear this. Lu Gu said in a deep voice, boy, I know that your martial arts level is very high, but in front of President Morong's firearms, you have no chance of winning. Do you have to seek death? Yi Tian said calmly, just because these few stinky fish and shrimps want to kill me, are they worthy of it? As soon as these words came out, Lu Gu, Zhou Tong, Morong Nian and others all sneered in their hearts. This kid is really arrogant. Morong Fan hurriedly said, Dad, what are you talking about with him? Why don't you quickly order him to be shot to death? If this bitch stays, he will definitely come back to bite us in the future. Morong Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. Today is the first day of opening of Sihai restaurant. He really doesn't want to kill anyone, lest word spread about it and have a negative impact. But now after weighing the pros and cons, a decision has to be made. He ordered the gun-wielding martial arts thugs, shoot. Don't hit the wrong person. Yes. The 5 gun-wielding martial arts thugs pointed their guns at Yi Tian without any hesitation, and then pulled the trigger. Baiyu. 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 Under the suppression of the silencer, the pistol makes a lighter sound. Several bullets poured straight towards Yi Tian. In this critical moment between the lightning and flint, Yi Tian did not escape. But with a big hand, he actually caught the bullet that was shot. Go away. Then he threw it back. Boo-hoo-hoo. The bullet shot back along the original path with greater force, directly and accurately hitting the muzzles of their pistols. Boom! 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 5 pistols exploded at the same time. Ah! My hand! Oh shit! Ah! It hurts! The 5 gun-wielding martial arts thugs were all wounded by the blast of their pistols, and they screamed in pain. This scene sounds slow, but it actually happened in just 5 seconds. When everyone around him reacted, their faces were filled with expressions of disbelief. Catching bullets with bare hands? How is this possible? Can humans do such a thing? Isn't this a science fiction movie? Worry, what a ghost! Is he still human? Lu Gu's swollen cheek kept shaking. Although he didn't fully see the scene where Yi Tian caught the bullet and fought back just now, he could barely catch it. Being able to catch bullets from 5 guns in such a short period of time, and at such a short distance, was something he had never heard of. Unbelievable. So much so that he couldn't help but come up with a bold idea. Could it be that the man Ruyan fell in love with was really 10 or 100 times better than Mr. Tong? Morong Nian and Morong Fan, father and son, were even more stunned. After all, they are both ordinary people, and this kind of thing is simply a supernatural event to them. The two of them had a very bad feeling at this moment. Because they saw that Yi Tian had already taken steps and walked towards them. A very cold oppressive feeling was released, making their hearts beat faster, and they were so nervous that they breathed quickly. Morong Fan gritted his teeth and scolded, "You, what are you going to do? Don't come here. Back off. Back off. Back off." Yi Tian sneered, "Didn't you just say that I would bite you back? Congratulations, you guessed it right. It's just..." His voice paused and he continued, "It's just I am not used to biting, but slaps."
The words fell. Yi Tian suddenly appeared in front of Morong Fan. Ah!
Before Morong Fan could react, Yi Tian slapped him on the shoulder.
Click! With a crisp sound, Morong Fan's shoulder was fractured on the spot.
And because of the inertia of his body, he couldn't control his fall until he fell to his knees on the ground. There was a sharp pain, as if the bones in both knees were cracked.
Ah!
It hurts.
My legs, my arms.
Morong Fan screamed miserably, and his eyes were red with pain. It's just that this voice didn't cause any emotional waves in Yi Tian's ears. After all, when the gang of criminals were executed in the fallen city, the screams were many times more tragic than this.
So Yi Tian said coldly, "Shut up." Snapped.
Another slap made Morong Fan roll to the ground. Finally, the wheel rolled several times until it came to a stop at Morong Nian's feet. He was dizzy and could not stop bleeding from the corner of his mouth.
Dad Savi, save me. Revenge.
Morong Fan struggled to make a sound.
Only then did Morong Nian react from his shock, and his expression immediately became furious. He ordered the remaining warrior thugs, "You bitch, you dare to hit my son? Come on. Come on."
The others looked at each other. I thought to myself that this guy in front of me is not even afraid of bullets. If a few of us stinky fish and shrimps rush up to him, wouldn't that cost him his life?
So everyone retreated. No one dares to go up. Morong Nian became even more angry and frustrated. A bunch of trash. Bastards.
Don't forget that you are all members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. As the Vice President of the Jiangnan City Sihai Chamber of Commerce, I am ordering you all to rush forward and kill this kid. If anyone backs down a little bit more, I will revoke your membership of the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce. However, the words just fell. Outside the box door, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded, "Let me see who dares."
Chapter 318. Am I left with nothing?
This rich voice sounded, immediately attracting everyone in the box to look outside. I saw 4 people walking into the box quickly. The leader was a middle-aged man with a burly build and piercing eyes. Beside him was a woman who was elegantly dressed. Behind them followed a young man and woman. The man looks a bit handsome, with a blue earring in his left ear, which makes him look coquettish. The woman has a heroic appearance, with a top-notch figure and appearance. Saw these people appear. Morong Nian, who was still furious just now changed his expression.
And many more. Why did he come here?
The group of warrior thugs who were in a tangle immediately bowed at 90 degrees.
They shouted in unison, "President Xiang." Yes, the visitors are none other than Xiang Hongda and his wife Zhuge Ping. The 2 young men behind are Zhuge Ruiji and Wu Muhan. Morong Fan, who was beaten to the ground, looked confused. Didn't you say that President Xiang and others are not coming to attend tonight's business? Why did he suddenly bring someone over?
Morong Nian hurried forward and said with a flattering look on his face, "President Xiang, if you come over tonight, our Sihai restaurant will be in full glory."
Xiang Hongda snorted coldly and responded, "If Xiang appears, he won't steal President Morong's limelight, right?" What?
Morong Nian was stunned by these words.
Could it be that such a big thing happened in the Supreme Box, embarrassing the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and making Xiang Hongda angry? That must be it. Morong Nian hurriedly explained, "President Xiang, you are the president of Jiangnan City Sihai Chamber of Commerce. I am just your incarnation. How can you steal the limelight?"
What happened in the private room tonight was not due to the incompetence of my subordinates, but rather to the fact that these thieves were too rampant, did not abide by the rules of the restaurant, and even caused trouble. But don't worry, my subordinates will defend the dignity of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to the death tonight and make these people pay 10 times the price.
I just finished saying this. You dare? Snapped.
Xiang Hongda suddenly slapped Morong Nian on the cheek, causing him to spin several times and become dizzy.
Ga. This sudden scene stunned everyone around him. President Xiang didn't deal with Yi Tian and others, but slapped Morong Nian in the face. Why? Zhou Tong and Lu Gu looked at each other, vaguely having a bad premonition.
Even Lu Ruyan looked puzzled. She thought that she had completely provoked the Sihai Chamber of Commerce tonight, and Xiang Hongda would definitely deal with them when he came over, but instead she started fighting among herself. Hiss. Morong Nian grimaced in pain. There was anger burning in the depths of his eyes, but he restrained himself and asked, President Xiang, why are you hitting me? Xiang Hongda said coldly, Dr. Yi and Miss Han are both Xiang's guests at the banquet in the Supreme Box tonight, yet you came in with a group of losers to cause trouble for him. What's going on? Does this mean you don't take me as the president seriously? Or you, Morong Nian, feel that your wings have become stiff and you want to drive me out of the position of president? Boom. Hear this. Morong Nian's scalp felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This boy named Ji is actually Xiang Hongda's guest at the banquet? How can this be? As we all know, apart from his normal work at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Xiang Hongda is obsessed with martial arts in private. He has never participated in other social interactions, and it has never been heard of anyone he would host a banquet for. Am I dreaming? At this time, Zhuge Ping walked quickly to Yi Tiance. With a serious look on his face, he said, Dr. Yi, as long as my Lao Xiang is here, I will definitely make the decision for you. Zhuge Ruizhi also said angrily, Brother Yi, who is this blind person who is looking for trouble? I asked my uncle to deal with him, but if it doesn't work, I will go back to Zhuge's house to bring in reinforcements. Wu Muhan looked at the mess on the ground and immediately analyzed something. Humph. Using guns in public places violates the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. This is not taking our law enforcement bureau into consideration. These people expressed their opinions one after another. Morong Nian, Morong Fan, Lu Gu and others all looked ugly after hearing this. Good guy, these people who speak for Yi Tiance are not simple characters. Outside the door, some guests who had gathered early to eat melon were even more amazed. That boy is actually President Xiang's guest? Now Mr. Morong Nian and I are going to be in ruins. TSK. Even the people of the Zhuge family in Tianbei province are supporting him. No wonder he was not afraid of danger just now and was so tough in every way. Not only that, that pretty girl is the captain of the criminal investigation team of our Jiangnan City law enforcement team. It is said that her family background is a big shot in the military. What is the origin of that kid that deserves them to do this? Don't you know that he is Yi Tiance, who has been in a lot of trouble recently? He is Rong Meiyan's partner, and even Master Hu of the Black Tiger Club respects him extremely. I heard that the head of the Ji family died in his hands a few days ago. Absolutely a ruthless character. Suga, it's not surprising to see President Xiang and others supporting him. Speaking of Yi Tiance, we have to mention Xiao Qingcheng. She despises Yi Tiance for being useless and has already filed for divorce. So there is such a thing? Isn't Xiao Qingcheng an idiot? No. It's rare to see such a stupid woman. She still has the nerve to be called the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City. How cheap. So, the Xiao family deserves to be in a state of chaos recently. This is the price of short-sightedness. Everyone was talking about it, and it clearly fell on everyone's ears. But no one noticed that at this time, at the corner outside the corridor of the private room, a tall and beautiful woman was leaning against the wall, and tears could not stop flowing down her face. It turns out that in the eyes of outsiders, I am this kind of loser. Yes, she is Xiao Qingcheng. After Lu Ruyan ran away crying earlier, he remembered that this was the territory of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and was worried that Yi Tiance and the others would suffer if they stayed here. After hesitation and entanglement, he returned again. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance not only easily resolves various crises, but Xiang Hongda and other big bosses support Yi Tiance. Even the masses support Yi Tiance and belittle her as useless. Such a contrast made her feel like a steel needle piercing her heart. Pain. She couldn't help but think of what her grandfather had said. Yi Tiance was the proud son of heaven, the one who brought good fortune to the Xiao family. At first she had all kinds of doubts and disbelief, but everything that happened one after another in this period proved this. If nothing else, just look at the connections around you. Yi Tiance was followed by Han Ruoyan, Rong Meiyan, Wu Xingye, Xiaoping, Zhang Xiuhu, Xiang Hongda, etc., all of whom were top people in various fields in Jiangnan City. And these people seemed to be getting older.
Looking at the connections around her, what is left? Ji Wooly has died, Ji Buishio has become an eunuch, and Ji Budwan has lost contact. At this moment, Morong Fan is being beaten like a dog by Yi Tians. Even Lu Ruyan, her only remaining best friend, betrayed her and stayed away from her. Behave nothing like this? Xiao Qingqing felt desperate. Everything he had been most confident in seemed to collapse at this moment, and he was completely defeated. Call. Maybe it's time for me to admit that I did something wrong? Ha ha. That's good, you don't have to be so tired anymore. Just when Xiao Qingqing was struggling to make a decision. Jingle bell. The phone rang, and it seemed that the call was from an unfamiliar number. Press the answer key. Hello, who are you? A familiar cold voice came from the opposite side. I am Lu Yinji, would it be convenient for Mr. Xiao to meet and chat? Chapter 319 Morong Fan, Die. In the Supreme Box. Morong Nian was already sweating profusely. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not dare to think that this Yi Tians would have so many identities. With so many buffs stacked together, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to offend them normally. Today, this was the result of my son's misbehavior. If we don't make our attitude clear, I'm afraid it will be difficult for tonight to end. Bang. He immediately kicked Morong Fan in the abdomen. While kicking him, he cursed angrily, "You bitch, you are a blind bastard, you dare to offend even President Xiang's guests, what is the use of me giving birth to you and raising you? Damn it. Ouch. Dad, I was wrong. It hurts." Morong Fan rolled on the ground in pain, filled with regret. Previously, Yi Tian said that he was a guest at Xiang Hongda's banquet. He also expressed disbelief, but he didn't expect it to be true. What the hell is this called? Morong Nian did not stop and continued to kick wildly. It hurts you to numbness. You know it hurts, but you still cause trouble for me? You caused me to wrongly blame Divine Dr. Yi without investigating. What crime should you be guilty of? While roaring, he secretly looked at Xiang Hongda's expression with his peripheral vision. But Xiang Hongda's face remained cold and he seemed to have no intention of stopping. This made Morong Nian feel bitter inside. The reason why he beat up Morong Fan was, on the one hand, to exonerate himself, and on the other hand, to stage a bitter trick to make the other party feel soft and raise his hand. The result was quite different from what was expected. But he couldn't continue to kick his only son to death. He rolled his eyes. You bastard, don't scream that it hurts. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Dr. Yi? Admit your mistake? Apologize, why? Morong Fan only hates Yi Tians. If this is an apology, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? How are you going to mess around in the future? But he wasn't done yet. Bang. Morong Nian's big leather shoe kicked Morong Fan in the face, and blood suddenly started flowing from his nostrils. If I ask you to kneel down and apologize, just obey. If you force me to say anything again, I will kill you. Feeling his father's rage, Morong Fan was so frightened that he nodded repeatedly. He staggered over. He knelt down and apologized to Yi Tians. Yes, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being blind, and my stupidity for contradicting you. You should treat me like a fart, woo woo. I don't know if it's true emotion or if it's painful. At this time, Morong Fan's eyes were red, and his nose and tears were streaming down his face. Saw this scene. The members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce present were secretly sighing. Morong Fan, who is usually so arrogant, is actually in such a miserable state. It is indeed a sign of reincarnation. Lu Ruyan glanced at Yi Tians with complicated eyes. As expected of the man she fell in love with, no matter what happened, he would be sure to win. I just thought about breaking up with Xiao Qingqing tonight, losing a former best friend, and feeling a sense of loss, which was not very comfortable. Han Ruoyun noticed her emotions. He stepped forward and whispered, Xiao Tablet, are you still thinking about that stupid woman Xiao Qingqing? Don't put too much mental burden on her. You didn't do anything wrong in the final analysis. It's because she can't figure it out. Sooner or later, she will realize it how wrong I was. I regret it so much. Lu Ruyan nodded and said gratefully, thank you, big cow.
Han Ruoyun raised a proud smile on his lips and said, although you are also one of Yi Tian's fiancés, I still want to remind you that you can only act as a junior in front of me, and your status will be at the back.
Lu Ruoyun's eyes widened. Why?
I think she has been pampered since she was a child, and whatever is best belongs to her first. This is even more true after growing up and debuting in the entertainment industry. Wherever he goes, he is the most glamorous kid. Han Ruoyun said matter-of-factly, because I got together with Yi Tians before you did. Besides, even if you were sorted by cup size, you couldn't compare to me, so you were ranked at the back. Is it wrong?
Lu Ruoyun curled her lips and was speechless. Let's talk about Yi Tians.
When Morong Fan knelt down to apologize, his face remained calm and he didn't speak, allowing Morong Fan to kneel down and apologize.
My head is swollen. Morong Nian saw this scene, anxious and distressed.
He hurriedly said, Dr. Yi, my dog has already apologized. Your Excellency has a lot. How about you forgive him this time?
I promise that I will strictly discipline him in the future and will not offend you again. Yi Tian said in an indifferent voice, in my opinion, there is only one way to ensure that he will not offend me again in the future. Do you want to hear it?
Morong Nian nodded hurriedly, yes.
Of course you have to listen. Please enlighten me. Yi Tian said coldly, let him die. Boom. Morong Nian's fat body trembled and he was stunned. What? Isn't this a joke? Do you look at me like I'm kidding you? This Morong Fan kept causing trouble for him, as disgusting as a fly.
Today we are even more determined to kill them, so there is no need for such things to remain in the world. Morong Fan was so frightened that he trembled all over, crying and choked with sobs, Dad, I don't want to die, please save me, save me.
Morong Nian's face turned pale.
He quickly discussed with Xiang Hongda, President Xiang, please discuss with Dr. Yi and let the dog go this time, please. Xiang Hongda put his hands behind his back and said coldly, I have no way to change Dr. Yi's decision.
This.
Morong Nian frowned, as if he had made some decision. His voice became colder and he said, President Xiang, you don't know something. This time Quanzi got involved for the sake of the marriage between the eldest lady of the Lu family and young Master Tong. If you let others kill Quanzi today, once this matter reaches the provincial capital and young Master Tong knows about it, everyone in the Tong family will be furious, right?
Xiang Hongda narrowed his cold eyes. Oh? Are you threatening me with President Tong from the provincial capital?
I don't dare. I'm just giving you a little reminder. I hope you will consider it, President Xiang. Although he said this, the threat in his tone was obvious.
In order to save his son, he can only take a risky move now. So that's it. Then I know what to do.
Xiang Hongda's voice paused, and then he walked to Yi Tians and Morong Fan.
See this. Morong Nian was overjoyed. This risky move was indeed the right one.
He knew that as long as he moved out of Tong's family in the provincial capital, Xiang Hongda would definitely take action and plead for his son in front of Yi Tians. As expected, he has simple limbs and a developed mind. In fact, not only him, but other members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Tong, Lu Gu, etc., and even the guests outside the door, all believed that Xiang Hongda would plead with Yi Tians to let Morong Fan go. Xiang Hongda said to Yi Tians, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry that this happened tonight. You have been wrong. Xiang understands the cause and effect of the whole thing. Regarding Morong Fan's fault, I think you should not take action because you are afraid of getting your hands dirty. Soy bear his life. The words fell. His right hand suddenly formed into a palm, and with lightning speed, he struck directly on Morong Fan Tianling's cover. Bang! With a dull sound, Morong Fan Tian's spirit cap instantly sunk in an inch and almost changed its shape. Morong Fan didn't make any reaction, his body collapsed to the ground with a clang, and he died on the spot.
Chapter 320. He is poisoned, don't panic.
Morong Fan died suddenly.
Everyone gasped and their scalps went numb. Lu Gu and Zhou Tong's eyes widened.
The thugs from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and the melon-eating guests outside the door all looked pale. On the first day that Sihai restaurant opened, not only did a murder occur, but the president, Xiang Hongda, personally killed the son of Vice President Morong Nian.
If this matter spreads, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar within the Tiannan Province Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and even within the National Sihai Chamber of Commerce, right? Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyun's hearts skipped a beat. This disgusting guy actually died like this? But it's so damn good. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiang Hongda's choice was indeed beyond his expectation. He didn't expect that this guy would be quite decisive and ruthless in his actions, which was interesting. At this moment, the most emotional person in the box was Morong Yan. His legs gave way and he knelt on the ground with a thud. He hurriedly crawled towards Morong Fan's body and cried, "Fanner! Fanner! Speak quickly! Speak quickly!" He shook Morong Fan's body vigorously twice. But he didn't move, he had already belched his fart. What? Morong Yan let out an angry roar, his pair of inverted triangular eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, shining with hatred. Staring at Xiang Hongda fiercely. He roared angrily, "Asshole! Why the hell did you kill my son? Why?" Xiang Hongda looked down at him. "Just because he offended the guests I wanted to entertain," yelled in the Supreme Box, "and violated the rules of the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce, I deserve to kill him. How about that?" "You!" Morong Yan was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and his fists clenched loudly. Xiang Hongda continued, "If you are not convinced, feel free to put your hatred on me and want revenge. I will wait for you anytime, anywhere." Hear this. Everyone around him immediately came back to his senses. The reason why Xiang Hongda killed Morong Fan was actually to transfer Morong Yan's hatred from Yi Tiance to himself. No wonder before killing Morong Fan, he said that he would bear Morong Fan's fate. This can't help but make many people even more confused. What is the relationship between Yi Tiance and Xiang Hongda? Is it worth letting Xiang Hongda do this? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Morong Yan suddenly laughed wildly, his voice full of sorrow and anger. He stood up on his knees and stared at Xiang Hongda with cold eyes. "Xiang Hongda, for the sake of my colleagues, I didn't want you to die so early. But today you brought it all on yourself. You killed my son first, so one life is worth another. It is also natural for you to die here today." Hear the words. Lu Gu, Zhou Tong, the thugs from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and the guests eating melon outside all looked at each other in shock. Morong Yan, an ordinary person, actually threatened to let Xiang Hongda die here. Are you sure he can do it? After all, Xiang Hongda is a super strong man at the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Is Morong Yan going crazy because of his son's death? I guess so. We've already broken up with each other anyway, so it doesn't matter if we say harsh words now. Some people were talking quietly. Morong Yan took out a medicine bag from his pocket and said coldly, "Xiang Hongda, you have been using this medicine powder I gave you for a month, right?" Xiang Hongda nodded lightly, "That's right." There was a hint of success in Morong Yan's eyes. "Ha! It is said that you were poisoned back then, and the toxins remained in your heart. Now you have been using the medicated powder I gave you for a long time. On the surface, it can improve your martial arts level, but in fact, your body has quietly changed. To put it bluntly, as long as you forcefully use the power of martial arts, you will immediately suffer a heart attack and die. Unfortunately, when you killed my son just now, you used the power of martial arts, so you are already in the process of getting poisoned." Hiss. Everyone around him took a breath. This Morong Yan is so insidious, he actually planned to frame Xiang Hongda so early. Zhuge Ping, Zhuge Ruizhi, and Wu Muhan looked at each other. It is indeed so. Xiang Hongda raised his eyebrows and asked, "Morong Yan, if you kill me like this, you are not afraid of the high-level investigation of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? As a member of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, you should know what consequences you will face." Ha ha. Morong Yan, however, sneered disdainfully, "Xiang Hongda, I think you have really lost your mind by practicing martial arts. As long as you die today, I will be the #1 figure in the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan. After I do a little bit of manipulation, the truth tonight will not be exposed, and the cause of your death will be attributed to Yi Tiance. He is your murderer and the enemy of the entire Sihai Chamber of Commerce." Lu Gu rolled his eyes and agreed, "President Morong is right. I am willing to testify for you,
even if there is a need I can also help with the relationship between the young master and the young master.
Thanks.
Morong Nian shouted to the thugs from the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce, as for you, as long as you are willing to hang out with me tonight, you will be rewarded when things are done.
If anyone wants to join Xian Honda, they are my enemies. Morong Nian, I'll give you 10 seconds to make a choice.
The thugs from the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce all looked troubled and struggling. According to the rules of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Morong Nian's current behavior is counterinsurgency and must be stopped. But Xian Hongda was poisoned again and was about to die. If you show loyalty to Xian Hongda, it seems a bit like joining the National Army in 49. So after everyone exchanged glances, they all made the same decision. He immediately clasped his fists at Morong Nian and said respectfully, "We are willing to listen to President Morong's orders." Very good.
Morong Nian pointed at one of the tall thugs.
He ordered, "You
go up and deal with Xian Hongda now."
What?
The tall thug was stunned for a moment, feeling a little weak. Morong Nian shouted coldly, "Why are you panicking? He has been poisoned now and is almost like a useless person.
As long as you kill him, when I become the president of Jiangnan City Sihai Chamber of Commerce, I will let you take the position of vice president. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food." This cake is big and round, which immediately makes the tall thug's heart flutter. He said excitedly, "Thank you, President Morong, my subordinates will definitely fulfill their mission." Finished speaking, he walked towards Xian Hongda. Normally, he wouldn't even have the courage to look directly at Xian Hongda, but it's different now.
A warrior's late-stage strength emanates.
Go to hell! The tall thug yelled, jumped up, and hit Xian Hongda's head with his fist. However, this punch landed on Xian Hongda's head, but the latter actually didn't move at all and was not injured. Okay? The tall thug's eyes widened in shock. How can this be?
Stupid. Xian Hongda said these two words calmly.
Then throw out a punch. Boom. The tall thug's face instantly sunk in, his bones and flesh burst, blood splattered, and he couldn't die anymore.
Chapter 321 Dr. Ye's Insights.
Rubbish. Xian Hongda casually threw the body of the tall thug on the ground, shook the blood on his fists, and looked disdainful. Hiss. Everyone in the box was sweating profusely and stunned. How could it happen? Morong Nian's eyes widened with a look of shit on his face, which was quite ugly. The thugs from the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce were even more numb.
Didn't you say that Xian Hongda was going to die from poisoning? Why does it look like nothing is wrong?
Lu Gu and Zhou Tong both looked pale.
I have a strong bad feeling. Xian Hongda walked towards Morong Nian. Morong Nian, you have committed the following crimes and are involved in rebellion as the president of the Jiangnan City Sihai Chamber of Commerce. I have the power to execute you. Do you have any last words? Morong Nian was so frightened that he took 2 steps back.
Why are you okay? You should have been poisoned.
Xian Hongda smiled and replied, that's because Dr. Yi helped me get rid of my heart toxins, and he saved my life.
And I knew from that time that the medicinal powder you sent was actually a chronic contraindication. You want to trap me.
Boom. Morong Nian's mind was almost blank.
After a long time of fussing, it turns out that God is not as good as man. No wonder Xian Hongda respected Yi Tian so much, it turned out to be a life-saving grace. At this moment, the thugs who had previously supported Morong Nian knelt down one after another and begged for mercy.
President Xiang, I was wrong, please let me go.
This is all due to Morong Nian's bewitchment. I am really obsessed with it. Please have enough power to save my life. President Xiang, as long as you give the order, I am willing to bear the brunt and kill this fat pig Morong Nian with my own hands. There is no need to dirty your hands. The reversal of human nature is vividly displayed at this moment. Xian Hongda ignored these people at all. He walked up to Morong Nian with murderous intent.
Morong Nian gritted his teeth and said, Xian Hongda, tonight is just a private conflict between us. You killed me because of this matter. Aren't you afraid that the senior officials of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce will pursue you? Xian Hongda said coldly, "Who told you about the personal conflict?"
After I found out today that there was something wrong with the medicinal powder you sent me, I immediately ordered a secret investigation into your actions since you became the vice president. Sure enough, I made a shocking discovery. All the shady activities such as abuse of power, personal enrichment, etc. have been compiled into documents and I have them in my hands. Just because of this, you can die 10 times without any injustice.
No one in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce dares to say no. Morong Nian looked stunned and was trembling all over.
Xian Hongda put his hands behind his back and continued, "You may have been curious, why do I never participate in social or business activities and still hold the position of president?"
Morong Nian nodded subconsciously. That's right.
He still couldn't understand that Xian Hongda spent most of his time on martial arts practice and was not very serious about the work of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce.
Why can he remain unshakable and secure in this position for many years?
Xian Hongda said, "You only know that I was poisoned back then, but you don't know that the reason why I was poisoned was actually to perform a mission to protect a person, and he is now one of the core leaders of the Dragon Kingdom Sihai Chamber of Commerce headquarters, ranking among the top 5 in power."
Boom!
There seemed to be thunder in Morong Nian's mind, and he suddenly realized after being completely confused. No wonder he mentioned the Tong family many times just now to threaten Xian Hongda. Not only was the latter not afraid, but he killed his son. It turns out that he also has this identity background.
There is indeed no need to be afraid of the Tong family. Thump! Morong Nian's legs went weak and he knelt on the ground.
He cried and said, "President Xiang, please let me live from now on. I promise to follow your lead. Please show mercy and let me go." Xian Hongda said without mercy, "I can't sleep with someone like you around, so you'd better die." He slapped Morong Nian on the forehead with one palm.
Snapped.
Just as he was about to hit Morong Nian's forehead with his palm, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist.
Okay? Xian Hongda took a closer look and saw that it was Yi Tiance who stopped him. "Dr. Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Tiance smiled and said, "President Morong has already admitted his mistake, so it's not easy to kill them all."
Xian Hongda frowned slightly, a little confused. Although he just met Yi Tiance today, judging from the brief contact, Yi Tiance doesn't look like the mother-in-law of the Holy Mother.
It's not just him.
Zhuge Ping, Zhuge Ruizhi, Wu Muhan and others were also confused as to why Yi Tiance suddenly let Morong Nian go.
But they were very knowledgeable and didn't ask any more questions. On the contrary, Morong Nian himself was extremely excited.
He expressed his gratitude again and again. "Thank you for not forgetting the faults of others. I promise to be a new person in the future."
Yi Tiance said calmly, "Don't be too quick to thank me. The premise is that if you promise to say something, I, Yi Tiance, will not kill you."
Morong Nian hurriedly said, "Just ask, as long as I know, I will tell you everything."
He kept his posture very low, for fear that Yi Tiance would suddenly regret it.
Yi Tiance stared at him.
"I want to know where you got this powder?"
"Ha?
This." Morong Nian's expression froze, fear flashed in his eyes, and he stammered and hesitated.
Yi Tiance's voice deepened and he said, "If you don't speak, then don't blame me for giving you a slap in the face."
No, no, no.
I said it all."
Morong Nian trembled with fright.
He hurriedly said, "I spent a lot of money to buy this medicinal powder from Taoist priest Yu Long of Yuanyang Valley. Not only me, many martial arts masters have purchased it from him in the past year or so."
Yuanyang Valley? Taoist Master Yu Long?
Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly, not expecting to hear such a familiar name here. This type of medicine obviously has side effects, so why do people still buy it from him? Morong Nian lowered his head and replied, "Most people don't know that this type of medicine has side effects. Even if they know, they can no longer stop taking the medicine due to its addictive nature. In the end, you can only continue to buy it at a high price from Yuanyang Valley. If you don't have money, you have to stay with them and work like a horse in order to get the medicine."
I heard that many martial arts masters in Tiannan province have become the beasts of Yuanyang Valley. Hear this. Zhuge Ruizhi suddenly thought of something.
Brother Yi, I felt something was wrong with the Zhong Tao I met in Yaowang Valley this morning. He is a strong man in the late stage of Grandmaster. Why would he be willing to listen to Yuanyang Valley?
It seems that he has become Yuanyang Valley's master. Yi Tiance nodded.
He also thought about this. Moreover, Zhou Jingjing mentioned before that Zhong Tao used to be a late-stage warrior with average talent, but he became a late-stage master in just a few years. It was obvious that contraindicated drugs were used.
Yi Tiance continued to ask, "Are you familiar with Taoist Yulong?"
Morong Yen whispered, "It's not bad. We had some interactions before he told me to use this kind of medicine to target Chairman Xiang, so."
He secretly glanced at Xian Hongda.
Discussed with Yi Tiance, "I have told everything I know. Please let me go as promised."
"Of course I will do what I say." Yi Tiance smiled.
But then he added, "But what President Xiang wants to do is none of my business."
Ha ha. Morong Yen? No, didn't you just say you wanted to let me go? Morong Yen was anxious.
Yi Tiance spread his hands and said, "Yes, I said that I let you live, but I didn't agree on behalf of President Xiang. I have no right to interfere with what he wants to do, right, President Xiang?"
Xian Hongda grinned, "Good advice from Dr. Yi." Morong Yen's mentality exploded, his eyes widened and he said angrily, "What the hell? Call."
But he didn't finish his sentence. Xian Hongda's fist had already landed on Morong Yen's head.
Click. The skull exploded instantly.
Morong Yen's body fell straight down and faced Morong Fan's body. Both father and son died with their eyes open.
Chapter 322. Yu and Ruyan are the perfect match. Morong Yen and his son died one after another. Everyone present was sweating, but no one dared to stand up and say no.
Because Xian Hongda is too strong and cruel. And the guest he invited, Yi Tiance, was even more unpredictable and terrifying.
Can't be bothered, can't be bothered.
The thugs from the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce who were kneeling on the ground now felt even more regretful, kowtowing and begging for mercy.
President Xiang, I was really wrong. You must be so noble.
Mr. Yi, I beg you too, we are all following orders, there is really nothing we can do.
Can't I just call you Dad? Dad.
Please forgive us this time.
Beg for mercy in the face of these people. Xian Hongda turned to Yi Tiance and asked, "What do you mean?"
Yi Tiance put his hands behind his back, walked back to the sofa and sat down again, as if it didn't matter to him. This is an internal matter within your Sihai Chamber of Commerce, President Xiang, you can handle it yourself.
Understood.
Xian Hongda nodded, squinted his eyes and thought for 2 seconds, then took out his mobile phone and made a call.
You all come in. Less than half a minute later. Hua hua hua.
10 burly men poured in from outside the door. They were all wearing gray suits with the red pattern of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce on their chests. The point is that this group of people all exude the aura of martial arts and are all at the perfect level of martial artists. You must know that it is not uncommon for peak warriors to be masters, but it is not common for so many people to gather together. The thugs from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce who were kneeling on the ground felt their hearts pounding.
Could it be them?
You must know that the headquarters of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce will assign a direct guard to the president of each city to protect their safety. However, the whereabouts of these people in the past are mysterious and they rarely show up. In addition, Xian Hongda is so powerful that he never takes them with him when he goes out, so many people subconsciously forget about it. Now that they thought about it, they felt that it was a stupid decision to take sides with Morong Yen just now. After all, even if Xian Hongda is really poisoned to death, once his direct guards are dispatched, they probably won't be able to survive for even a minute with their weak soldiers and generals, mostly in the early to late warrior stages. Xian Hongda ordered, "Take care of the boxes for these thugs, take them one by one for interrogation and investigation, and deal with them in accordance with the rules of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce."
Yes.
The members of the direct guard nodded respectfully, and then followed the order to clean up everything. The guests who were watching at the door were also invited to leave. At the same time, they will also be told not to talk too much about what happened tonight, and just say whatever they want. In the huge supreme box, Except for Yi Tiance, Xiang Hongda and others, Lu Gu and Zhou Tong are the only two members of the Lu family left at this moment.
Gulu. Lu Gu swallowed nervously.
He originally thought that he would be able to successfully bring Lu Ruyan back today, but he did not expect this result.
Are we two going to die here too? He couldn't help but have such an idea.
No, 36 strategies are the best.
He quickly cupped his fists and said, Yi Tian, no, Mr. Yi, there is also President Xiang. We have some urgent matters, so we will leave first.
With that said, he pulled Zhou Tong towards the door.
Wait. Yi Tian's voice sounded faintly.
Lu Gu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head stiffly.
What's the matter? A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips.
Didn't you say before that you were going to take Ruyan back to get married? Just forget it? Lu Gu and Zhou Tong looked at each other, full of bitterness.
I thought to myself, Brother D, please stop fishing now, how dare we take the bait? Lu Gu coughed slightly and said awkwardly, No. We see that Ruyan is very happy living with you now, and there is no need to take him back to the Lu family, he. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Then you are not afraid of the anger of the family's top brass when you go back with empty hands? Are you not afraid that young Master Tong will not be happy?
Lu Gu said seriously, I will explain it clearly to the senior family members and prove that Ruyan has a sharp vision.
You and Ruyan are the best match.
Zhou Tong even gave a thumbs up and praised, in my opinion, you are 100 times better than young Master Tong. He is not even worthy of holding shoes with you, he. Yi Tiance could naturally tell that the two were flattering against their will, but he did not expose it. I don't care what you think in your heart, but after returning to the provincial capital, you will say that Lu Ruyan is my Yi Tiance's woman.
If anyone disagrees or is unconvinced, just ask them to come to Jiangnan City to find me.
But let's start with the ugly words. Sometimes I don't have a very good temper if you come to mess with me. Remember to contact the crematorium in advance to facilitate one-stop service. Lu Gu and Zhou Tong were so frightened that they were sweating from behind.
Understand. The two of them immediately left the box in despair, fearing that Yi Tiance would suddenly ask them to stay.
At this time, Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered, and a blush rose on her pretty face.
He just said that I am his woman, is it true?
Han Ruoyun curled his lips, a little unhappy. Although her relationship with Yi Tiance is getting closer and closer now, it seems that Yi Tiance has never said that she is his woman. This bastard. Wu Muhan, who was standing slightly behind, had a slightly complicated expression. She originally thought that Han Ruoyun was the only beauty around Yi Tiance, but she didn't expect that even Lu Ruyan, the former popular movie star of the Dragon Kingdom, had a close relationship with him. Although this didn't seem to have anything to do with her, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable.
On the contrary, Zhuge Ruiji's eyes shone, and he secretly admired Yi Tiance even more. TSK. As expected of me, Brother Yi. There are so many places worth learning.
At this time, Xiang Hongde interrupted everyone's thoughts. He cupped his hands and said, Dr. Yi, I'm really sorry that something like this happened tonight on the territory of my Sihai Chamber of Commerce, causing a banquet to end like this. Yi Tiance smiled and said, It's not a problem, but it's because of some old accounts on my side that President Xiang has blood on his hands. Xiang Hongde waved his hand and said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that Morong Nian and his son were doing so many things behind the scenes. I was just cleaning up the house. By the way, someone just died in this box, which is very unlucky. In this case, how about we change to a private room and stay drunk tonight? Yi Tiance nodded and said, then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Jiangnan City, Riverside Road. At night, people occasionally run along the riverside path at night. At this time, a tall figure walked here quickly wearing high heels, looking in a hurry. She is Xiao Qingchang. When she walked to the guardrail of the river, she saw a woman with a curvy figure standing not far away, wearing a black hip-hugging skirt, almost blending into the night. The woman looked far away at the river, lighting a lady's cigarette in her hand, the scarlet cigarette but flashing in the dark night, showing her unique coolness and elegance. Call. Xiao Qingqing took a deep breath, walked up to the woman, and asked, "Miss Lu, why did you ask me to come here?"
Chapter 323, full of energy.
The woman standing in front of the railing looking at the river is none other than Lu Yinji,
the person who was known as the business empress of Jiangnan City back then.
Lu Yinji turned her head slightly, her cold eyes fell on Xiao Qingcheng, and looked at her for a few seconds.
"Did you just cry?"
Xiao Qingcheng was stunned for a moment before he realized that his eyes were a little red and swollen. But she quickly regained her composure.
"Ms. Lu came to me just to talk about this?"
"Ah."
Lu Yinji chuckled and flicked the ash from his fingertips. "Does Mr. Xiao know what happened after you left Sihai restaurant?"
Xiao Qingcheng shook his head. After she received Lu Yinji's call, she immediately left the restaurant, feeling heavy along the way.
"Who cares what happens?
There is a high probability that Morong Nian and his son will apologize, and the conflict will end here." Lu Yinji's lips covered with black lipstick moved slightly and said calmly, "Morong Nian and Morong Fan are both dead."
Boom.
These words made a loud noise in Xiao Qingcheng's mind, and his eyes shone with disbelief.
What? What? How is it possible?
They.
In her opinion, Morong Nian and his son seemed to have done nothing wrong, but they were actually dead?
Lu Yinji said calmly, "Is there anything impossible in this world? If they, father and son, are guilty of what they did in Xiang Hongda's hands, they will die.
Not to mention."
Her cold voice paused. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said, "Besides, with Yi Tians here, Xiang Hongda will not go around them."
Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly, and her mood was mixed.
In any case, Morong Fan was her senior and had helped her with loan matters and introduced her to business contacts. He had never harmed her. But he was brutally murdered tonight. And the source of all this is related to Yi Tians.
Yi Tians. Do you have to forcefully take away one person after another before you are willing to do it? Do you hate and retaliate against me just because I mentioned divorce? Creaking.
Xiao Qingcheng clenched her pink fist subconsciously and made a slight sound.
This detail was noticed by Lu Yinji.
But she didn't say much and changed the subject. "You just asked me what I wanted to see you for," so Yinji said it bluntly. "Your situation will be very dangerous in the next period of time if you don't find someone who can protect you in time. You won't be able to survive this disaster." Hear the words. Xiao Qingcheng's pupils shrank slightly. Although her business progress during this period was difficult, whether it was a 100 billion order or the business partners of the Rong family, they all ended in failure. But the basic base of the Xiao family is still there, so it's not dangerous, right?
Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, "Miss Lu, are your words a bit exaggerated?" Lu Yinji took a puff of cigarette lightly with graceful movements.
Yinji never makes alarmist statements, he just tells the truth because he likes you.
"Do you like me?" Xiao Qingcheng expressed confusion.
"I thought that this was my third meeting with Lu Yinji, and we had very little interaction. What could possibly be pleasing or unpleasant about her?"
"Ms. Lu, what exactly do you want?"
"Please tell me directly and don't beat around the bush."
Clatter. Clatter. Clatter.
Lu Yinji stepped on black high heels and slowly walked to a stop half a meter in front of Xiao Qingcheng. Although Xiao Qingcheng is 168 centimeters tall, she is considered tall among women. But Lu Yinji is a full 175, and wearing pointed high heels, standing in front of Xiao Qingcheng, she is obviously nearly half a head taller. Coupled with Lu Yinji's own aloof aura, it is very oppressive. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes trembled slightly and she became a little nervous. Lu Yinji stretched out her right hand wearing black silk gloves, placed it on Xiao Qingcheng's chin, and gently pulled it up, full of arrogance. Let Xiao Qingcheng's eyes meet his own. A cold and irresistible voice sounded. "What Yinji wants is very simple. Surrender to me and do things for me. From now on I will ensure your success."
It's the same words we said last time we met.
But this made Xiao Qingcheng, who had a strong self-esteem, very resistant.
She frowned and responded, "What if I refuse?"
Lu Yinji suddenly raised the cigarette but in her left hand and stopped 10 centimeters away from Xiao Qingcheng's cheek.
"Mr. Zhao's pretty face is very nice. It would be interesting if he got a few scars from perming, right?"
Hiss. Xiao Qingcheng could clearly feel the heat of the burning cigarette butt. There is no woman who doesn't care about her face, including Xiao Qingcheng. She has always been proud of her perfect appearance and figure. But facing the threat now, she didn't know where she got the courage. His eyes were locked with Lu Yenji's, not showing the slightest fear. I will not surrender to anyone. If you want to disfigure me, do whatever you want. Lu Yenji brought the cigarette but slightly closer to her cheek and continued, are you sure? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip and nodded. Anyway, now she has nothing to lose. She will never let go of her remaining dignity. Ah! Lu Yenji suddenly smiled and moved the cigarette away from Xiao Qingcheng's cheek. In you, Yenji has seen his original shadow. He was stubborn and strong, never looked back until he hit the wall. That's good. Xiao Qingcheng looked wary and confused. She didn't understand what kind of medicine Lu Yenji was selling in the gourd. Swish! Like a magic trick, Lu Yenji pulled out a check and handed it to Xiao Qingcheng. This is given to you in advance. I hope that if there are difficulties in the future, you will have the opportunity to use it. Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously took the check. I actually found that the amount of 30 billion was written on the check. Xiao Qingcheng's pupils dilated. Ms. Lu, what are you doing? Don't think too much, don't ask too many questions. This check is given to you, and it's up to you to decide whether to use it or not. By the way, don't mention to outsiders that we met tonight and look forward to seeing you again. After saying this, Lu Yenji walked away slowly on high heels. That black hip-hugging skirt gradually disappeared into the night, as if it had never come before. Xiao Qingcheng looked at the check in his hand and was in a daze. What is she planning? Why, knowing everything so well? Night, 11 o'clock. Yi Tiance and others parted ways with Xian Hongda and others at the entrance of Sihai restaurant after their dinner. Xian Hongda and Zhuge Ruizhi were both very excited and got very drunk. Even Zhuge Ping looked a little drunk, but Wu Muhan was allergic to alcohol and had not touched any alcohol. Finally Wu Muhan drove them back. As for Yi Tiance, although Yi Tiance drank a lot of wine, to him he was just tipsy. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan just drank a little. Finally, a driver was called to take the three of them back to Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. But just walked into the living room. Ouch! Lu Ruyan suddenly screamed in pain. He said to Yi Tiance, hurry up and help me, my sister's legs hurt so much. Yi Tiance supported Lu Ruyan. He looked down at her knees. She was pushed to the ground by Lu Gu, and her knee was bleeding, but it was just a small cut, and it was bandaged before eating at Sihai restaurant. Yi Tiansu asked, does it still hurt now? Lu Ruyan nodded and made a coquettish voice, yeah, it hurts, it hurts. Han Ruoyun on the side curled his lips and muttered, slut, you can really act. Just as she finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled and his eyes became dull. Then suddenly there was a scream of fear. The body went limp and fell to the ground. Chapter 324 2E's soul capturing array. Okay? Yi Tian's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed Han Ruoyan with quick hands and eyes. The palm of my hand was instantly filled with a plump and soft mass. Stimulate. But at the moment, I don't have time to pay more attention to this feeling. He shook Han Ruoyan in his arms. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? But Han Ruoyan remained motionless and did not respond. Fortunately, he was still breathing smoothly, and it seemed that his life was not in danger. What? At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who was supported by Yi Tiance with his left hand, suddenly covered his head. It seems that I saw something extremely terrifying. Then his body fainted and became limp and about to fall down, but Yi Tiance held him back. Hoo-hoo. A cool breeze blew up in the villa for no apparent reason. The scene in front of Yi Tian's eyes changed rapidly. The spacious and bright living room in front of me turned into streaks of light particles and disappeared under the cool breeze. Swish. The next second, what appeared in front of Yi Tian's eyes was a dark space. A huge red eyeball appeared out of thin air in front of me, with a diameter of about 2 meters, and the edge of the surrounding space was twisting and vibrating. Buzz. There is a golden vertical pupil standing in the middle of the red eyeball, exuding suffocating pressure. Jia jia. The next second, from those vertical pupils, terrifying souls wearing white coats and bleeding from their 7 orifices floated out. Some of them screamed, some laughed, and some roared. There was a lot of huffing and puffing, all rushing towards Yi Tian's, which was heart-stopping. Yi Tian's expression did not change. Changes in the feng shui aura cause hallucinations? Is this a formation? It's a pity this level of formation is so boring. I saw him stamp one foot and bend his hand. Boom! The lonely wild ghosts that were rushing towards him screamed and turned into powder in an instant. And that huge red eye was torn apart and disappeared. Then the scene in front of him changed and returned to the original appearance of the villa. The two beauties Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyan are still awake. Yi Tian's put an arm around one of them and took them to the sofa to lie down. Yi Tian's looked around. It seems that someone set up a formation near the villa in advance while I was not at home. I can probably guess who it is. Then, his eyes suddenly focused, as if he felt something. And it seems that this is not the only gift you gave me. In that case, let me play with you. The rockery in the distance outside the villa. There were 3 men in black night clothes hiding quietly behind. Behind them followed a burly guy with a bandage on his head. It's Zhong Tao. Among them, a slightly older person wearing nightclothes asked Zhong Tao, how long is expected to take? Zhong Tao stuck his head out and glanced in the direction of the villa. Although it is already dark, with the lights around the villa, you can still see wisps of looming black evil energy lingering above the villa. It shows that the Liangyi soul-capturing array is effective. He followed Taoist priest Yunlong's order to secretly set up this Liangyi soul-capturing array around the villa while Yi Tian's was not at home. After all, in recent years, he had followed Taoist master Yunlong and Qianmahu and learned a lot about formations in feng shui. The Liangyi soul-capturing array is not complicated, and with the video remote control enabled by Taoist master Yunlong's mobile phone, it is easy to set up successfully. Zhong Tao turned his head and made a loud sound. After the formation is activated, it will take a while to achieve maximum effect. The 3 of you can wait for a while before you can start. The 3 men in night clothes looked at each other and nodded. At this time, the impatience and murderous intent in their expressions were obvious. So much so that Zhong Tao, who was with them, felt a chill in his back. Because none of the 3 people in front of them are good. The Tianzimen's gold medal killers are all late-stage masters. All 3 of them were recruited by Luo Yuanliang for help by unknown means. Although Zhong Tao himself is also a late-stage master. But he mainly relied on taking drugs to forcibly improve in the past few years, and his foundation was unstable compared with the strong people who relied on their own cultivation to reach the late stage of master. He was much inferior. Furthermore, for these 3 people to reach the level of gold medal killers in the Tianjin sect, they must have experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless people. In front of these guys, he naturally has to be cautious. About half a minute later, Zhong Tao looked up and saw that the evil atmosphere above the villa was getting stronger and stronger. He lowered his voice and said, the formation effect has been turned on to the maximum, so Yi Tian's should be completely lost in the illusion. You can take advantage of the opportunity to take action. The voice just fell. The 3 killers turned into 3 black shadows and jumped into the courtyard of Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. It moves quickly and leaves almost no sound. Gee! He is worthy of being the golden killer of Tian's Hanman. He is indeed professional. Zhong Tao thought secretly in his heart. However, the next scene made Zhong Tao feel a little confused. I saw the 3 killers jumping into the villa yard and becoming motionless as soon as they took 2 steps. After a few more seconds, the 3 men each made strange movements. The older one was kicking back and forth on the spot, while one of the remaining 2 people was lying on the ground imitating the bastard crawling, and the other one simply stood on his head and grinned stupidly. Zhong Tao? Could it be that the Tianjin sect's gold medal killer did some warm-up exercises before killing people? But brother, can the warm-up exercise depend on the occasion? The 2 soul-catching arrays may not affect people named Yi for too long, so don't waste time. Hey! You 3, hurry up! Zhang Tao shouted in a low voice. But the three killers didn't react at all after hearing this, and were still doing warm-up exercises. Okay? Will the three of them be affected by the formation? But it shouldn't be. I clearly gave them tips on how to avoid the formation. Just when he was in various tangles and confusions. Squeak! The door of the villa opened, and Yitiance walked out slowly with his hands behind his back, a harmless smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tao's eyes almost burst out. No way? This kid is actually okay? What shocked him even more was that when he saw Yitiance walking out swaggeringly, the three killers were still making strange movements, as if they didn't care about Yitiance. What is going on here? Damn it! Zhang Tao was terrified. His intuition told him that something must have changed in his plan and he had to leave quickly. Just as he was about to leave. Swish! I just feel like my eyes are blurred. As soon as his eyes were focused, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Yitiance. Before he could react, Yitiance suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed Zhang Tao's neck, and forced him against the rockery. Bang! Zhang Tao's throat felt fishy and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Just one move caused him internal injuries. Yitiance stared at him. He sneered indifferently, "Silly man, we meet again." Chapter 325 I will be your dog. Zhang Tao's eyes widened, full of confusion and confusion. He couldn't figure out why Yitiance could get rid of the control of the formation, and why he could discover his existence. What's more, I don't understand that those three gold medal killers are still doing warm-up exercises at this time? Are the three of them mentally ill? All in all, my head is in turmoil. Yitiance asked calmly, "Did Priest Yunlong and Ji Buduan send you here?" Feeling the huge force on his neck, he could be strangled at any time. Zhang Tao naturally struggled to make a sound, and said truthfully, "Yes. Who are those three in the yard?" "It's the gold medal killer of Tianzanmen. Someone from Ji Buduan contacted him to help." Yitiance nodded. Today, Wu Muhan had reminded him that three gold medal killers from the Tianzan sect had sneaked into Jiangnan City to avenge the 100-faced evil lord, and they would make a special trip to find him. Unexpectedly, it came so quickly and was combined with Taoist Yunlong's feng shui formation. It's quite thoughtful. It's a pity that Yitiance saw through this low-level formation at a glance and took advantage of it. Taking advantage of the situation, a little spice was added to the original formation. Therefore, the effect of the Liangyi soul capture array was greatly increased, and the objects of use were changed. Exactly like this, the three gold medal killers were struck by the formation illusion as soon as they entered the villa courtyard. "I'm lost in it and can't get out." Zhang Tao discussed with difficulty, "Please let me go, I am really helpless and have to obey Taoist Master Yunlong's order." Yitiance said calmly, "If you don't obey the order, he will stop giving you the medicine?" Zhang Tao's pupils shrank. How did this kid know about this? Shocked. But he didn't hide it, and said with a sad face, "Yes, I use Taoist Master Yunlong's forbidden drugs, and I became addicted early on. If I don't do things for him, I will have to endure the pain of drug addiction that is more painful than cutting out flesh and bones. To be honest, I have wanted to get rid of him for a long time, let alone do things for him." Yitiance smiled coldly without showing any sympathy. In his opinion, Zhang Tao came into contact with such forbidden drugs because of greed, and it was only natural that he should bear the price because of greed. He picked up Zhang Tao and dragged him into the villa yard. At this moment, the three gold medal killers are still doing warm-up activities in place. Snapped. Then Yitiance snapped his fingers. The movements of the three killers immediately stopped, and the expressions in their dull eyes gradually regained consciousness. They shook their heads and looked at each other. What happens? What happened just now? Is it an illusion? In addition to being horrified, their eyelids jumped when they saw Yitiance standing in front of them. Is this kid okay? But his instinct as a professional killer was immediately revealed. Without needing to remind each other, the three of them rushed towards Yi Tiance to surround him.
Yi Tiance didn't even raise his eyelids. Bang bang bang.
With one slap from each one, the three killers were easily knocked to the ground. They were in severe pain and could not stand up.
Boom.
Seeing this scene, Zhong Tao's mind went blank. Although he had fought against Yi Tiance before, he knew that the opponent was far stronger than him.
But I didn't expect that this guy's strength would be so terrifying. Simply unheard of. It also made him understand that if he hangs out with Yuanyang Valley, he will definitely have bad luck.
As the saying goes, good birds choose trees to roost in, and wise ministers choose their masters to serve. What's more, following Taoist Master Yunlong in the past few years has been worse than being a cow or a horse, almost like being hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. He cried and begged for mercy, "Mr. Yi, please let me go as long as you spare my life. I am willing to work as a cow or a horse for you, even as a dog."
This sentence slightly piqued Yi Tiance's interest. The corner of his mouth curled up and he asked, "Are you sure?" Zhong Tao nodded repeatedly, "Okay."
What a bitch. He has gained experience over the past few years.
It's nothing.
However, the next scene almost made him spit out blood. Yi Tiance pointed to the small house, doghouse, in the courtyard under a ginkgo tree. "It just so happens that my place is short of a caretaker. If you like to be a dog, you will eat, drink, poop and sleep there from now on. I don't care about food and drink, you can take care of it yourself, but you must ensure hygiene, otherwise you will be killed immediately.
What do you think?"
This. Zhong Tao's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he looked reluctant. "Good guy, my dog is an adjective, not a noun. I think I am also a master of the later stage of a grand master, a drug addict, and I am quite famous in the martial arts circle in Tiannan province, but I actually want him to live in a kennel and be a dog? If this spreads out, won't it bring a bad reputation? How can we hold our heads high in the future?" Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly.
"If you don't want to, then go die."
He was about to raise his right hand, ready to slap Zhong Tao on the forehead.
"Don't."
Zhong Tao was frightened. Compared with your life, your dignity is nothing like a dog. In order to survive, you have to make do with compromises. He comforted himself so much in his heart. "Too unwilling to be your dog, I will live in the doghouse, please spare my life." Yi Tiance threw it away and threw Zhong Tao to the ground.
After rolling twice on the ground, he remained in a kneeling position. "Thank you, Mr. Yi."
"Ha? What did you call me?" Zhong Tao was stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized something. He bit the bullet and said, "Thank you, Lord Master."
"Ah." Yi Tiance sneered and said, "Don't feel wronged. For someone of your level, you are lucky to be my dog. Most people are not qualified to do so." This sentence is not something he is bragging about.
When he was in the fallen city, the gang of fierce criminals called his master the Old Master and called him the Young Master. I don't know how many people are vying to be him as a dog. Because if you become a dog, you will be punished less in prison. Zhong Tao, a late-stage grandmaster, is the weakest dog under his command. Of course. The reason why Yi Tiance agreed to accept Zhong Tao was not because he was soft-hearted. But during this period, the villa where he was first monitored by Lu Yinji, and now someone set up a formation to assassinate him.
"I need a housekeeper. If not faithful,
just kill it casually." Yi Tiance clasped his hands behind his back, walked up to the 3 killers, and looked down at them.
"Do you want to die or live?"
At this time, the eldest of the 3 killers shouted with a murderous look on his face and gritted his teeth, "Boy, if you can, kill me. I will never be your dog like that loser."
"Oh." Yi Tiance responded lightly, stepped forward, and stepped on his chest. Click. Chest bursting.
The oldest gold medal killer died on the spot. Hiss. The remaining 2 killers gasped.
Is this kid so decisive in killing people? Yi Tiance looked at the second killer. "Do you want to die or live?" "Gulu." The second killer didn't answer the question.
Instead, he chose to bite the bullet and threatened, "I am the gold medal killer of the Tiankin sect. If you dare to take action, you will suffer even more violent revenge from the Tiankin sect. I advise you to think about it carefully." "Oh." Yi Tiance responded lightly again, then stepped on his chest and broke it. "Don't rest your eyes." Just when Yi Tiance asked the last person, the killer already had a flattering look on his face and spoke first. "Hey, master, I also want to be your dog. You can also accept me as a guard. Woof woof woof." Chapter 326. Open your mouth. The killer turned over and knelt on the ground, his eyes flashing. "Master, I have a red heart that can be judged by heaven and earth. I just ask you to let me go. I will treat you as a loyal dog to the fullest." Hear this. Zhong Tao, who was kneeling on the ground not far away, looked wary. "Good guy, people are rushing to be a dog these days?" "Pooh. Shameless." Yi Tiance murmured, "But I only want a dog, what should I do?" Zhong Tao is so excited. He is anxious. He cowed out quickly and said, "Master, I am a dog first, you must be aware of it." The killer even said, "Master, I am stronger than him, and I am definitely better at being a dog than him. You should choose me." Thump. Thump. Both of them kept kowtowing to Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In fact, he had already made a judgment. Zhong Tao does not have a deep background, his IQ is not very high, and he is relatively easy to control. The killer on the ground is from the Tianzan sect. This kind of person can do anything to achieve his goal. The sincerity shown in being a dog at the moment must be just an act. Just in time to make use of it. Yi Tiance said calmly to the killer, "It's not impossible to be my dog, but you have to be obedient." There was a cunning look in the killer's eyes. He said excitedly, "Be obedient. I will listen to everything you say. Open your mouth." Yi Tiance's indifferent voice sounded. "Okay?" The killer's eyelids twitched slightly, his expression obviously unnatural. Because Yi Tiance was standing in front of him at this time, and he was kneeling. Therefore, this "open your mouth" command will subconsciously remind him of some unhealthy images. The kind of order that the male protagonist often gives to the female protagonist in Japanese love and war movies. It's not just him. Not far away, Zhong Tao's scalp was numb and he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Grandma! If the owner lets him eat bananas, he would rather die." Yi Tiance noticed the killer's hesitation and his voice became colder. "What? Disobedient? Listen." "Of course." The killer replied bravely, taking a deep breath and already making a decision in his heart. "To survive. Just eat a banana once anyway. I have eaten abalone many times before, so I believe it won't make much difference. To live without shame." So he opened his mouth. But instead of taking off his pants and taking out the banana, Yi Tiance took out a small glass bottle from his pocket, opened it, and dropped 1/3 of the liquid into his mouth. "Okay?" The killer was stunned for a moment, and then he was surprised to find that his body was out of control. "This is?" His eyes widened and he looked confused. Yi Tiance sneered lightly. What he gave the killer was datura water. The effect of mandala water on the stronger martial arts master is weaker, so he uses so much mandala water on him. Yi Tiance said, "Next, I have a few orders to tell you." He lowered his voice and told the killer something. Zhong Tao was a little far away and couldn't hear clearly what Yi Tiance said. "All I know is that it took about half a minute." The killer nodded respectfully, stood up, jumped out of the villa and disappeared. See this. Zhong Tao's heart skipped a beat. Was that guy going to be chosen as a dog to perform the mission, and I was going to be crippled? Think of this. Zhong Tao had a sad face, he was really anxious. "Master, my loyalty can be seen from the sun and the moon. You must not deprive me of the opportunity to be a dog, I beg you. Even if you let me eat your bananas." Yi Tiance. What, to eat bananas? Very messy? Yi Tiance ordered, "You, take these 2 corpses on the ground to the back mountain and clean them up without leaving any traces."
If you don't do it well, you don't have to be a dog anymore.
Zhong Tao breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, my chance to be a dog is back.
But at this time, Yi Tian's changed the topic, but to avoid your betrayal, take this. He threw a black pill to Zhong Tao.
This is
a poison pill. As long as you betray me in any way, it will be poisonous immediately. Your internal organs will fester and you will die. There is no antidote.
Zhong Tao shivered and almost peed.
Take it.
Oh. Zhong Tao didn't dare to refuse, so he took the pill in one gulp.
Silently he picked up the two corpses on the ground and walked towards the back mountain.
Ah! Yi Tian shook his head and smiled.
In fact, what he just threw to Zhong Tao was just an ordinary pill, not a poison pill at all. He was not a poison master, so he would carry that thing with him when he was idle. The reason why I say this is just to shock Zhong Tao. Of course, once Zhong Tao has second thoughts, he will definitely kill him without hesitation. Yi Tian walked around the villa and found a total of 8 small yellow flags at the corners, arranged according to the Bagua directions.
Obviously, these are the formations arranged by Zhong Tao according to Taoist Yunlong. In fact, these small flags are all magical weapons carefully tempered by Taoist Master Yunlong.
Although it is not rare, refining this thing requires some effort and is not available on the market. Since you took the initiative to send this magic weapon up, of course I will happily accept it. Yi Tian pulled out all these small yellow flags and operated them according to his own ideas.
20 minutes later. Ah, done.
Yi Tian clapped his hands, feeling a little accomplished. He used these small yellow flags and the unique feng shui of Purple Mountain to set up a new formation in Villa number 1. It's called the Small Four Elephant Spirit Gathering Array. This formation is similar to the formation on Calabash Mountain, and can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Living in this formation for a long time can refresh your mind and have the effect of prolonging your life. In addition, this formation also has a certain defensive effect. Anyone with evil intentions who breaks into this formation will feel uneasy, be possessed by illusions, and be mentally attacked. This point can be regarded as borrowing part of the effect of the Liangyi soul capturing array. And this time, Zhong Tao has returned after disposing of the body. Master, do you have any other orders? Yi Tian pointed to the wooden kennel under the ginkgo tree. Live in it and do your job of looking after the home.
Yes.
Zhong Tao lowered his head and walked to the kennel in the wooden house and sat down. Although this wooden kennel was designed and constructed to be quite spacious, Zhong Tao is over 19 meters tall, which makes him quite burly. This kennel still seems a bit cramped. If I wanted to sleep in it, I would have to curl up in a ball, which would be very uncomfortable.
But Yi Tian didn't care about this. Turn around and enter the villa directly.
Zhong Tao was left with a look of grievance.
In the living room, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyan were still lying on the sofa.
Logically speaking, after the Liangyi soul capturing formation is cracked, people should be awake. Why are they still unconscious?
Yi Tian murmured and walked forward.
Only then did he realize that Han Ruoyan was actually asleep, breathing rhythmically, and the Yi cup on his chest rose and fell. Especially from the side perspective, it is even more exaggerated.
Yi Tian couldn't help but feel itchy.
Just when he stretched out his right hand, trying to find something, a voice suddenly sounded.
What are you going to do? Chapter 327. Get ready for class.
Yi Tian turned his head and saw Lu Ruoyan looking at him with her big watery eyes.
Yi Tian retracted his hand in embarrassment. Tu didn't do anything. Lu Ruoyan raised her chin.
It sounded like a warning. Big Cow is now my sister's best friend. I won't allow you to take advantage of her when she's in danger.
Yi Tian said without blushing, who do you think I am?
I just want to check if she has caught a cold.
Ha ha. Lu Ruoyan obviously didn't believe his nonsense. But then she pulled down the collar, revealing a black shoulder strap and fair and smooth collarbone. The temperament of Pride and Prejudice is a little more sexy.
Lu Ruoyan's face showed a provocative expression, but sister allows you to take advantage of me. Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment.
What is this operation? Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows, pretending to be displeased and said, if you don't want to, forget it. Fortunately, sister is listening to you in the Supreme Box from now on. I will be your woman, and you still take it seriously. Humph, it's true that men are big pig hoof. Liar.
As she spoke, she pulled the collar back up.
The black shoulder straps and white collarbone are gone.
Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and explained, what I said is true, I didn't lie to you.
Really?
Of course.
Ha! That's pretty much it. Lu Ruyan showed a proud and arrogant expression.
She raised her feet and rubbed her pink and tender feet on Yi Tiance's thigh.
You keep saying that I am your woman, why don't you want to be more exciting? Otherwise, how boring would this night be? Gulu. Yi Tiance's mouth went dry, are you sure you are here? He glanced at Han Ruoyan lying on the sofa and felt something was wrong.
Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with cunning.
What are you afraid of? She is your fiancée and not an outsider. Besides, don't you think it would be more exciting for us to sneak around in front of her?
As she spoke, her pink and tender feet moved further inside.
Yi Tiance's lower abdomen became restless and hot.
At this moment, he really wanted to say something, you have such a fever.
But what kind of man is he if he doesn't accept the benefits that come to his door?
So he took hold of Lu Ruyan's pink feet and asked to rub them. Lu Ruyan bit her lip lightly and said shyly, I haven't washed my feet yet. The corner of Yi Tiance's mouth curled up and he said, it's okay, I don't mind it.
Talking.
His other hand was already stroking up Lu Ruyan's calf. It was smooth, soft, straight and long.
Now, among the three fiancés who have met. Han Ruoyan and Rong Meiyan both have long legs, sexy and straight, but Lu Ruyan's legs are longer than them, almost evil.
There is no trace of fat and it feels great in the hand. Otherwise, she would not be in the entertainment industry. In addition to being called the national goddess, she would also be nicknamed the Leg King.
It's really not free.
The hot touch in Yi Tiance's palm also made Lu Ruyan's mouth dry and her little deer bumping around.
This is much more exciting than reading secretly H texts by yourself.
Just when Yi Tiance's right hand was about to explore the edge of the skirt, Han Ruoyan, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, seemed to be talking in his sleep.
He murmured, Yi Tiance, you'd kind to me if you sneak up on that little tablet before you slap me. I will bite that thing off in one bite.
I will let you practice the sunflower book in the future.
Hiss. Yi Tiance suddenly gasped when he heard this. Damn it, are you so cruel? Lu Ruyan looked unhappy and said angrily, Humph, sister, I'm going to do something with Yi Tiance before you have sex with him, just do it.
Saying that, he was about to take off his clothes.
Stop. Yi Tiance said at this time. Lu Ruyan frowned and said, are you scared? My sister is not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Yi Tiance said seriously, I'm not scared, I just think it would be more comfortable for us to go upstairs to the bedroom. What do you think? Lu Ruyan thought for a while.
Okay, sister, I just happened to go upstairs and take a shower, otherwise I would be sweating all over, which would be weird.
See you in the bedroom later. She smiled teasingly at Yi Tiance, then stomped upstairs. Oh, what a bad fate.
Yi Tiance sighed and looked down at Han Ruoyan, who was still sleeping soundly.
The perfect face and sexy figure make people want to move.
Then he gently picked up Princess Han Ruoyan and took her to her bedroom upstairs to lie down on her bed.
Han Ruoyan was a little drunk after drinking at Sihai restaurant tonight, so she never sobered up. Bah! Yi Tiance kissed Han Ruoyan gently on the forehead.
Sleep well, try to sleep until dawn, and don't wake up in the middle. Exit her room carefully. After returning to the bedroom, Yi Tiance hurriedly took off his clothes and pants, preparing to take a bath.
Bah!
Just then, a small black wooden box fell off and fell to the ground.
Yi Tiance bent down and picked it up. This is exactly what appeared in the dry well at the top of Hulu Mountain today. It is an evil weapon.
Because Yi Tiance imposed restrictions. At this moment, the surface of the wooden box is no longer filled with evil spirits. Just holding it in your hand, you can still feel the coldness. Yi Tiance also wanted to open it and take a look, but the box was extremely hard and could not be opened even with all his strength. There is a black hole at the bottom of the box, which apparently requires a special matching key to open. Intuition told Yi Tiance that this box might contain a very precious treasure. Forget it. It's more important to do serious things, let's study it later. He threw the black wooden box into the drawer and locked it, then went down to the bathroom and quickly took a hot shower, which made everything clean. I just waited for him to return to the bedroom wearing a bath towel and sat on the bed for more than 10 minutes.
Lu Ruyan hasn't come as promised yet.
I'll wipe it, this girl won't trick me into letting her pigeons go, right?
Or have you forgotten this agreement?
Just when Yi Tiance was about to make a call to ask. Squeak! His bedroom door was pushed open. When Yi Tiance saw Lu Ruyan walking in, his eyes widened instantly. Lu Ruyan was seen wearing a white shirt on her upper body, with the collar slightly open, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbones. The chest is high and bulging, and it seems that the buttons of the clothes are about to burst. The inside is absolutely padded. She wore a black knee-length skirt on her lower body, which was cut just right, highlighting her two slender legs. The legs are wrapped in a layer of light flesh-colored stockings, which is elegant and intellectual. She was wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes, which made a rhythmic clicking sound when she walked in. The most eye-catching thing is her beautiful face, which is now wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and her long hair is draped casually on her shoulders, forming a sharp contrast with her white shirt. She held a pointer in her right hand and gently placed it on the palm of her left hand. The whole short movie has the full flavor of a teacher.
Lu Ruyan looked down at Yi Tiance and said charmingly, "Classmate, we are getting ready for class." Chapter 328 Teaching begins.
Lu Ruyan raised her right knee and leaned on the edge of the bed. Her silky legs were clearly visible, sexy, and attractive. She had a pair of big watery eyes, and she winked playfully, which was full of provocation.
Gulu.
Yi Tiance swallowed and felt hot all over.
Ruyan, where did you get these clothes?
Lu Ruyan lightly whipped him with the pointer.
He corrected, what is Ruyan?
You want to call me teacher from now on, you are my student, and the teacher is going to teach you.
Yi Tiance.
This girl, is she addicted to role-playing?
In this case, I just want to play with you.
Yi Tiance sat upright on the bed, arranging the bath towel.
Teacher Lu, what are you going to teach me in my first class?
I don't want to learn if it's boring. I want to learn some more unrestrained and exciting postures.
Swish. Lu Ruyan's face turned red instantly.
This pervert is really good at climbing along the pole. Even though she was pretending to be calm, she was actually panicking inside. This outfit was actually not a teacher's outfit that she deliberately purchased. But a few days ago, Yi Tiance bought her a lot of clothes for 100 million yuan to choose and match. As for why I chose to do this, there are two reasons. First, Yi Tiance once again helped her through the crisis tonight at Sihai restaurant and admitted that she was his woman. She was deeply moved and felt that she had to do something to make up for Yi Tiance. She was already his fiancée after all. Secondly, she has never experienced anything between a man and a woman. She can only know privately from pornographic stories that men like this kind of tone, so her desire to perform as an actor is revealed. Play the role of a teacher, it's easy to control. Yi Tiance said angrily, why don't you speak, teacher?
Does it mean you can't teach me anything?
Why don't you let me teach you?
Before Lu Ruyan could react,
Yi Tiance grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms.
Ouch!
Lu Ruyan's delicate body half fell on the bed, her upper body leaning on Yi Tiance's arms. A burst of fragrant wind blows into the nose, making people feel distraught. Yi Tiance glanced deep into the collar of his white shirt, and the ravines were fully visible. Although there is a padding component, Lu Ruyan is still a C-cup size after all, and she is pretty plump and tall. Not only that, he also noticed that the soles of Lu Ruyan's black high-heeled shoes were actually bright red. Good guy, attack speed boots. This girl is really good at playing. Lu Ruyan felt a little weak under Yi Tiance's burning gaze. Can't you be gentler to the teacher? Let me go. I still have to teach you. Yi Tiance smiled evilly. Teacher, since we are in class, we still have to be honest with each other and learn from each other.
Pat. Pat. Pat.
As he spoke, his right hand had skillfully opened the first 2 rows of buttons on Lu Ruyan's shirt, revealing the thickened black lace protective cover inside.
TSK. As a teacher, you actually use thickened ones to deceive students. How dishonest. Lu Ruyan stared with apricot eyes and said dissatisfied, "Ha! You think I'm too young? Then go find a big cow to teach you. She is honest. No need to thicken it."
She struggled to break free from Yi Tian's arms. However, at this moment, his eyes blurred. Yi Tian's mouth had already come up and pressed tightly against her lips.
The next second,
it was the violent attack that broke in, leaving Lu Ruyan's mind blank.
She subconsciously resisted and pushed Yi Tian's twice, but the latter didn't move at all. And the offensive is continuous and extremely domineering.
Lu Ruyan gradually fell into it, clumsily catering to it.
Pat. Pat.
Then, all the remaining buttons were opened, and a big hand broke through the protective shield unscrupulously, and started to operate boldly. Hiss. Lu Ruyan's delicate body was arched and trembling slightly, her legs were brought together and rubbed slightly. His hands subconsciously grabbed Yi Tian's back, and he felt electric current running through his body. This feeling seems to be much more stimulating and comfortable than reading short porn.
H-texts and H-movies don't deceive me.
Under Yi Tian's teaching, Lu Ruyan, the teacher, became more and more proficient, and his 2 small hands began to dishonestly pull off the bath towel wrapped around Yi Tian's waist. Then his eyes trembled.
Hard as a dragon. Lu Ruyan regretted it a little. What if? How much does that hurt? Lu Ruyan was a little scared. How about we stop here? Call.
Yi Tian gasped, "Teacher, a class lasts more than 40 minutes. There is still half an hour until get out of class ends. How can it end here?"
Tear.
The flesh-colored stockings were torn open. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, feeling that Yi Tian's body was almost on fire, and his movements became more and more bold.
The black skirt fell under the bed at some point. Hey, ouch, my stomach hurts. Stop it. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but groan. Yi Tian was stunned. I haven't done anything yet? I know. It's not that you hurt, but I feel like I'm having an ante. Aren't you kidding me? It's true, don't you believe it? Yi Tian took a closer look and saw a patch of red. He twitched the corners of his eyes and sat back on the bed. Fuck. This relative came at the perfect time, fuck me. I'm going to change a sanitary napkin first. Lu Ruyan ran out of the bedroom in a hurry, leaving Yi Tian sitting alone on the bed in a mess. About 3 minutes later, Lu Ruyan sneaked back again, her cheeks were red, she lowered her head and said sheepishly, "I'm sorry, sister didn't mean it." Yi Tian said helplessly, "Hey, it's okay, I'm used to it." Lu Ruyan glanced at the middle of Yi Tian's. Biting her lip, she asked, "Isn't it hard to hold it in?" Yi Tian nodded. "Nonsense, it's about to explode. Can you not feel uncomfortable?" Lu Ruyan suddenly made a decision, "I'll help you." "Ha? You're not here for that, how can you help? How can such a trivial matter stump the teacher? I still reluctantly lend you these hands of my sister to show off, hee hee." Lu Ruyan took off her high heels and climbed onto Yi Tian's bedside. Moreover, she changed the flesh-colored stockings stained by blood into a pair of black stockings after she went out. "This girl. Lie down obediently, the teacher wants to teach." Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said shyly. The beauty of the night is rippling at this moment. Inside the Ji family villa. In the living room. Ji Buoduan, Luo Yuanliang, Tung Bai, Toast Yulong, Toast Gongsun and others were sitting on the sofa, talking. Ji Buoduan looked out the window from time to time, his expression unspeakably worried.
Taoist priest Gongsun stroked his beard and said, "Don't worry, young Master Ji, with my senior brother's formation and the 3 gold medal assassins from the Tianjin sect coming out of the cave together, Yi Tiance will definitely not be able to escape."
"I hope so." Ha ha. Ji Budwan forced a smile.
Although the preparations seemed sufficient this time, the experience of dealing with Yi Tiance for so long told him, never make any judgments until the last moment. He hesitated and suggested, "Would you like to make a call and ask?" The voice just fell. A cold voice sounded outside the villa door. "No need to call, our mission has been completed." Chapter 329. There are too many tricks in the world. Several people turned to look. I saw a dusty man wearing black nightclothes walking into the living room from the door. He is one of the 3 gold medal killers from Tianjin who came to Jiangnan City. Luo Yuanliang stood up. Shaking his fan and slightly confused, he asked, "Are you the only one coming back? Where are the others?" The killer said coldly, "Everyone except me has been killed, however, the target has been killed." Hear the words. Taoist Master Gongsun couldn't help but said with joy, "Okay. That brat named Ji finally died, huh?" Taoist Master Yunlong stroked his beard and took a sip of tea proudly. Although Zhong Tao, who he sent out, took her right in, he didn't feel bad. After all, as long as he needs this kind of cow and horse, he can always find a substitute. The only thing I regret is the death of my apprentice He Hong. Fortunately, the great revenge has been avenged. Ji Budwan and Tang Bai both looked happy. Especially Ji Budwan, his eyes were red with excitement. Ha ha! Yi Tiance is finally dead, and the great hatred our Ji family has accumulated during this time is finally avenged. He gave the killer a thumbs up and said, "He is worthy of being the gold medal killer of the Tianjin sect. He is a professional." In the living room, only Luo Yuanlian's expression did not change much. He walked slowly towards the killer, showing his trademark smiling expression. The rules of the Tianjin sect are that after the killer completes the task, he should show us the target's body? If there is no physical object, would it be convenient for us to show him a photo? The killer nodded and said, "No problem, I took the photo, but I have to show it to Taoist Yunlong first." "Ha? Why?" Luo Yuanliang's brows moved slightly. The killer said seriously, "Zhong Tao made great contributions in killing the target before he died. He specifically asked me to do this to show his loyalty to Taoist Master Yunlong." This. Several people present looked at each other and looked at Taoist Master Yunlong, wanting to know his opinion. Taoist Master Yunlong stroked his beard and said with a slight smile, I didn't expect that silly big guy to be quite loyal since it is his dying wish. I will fulfill it after all, he is a competent man." He stood up and walked over to the killer. "Take out the photo and show it to me." "Yes." The killer nodded and took out his cell phone with his left hand to open the photo album. Taoist Master Yunlong lowered his head and stared carefully. But in the next moment, the killer who was flipping through his mobile phone suddenly pulled out a short knife from his waist with his right hand. The cold light flashes. Go straight to Taoist Yunlong's throat and stab him. Luo Yuanliang's expression changed and reminded him, "Be careful." As he spoke, he had already raised his right foot and kicked it towards the killer. It's just that his reminders and movements were a little slower. Before Taoist Yunlong could react, the killer's dagger had already reached his throat. Then he thrust it in without mercy. Put. The throat was penetrated and blood spattered. Taoist Master Yunlong's eyes widened, his pupils filled with disbelief and confusion. He didn't understand why he was obviously the gold medal killer of Tianjin, so he suddenly turned around and came to kill him? Could it be? He seemed to have made some guess and opened his mouth, only to find that he couldn't say a word. He kept spitting blood out of his mouth. Thump. Finally, the body collapsed and fell to the ground. Damn it. Don't rest your eyes. All this sounds slow, but in fact it takes less than 1 second. Followed by. Luo Yuanliang's right foot has already kicked the gold medal killer. Bang.
As a master, Luo Yuanlian's late-stage strength is infinitely close to the peak of a master.
The gold medal killer who kicked him rolled on the spot several times before he stopped, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth.
Luo Yuanlian looked gloomy. Are you crazy? Why kill him?
The killer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
He said coldly, didn't you order me to kill people? Why are you pretending to be confused? Humph. After saying this, he dodged and ran away from the living room. Luo Yuanlian's mouth twitched. Fuck you. Why did I ever order you, Taoist Master Yunlong? Explain it clearly to me. He yelled and gave chase.
Tang Bai hesitated for a moment, and then hurriedly chased after him.
In the huge living room.
At this moment, only two living persons, Ji Budwan and Taoist Gongsun, and the dead Taoist Yunlong were left.
Buzz. Ji Budwan just felt that his mind was blank and he was so confused. What's going on here? What happened? It was fine 1 second, but it was like this second. Taoist Gongsun even knelt on the ground with a plop. Senior brother Yunlong. Ah. My senior brother, don't leave. How can I live without you? Woo woo.
He cried for more than half a minute. Suddenly realizing something, he turned his head sharply and stared at Ji Budwan fiercely. You Ji Budwan, I didn't expect you to be such a wolf-hearted, shameless villain. You actually used this method to harm my senior brother.
Ji Budwan looked confused. What do you mean by that? When did I harm your senior brother? Taoist Gongsun looked filled with hatred. You're still pretending, right?
Don't you just think that my senior brother wants too much compensation and you don't want to pay it, so you join forces with the Tiananmen gold medal killer to stage a show and kill someone with a borrowed knife?
How fucking shameless. Ji Budwan? Conscience of heaven and earth, when did we have this idea?
Taoist Master Gongsun, please listen to my explanation.
Explain you to the next door.
Taoist Gongsun broke his guard and picked up the body of Taoist Yunlong.
He gritted his teeth and said, you little people, wait, Pindao will go to Yuanyang Valley to expose your crimes and avenge my senior brother. After saying these words, Taoist Gongsun ran out quickly. Ji Budwan stood there, feeling a toothache.
What the hell is this called? After planning for a long time, it was unclear whether Yi Tiance was killed or not, but he offended Yuanyang Valley.
What a mess.
Although he didn't understand the specific reason, his intuition told him that it must be related to Yi Tiance.
Jingle bell. The cell phone rings suddenly. Ji Budwan answered the phone.
Manager Ma's panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, no, okay.
Something big has happened. Drawing it up? Speak slowly. Why are you panicking at the fair? What happened? Ji Budwan, who was already in a bad mood, roared angrily.
Manager Ma trembled. The formation at the construction site suddenly broke down just now, and then something went wrong during the construction. 3 employees died in an accident, and more than 10 people were injured. Now all the workers are on strike, saying they won't do anything, and they will stop them. Can't stop it.
Patriarch, what should we do? Boom.
Ji Budwan felt as if he was struck by lightning, his body trembled and he fell on the sofa, his face turned pale.
I couldn't even hold my phone steady and it fell to the ground with a clatter.
Manager Ma's anxious inquiries continued to ring on the other end of the phone.
What should I do? Master, please speak. I can't hold it anymore. Ji Budwan didn't seem to hear this.
His dull eyes looked at the photo of Ji Wuli enshrined in the living room. At this moment, he felt like crying without tears, and had a strong impulse.
Dad, how about I go down and accompany you? Human routines. Too damn much. I can't stand it anymore. Chapter 330. Han Ruoyun breaks the defense. Early the next morning. Call.
Yi Tiance opened his eyes and stretched himself. He slept until dawn and felt refreshed.
My waist is just a little sore.
Glancing next to him, Lu Ruyan had left at some point, and the smell of her body fragrance still remained.
Hey hey. Thinking of what happened last night, Yi Tiance couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Although Aunt Lu Ruyan came, she could not break through the most critical step. But for other interactions, not only was there no delay, but Lu Ruyan was very attentive and hardworking. For example, I helped him clean the water pipe twice. Once it was slender hands, and once it was black stockings feet. Although the movements were clumsy and unfamiliar, they already made Yi Tiance quite satisfied. Anyway, it's much more exciting and comfortable than my five-fingered girl. Master, the fiancés you left for your disciples are indeed the best. Yi Tiance couldn't help but sigh, looking forward to what the remaining 6 fiancés would look like. If I remember correctly, there is only half a month left before the divorce cooling-off period ends. When the time comes, I will hurry up and officially divorce. Otherwise, with this certificate attached, I still can't let go of some things too much. Is murmuring. Squeak. The bedroom door opens. Are you awake? Lu Ruyan walked in with long legs. She was wrapped in a pink bath towel, and her hair was wet and rolled into a ball, like hibiscus emerging from water. Apparently freshly showered. Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Good morning." Humph. Lu Ruyan curled her lips, a blush appearing on her cheeks. He complained, "What a fart, it's all your fault. When I just took a shower, my sister found that her arms and calves were sore that she could hardly lift them. What do you blame me for?" You have the nerve to ask? Who told you to come out so slowly? It took so long that my sister kept doing that action. If she hadn't practiced yoga regularly, she wouldn't have been able to bear it, right? Stupid woman, you are complaining about the long time now, but when the time comes, you will understand the benefits of the long time. Cut. Lu Ruyan raised her chin, looking arrogant and prejudiced, obviously not believing it. The corner of Yi Tiance's mouth curled up. Would you like to do it again tonight? Swish. Lu Ruyan was so red that her ears were red. I want to eat shit. Sister, I only agreed because of your good performance last night, so don't push yourself too far. Hey! You are my fiancé, why do you do these things so much? Lu Ruyan crossed her arms across her chest and said arrogantly, Sister, you make your own decisions about your body. When you perform well again, others will decide whether to reward you or not. Ugh. Yi Tiance sighed. I blame this damn ant in my heart. If it hadn't been for it, I might have been able to break through the last bunker in one fell swoop last night. Hey! Jumping Pan, what reward did you give Fiancees? Han Ruoyun's questioning voice suddenly sounded. Did. She came over angrily. He looked warily at Yi Tiance on the bed and Lu Ruyan standing at the door. Did you two do something secretly behind my back? Yi Tiance felt a little guilty for no reason. We have everything. We both did everything. What? However, Lu Ruyan immediately interrupted and looked at Han Ruoyun with a provocative look. Yi Tiance? My sister, stop talking nonsense. Han Ruoyun suppressed his displeasure and said, Zhaoping, what do you mean? What do you mean by asking sister? Then sister will show you. Lu Ruyan twisted her hips and walked to the bed, then pulled the quilt. Big cow, keep an eye on it. Wow. A small red mark was clearly visible in the middle of the white sheets. Anyone with eyes can see that it is the trace left after the blood dries up. Boom. Han Ruoyun's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his eyes turned red instantly. She bit her lip and asked Yi Tiance, You scumbag, didn't you say you wanted to leave your first time to me? What does this mean? Han Ruoyun felt extremely aggrieved. She knew that Yi Tiance had 9 fiancés, and she also knew that with Yi Tiance's excellence, she would not be the only woman around him in the future. So even though her personality is as willful as hers, she is willing to put aside her prejudices and turn a blind eye to this matter. But her only request was that Yi Tiance's first time should be left to her. But he didn't expect that he would be intercepted by Lu Ruyan after he led the wolf into the house. Yi Tiance explained, Yun, please listen to my explanation, things are not what you think.
It was rare for Lu Ruyan to have the upper hand in a quarrel with Han Ruoyun. He immediately added fuel to the fire and interrupted, "Yes, we are exactly what you think. We both tried every position last night, although it hurt a little. It felt comfortable and exciting for me after all. It was our first time with each other."
Han Ruoyun broke his defense. She glared at Yi Tiance angrily, "Wait."
After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen.
Yi Tiance had a very bad feeling. "What are you doing in the kitchen? This lady is going to chop you with a kitchen knife." "Oh shit. Stop." He jumped out of bed like a carp. He rushed to Han Ruoyun as quickly as possible and grabbed his arm. "Let go." Han Ruoyun was angrily trying to get rid of Yi Tiance, but was caught firmly. There was a cry of grievance in her voice. "You're not clean anymore, woo-woo. Don't listen to Lu Ruyan's nonsense. We really didn't do anything. I am still innocent." "You're talking nonsense. What's going on with the blood on the bed?" "That was her auntie's visit, and the blood accidentally stuck to it. If you don't believe it, go to the bathroom and take a look. There should be the auntie towel she changed into."
"Really?" "Absolutely true." Although he got a positive reply from Yi Tiance. But Han Ruoyun still ran to the bathroom and saw the towel that had been replaced in the wastebasket. "Call." Then he breathed a sigh of relief and patted his proudy cup. "Humph. That's more like it. If I really find out that you are unclean in advance, I will definitely chop you up."
After saying that, Han Ruoyun looked at Lu Ruyan again.
"Sha Tablet, how dare you play tricks on me? I curse you to visit my aunt every day and suffer from menstrual cramps every day."
Lu Ruyan was not willing to be outdone.
"Humph, so what if my aunt comes here? My sister can still play with Tiance." "What are you playing for?"
Lu Ruyan showed off, "Wipe the water pipe."
"Last night, my sister and I helped him wipe it twice, once with my hands and once with my feet. We also agreed to come back tonight."
"Are you angry?
You are shameless." Han Ruoyun was so angry that his chest heaved. Then she seemed to think of something and turned to stare at Yi Tiance. He ordered unhappily, "Take off your pants."
Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?"
Han Ruoyun knelt down in front of Yi Tiance, lifted up his sleeves, and said unconvinced, "Of course I'm going to clean your water pipes. I guarantee that I can do it better than her. Take it off."
Chapter 331. Yi Tiance is a scumbag. Han Ruoyun's words burned Yi Tiance's CPU.
"No, don't make such a joke this early in the morning."
Han Ruoyun said seriously, "Who is kidding you?"
"I am serious, okay? Take off your clothes." Yi Tiance held his big pants tightly with both hands.
"A little weak." Han Ruoyun said displeased, "What do you mean by grabbing your pants? Do you dislike me?"
Yi Tiance shook his head. Where does he dislike it? Mainly because Lu Ruyan was watching from the side, which was a bit weird. What's more, he released it twice in a row last night, and there was really not a drop left.
Han Ruoyun didn't understand what Yi Tiance was thinking.
"It's not that you dislike me, but why are you so entangled in the affair? No matter what you say today, I have to clean this water pipe. That small flat plate can be cleaned twice. I need to clean it at least 3 times or 4 times. After saying that, he opened his hand to pull down Yi Tiance's big pants.
Yi Tiance's legs couldn't help but tremble.
"My eldest lady, let's not compare ourselves with this kind of thing, okay? You've done it 3 or 4 times, aren't you afraid that you'll make me bald?" Just in the nick of time. The vastness of the world is my love. The familiar cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. There's a call. It's probably urgent. I'm going to answer the call. Yi Tiance used this excuse to escape and returned to the bedroom to answer the phone. This bastard. Han Ruoyun was furious. Seeing her deflated, Lu Ruyan made a face at her, so happy that she died. Usually, Han Ruoyan always gets the better of him in bickering, but today he finally felt proud. Cool. Yi Tiance picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID saying it was Rong Meng En calling. Answer the phone. Hey.
Rong Meiyen's charming voice greeting her came from the mobile phone. Mr. Yi, did you have a good rest last night? Fortunately, I just woke up not long ago. Just as Yi Tiance finished speaking, Lu Ruyan suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, Rong Mia, Tiance had a good rest last night, sister. I helped him clean the water pipe twice, and he is almost getting angry. There was immediate silence on the other side of the phone. Yi Tiance felt a little guilty for no reason. He made a gesture to Lu Ruyan to hurry out. The latter raised his chin, walked out of the bedroom proudly, and returned to his room to change clothes. Like a little hen that has won a battle. Yi Tiance lowered his voice and asked, Ahem, you won't be angry anymore, will you? How come? Rong Meiyen said with a smile, I have told you a long time ago that as long as you can help me get revenge, I don't care how many women you have around you, I don't care if you let me do it as a child. She paused. Her voice was slightly charming and seductive. When I get back, I'll clean the water pipes for you too. I guarantee that I'll be more comfortable than Lu Zhuijing. Hiss. These words made Yi Tiance feel hot all over. This woman really knows how to manipulate men's thoughts. But in order to avoid being even more angry by Han Ruoyun outside the door, he changed the subject and said, You called me so early, you must have something serious to do, right? Giggle, I am indeed as witty as you. Rong Meiyen smiled and said in a slightly serious tone. I just received news that something happened to the construction site that Ji's family can bid for. It is said that there is a feng shui problem, and people are dying one after another. Now that the workers are on strike, the demolition project cannot be advanced at all if this continues. When the time comes, there will be a breach of contract. Not only will the mortgage be deducted, but Tianlong Group will also be compensated with huge liquidated damages. Once implemented, the Ji family will be completely hollowed out, and the nails driven by my second uncle in Jiangnan City will have no effect. Yi Tiance smiled. You are in the provincial capital, so you are quite well informed. Rong Meiyen said, Don't treat people like vase, okay? I'm curious, did you already know that there was something wrong with the feng shui of that piece of land, so at the bidding meeting, you deliberately raised the price to give it to the Ji family? Okay. Yi Tiance nodded and did not deny it. Rong Meiyen continued, I also know that the Ji family is now preparing to sell it in a hurry and subcontract the project to others to recover as much losses as possible. However, judging from the current situation, it is impossible for anyone to take over, so the Ji family is destined to have a difficult time at this level. However, Grandpa asked us to earn 100 billion in revenue within a month. Now it seems that the hope is very slim, alas. Yi Tiance smiled confidently, Where are you now? I said that as long as I am here, this 100 billion revenue is still under control. Rong Meiyen nodded and said, People believe in you no matter what plan you have, they will fully support you, including Fingrong Group, and you can call it at will. By the way, I also sent you an assistant. If you have any needs, you can give her orders. Who is it? Rong Meiyen said mysteriously, You'll know later. I'm still busy with other things, so hang up now. After Rong Meiyen kissed her in the air, she hung up the phone. This woman is always mysterious. Yi Tiance murmured and put his phone in his pocket. Turning his head, he saw Han Ruoyan at the door, staring at him with a tigerish face. Yi Tiance touched his nose and asked with a guilty conscience, What's the matter? Han Ruoyan pursed her lips and said, When will you agree to this lady cleaning your tube? Yi Tiance. My eldest lady, it's already this time and I'm still thinking about this? I'm not afraid of you wiping now, I'm afraid you'll snap me with scissors. Yi Tiance said with a bad smile, Don't worry, wait for me to slow down, and then you can do whatever you want. If it doesn't work, I'll lie down and you can move up and move as you like. Swish. Han Ruoyun's face turned red at that. Pretending to be angry, he said, You bastard, who's going to go up and do anything casually? You and that stupid woman Xiao Qingcheng haven't officially divorced yet. I'm not stupid, I'll leave my innocence to you, huh? Call. Yi Tiance secretly breathed a sigh of relief and could see that Han Ruoyun's anger had subsided. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang downstairs. Someone is coming, let me open the door. Yi Tiance went downstairs. After opening the door, I saw a familiar tall and slim figure.
It turned out to be Ching, Rong Meiyan's assistant.
Yi Tiance asked subconsciously, why is it you?
At the bidding meeting a few days ago, Ching was injured by a guest brought by Rong Zidong and has been hospitalized for the past few days.
Ching replied coldly, thanks to your black jade intermittent ointment, my injuries are all healed. I was going back to the provincial capital to protect the young lady, but she asked me to come to you and follow your orders, so I came.
There was a hint of reluctance in his words.
Oh. Yi Tiance nodded.
It turns out that Rong Meiyan was the one he just said was here to help her. Just when Yi Tiance was about to call Ching in for a detailed chat.
Dang dang dang. Day.
Two beauties, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan, trotted down from upstairs.
When Ching saw them, immediately shocked. This bastard actually hides his beauty behind Miss Jinwu's back? And there are still two of them. He couldn't help but complain, scumbag. Bah!
After hearing this, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan also agreed deeply.
Respectively echo. Yes, it's quite scumbag. Not only is he a scumbag, he is also quite sexy. You. Yi Tiance was left with a black line on his face. Chapter 332. It's more fun for him to serve me. Facing the compliments of three women, Yi Tiance ordered Ching with a calm face and a heartbeat. Follow me to Fingrong Group. Why? Where do you get so many? Why? Rong Meiyan asked you to be my assistant, and you must obey my orders unconditionally. Forgot? Okay.
Although he was reluctant, Ching did not dare to object when he thought of the young lady's order.
Lu Ruyan raised her hand to join in the fun and said, I want to go with you. Yi Tiance frowned and said, we are going to do business, what are you going to do with us? Lu Ruyan said matter-of-factly, sister, you can also help with the business.
Yi Tiance refused, come on, you don't know anything about business, so you should stay at home and tidy up. You won't just live here without doing any work, right?
TCH.
If I don't go, I won't go. Who cares about being like you? Lu Ruyan curled her lips, looking unhappy.
Dang dang dang. Han Ruoyun trotted over.
He hugged Yi Tiance's arm and pinched the middle of the e-cup very deliberately. She said coquettishly, Xiao Sisi, I know a lot about business, why don't you take me with you? Although the soft stimulation on his arms was very comfortable, Yi Tiance still shook his head and refused.
Swish. Lu Ruyan's face changed. Hey! What do you mean? Are you saying that you are busy with business, but are you actually hanging out with this woman? This is a super small tablet that can't even reach an A cup. How about this? Chang? You two are just arguing. What do you care about me? What's wrong with my A cup? I won't eat your rice. Yi Tiance saw Han Ruoyun gradually getting excited. Comforting, who do you think I am? The reason why I don't take you there is because I have a more important task for you. I believe that only you can complete it. When he heard Yi Tiance say I believe you, Han Ruoyun immediately pricked up his ears. Looking forward to asking, what mission?
Yi Tiance whispered a few words in her ear.
Then asked, can it be done?
Han Ruoyun nodded seriously and said, don't worry, I will help you get it done.
However, after the task is completed, don't forget to reward me. Yi Tiance said helplessly, definitely.
Then he and Ching prepared to go out.
When I walked to the door, I seemed to have thought of something. By the way, I added a new dog to the villa yard last night. Don't be afraid when you see it. If you need anything, just tell him to do it. If he doesn't obey, call me and complain.
Dog? Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, both confused.
From last night to now, they have not heard a dog barking. Where did the dog come from? After Yi Tiance and Ching left, Lu Ruyan rolled his eyes. Asked Han Ruoyun, Big Cow, what mission did Tiance give you just now? Tell your sister about it? Han Ruoyun put his hands on his waist and said, why should I tell you this? Just because you are younger than me? You. Lu Ruyan glared and suppressed a sigh of resentment. So Yin Yang said angrily, TCH. You want to say that people are not willing to listen anyway. In Tyan's eyes, sister, I am much more important than you. Before you clean the water pipe for him, sister wiped it first. Han Ruoyun clenched his fists. His face remained calm and he said, "Ha? What is this? Just now, little Cece told me personally that he wanted to eat my oysters tonight. Isn't it more interesting to serve me than to serve him? You will never experience it in your life." Lu Ruyan? Can Yi Tian say such a thing? Really? She was about to ask, but she saw Han Ruoyan already walking towards the door. Big cow, what are you doing out there? Han Ruoyan said deliberately, I will go home and look for some sexy clothes so that I can stimulate him to work harder tonight. I waved my hand and walked out the door without taking a single cloud with me. Putting down Lu Ruyan, she stomped on the spot. Yi Tians, you bastard, you exhausted my sister so much last night and you didn't even say a word to serve me. It's a double standard. But after saying this, his face turned red with embarrassment. It seems that I am coming to my aunt. If I were really being served, the scene would be a bit unsightly. After Han Ruoyan left the villa, I couldn't help but raise my chin proudly. Humph. Xiaoping, you still want to fight with me, you are too young. Mother, please walk slowly. A raging sound suddenly sounded, startling Han Ruoyan. Turned. I saw a burly man standing beside the wooden kennel under the ginkgo tree. Ha! Isn't this guy Zhong Tao who was beaten by Yi Tians in Yaowang Valley before? Are you here for revenge? Han Ruoyan took half a step back nervously. Jing Jing asked, what are you going to do? Zhong Tao hurriedly explained, Mother, don't be nervous, I am the new dog that Master Yi Tians has added to the yard to protect the yard. If you have any orders, you can give them at any time. Han Ruoyun's eyes widened, huh? Are you the dog that Cece talked about? You yay. Zhong Tao nodded awkwardly. Ugh. How embarrassing. Han Ruoyan looked Zhong Tao up and down. Although it's strange, it doesn't look like it's fake. I don't have any orders for the time being, just take care of your home. After saying that, he left humming a tune. Alas! I don't know when this life of being a dog will end. Zhong Tao looked up at the sky and felt tears in his heart. Fingrong Group. Yi Tians asked Da Qing to drive him over. As soon as he entered the office area, there was a murmur of discussion among the employees. Isn't that Mr. Yi? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're back in the public area again. Last time I came here, I fired all the people who worked for Vice President Dio. Now I come here today and I don't know what the hell they are doing. If this continues, sooner or later the company will be ruined. What do you know? Haven't you heard that there is a problem with the construction site that Ji's family is bidding on? Now it has been stopped and cannot be delivered according to the contract. At least 30 billion in liquidated damages must be compensated, plus a 20 billion mortgage deposit, which means a loss of 50 billion in one breath. The Ji family is going to die. I'll go according to this. Mr. Yi's failure to bid successfully at the bidding meeting was actually intentional? Did you know there was a problem a long time ago? Tisk. Tisk, TSK. If this is really the case, then our Mr. Yi is too terrible. Vice President Diao knows, why can't he be angry? Don't mention that Sangmengsing, just hearing the name makes me want to vomit. Yi Tians told A Qing, call all the department managers, I want to hold a meeting. Oh. A Qing turned around and informed various department managers. 5 minutes later. Large conference room. Yi Tian sat in the middle seat, and on both sides of the long table were various department managers, more than 10 people in total. Most of them are new faces, because they were originally fans of Diao Yele, but they were fired by Yi Tians. Just sat down. These department managers successively flattered Yi Tians in various ways. They all learned about the accident at Ji's construction site. Although I don't know if Yi Tian's decision to give up the bidding was just bad luck, it did make them look at him with admiration. This guy seems to be pretty good. At the construction site that Ji's family was bidding on,
whoever did it would die. Fortunately, he didn't get involved. But then Yi Tian's first words in the opening speech confused them. I'm calling everyone here to inform you that our group is preparing to take over the Jija bidding project. What do you think? Chapter 333. The little A cup is ridiculous. What? The department managers who heard this sentence widened their eyes and thought they heard it wrong. Even Ah Ching was confused. I thought to myself that everyone knew that the project that the Ji family was bidding for was going to be lost. Why would you take over it? The marketing manager hesitated and said, Mr. Yi, are you kidding us? Yi Tian said seriously, about work, do you think I'm joking? This. Everyone looked at each other and it was even more difficult to understand. Yi Tian said calmly, let's talk about the current situation of the Ji family project first. Oh. The marketing manager replied, this morning, the Ji family suddenly released news that they would transfer the project at hand, and the publicly quoted transfer price was 20 billion. Once signed, the risk of liquidated damages will be borne by the new construction party. However, if the construction period can be successfully completed, there will be no need to pay liquidated damages, and assets worth 20 billion worth of mortgages in Tianlong Group will be obtained, including Tianlong Group's project funds. Okay. Yi Tian nodded. Ask other department managers, what do you think? Department managers gave their opinions one after another. Obviously, the Ji family wants to transfer the risk. The transfer fee of 20 billion yuan just offsets the 20 billion mortgage deposit. This bidding is neither a loss nor a profit for the Ji family. At most, it is a waste of energy. It's a good calculation, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that this pitfall cannot be taken over. After all, the construction period after taking over is impossible to complete in the end. Not only will the transfer fee be lost, it will cost 20 billion, but the original 30 billion liquidated damages will also be borne. It is not worth it. Yes. Now there are only 3 days left before the deadline required by Tianlong Group, and the Ji family is unable to start construction. As long as we wait and see what happens, we can see that the Ji family will be dragged to death and no one will take over. After everyone gave their opinions, they all looked at Yi Tian's. I thought this was the reason why we talked about it. You should be able to take back what you just said, right? Unexpectedly, Yi Tian smiled easily. It seems that now is a good opportunity to buy low-priced projects. Other companies are unwilling to take over, so we will take over. Boom. Everyone present was almost shocked and their jaws dropped. No, how did you figure out that this was a good opportunity to buy at the bottom? We just talked about it for a long time, and it was all in vain, right? Ah Ching simply expressed his dissatisfaction. Yi Tian, miss, please rest assured that I will hand over the company to you. I won't let you mess around. The company's account now only has 30 billion. Are you sure you plan to use 20 billion as signing transfer money? Yi Tian said calmly, I'll correct you on 2 points. First, I didn't mess around. Second, I never said I would spend 20 billion in transfer funds. I would only spend 1 yuan at most. 1 yuan? Ah Ching and everyone were shocked. 1 yuan transfer fee, are you sure the Ji family can agree? These days, if you throw $1 on the ground, no one will pick it up in public, right? Although the Ji family is bad, they are not that stupid. Facing the confused expressions of everyone, Yi Tian simply ordered, you just draft the contract according to what I said, and the transfer fee will only be 1 yuan. Inform the Ji family that the final signing time is today. If it is after 12 o'clock tonight, it will not count. This project will only fall into their hands. This. When everyone was hesitating whether to speak out or persuade. Snapped. Yi Tian had already slapped the table. That's it. Let's start preparing for the project transfer and construction matters. After taking over the project, let's adjourn the meeting. These department managers just feel that their brains can't keep up. Before the transfer project has been negotiated, construction arrangements have already been made. Don't you think it's too fast? Even though there was confusion, no one spoke in the end and left the conference room honestly. After all, the previous scene of Dio Yele's supporters being expelled is still vivid in his mind. It's better not to offend a cruel person like Yi Tian. Ah Ching and Yi Tian were the only two people left in the conference room. Yi Tian raised his feet and put them on the table, looking very comfortable.
If you don't go out and do something, why are you still here? Ah Ching frowned and said, I really don't understand what you are thinking about. Can the Ji family agree to transfer money for 1 yuan? Yi Tian smiled confidently, since I proposed this plan, the Ji family will definitely agree. After all, if they don't agree, they will lose an additional 30 billion in liquidated damages. They can definitely calculate this. Ah Ching said in confusion, even if this makes some sense, you transfer the risk of liquidated damages to Fingrong Group. Once the breach of contract occurs, the entire company will be involved. Do you know how much effort the lady has put into this place? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and said, is it important whether you know or not? He didn't care about hard work or anything, he only cared about when he could get Rong Meiyan's first blood. This attitude made Ah Chang very angry. Yi Tian, you are so irresponsible. Dong dong dong. Yi Tian tapped the table with the back of his fingers. He reminded, let me emphasize, Rong Meiyan has told you to obey my orders 100%, and you can do whatever I ask you to do, but don't betray Tiangang. Being stared at by Yi Tian, Ah Ching felt a little hairy unconsciously. What do you want me to do? Let me tell you, they will only cooperate with you on official matters, don't even think about anything else. Yi Tian rolled his eyes and said disgustedly, don't be so sentimental. Although your appearance and height are okay, I'm not interested in super small tablets. What did you say? Ah Ching was so anxious that his face turned red with anger. Yi Tian said deliberately, 2 nails were hammered on the chopping board, and everything is flat. I'll tell you the truth. Is there any problem? You. Ah Ching was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Although after recovering from her injuries this time, her strength has broken through from the middle stage warrior to the late warrior stage. But it is also clear that he is not Yi Tian's opponent at all. In the end, he had no choice but to snort and ran out angrily. Yi Tian curled his lips and murmured, the front is not convex and the back is not curved, the small A cup is ridiculous. Xiao Group, in the president's office. Xiao Qingchang was wearing a gray hip-hugging skirt and sitting on an office chair. With delicate light makeup on her face, she looks capable and calm. At this time, he was listening to Assistant Sun's report. Judging from the latest news I've learned, the situation of the Ji family's transfer project is not optimistic, because no company in Jiangnan City is willing to take over. I believe that within a few days, the Ji family will completely collapse. Call. Xiao Qingcheng straightened her beautiful body slightly and took a deep breath, with mixed emotions. I remember that at the beginning, she tried so hard to participate in this 100 billion project order and suffered a lot. Even after failure, it even became an obsession in my heart that I couldn't get rid of. Unexpectedly, it was a thunderbolt planted early. Fortunately, the original bid failed, otherwise, we would be the ones who are passive now. Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of Yi Tian's bizarre actions at the bidding meeting. At that time, she thought Yi Tian was deliberately targeting and mocking her. It seems now. Could it be that he already knew this would be the result? That's why. Was thinking about it. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Please come in. Xiao Qingcheng said. Squeak. The office door opened, and a man came in anxiously and awkwardly. When you see this person. Xiao Qingcheng and Assistant Sun were both stunned. Young Master Ji, why are you here? Chapter 334 Crazy Ji Buduan. That's right, it was Ji Buduan who came to Xiao Qingcheng's office. Today, his head is no longer angular, it is as messy as a bird's nest, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, like a giant panda, vicissitudes of life and embarrassment. Where is the high-spirited look from before? Xiao Qingcheng felt a little mixed. Thinking back to the beginning, Ji Buduan was a rare and outstanding young man in her eyes, talented, capable and rich. But what happened one after another made her feel more and more hypocritical and vicious about Ji Buduan. This also led to her having little contact with Ji Buduan and no longer contacting him. When we met again today, we saw that Ji Buduan had turned into this. It's embarrassing. Is sighing with emotion. Thump. Ji Budwan suddenly knelt down to shout Xincheng. Xincheng, help me.
Please help me for the sake of our previous relationship. Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun were both stunned. Young Master Ji, if you have anything to say, stand up and say it, don't do this.
No.
Ji Budwan shook his head and said, you should have heard about the situation of our Ji family. We urgently need to transfer this project.
Xincheng, weren't you very optimistic about this project at the beginning? I am willing to transfer it to you, please help me. Xiao Qingcheng frowned.
It turns out that this is what I came for. Young Master Ji, you also know that our Xiao family's assets are weak. Our total assets are only about 10 billion. There is really nothing we can do about this matter. You'd better ask elsewhere. She said these words very sincerely, without any falsehood. In order to bid for the Xiao family, she used Moron Fan's connections to borrow 20 billion from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, but after the bid failed, she immediately returned the money.
The assets on hand now are only 10 billion. So I really can't help, and I don't want to be involved. I thought that by talking about this, Ji Budwan would be able to leave. However, Ji Budwan actually moved his knees, crawled towards Xiao Qingcheng, and grabbed her calf. Pleading, Qingcheng, 10 billion is fine. As long as you nod, I will immediately arrange to sign the transfer agreement. This move shocked Xiao Qingcheng. The calf quickly broke away from Ji Budwan. He said with a serious expression, young Master Ji, please respect yourself. I have already told you that I can't help you with this matter, so please stop pestering me. Hearing this, Ji Budwan was stunned for a moment. Endless loneliness and despair surged into my heart. He laughed dumbly and said, ha ha ha. He threw his neck back and laughed, veins popped out on his forehead, and he was a little crazy in his misery. Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun were both a little worried. This was the first time they saw Ji Budwan lose his temper like this. Ji Budwan said darkly and angrily, Xiao Qingcheng. You stinky bitch, you are so shameless. I think back on the time I spent so much in pursuing you, my sincerity can be learned from the sun. Is this how you fucking repay me? This sudden curse made Xiao Qingcheng's eyes tremble. You were indeed kind to me at the beginning, but do you dare to say that there were no other selfish motives behind it? Ji Budwan stood up, gritted his teeth and nodded, yes. I have selfish motives. Not only do I want your body, I also want to annex the assets of your Xiao family, but because of the existence of that surname Ji, all our Ji family's plans were in vain. It's all his fault. Well, Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly and she pursed her lips. Ji Budwan continued to yell, now that things have happened, I admit that boy Yi Tiance is awesome and powerful. I am no match for him. It was him who caused me to end up like this. But don't be complacent, you stinking bitch. Because of your stupid arrogance and pride, you kicked him and gave him to another woman. Your final end will not be much better. Xiao Qingcheng clenched her fists tightly. He said coldly, you don't need to worry about my affairs. Ji Budwan seemed to have no intention of stopping. When I first pursued you, I said that I knew the big man behind Mr. Long, that I could help you solve 100 billion orders, and so on. Now I have made it clear that I was all lying to you, and some of the negative news about Yi Tiance was all framed by me. The purpose is to keep you away from him, but I didn't expect you, a stupid woman, to actually believe it, huh? Well now, you don't even have a chance to regret it. Boom. These words were like steel needles piercing into Xiao Qingcheng's heart. It stings so much. Although she had doubts about Ji Budwan's original words and deeds, there was never any evidence. Coupled with her avoidance mentality, she was unwilling to admit that she had wronged Yi Tiance many times because she believed in Ji Budwan. I don't admit it, and I don't dare to confirm it. But at this moment, when Ji Budwan personally revealed the bloody truth, Xiao Qingcheng's inner defenses were broken and she almost collapsed. Hoo. She was panting heavily, and she felt the pain in her heart was so severe that it was clogged. If I hadn't been willful and insisted on filing for divorce. If I hadn't been dizzy many times, I would have believed Ji Budwan. If I hadn't always turned a blind eye to Yi Tiance's explanations. What will happen now? Tears couldn't stop streaming down. Regret, self-blame, grief, and other emotions are intertwined. Thump.
She was so excited that her legs became weak and she collapsed directly to the ground.
The black stockings wrapped around her legs hit the chair and made a cut.
Assistant's son was startled.
Mr. Shao, what's wrong with you? Don't listen to this bastard. She was about to trot over. Snapped.
Suddenly, Ji-bo slapped assistant's son on the cheek. The beating made assistant's son stagger several steps and almost fell to the ground.
Buzz.
Assistant's son's ears were ringing and his eyes were wide open.
Why do you hit me? Ji Budwan stared with red eyes and said, You bitch, it's your turn to control who I want to beat? If you say anything too damn hard, I'll beat you to death.
I saw him take out a fruit knife from his pocket.
He actually came prepared.
The shining blade frightened assistant's son into screaming and taking several steps back. Once upon a time, in the eyes of assistant's son, Ji Budwan was a responsible representative of a gentleman, and he and Xiao Qingcheng were brought together in various ways. But I didn't expect that his true nature would be so terrifying and disgusting when exposed. Compared with Yi Tian's, it seems that he is not even as good as one. Ji Budwan stared at Xiao Qingcheng and said ferociously, Anyway, the Ji family is about to reach a desperate situation I have nothing to care about now, so why not go crazy before that? He held the fruit knife and walked straight towards Xiao Qingcheng, his eyes shining with greed.
What are you going to do?
Xiao Qingcheng moved her body back and said tremblingly.
What? Of course I'm going to fuck you.
Ji Budwan cursed and said, If it weren't for you, you stinky bitch, our Ji family wouldn't have offended Yi Tian's and suffered so miserably from him. I can't get compensation elsewhere, so I'll use you to eat meat today. He bent down, followed the opening of the black stockings that had just been cut on Xiao Qingcheng's thigh, and pulled harder. Tear. A piece of fair and beautiful leg skin is exposed from the black stockings.
Chapter 335, Is there still a chance to turn around? This scene stimulated the darkness in Ji Budwan's heart even more. Ho ho! Ji Budwan's eyes widened and he smiled ferociously and greedily.
Xiao Qingcheng has always been the woman he wanted most. He once hoped to use money and power to win her over, but now he wants to win her over with force, which is not bad.
Ah! No! Don't come over!
Xiao Qingcheng struggled, her face turned pale with fright, and her legs kept kicking Ji Budwan.
Scream a few times. If you shout again, I will stab you with a knife. Ji Budwan slapped her directly. Snapped.
This slap was so powerful that the corner of Xiao Qingcheng's mouth was bloody. You bitch, I'm going to fuck you to death today. Anyway, if you don't do it to Yi Tian's, you might as well do it to me.
Why are you resisting? Ji Budwan smiled lustfully and was about to pounce. At the critical moment. Bang! The office door was kicked open. Wow! Several people rushed in.
They were Xiao Hongming, Zhang Huilan, and Xiao Nan, followed by several company security guards.
Today is the day Xiao Hongming is discharged from the hospital.
While passing by the company on the way back to Zhao's villa, Xiao Hong suddenly asked to come up and have a look. No, as soon as I went upstairs, I heard assistant's son screaming. Several people realized something was going on and rushed over immediately.
When seeing the scene in front of me, Xiao Hongming's eyelids twitched and he shouted angrily, You bastard! Stop it! The words fell. Xiao Nan also immediately said angrily, Did you draft it? Dare you bully my sister? I'll beat you to death. He rushed over with a lunge and launched a big flying kick towards Ji Budwan's back. I think this kick is so cool. Ji Budwan was startled. He instinctively turned around and subconsciously slashed the fruit knife in his right hand in defense. Click. The fruit knife actually hit the middle of Xiao Nan's legs accurately, causing a gash in his crotch. Oh shit. Shit. Xiao Nan screamed in fright and fell to the ground. She covered her crotch and shouted in fear, Ah! My Jill! It's going to fall off. Take advantage of the chaos. Several security guards had already rushed up, picked up the rubber sticks in their hands and hit Ji Budwan hard on the head and face. Ji Budwan screamed and fled in all directions. But after all, he had practiced taekwondo and was relatively resistant to beatings. He actually broke free and ran out of the office when the security guards were attacking him. The security guards also swarmed after him. Xiao Hongming walked over quickly. "Qingcheng, how are you feeling?" Xiao Qingcheng stood up supporting the table and wiped the tears on her face. "I'm fine." Zhang Huilan also hurried over and helped Xiaonan up. He said anxiously, "Is your Jill okay? Let mom take a look." After all, this is her lifeblood. If it is destroyed by Ji Bo's fruit knife, how will she have a grandchild in the future? Xiaonan glanced down, then reached out and took it out. Grinning, "Hey, I'm fine, it seems like my crotch was cut open, no key parts were hurt." Snapped. Zhang Huilan was so angry that she slapped Xiaonan on the back of the head. "You didn't hurt any critical parts, so why are you howling?" "You scared me." Xiaonan explained forcefully, "I didn't see clearly either, I thought." "Shut up, everyone. Be quiet." Xiao Hongming suddenly scolded. Zheng Huilan and Xiaonan were silent. Xiao Hongming frowned and asked Xiao Qingcheng, "What happened just now? Why did that beast Ji Budwan do such a beastly act?" Xiao Qingcheng hesitated and recounted what happened. After listening. "Ugh." Xiao Hongming sighed. Disappointed, "Qingcheng, Grandpa has told you a long time ago to apologize to Tiance, admit his mistakes, and persuade him to come back. I thought you could learn your lesson and do it while you were in the hospital, but in the end, you pushed him further and further away, you." Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. Tears flowed uncontrollably again. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would never have mentioned divorce easily. Zheng Huilan said, "Dad, you can't blame Qingcheng for everything. Yi Tiance, also made mistakes. He obviously has some skills. Why did he never mention it after 3 years of marriage? Besides, even if there was something wrong with Qingcheng's proposal of divorce, as a grown man, what's wrong with him giving in? On the contrary, he is now involved with other women. Why should Qingcheng apologize to win him back?" "Shut up." Xiao Hongming said with a dark face, "You still have the nerve to say it. Qingcheng has become what it is today, and you, a mother, must take responsibility. If it weren't for you and Xiaonan, that bastard, who keeps getting in the way every day and turning things upside down, this wouldn't be the case." Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan looked at each other and lowered their heads. Although I didn't dare to refute, I didn't feel like I was wrong in anything. In the final analysis, it's all Yi Tiance's fault. Xiao Hongming advised earnestly, "Qingcheng, Grandpa knows that you have a strong personality and never bow your head, and I can see that you still remember Tiance now. In this case, you should admit your mistake and apologize to Tiance, from the bottom of your heart, and be more shameless. I believe there is still a chance to win him back. After all, you are still legally married in name, so don't be obsessed with it." Xiao Qingcheng wiped her tears. He laughed at himself. "I know I was wrong, and I am willing to apologize to him. But what happens after apologizing to save him? What about the women around him? Han Ruoyan, Rong Meiyan, Lu Ruyan, and others I don't know about, are they going to turn a blind eye and watch him mess around with other women from now on?" Xiao Hongming said helplessly, "Even if you turn a blind eye, you have to suffer. Have you forgotten that you promised me that as long as Yi Tiance can prove that he is better than you will apologize and redeem yourself, even if it is a small one? It doesn't matter?" Xiao Qingcheng's cheeks turned red. She did say this. But at the time, she said it out of anger and because she never thought that Yi Tiance would be better than him. Who would have thought that the boomerang would come so quickly? Besides, she could imagine how Yi Tiance would react once she came to Yi Tiance to apologize. Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan would definitely not give her a good look, and they would not even say a word of sarcasm or ridicule. Especially these two women, their verbal skills are 10 times better than hers. And this is what she least wants to see and what she cannot accept. She bit her lower lip and looked directly at Xiao Hongming. He said seriously, "Grandpa, I can understand what you said, but Xiao Qingcheng, will not give in easily. I will prove that I am better than Yi Tiance's glory now is only temporary." Xiao Hongming said helplessly, "How do you prove it? In what way?" Xiao Qingcheng said, "Just because my company still has 10 billion in its account.
As long as I work hard enough, with these assets, I still have a chance to turn around. Xiaonan also echoed, yes, 30 years in Hadong and 30 years in Hashi. Don't bully my sister into being poor. These 10 billion assets are not a small amount, they are enough to take off. Assistant Sun also nodded heavily to express his support. But at this moment, hua hua hua. A number of men in suits and ties suddenly walked in outside the door. They all exude the aura of a superior person. Xiaonan frowned and said, who are you? You just barged in without saying hello. What are you doing? The leader was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He said calmly, I am the director of the finance department of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City. I am here today to remind Mr. Xiao that the 20 billion we loaned to us must be repaid with interest. Chapter 336. The Xiao family is going bankrupt? Wow. The words of the man with gold-rimmed glasses immediately confused everyone in the office. Pay back the 20 billion loan? Xiao Qingcheng didn't care that he looked in utter embarrassment at this time. She walked forward quickly and frowned, Minister, are you mistaken? Our company did have a loan of 20 billion yuan from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, but the loan was all repaid in the past 2 days. This 20 billion loan was originally used for bidding. It failed in the end, so it was naturally returned, with Morong Fan personally helping to operate it. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said calmly, Mr. Xiao, our finance department of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has not received your 20 billion loan repayment. What? Xiao Qingqing's face was full of surprise. Not only her, but Assistant Sun and Zhang Huilan also expressed doubts. How is this possible? You must have made a mistake, right? Mr. shouted, pay back all the loans. I have strong reasons to suspect that your Sihai Chamber of Commerce is taking advantage of our Xiao family. Xiao Hongming had a calm face. I don't know why, but I have a very bad feeling in my heart. Xiao Qingqing forced herself to calm down and said, Minister, please check carefully. I did repay the money. Morong Fan did it for me. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said calmly, since it is Morong Fan, I understand. This 20 billion loan did not go into the account of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, but went into the private pockets of Morong Nian and his son. They used false methods to siphon off the money and transfer it overseas. Mr. Xiao, you are not the only victim. However, now that both father and son are dead, the whereabouts of the money is unknown. But according to the contract, we can only ask for the loan from the lender, which is Mr. Xiao. Please be prepared to return the principal and interest of 20 billion to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Boom. Xiao Qingqing's face instantly turned pale, and his scalp was numb. How could this be possible? Xiao Hongming's old body trembled. Qingcheng, what's going on? You're usually so smart, why would you make such a mistake? Tu didn't expect. Xiao Qingqing's lips trembled and her brain was buzzing. If it had been in the past, she would have definitely discovered this false loophole. But so many things happened recently that made her feel exhausted. In addition, Morong Fan said that he had internal channels and only needed to repay the loan principal of 20 billion without any interest, saving at least several million. Xiao Qingcheng trusted Morong Fan very much. After all, he helped handle the loans. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? It turned out that he had been played by Morong Fan for a long time. If the father and son had not died suddenly, he might not have discovered it now. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were also panicked. After Jibo lost power, the two of them tried their best to bring Morong Fan and Xiao Qingqing together. I also think Morong Fan is quite a good person. But before the other party died, he actually buried such a big thunder for the Xiao family. Zhang Huilan cursed fiercely, that bitch deserves to die unjustly. He deserves to go to the 18th level of hell. Xiao Nan was also very angry, shameless bastards, bah. I'm going to dig out their ashes and feed them to the bastard. Cough. Cough cough. The man with gold-rimmed glasses coughed, interrupting everyone's expression. I sympathize with your situation, but rules are rules. The lender is your Xiao family, so the repayer can only be you. Give you 1 hour to repay the principal and interest of 1 billion, otherwise we will deal with it as a breach of contract. Boom. These words caused everyone in the Xiao family to be in chaos in the office.
Especially Xiao Qingcheng, who was even more confused. Just a few minutes ago, she vowed that with 10 billion company assets, she could work hard and surpass Yi Tian's. Reality slaps you in the face so quickly. How can you afford to repay a 20 billion loan? Even if all the company's assets are sold, there will still be 10 billion in unpaid loans. Zhang Huilan protested, "Why do we, the Xiao family, need to repay the loan? We are obviously the victims. If you ask someone else to get the money, we can't get it. Let alone give it to you." Oh. The man with gold-rimmed glasses became interested. He smiled lightly and said, "It is rare for people to dare not to repay the loan from the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce. You can give it a try. Can you bear the price?" Although this sentence was said with a smile, the threat behind it was obvious. Everyone in the Xiao family was so frightened that their faces turned ugly. Who in the entire Dragon Kingdom does not know the power of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? If you default on their loan and don't change it, the result will be that you will disappear from this world, no joke. Xiao Qingcheng pulled Zhang Huilan behind and motioned for her to stop talking. They discussed, "Minister, don't be angry, I will find a way to repay the loan, but this hour is too stressful. Can you give me a period of grace?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses shook his head and said, "To tell you the truth, the reason why we are collecting debts this time is because the death of Morong Nian and his son exposed a lot of debt problems. Chairman Xiang ordered us to deal with it immediately, so there is nothing I can do about the grace period. The most I can do is reduce the interest, but the principal of 20 billion cannot be less." Speaking of which, Xiao Qingcheng's lips trembled, feeling desperate. It was simply impossible for her to pay off a 1 billion loan in just 1 hour. How to do? Can anyone tell me what exactly to do? Assistant Sun hesitated for a moment and then said, "Mr. Xiao, if it really doesn't work, why don't you ask Yi Tian's for help? Now that he is rich and powerful, he should be able to help pay off the money." Yi Tian's. Hearing this all too familiar name, Xiao Qingcheng felt a tightness in her chest. How had she never thought about this person? She even knew that Yi Tian's had a close relationship with Xiang Hongda. Maybe just saying hello to Yi Tian's and extending the 20 billion loan would be a trivial matter. But, what identity should she rely on to ask for help now? 3 years of relationship as a couple? How can we talk about the relationship between husband and wife when we haven't even rolled over the sheets once? 3 years of food, clothing, housing, and transportation? How can this little kindness compare to the astronomical figure of 20 billion? Yes. At this moment, even Xiao Qingcheng himself couldn't find a reason why Yi Tian's would help. Xiao Hongming sighed. "Qingcheng, just be obedient and ask Tian's for help. As long as you are sincere and sincerely repent, he will not leave you alone." It's not just him. Even Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan urged. "Daughter, why are you hesitating? You are still Yi Tian's legal wife according to the law. Although you owe this loan, he is responsible for half of it. There is nothing wrong with him. Sister, hurry up. Time waits for no one. Do you just want to watch all the assets of the Xiao family be taken away by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and our family will be saddled with huge debts and starve to death on the streets?" Xiao Qingcheng looked at everyone in a daze. She never thought she would be like this. Everyone was urging her to apologize and plead with Yi Tian's. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, slowly closed her eyes, and shed 2 lines of tears. By now, in the face of survival, dignity and pride are no longer important. Okay. I apologize. I beg him, even if he takes 3 steps and kneels down, and takes 9 steps and kowtows. She staggered to her desk and picked up her cell phone, ready to call Yi Tian's. But when her eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the corner of the desk, she was stunned while making a phone call. "I saw a check on the desk with an amount of 30 billion. Signed by Lu Yanji. Chapter 337, Isn't Yi Tian's tricking us? This is...
Xiao Qingcheng suddenly remembered.
Lu Yenji made an appointment with herself last night and finally left her a check of 30 billion.
Lu Yenji said this at the time. Your situation in the next period of time will be very dangerous if you don't find someone who can protect you in time. You will not be able to survive this disaster.
Could it be that what happened today was the danger she mentioned? Did she actually know about it a long time ago?
Xiao Qingcheng murmured and felt a chill in his back. Even though she had long heard that Lu Yenji was mysterious and powerful, she never expected that she would reach this level.
This is almost prophetic. Did she give me this check just to help me get through this crisis?
Her ultimate goal is...
Xiao Qingcheng frowned and analyzed. Zhang Huilan urged, Daughter, if you don't call that bastard Yi Tian's, why are you still hesitating?
Xiao Qingcheng raised her head, and there was a hint of determination and stubbornness in her originally desperate eyes. She held up the check. I have decided that I will not apologize to Yi Tian's or admit defeat to her. When everyone in the Xiao family saw the check worth 30 billion, they were all horrified.
A check for 30 billion? Oh my God. Daughter, where did you get it?
Mom, look at the signature, it belongs to Lu Yenji of the Lu family.
But why did that woman give my sister a check?
It's not just their surprise. Even the finance minister of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City subconsciously shrank his pupils when he heard Lu Yenji's name.
It's actually that woman? Xiao Hongming asked seriously with a straight face, Qingcheng, do you mean to use Lu Yenji's check to repay the loan?
Okay. Xiao Qingcheng nodded seriously without any hesitation.
Snapped.
Xiao Hongming suddenly waved his hand and slapped Xiao Qingcheng.
He hated the iron and said, You don't know what reputation Lu Yenji has?
The depth of the city and the ruthlessness of her methods are unimaginable. If you accept her 30 billion check, I'm afraid she will be swallowed up to the point where no bones are left. I order you to give up this idea, quickly apologize to Tian's, and stop being stubborn.
Xiao Qingcheng stiffened his neck and said, Grandpa, you are the one who was so stubborn.
As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back.
Why should I apologize to Yi Tian's when he hurts me again and again? This is not fair and not what I want.
No matter what Lu Yenji's purpose is, as long as I can make money and pay it back to her, even if I suffer a big loss in the future, I will admit it.
You. Xiao Hongming's beard trembled with anger.
He was about to slap Xiao Qingcheng again, but Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan stopped him. Zhang Huilan said, Dad. Just listen to Qingcheng once. I think Miss Lu is quite reliable if you hug her lap. What do we, the Xiao family, have to fear from now on?
Xiaonan even said lustfully, That's right.
When the time comes, I can ask my sister to make a match and introduce me to Miss Lu. I heard that she seems to be single. If she appreciates my handsome talent and decides to marry me,
our Xiao family will completely take off. You guys. Xiao Hongming was so angry that his fingers trembled. He hated iron and said, Sooner or later, the Xiao family will be destroyed in the hands of you three mothers. I don't care about it, old man, let you do whatever you want. After saying this, I left the office angrily and disappointed. At this time,
the director of the finance department of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce asked, Mr. Xiao, look at the matter of loan repayment.
Xiao Qingcheng handed over the check expressionlessly, Just use it to repay the loan, is that okay? The latter smiled and said, Of course it's no problem.
Xiao Qingcheng looked out the window and clenched her fists. He secretly decided in his heart, Yi Tian's, no matter what price I pay, I will make you look at me with admiration in the future and let everyone realize that you are the wrong person.
Jiangnan City, Ji Family Manor.
Ji Buduan was lucky enough to escape from the security siege in the end, but he was covered in injuries and in a very embarrassed state.
Haha, it's over. Everything is going to end.
Ji Buduan walked into the living room of the villa with blank eyes.
Just walked in the door. Luo Yuanliang came forward with a gloomy look. Where the hell have you been? You didn't even answer the phone. Do you know how urgent the situation is now? Ji Buduan smiled desperately and said, What can we do if we know it?
It is certain that our G family will be completely bankrupt from now on. There will no longer be the G family, the three major families in Jiangnan City. Mr. Luo and Mr. Tang should go back to the provincial capital if they have nothing to do, and tell Mr. Rome that I, Ji Buduan, am a loser and cannot continue to help him.
Snapped. Luo Yuanliang suddenly slapped him with his backhand.
Ji Buduan spun around in a circle, and finally fell on the sofa, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. But he wasn't annoyed either. He spread his limbs, looking like he was ready to be slaughtered.
Keep fighting. It's best to beat me to death. Let me go down to accompany my father. It's too tiring to live. Humph. Coward. Luo Yuanliang snorted dissatisfied.
Although the damage caused by this accident was serious, it does not mean that there is no turning point if you give up so early. What kind of man are you?
Ji Buduan said disdainfully, a turning point? Where is the turning point? Luo Yuanliang threw a document into his arms. Keep your eyes open.
This is the project transfer contract just sent by Fingrong Group. As long as you sign it, this difficult project will belong to Fingrong Group from now on. The risk of 30 billion liquidated damages will naturally it no longer belongs to the G family.
What? Isn't Fingrong Group the company of Rong Meiyan and Yi Tiance? How could it be?
Ji Bo sat up straight with a carp and read the transfer contract.
Just when you see the transfer amount. He couldn't help but said angrily, damn it. The transfer fee is only 1 yuan, is that correct?
Luo Yuanliang said calmly, that's right, it's the 1 yuan transfer fee.
Ji Buduan said unhappily, isn't it insulting to pay 1 yuan?
Only a fool would sign this kind of contract.
Luo Yuanliang said, why don't you sign?
It's not like you don't understand the current situation of the construction site project. If you throw it into your hands, you will end up losing 30 billion in liquidated damages, plus the 20 billion in funds pledged by Tianlong Group, for a total loss of 50 billion. But now if you transfer it for 1 yuan, you can keep the 30 billion liquidated damages, and only lose 20 billion in the end, which will give the Ji family a glimmer of hope.
Ji Buduan frowned and said, of course I understand this truth. But once I transfer 1 yuan, this matter will definitely be ridiculed by the business community.
At this time, Tang Bai, who was sitting on the sofa, said quietly,
with the idiot you look like now, haven't you been ridiculed by the business community in Jiangnan City a long time ago? Ji Buduan. Old boss. It's now, can you please stop worrying? Ji Buduan wondered, I can sign the contract. But I don't understand why Yi Tiance is willing to take the risk and take over this project.
Although I don't like him, I have to admit that he is a smart man and will never do anything stupid.
Is he trying to trick us? Chapter 338. The brain is bigger than the chest.
The reason why Ji Buduan asked this was because he had fought with Yi Tiance too many times and suffered too many losses. Let him have this intuition subconsciously.
Luo Yuanliang shook his fan.
The reason why this guy did this is based on my analysis of two purposes. The first is to deliberately mock us, believing that we will not agree to the 1 yuan transfer fee. The second is that he is confident that he can solve the feng shui problem of the construction site project and complete the demolition work within the next 3 days.
Tang Bai said, I am more inclined to the second purpose. Ji Buduan said in confusion, then what should we do?
Luo Yuanliang narrowed his eyes and said, of course I agree to sign the transfer fee, but not now, but at the last minute at 12 o'clock tonight. After all, if we sign it 1 minute late, Fingrong Group will have 1 less minute of construction time. In this way, the time they can spend on construction is only 3 days at most.
Ji Bo nodded and said, it makes sense.
But he was a little worried and asked, if Yi Tiance can really solve the feng shui problem, there is still a chance that the construction can be completed in 3 days.
Wouldn't it be an advantage for them in the end? Luo Yuanliang asked with a sneer, what if Yi Tiance and the others don't have a construction team? Can Yi Tiance alone complete the construction within 3 days? Ji Buduan was stunned for a moment, what do you mean?
Luo Yuanliang ordered, from now on, you inform Manager Ma and contact all other construction parties, large and small, in Jiangnan City through your personal network, and tell them that there is a problem with the feng shui of the construction site here, and they will die immediately. You must know that everyone cherishes their lives once this news is known. No matter how high the price offered by Fingrong Group is, no construction team will dare to come over for construction. At that time, Fingrong Group will not be able to send anyone to work here when the 3 days are up. Tianlong Group will definitely treat it as a breach of contract and pay 30 billion liquidated damages. In the end, Fingrong Group went bankrupt and Rong Meiyan's power in Jiangnan City disappeared. The task assigned to me by the second master is completed. As soon as these words came out, Ji Buoduan's eyes lit up and he regained his energy. Mr. Luo, as expected of you, you have a good intention, and this junior is convinced. Previously, Yi Tiance used the feng shui problem of the construction site to plant a thunder for them. Now it is time to return this thunder to Yi Tiance. Correct. Ji Buoduan thought of another thing. Asked, Mr. Luo, last night you and Mr. Tang went out to chase the gold medal killer. Did you get any results? Why did he kill Taoist Yunlong? Luo Yuanliang sighed and said, after all, the killer comes from the Tiankan sect and is good at hiding his whereabouts. We fought for a while, but he ran away in the end. As for why he killed Taoist Yunlong, the best explanation I can think of at the moment is that the Liangyi soul-capturing array set up by Taoist Yunlong at Yi Tiance's house did not work, resulting in the death of both the killer's companions. The killer might have turned his anger on Taoist Master Yunlong because of this incident. Ji Buoduan said worriedly, but if this happens, Yuanyang Valley will definitely vent its anger on us. Can we withstand it? Luo Yuanliang sneered and said, when the people from Yuanyang Valley come to question us, we can just pour dirty water on Tiankanmen and let them eat dogs. What does it have to do with us? Ji Buoduan gave a thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Done. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. Yi Tiance, just show off and wait 3 days to see if you can still laugh. Fingrong Group, General Manager Office. Yi Tiance was leaning on his office chair, browsing short videos on his phone. Oh. I really don't know why I always recommend these young ladies who show their thighs and twerk their butts to me. Doesn't this really break my Taoist heart? Can't you show me more? Yi Tiance expressed strong criticism. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in. Ah Cheng opened the office door and walked in quickly on black high heels. She said, the transfer contract has been sent to the Ji family, but the other party has not responded to the message. Is it deliberately delaying our time? Yi Tiance put down his phone. He smiled lightly and said, I always thought your brain was as small as your chest, but now I see you have some IQ, and you can even guess this. Ah Ching twitched the corners of his mouth. He suppressed the urge to go up and kick Yi Tiance to death. Are you really sure you can solve the feng shui problem on the construction site? Yi Tiance said calmly, I never do anything I'm not sure about. Cut. Ah Ching curled his lips, still a little unconvinced. Yi Tiance stood up, stretched his waist and said, my butt hurts from sitting in the office. I'll go home and lie down for a while. I'll leave the company to you. If you have any situation, please report to me at any time. Ah Ching's eyes widened. Hey. Miss, I handed over the company to you with so many things to worry about. You didn't even bother to warm up your butt here, so you just patted your butt and left? Yi Tiance said with a serious face, Airport, please understand, I am your leader now. It is not your turn to make any comments about what the leader wants to do. If you don't obey me, don't blame this manager for pushing you on the table and spanking you. You stinky scoundrel. Ah Ching gritted his teeth. She doesn't understand. What's so good about this kind of gangster besides being good at fighting? Is he actually worthy of the lady trusting him so much? I'm so dizzy. Bye-bye. Yi Tiance left the office and walked downstairs in a swagger. Jingle bell. The phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Xiao Hongming calling. Answer the phone. Xiao Hongming sighed and said, Oh Tiance, Grandpa has not been embarrassed to call you for so long, just because he is afraid that you will hate me. Yi Tiance smiled and said, Grandpa, what are you talking about? I've been a little busy recently and haven't had time to see you. How are you recovering now? Xiao Hongming said, I have been discharged from the hospital and I am fine in all aspects of my health. But the matter between you and Xincheng has always made me worried. She is too proud and refuses to admit her mistakes and apologize to you.
Yi Tian's eyes flashed with indifference.
He said calmly, my marriage to her has come to an end. We don't owe each other anything, and we don't need any apology.
Xiao Hongming nodded and said, oh, I know it all.
I'm not making this call to force you and Qingqing back together. I just want to tell you something what just happened in the company.
Next.
The old man then recounted what had happened just now about Ji Bo's trouble in the Xiao group, how people from the Fiancees Chamber of Commerce came to ask for a loan, and how Xiao Qingqing took out Lu Yanji's check. Tiance, I have heard about Lu Yanji for a long time, who is called the ruthless black poison rose. I am worried that Qingqing will be harmed by her.
I am also worried that he will harm you. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes lightly. What on earth is this woman Lu Yanji going to do? Xiao Hongming continued, do you still remember what you promised Grandpa?
Okay.
Yi Tiance hesitated and nodded.
He knew that what Xiao Hongming wanted to say was that for the sake of his 3-year marriage, if one day Xiao Qingqing was in a life or death crisis, he would help her once.
Of course, only once.
Xiao Hongming smiled bitterly and said, just remember, it will be Grandpa's 70th birthday in a while. If you have time, come over to my house to drink and chat with Grandpa now. No one in this family can chat with me.
The loneliness in the mood of these words is obvious. Yi Tiance nodded and said, I will definitely come to celebrate your birthday and have a good drink with you. Hang up the phone. Yi Tiance drove back to Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. When walking to the door, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of Yi Tiance. Chapter 339. I want you to spank me personally. It's you? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. This person turned out to be Lu Yanji.
She was wearing a black cheongsam, with a layer of black stockings wrapped around her straight and slender legs. Her whole person exuded an alluring and cool aura, but she kept strangers away from her.
Lu Yanji raised her lips and said, why, are you surprised when I come over?
Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets. I'm not surprised by anything you do since you're here.
Why didn't you go in and sit down?
Lu Yanji raised his hand and pointed at Zhong Tao, who was standing next to the wooden doghouse. Complaining rather, Yanji just wanted to go in, but that person stopped him and refused to let in. He said he was your dog. How ridiculous.
Yi Tiance said calmly, he is my dog who looks after the house and the home. What's the problem?
Oh. Lu Yanji moved her lips slightly and said, Mr. Yi is so interesting. Yanji is becoming more and more curious about you.
I'm just an ordinary handsome guy. There's nothing for you to be curious about but you. Why are you here again?
Lu Yanji took out a small bamboo stick from behind with his right hand.
He said with a half smile, Mr. Yi, do you still remember it? Yi Tiance didn't answer.
Lu Yanji shook the bamboo stick and said to himself, I sent my subordinate Gao Yang to monitor you before, but you broke it, and then you ordered him to take this bamboo stick and go back and slap Yanji on the butt.
Ha, I didn't expect Mr. Yi to have such a wicked side.
Yi Tiance's face turned red and his heart didn't beat. He glanced at Lu Yanji's but from the corner of his eye.
Nothing seems to be wrong. Lu Yanji noticed Yi Tiance's gaze.
She stepped on black high heels and walked up to Yi Tiance, handing out the bamboo stick in her hand.
The cold voice said, if Mr. Yi really wants to spank Yanji, why bother others?
Just do it yourself. Yanji will never complain. As she spoke, she gently opened the placket of her black cheongsam, revealing her smooth black silk thighs and half of her buttocks. The eyes are slightly blurred, and the temptation is endless. Mr. Yi, please do it, but the premise is that after the